Chapter 1 Rebirth. A chance to manipulate destiny. A chilling sensation pierced through the gaps of the dragon scale armor, striking directly at the heart. Lin Feng lowered his gaze, incredulously staring at the familiar dagger shadow of the moon, now gripped in the hands of the woman he cherished most, Su Qingwei. Blood flowed profusely from the dagger's blood groove, staining his legendary armor of the highest caliber, and tainting her once enchanting visage that had captivated his dreams. Why? Why? Lin Feng's voice emerged hoarsely, laden with confusion and excruciating pain. His vitality waned rapidly, and his vision began to blur. They were in the 9th level of the final dungeon temple of the gods in Eternal Divine Realm, engaged in a battle against the ultimate boss, the Chaos Demon God, with merely one of its health remaining. As the pinnacle Shadow Ranger of the entire server, Lin Feng had been the core of the team's damage output, excelling in his movements and precision in damage calculation. He could already envision the glory of the server's first kill, the mythical weapon Godslayer Bao beckoning him. Yet, in this moment, all his dreams were shattered by the hands of the one he trusted and loved the most. Su Qingyue's eyes, once filled with tenderness, now reflected only cold indifference and a hint of greed. She gently withdrew the dagger, releasing a spray of warm blood. Lin Feng, do not blame me. Her voice remained melodious, yet it pierced like a poisoned needle. A wise bird chooses its tree. The president of the Apocalypse Guild has promised me the position of vice president, along with this Godslayer Bao. You may be strong, but ultimately, you are but a lone wolf, unable to provide what I desire. Nearby, a man adorned in resplendent robes approached. It was Zhao Tianming, the president of the Apocalypse Guild. He cast a disdainful glance at the dying Lin Feng, wrapped his arm around Su Qingyue's slender waist, and chuckled. Qingyue, well done. What does it matter if he is a top archer? Once dead, he is nothing. His gear, his skills, everything, shall soon be forgotten. Lin Feng's gaze remained fixed on Su Qingyue, his eyes ablaze with boundless rage, unwillingness, and a deep-seated hatred. He longed to scream, to resist, but the searing pain of his pierced heart and the loss of life force robbed him of the strength even to lift a finger. He caught a fleeting glimpse of complexity in Su Qingyue's eyes, perhaps a tinge of guilt, yet that emotion was swiftly overtaken by greed and resolve. She nestled into Zhao Tianming's embrace, no longer casting a glance in his direction. You betrayed me. Lin Feng summoned his last vestige of strength to utter a few words, as his consciousness slipped into an abyss of darkness. Hatred. An overwhelming tide of hatred. If only he could start anew. He would return it 100-fold. He would ensure that blood debts were repaid in kind. Ha! Lin Feng jolted upright in bed, gasping for breath, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. His heart raced violently, as if it sought to burst from his chest. The excruciating pain of the dagger's thrust felt achingly real, and Su Qingyue's icy gaze, alongside Zhao Tianming's triumphant smile, remained vividly etched in his mind. He instinctively reached for his chest, where everything was intact. No wounds, no blood, only a cheap t-shirt dampened by sweat. What is happening? Wasn't I dead? Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings. A cramped rental room, walls tinged with yellow, a few boxes of instant noodles piled in the corner, and outside, the familiar cityscape on the table. The old computer that had accompanied him for years still glowed, displaying a page from a gaming forum. Everything felt so familiar, yet so foreign. He lunged toward the computer, trembling hands moving the mouse, clicking on the time display in the bottom right corner. April 21st, 2045. Lin Feng's pupils constricted suddenly, his heart racing once more, this time ignited by excitement and disbelief. He vividly recalled that the groundbreaking virtual reality game, Eternal Domain, was set for global simultaneous release on May 1st, 2045, and the day he had died was already 3 years after the game's launch. I have been reborn, back to 10 days before the game's release. This realization thundered in his mind like a bolt from the blue. Memories of his past life surged like a tidal wave. The excruciating pain of betrayal by Su Qingyue. The overwhelming hatred for Zhao Tianming and the Apocalypse Guild. Countless opportunities and regrets from 3 years of gaming. Those hidden quests, formidable bosses, rare equipment, and undiscovered skills. All this information, intertwined and collided in his mind, ultimately coalescing into a powerful Pharisee thirst for revenge and a desire to seize control of the future. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle softly, but as laughter escaped him, hot tears streamed down his face. These were not tears of joy, they were a complex amalgam of pain, anger, relief, and boundless murderous intent. Su Qingwei, Zhao Tianming, you wretched pair. In my previous life, you took everything from me and left me to die in such humiliation. Heaven has eyes. It has allowed Lin Feng to return. His gaze turned icy and sharp, brimming with a resolute determination for vengeance. This time, I shall not only reclaim everything that belongs to me, but I will make you pay 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. I will make you taste despair. He clenched his fists, nails digging deeply into his palms, the sharp pain heightening his awareness. Fate? In his previous life, he had believed that his encounter with Su Qingwei was a blessing from fate, only to discover it was a cruel joke one that led him to utter ruin. Yet now, reborn, was this not fate granting him a chance to rewrite the script, whether this is fate or not? Lin Feng took a deep breath, his resolve unwavering. This time, I will seize it by the throat. My destiny is mine to command, not to be dictated by the heavens. Just as he was swept away by tumultuous emotions and profound reflections on fate, an unexpected transformation occurred. Deep within his mind, it felt as though something shattered, followed by a fleeting yet remarkably clear golden light flashing through. Immediately, a cold and mechanical voice resonated directly within his consciousness, detected perfect fusion of the host's soul with the fragment of the Stone of Destiny. The rules of fate have shifted. The unique hidden talent fate has been activated. Lin Feng trembled all over. The Stone of Destiny. He suddenly recalled that in his previous life, shortly before his demise, he had inadvertently triggered an exceedingly obscure, incomplete divine quest, with clues leading to a fragment known as the Stone of Destiny. However, he had barely obtained a fragment before being betrayed by Su Qingwei, leading to his tragic end. Could it be that the fragment of the Stone of Destiny, influenced by his intense obsession and soul fluctuations upon his rebirth, had returned alongside his soul and completely fused with him? He immediately focused his mind inward. Indeed, deep within his consciousness, a mysterious rune emanating a faint golden light was slowly rotating. Talent. Fate unique, hidden. Effect. You have acquired the ability to interfere with predetermined descriptions. You may modify any text description once. Each modification can alter up Tatwo characters. The result of the modification must comply with the fundamental rules and logic of the world. It cannot create or entirely overturn the essence of reality. Lin Feng carefully read the description of the fate talent, his heart unable to suppress its wild beating. Modify a text description? Alter or change two characters. What an astonishing ability is this? Chapter 2. Welcome back to the eternal divine realm. In an instant, a multitude of frenzied thoughts flooded Lin Feng's mind. Could the novice weapon-worn wooden bow, transformed into toxic wooden bow, be replacing worn with toxic? Could a task description of finding 20 essences of fire to present to the city lord be altered to finding an essence of fire instead? Could a certain skill basic healing, which restores a small amount of health, be changed to restore full health? Could a boss's weakness description, stating the weakness is the eyes, be changed to indicate the weakness is the body? Or could the binding requirement of a certain epic equipment, which states it can be equipped by warriors, be modified to allow archers to equip it instead? Though there are restrictions, such as conforming to the game's logic, and only 2 characters can be altered at a time, the potential is simply boundless, especially in a game like Eternal Divine Realm, which boasts high realism and authenticity. A mere alteration of words could drastically change the difficulty of quest. A change in a conditional requirement could present a unique opportunity. Ha ha ha! Lin Feng could not help but laugh again, this time filled with genuine joy and confidence. Fate, what an apt name. Su Qingwei, Zhao Tianming. Did you think that by killing me once, you would be free from worry? You could never have imagined that death not only failed to obliterate me, but instead allowed me to return with the memories of my past life and this extraordinary talent. Lin Feng stood up and walked to the window, gazing out at the bustling world beyond. The sunlight, though blinding, filled him with an overwhelming sense of reality and hope. Only 10 days remained until the launch of Eternal Domain. In these 10 days, he had ample time to prepare. And once the game was live, Lin Feng, would no longer be the top-tier player blinded by emotions, ultimately betrayed. He would transform into a vengeful spirit wielding the power of fate, sweeping away all obstacles with thunderous force. All past regrets would be rectified. All former enemies would be crushed beneath his feet. All glory that belonged to him would be reclaimed by his own hands. And IT would shine 1,000 times brighter than in his previous life. A brand new legend, destined to stir the very winds of Eternal Domain, was about to unfold from this modest rental apartment. In Lin Feng's eyes sparkled a cold flame and boundless aspirations for the future. Eternal Domain. I have returned. As night descended like ink, only 5 minutes remained until the moment destined to change the world. Countless individuals awaited, each filled with anticipation, anxiety, or confusion. 10 days prior, a virtual reality game named Eternal Domain had swept the globe with overwhelming promotion, an unknown entity behind the scenes claiming it would launch at midnight on May 1st, using an unprecedented consciousness link to synchronize the experience. Some scoffed, deeming it a mere marketing gimmick. Others were skeptical, yet curious to witness the spectacle, while avid gamers had long been on the edge of their seats. But only Lin Feng understood that this was not merely a game, that IT marked the dawn of a new era, where reality and illusion intertwined, opportunities and crises coexisted, and the law of the jungle was amplified to a bloody extreme. Meanwhile, within a university dormitory for girls, the exquisitely decorated room was ablaze with light. Su Qingyue, clad in an elegant silk nightgown, was applying an expensive facial mask while video calling her friend Lina. Lina's voice brimmed with excitement. Qingyue, just a few minutes until Eternal Domain launches. I heard it's ultra-realistic, and you can even bring things from inside into the real world. Do you think we could snag a super rich and handsome guy in there? Su Qingyue casually stirred the bird's nest before her, her tone laced with a subtle air of superiority. It's just a game. How impressive could it really be? However, young Master Zhao seems to think highly of it, claiming it holds great opportunities, and he's already invested a significant amount into establishing a guild. Following him would be a safe bet. You mean young Master Zhao? Wow. What about your backup, Lin Feng? Isn't he always immersed in games? He'll definitely be among the first to dive in, right? Lina inquired, her curiosity piqued. At the mention of Lin Feng, Su Qingyue's lovely brows slightly furrowed, a flicker of annoyance crossing her features, which quickly transformed into indifference. Him? Ha! A poor student. What use is he beyond being skilled at games? He's merely good for running errands and fetching things for me. Once things stabilize with young Master Zhao, it will be time for him to face reality. Her tone was akin to discussing an obsolete tool, easily discarded at any moment. Indeed, Lin Feng is rather dull aside from his gaming prowess. He seems to possess no other aspirations. How can he possibly compare to young Master Zhao, who hails from a prominent family and possesses striking good looks? Lina concurred. Nevertheless, to be fair, his gaming skills are quite impressive. Perhaps he could assist you in earning some in-game currency? Earning currency? How much could he possibly make? Do I truly lack for that pittance? Su Qingyue scoffed. It's merely a pastime. Enough of this. Young Master Zhao has invited me to join him in the game. I shall enter and assess the situation. She ended the video call and gazed at her exquisite reflection in the mirror, a confident smile playing at the corners of her lips, in her eyes. Lin Feng was merely a disposable stepping stone. Little did she know that the dull Lin Feng, whom she dismissed as merely a frivolous player, was at that very moment harboring an overwhelming sense of resentment and determination, eagerly awaiting the turning of fate's wheel once more. In his modest rental apartment, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes closed, breathing steadily and deeply. Unlike others who were either anxious or excitedly fixated on the clock, he remained composed, fully aware that when the moment arrived, one would be forcibly drawn in, regardless of their preparedness. He was honing his mental state, recalling every detail from his previous life regarding the early days of Eternal Divine Realm, the novice village quests, hidden Easter eggs, monster distributions, and initial resource gathering points, as well as the future titans who, at this moment, remained in obscurity. More importantly, he held in his mind the faintly glowing talent of destiny. This was his greatest reliance in this life. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The old wall clock marked the moment when the hour hand, minute hand, and second hand aligned perfectly. Midnight. Buzz, an irresistible and monumental will instantaneously descended upon the globe. It was as if time had been pressed on pause. All sounds, lights, and movements in the real world froze in an instant. Every adult over the age of 18, regardless of their activities or locations, felt a gentle yet undeniable force enveloping their consciousness. Then, a cold and resounding voice echoed in the minds of billions. Eternal Divine Realm has arrived. Consciousness link initiating. 10, 30, 70, 100. Detecting your soul's strength. Matching your initial talent. Talent levels are categorized as follows. F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, 9 tiers. Welcome to Eternal Divine Realm. Chapter 3. Choose your hidden profession. In the next instant, Lin Feng felt his consciousness being gently lifted by an invisible hand, momentarily detaching from his corporeal form and plunging into an endless expanse of resplendent starlight. Countless luminous specks whizzed past him, ultimately bringing his awareness to a realm of pure white void. Before him, a semi-transparent panel imbued with a futuristic aesthetic gradually unfurled. Welcome, number CGS 89757, Huaxia region, to Eternal Divine Realm. Detecting your initial talent. Special soul binding detected. Talent matching completed. Your talent is destiny, unique, hidden, effect. You possess the ability to interfere with predetermined descriptions. You may modify any textual description once. Each modification allows for the addition or alteration of up to 2 characters. Detailed limitations to be explored independently. Talent rating exceeds known rating range. Indeed, a spark ignited within Lin Feng. This destiny, talent, as he had surmised, lay far beyond the conventional grading system of F to SSS. It was unparalleled, transcending even the SSS tier. The system was incapable of assigning it a rating. Unique, hidden, beyond classification. A cold smirk graced Lin Feng's lips. Splendid, this was truly intriguing. Simultaneously, countless individuals around the globe beheld their own talents. Ha ha ha. I possess an A-grade talent, Flame Affinity. I am destined to be a master of the arcane. Woe is me. Why do I have an F-grade talent, Strong Arms? With the effect of merely making lifting slightly easier? What use is that? S-grade. I have an S-grade talent, Swift Gale. A rogue. I must become a rogue. SS grade. Elemental control. Goodness. I am destined for greatness. Rumors circulated of a highest tier of SSS. Who among them was fortunate enough to possess such luck? A cacophony of awe, joy, despair, and lamentation echoed from every corner. The people began to realize that this game was not quite as they had envisioned. Talents would serve as the initial chasm that widened the gap between them. At that moment, the system's prompt resonated once more. Talent confirmation complete. Please create your character. Please enter your game nickname. Without hesitation, Lin Feng typed in the name that had accompanied him in his past life. A name that instilled fear in countless adversaries. Night Emperor. In his previous existence, he was known as the Shadow Ranger, traversing the shadows like a sovereign of the night, reaping lives. In this life, he remained Night Emperor, yet would reign with even greater dominance and enigma. Nickname Night Emperor confirmed successfully. Please adjust your appearance. Can be fine-tuned within a 10 range. Lin Feng made slight adjustments, rendering his visage more austere with sharper features, maintaining a degree of recognizability while exuding an aura of aloofness. Appearance confirmed successfully. Next, a crucial step that will determine your future path. Please select your initial profession. Here it comes. Lin Feng's spirit surged with anticipation. Before him appeared several enormous professional icons, each radiating a distinct luminescence. Warrior, a paragon of both offense and defense, the embodiment of melee prowess. Representative weapon, sword and shield. Mage, master of elemental forces. A distant artillery unit. Representative weapon, staff. Archer, precision strikes, agile and ethereal. Representative weapon, bow and arrow. Cleric, healer and supporter, the cornerstone of any team. Representative weapon, holy pact, assassin, shadows lurking, capable of explosive eliminations. Representative weapon, dagger. These five constitute the fundamental quintet of professions in the realm of eternal domain. In his previous life, Lin Feng had chosen the archer and ultimately advanced to the elite class of Shadow Ranger. Under normal circumstances, he would once again opt for the archer class, confident that his past experiences would enable him to reach the pinnacle even more swiftly than before. However, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the description of his innate talent, fate. He recalled a legend from his past life regarding eternal domain. According to the lore, beyond the foundational professions, there existed exceedingly rare and immensely powerful hidden professions. Each hidden profession possessed a unique set of abilities and growth paths, and once attained, often indicated a potential far surpassing that of one's peers. In his previous life, he had witnessed the formidable strength of several hidden professionals, such as the one known as the indomitable Temple Bastion, whose resilience was astonishing, and the elusive Phantom Overlord, a master of stealth and silent assassinations. The methods for acquiring hidden professions varied wildly. Some demanded stringent conditions, while others relied on sheer luck. At that moment, a bold and audacious thought surged within Lin Feng's mind. Wasn't he the system prompt of, "Please select an initial profession," merely another form of text description? Could it be altered? His heart raced fervently at this notion. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated all his mental energy, locking his awareness onto that line of system text. Talent, fate, activated. A hum resonated as Lin Feng felt a faint yet distinct stream of mental energy flow from the depths of his consciousness, infusing that line of text. Target, please select an initial profession. Modification, please select a hidden profession. The character count for the modification was precisely 2, well within the range permitted by his talent. Furthermore, this was merely an alteration of a prompt in the selection interface, not a direct creation or alteration of a profession itself, thus adhering to the fundamental rules and logical constraints. In the next moment, Lin Feng's panel displayed the familiar text, which truly began to warp and blur. Please select an initial profession, transformed into. Please select a hidden profession. It was accomplished. Lin Feng experienced a slight wave of dizziness, simultaneously noticing that the icon for fate dimmed momentarily, and the 5 foundational professional icons vanished in an instant. In their place emerged a series of icons, exuding an aura that was mysterious, ancient, and even eerie, each representing a different, hidden profession. Dragon Blood Knight, heir to the dragon lineage, commanding draconic might, invincible in melee combat. Requirements: Astromancer, communicate with astral forces, manipulate time and space, and unleash wide-scale annihilation. Requirements: Wind Whisper, resonate with the winds, traverse through the air, and release arrows without a trace. Requirements: Life Ward, master the essence of life, resurrect the withered, and reverse the cycle of existence. Requirements: Void Walker, traverse through void dimensions, execute enigmatic movements, and disregard all obstacles. Requirements: Rune Master, inscribe ancient runes, invoke spells with mere words, and wield the power of rules. Requirements: Destiny Manipulator, strum the strings of fate, manipulate probabilities, and embody the uncertain. Requirements: A series of legendary hidden professions lay bare before Lin Feng. If the elite guilds from his previous life, who had bled profusely for a mere hint of a hidden profession, were to witness this, they would surely be driven to madness. Lin Feng suppressed his excitement, swiftly perusing these formidable hidden professions. The Dragon Blood Knight was powerful but too reckless for his liking. The Astromancer was impressive, yet he preferred the sensation of physical impact. The Wind Whisperer was an advanced archer, but he yearned for a different path. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the final option, Destiny Manipulator. Chapter 4. The Fate Manipulator. Wandering between probabilities, strumming the strings of destiny, mastering chance, reality, and illusion. The description of this profession is perfectly tailored to his innate talent for fate. The fate talent can modify descriptions, and the fate manipulator is inherently linked to concepts of destiny, probability, and the duality of existence. The amalgamation of the two is bound to yield a result far exceeding mere arithmetic. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng extended his finger and pointed towards the option brimming with unknowns and infinite possibilities. You have chosen the hidden profession, Fate Manipulator. Occupation confirmed. Initial template is being loaded. An arcane stream of information surged into Lin Feng's consciousness, imparting the foundational abilities of the Fate Manipulator, growth trajectories, and core gameplay, as if branded into his very soul. Simultaneously, the system's voice resonated once more, imbued with an unusual significance. Detected your selection of the exceedingly rare hidden profession Fate Manipulator, possessing the unique talent Fate, triggering a special resonance. Your initial skills have undergone mutations. Transmitting to starting area, beginner village number 666. In a flash of light, Lin Feng's figure vanished from the pristine white space. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself standing in a village square vibrant with fantastical hues. Surrounding him were countless newly arrived players, still enveloped in bewilderment and novelty. Lin Feng clenched his fist, feeling the unique power of the Fate Manipulator coursing within him, resonating subtly with his Fate talent. A cold and confident smile graced his lips. Su Qingwei, Zhao Tianming, wait for me. In this lifetime, your fate shall be played by me. The game has begun. Players around him were excitedly surveying the enchanting architecture, some eagerly opening their panels to inspect their talents and attributes, while others gathered in small groups, their faces alight with curiosity and longing for this new world. Yet Lin Feng's gaze remained unervingly cold and sharp. He was acutely aware of the brutal core hidden beneath the glamorous facade of Eternal Divine Realm. Just then, a grand system notification reverberated through the minds of all players. Eternal Divine Realm Core Rule Notification 1. True Death. Death in the game does not signify an end. You may resurrect at a revival point by expending a certain amount of gold coins. If your gold coins are insufficient to cover the resurrection fee at the time of death, your consciousness will be unable to return to your physical body, resulting in true death. Your soul will be eternally banished to the void of data. Cherish your life and act with caution. 2. Death penalty. Each time you die, you will lose 10 of your currently held gold coins. This portion of gold has a chance of dropping at your death location. 3. Ability synchronization. Skills obtained in the game, enhancements from attribute points, and certain special equipment can be extracted to the real world using gold coins. 4. Factions and PvP. Within the game, various factions exist, and players are permitted to engage in free PvP in wilderness areas. Eliminating players from opposing factions or those marked in red has a chance of yielding their dropped gold and equipment. However, one must be cautious, as malicious PvP will increase one's notoriety, transforming them into a red-named player who will be relentlessly pursued by guards and face harsher penalties upon death. A series of rule reminders fell upon the players in the square like a bucket of ice water, instantly dousing their enthusiasm. What? Dying in the game means no gold for resurrection, and in reality, one cannot live either. How absurd! Is this truly a game or a matter of life and death? Losing 10 of gold upon death? All the hard-earned currency would vanish. Skills and physical prowess could transcend into reality? Is this for real? So, free PvP? Equipment can be dropped? A chance to amass wealth? No, weichi. One could also be robbed. Gasps, doubts, and panic surged among the crowd. Many began to realize that Eternal Divine Realm was far more complex than they had ever imagined. It was no longer mere entertainment, but a brutal game that could impact one's life and even alter the fabric of the real world. True death, gold. Abilities synchronized. Lin Feng listened to the system's notifications, his gaze betraying no emotion. He had long been aware of all this. In his past life, countless individuals perished due to carelessness or poverty, vanishing forever from this realm. Many fell under ruin, losing everything due to death penalties, their mental state shattered. Conversely, how many ascended to greatness in the real world, empowered by the formidable strength gained in the game? Gold equates to life. Strength is everything. In this world, kindness and compassion are the most inexpensive commodities. Only through decisive action can one survive and grow stronger. Excellent. This is the stage I am familiar with. A cold, bloodthirsty smile crept across Lin Feng's lips. Ignoring the surrounding clamor, he focused his thoughts and opened his character panel. Character: Knight Sovereign, race, human, class, Fate Master, hidden, level, 1-0-100, health, 100-100 mana, 80-80 strength, 5, agility, 12, constitution, 5, intelligence, 8, spirit, 12, free attribute points, 0, talent, destiny, unique, hidden, level, class description, Fate Master. They are artists traversing the delicate line between reality and illusion, perceiving slaughter as a meticulously choreographed performance. They are captivated by the sparks ignited from the collision of firearms and death, excelling in employing precise shots and the unpredictable force of fate to toy with their adversaries. High damage is their ultimate pursuit, while their fragile bodies bear the cost. They are the focal point of the battlefield, the most lethal dancers. Core attributes: agility, spirit. Weaponry relies on physical burst, probability manipulation, and requires significant skill, with weaker survival capabilities. Initial skills: mutated due to the resonance of the talent Fate and the profession Fate Weaver. Passive skill 1. Curtain Call effect. Upon the demise of any hostile target, you instantly regain a small portion of health and mana. Passive skill 2. Death Mark effect. All your firearm attacks have a slight chance to inflict a layer of death mark on the target, up to a maximum of 3 layers. Each layer increases the final damage you deal to them by 100, lasting for 10 seconds. Active skill 1. Heart-piercing bullet, cooldown, 8 seconds cost, 15 mana effect, consuming mana. You channel the power of death into your firearm, executing a devastating shot. This inflicts 150 physical attack power 10 points of damage on the first target in a straight line ahead, with a 50 chance to inflict half damage on subsequent targets. Active skill 2. Wheel of Fortune cooldown, 30 seconds cost, 20 mana effect, summons the Wheel of Fortune, drawing a fate card to bestow a random positive or negative effect on the selected target, lasting for 10 seconds. Gazing upon these 4 initial skills, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Truly a hidden profession. Chapter 5. The Power of Fate. Even prior to the mutations, the foundation of these 4 skills was quite remarkable. Curtain Call provided basic sustainability. Although the minor recovery was somewhat insufficient, it was better than nothing. Death Mark served as the core damage amplification mechanism, with its probability-triggered design and stacking layers allowing for growth and output. Heart-piercing shot was the primary burst skill, boasting a commendable 150 attack power increase in the early stages, with a random penetration further enhancing its effectiveness. Wheel of Fate epitomized the essence of the Fate Weaver, brimming with uncertainty. If wielded adeptly, it could turn the tide of battle, yet if misused, it could lead to one's own downfall, thus testing the user's timing and fortune. However, a wry smile danced upon Lin Feng's lips. Luck? Perhaps? Minor? In the face of my fate talent, these restrictive terms shall become utterly meaningless. His gaze was fixated on the specific phrases within the descriptions of those 4 skills. Talent, fate, activate. Lin Feng concentrated once more, immersing his consciousness into the skill panel. Objective, passive skill 1 curtain call modification. Replace minor with all. Post-modification effect. Upon personally slaying any hostile target, restore all health and mana instantly. Lin Feng felt an indescribable wave of exhilaration wash over him. The difference between minor and all was as vast as heaven and earth. This signified that as long as he continued his relentless slaughters, his condition would remain perpetually at its peak. An eternal motion machine. This was the sustainability befitting an artist of carnage. Objective, passive skill 2, death mark, modification. Change small to immense. Post-modification effect. All of your firearm attacks have an immense probability of applying a layer of death mark to the target, up to 3 layers, with each layer increasing the final damage dealt to them by 100, lasting for 10 seconds. Once again, the modification was successful. The transition from small to immense instantly maximized stability. Each shot could reliably stack damage amplification marks, thereby elevating output efficiency to an entirely new tier. No longer would he have to rely on fortune. Objective, active skill 1, heart-piercing shot. Modification, change first to all. Post-modification effect, to all targets in the path ahead. A third modification, Lin Feng sensed a slight weariness, the consumption of his mental strength evidently increasing. But it was worth it. Ignoring the latter part of the skill's probability description, Lin Feng cleverly transformed the skill into a guaranteed penetration. This meant that heart-piercing shot transitioned from a single target burst skill to one with consistent area damage capability. The efficiency of clearing foes and dealing with clustered enemies would undergo a qualitative transformation. Objective, active skill 2, Will of Fate. Modification, replace random with designated. Post-modification effect, apply a designated effect to the selected target. The fourth modification, this time, Lin Feng felt a pronounced dizziness, his mental strength nearly depleted. Yet his gaze shone with astonishing brilliance. From randomness to specificity, this was nothing short of divine inspiration. The once uncertain Wheel of Fate had now transformed into a skill that allowed him to freely choose the effects of control, enhancement, or debilitation. Need control? Simply select stun. Need to slow down? Just opt for deceleration. Need an explosive burst? Inflict harm upon oneself to enhance damage. This was no longer a game of roulette. It was clearly destiny's decree. The four skills, altered by the fate talent, underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. Curtain Call restores health upon a kill, ensuring limitless endurance. Death Mark, each shot accumulates vulnerability, providing stable damage amplification. Heart-piercing bullet guarantees penetration of the target, transforming single-target strikes into area of effect attacks. Wheel of Fate, randomness becomes specificity. An omnipotent skill. Lin Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the exhilaration and excitement within. This was merely the beginning. These are just 4 initial skills. In the future, with level advancements and the acquisition of more powerful skills, the impact of his fate talent would grow increasingly formidable. And then there were the equipment, weapons, items, quest descriptions, and even the attributes and weaknesses of monsters. As long as it was textual description and adhered to the rules, theoretically, he could modify anything. He chuckled softly, a glint of cold, murderous intent and boundless anticipation for the future flickering in his eyes. He raised his head, scanning the bewildered novice players in the square. The immediate priority was to swiftly level up, master the operations of the Fate Weaver, and accumulate his first fortune. He opened the novice package gifted by the system, which contained a basic gray-quality revolver, worn revolver, along with 10 ordinary bullets. Worn revolver, gray, type, handgun attack power, 3 to 5 rate of fire, slow magazine capacity, 6 durability, 50-50 required level. Lin Feng weighed the cold revolver in his hand, a confident smile gracing his lips, an attack power of 3 to 5 and a slow rate of fire. Such a piece of junk had been a struggle to use even against the novice village's quest monster, the slime, in his previous life. But now, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the item description. Worn revolver, gray. Once again, a playful smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. He had not forgotten that the effect of the fate talent allowed for a modification of any textual description. This weapon, held firmly in his grasp, was no exception. Talent. Fate. Activated. Worn revolver, gray. Transformed into perfect revolver, gray. Note, the gray in parentheses refers to the font color, not the text itself. Buzz. The revolver in his hand underwent a visibly discernible transformation. The previously dull and rough gun body appeared as if polished by an invisible hand, radiating a faint metallic luster. The barrel became straight, the cylinder fit seamlessly, and the trigger turned tight yet springy. Although it still bore the appearance of a gray novice weapon, its intrinsic quality was indeed worlds apart. Lin Feng promptly examined its attributes. Perfect revolver, gray, type, sidearm attack power, 10 to 15, increased several-fold. Rate of fire, normal, upgraded from slow. Agility, 1, newly added attribute. Magazine capacity, 6 durability, 100 required level 1. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, suppressing the discomfort brought on by mental fatigue, yet his heart burned with fervor. The attack power had multiplied several times. The rate of fire had improved. Precision had also increased. Moreover, durability was at its maximum. This was no longer mere gray trash. These attributes could rival those of certain level 3 green weapons. This perfect revolver would undoubtedly become his most dependable companion in the art of slaughter during his novice phase. Chapter 6. The novice village with the revolver securely tucked back into its rudimentary holster at his waist. Lin Feng strode towards the heart of the village, intent on replenishing his ammunition while simultaneously surveying this familiar, yet foreign novice village. The square was still bustling with a cacophony of voices. A rough estimate suggested that within this novice village numbered 666, there were at least tens of thousands of players online concurrently. Most of them remained in a state of excitement and exploration. Lin Feng's gaze swept over the various functional NPCs. The dwarven blacksmith, Barton, was hammering away industriously at the forge, sparks flying in all directions. Yet, his shrewd eyes occasionally darted towards the players gathered around, showing indifference towards those clad in system-issued rags, their faces reflecting a destitute demeanor. A snobbish little dwarf, Lin Feng thought to himself with a smirk. In his previous life, he had heard tales of players attempting to haggle with Barton, only to be met with a swift and fatal retribution. The elven girl, Leah, who ran the apothecary, wore a facade of insincere smiles. The village chief, Old John, stood at the village entrance, leaning on his cane, his expression one of utter indifference. These NPCs were far from mere mindless servitors to the players. To extract any benefits from them, one needed sufficient strength, ample wealth, or extraordinary luck to trigger special storylines. Lin Feng had no interest in engaging with these calculating NPCs for the time being. He approached the general merchant, using the 100 copper coins, 100 copper, 1 silver, 100 silver, 1 gold, gifted by the system at the outset to purchase 50 rounds of revolver ammunition. The merchant, a balding middle-aged human, exhibited a neutral demeanor, neither overly pleasant nor particularly rude, simply completing the transaction without any complications. With the ammunition secured, Lin Feng took a moment to reassess his attributes. Character: Knight Emperor. Class: Fate Weaver. Hidden. Level: 10100. Health: 100. Mana: 80. Strength: 5. Agility: 12. Constitution: 5. Intelligence: 8. Mentality: 12. The core attributes of the Fate Weaver, namely agility and mentality, were significantly higher than those of other initial classes. Agility influenced physical attack power for firearms, attack speed, movement speed, evasion rate, critical hit rate, and even affected some skill effects and reloading speed. Mentality, on the other hand, determined the maximum mana regeneration speed, and the potency of the Fate Weaver's special skills that pertain to fate and probability. These two attributes would undoubtedly be paramount in his future development. As for Constitution, although the Fate Weaver was inherently fragile, a modest investment was still necessary. Otherwise, even a mere brush with a monster could prove fatal, leaving little margin for error. Prepared and resolute, Lin Feng ceased his delay and made his way directly towards the area marked as Wolf Slope beyond the village. Near the village entrance, a considerable number of players had already gathered. Most were clustered in small groups, cautiously engaging the newly spawned LV-1 Timid Slime and LV-1 Weak Rabbit. Even against these lowest-tier monsters, the player's performance was nothing short of arduous. Warrior, hold the line. Ouch, I've been bitten. Healer, a little help here. Mage, aim your fireball correctly. You missed again. Damn, this rabbit could dodge skills. Damn it, killing a single creature only grants 1 point of experience, and to reach level 2, one requires 100 experience points. How long must one toil to achieve this? The monsters exhibit remarkably sophisticated AI. They evade attacks, exploit the player's vulnerabilities, and utilize the terrain to their advantage. The players, equipped with rudimentary gear and lacking proficiency in their skills, find themselves floundering against these seemingly feeble creatures, rendering their efforts inefficient. In a previous life, a chilling theory had been posited. The behaviors and responses of the monsters within the eternal domain are so strikingly realistic that they seem not to be mere programmed entities, but rather beings captured and thrust into this game world by some arcane force. Lin Feng remained non-committal on this notion, yet the peril posed by the monsters was indisputable. He paid no heed to the struggling novice players clinging to survival, and instead, he traversed through the low-level monster zone, advancing deeper into Wolf Hill. There, one could encounter the ferocious level 2 to 3 wild wolves, with a minuscule chance of encountering the level 4 elite alpha wolf. Just as he was about to step into the wolf spawning area, a beleaguered party of 5 players emerged, battered and weary. Each bore injuries, their health points depleted. Among them, a priestly girl had reddened eyes, clearly having recently endured a harrowing defeat, perhaps even mourning a fallen comrade. Leading the group was a warrior with a faint scar across his face, who, upon noticing Lin Feng, who was alone and clad in the unadorned garb of a novice, paused momentarily, then furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Hey, brother over there, don't venture any further." Lin Feng did not falter in his stride. An adjacent rogue player hastily added, "Indeed, the wolves inside are ferocious. They are swift, deal immense damage, and can encircle you. We were all driven out, and just moments ago, we lost a brother." The warrior, seeing Lin Feng's indifference, intensified his tone. "Did you hear? This is not a place for someone like you. There is even an elite alpha wolf inside, and we couldn't even scratch its hide." They regarded Lin Feng's meager initial equipment with a mix of pity and disdain, believing him to be woefully naive. At last, Lin Feng halted, slowly turning to face them. His gaze was calm, yet imbued with a chilling coldness, as if he were observing a swarm of bothersome insects. "I shall tread my own path," Lin Feng pronounced, his voice low yet strikingly clear, imbued with an undeniable resolve. He cast a glance at the players, particularly at the scarred warrior, and added languidly, "Moreover, I advise you to refrain from following me." He gestured towards the village, indicating that within the safety zone, rules would protect them. "But should you venture beyond the village?" Lin Feng's words trailed off, yet the fleeting glint of murderous intent in his eyes sent a shiver down the spines of the players. They felt as though they were being scrutinized by a primordial beast draped in human skin. This novice, clad in simple attire, exuded an aura that was utterly terrifying. Such was not the gaze of an inexperienced player. The warrior player, both astonished and enraged, felt compelled to suppress his harsh words upon encountering Lin Feng's frigid gaze. Engaging in PvP within the novice village would result in immediate annihilation by the guards. However, the implication from the opposing player was unmistakable beyond the confines of the village. Lin Feng dismissed them entirely, turning away and resolutely stepping into the territory inhabited by the roaming wolves. In the distance, the ominous howls of wolves echoed, and a few pairs of eerie green eyes glimmered amidst the underbrush. The other players exchanged glances, but ultimately lacked the courage to follow. "Damn it! Who does he think he is?" the assassin muttered under his breath. "Let us not provoke him." "Something feels off about that guy," the scarred warrior remarked, a sense of dread lingering within him, as if he had brushed against the threshold of death. Lin Feng's figure swiftly vanished among the sparse trees and undulating hills. He could distinctly hear the howls and the rustling footsteps surrounding him. The air was thick with a faint metallic scent of blood and the pungent odor of wild beasts. Yet, his expression bore no trace of anxiety. Instead, it radiated a thrill and coldness akin to a hunter who has just spotted his prey. Chapter 7. The Surge of Malevolence. Deep within the wild wolf ridge, the air became increasingly saturated with the scent of blood. 3. LV3 Savage Wolves, far more agile and ferocious than their counterparts outside, detected Lin Feng, the solitary intruder, and immediately unleashed a low growl as they surrounded him from various angles. Any novice player, faced with such an onslaught, would likely find themselves in utter disarray, perhaps even meeting a swift demise. Yet Lin Feng merely raised his perfect revolver with an indifferent expression. Bang! The crisp gunshot resonated, far louder than an ordinary firearm. A bullet struck precisely in the eye of the foremost wolf. -28. Critical hit. A vivid crimson number floated up. Simultaneously, A dim skull icon materialized above the wolf's head. Death mark, 1 layer. A howl of agony escaped the wolf as its pace faltered slightly. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Feng redirected the muzzle towards the second wolf, lunging from the side. Bang! The third shot was aimed at the last wolf attempting to flank him. The high damage and accuracy afforded by the perfect revolver, combined with the guaranteed damage increase from the death mark, ensured that each of his shots was precise and effective. In mere moments, all 3 ferocious wolves bore the marks of injury, now branded with the death mark. A splendid appetizer. Lin Feng's gaze was icy as he glided backward like a specter. Firing once more. Bang! 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 The bullets, akin to invitations from the Grim Reaper, found their marks in the vital areas of the 3 wolves. -30. Death mark 2 layers. The damage numbers escalated steadily with the accumulation of death mark layers. The wolf that had initially suffered a critical hit after enduring the second shot was nearly depleted of its health, letting out a reluctant whimper before collapsing to the ground. Killed LV3 Savage Wolf. Gained 4 experience points. Almost instantaneously as the wolf fell, a warm current surged within Lin Feng, replenishing his previously consumed mana to full capacity. Curtain Call, a kill that restored his resources, epitomizing an unending cycle of slaughter. The remaining 2 wolves, sensing the terror emanating from this human, displayed a flicker of fear in their eyes. Yet their ferocity remained unabated as they lunged again. Lin Feng advanced rather than retreated, the muzzle of his revolver gathering a dark radiance. Heart-piercing bullet, a round enveloped in the essence of death whistled forth, striking one wolf squarely in the chest. -45. Death mark 3 layers, damage maximized. Damage numbers ascended. But this was not the end. Due to the guaranteed penetration effect of the heart-piercing bullet, it pierced through the first wolf's body and, undiminished in power, continued to strike the second wolf behind it. Thud! Thud! Both wolves collapsed almost simultaneously, from the encounter to the demise of the 3 LV3 savage wolves. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, taking no longer than 10 seconds. Lin Feng scarcely moved his feet, and the mana expenditure was negligible, as the restorative effect of Curtain Call nearly offset the consumption of heart-piercing bullet. At that moment, his gaze sharpened as he focused on a wolf not far away, slightly larger than the average wild wolf, with a darker coat and a more cunning glint in its eyes. LV3 Sturdy Wolf. This was an elite creature bearing the robust prefix. Despite still being level 3, its health and attack power were notably superior to those of ordinary foes. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. He concentrated his mind on this formidable wolf, silently invoking his talent. Fate. LV3 Weakened Wolf. As if merely a thought, the name hovering above the wolf's head changed quietly. The once muscular and menacing wolf suddenly appeared as if its bones had been extracted, shrinking in stature and exhibiting a listless demeanor, even yawning. Indeed, the modification of simple descriptors bore minimal restrictions. Lin Feng understood this well. It seemed that only changes to skills or items, which had far-reaching implications, would deplete mental energy. In contrast, this temporary alteration of a single target state incurred almost no cost. Bang! Bang! 2 shots. The weakened wolf's health and defense significantly diminished. It let out a token howl before Lin Feng effortlessly dispatched it. His experience points steadily increased, and with each swift kill in the Wolf Hill, a golden light flashed. Congratulations, you have reached level 2. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Congratulations, you have reached level 3. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Without hesitation, Lin Feng allocated the 10 attribute points in a ratio of 4 to agility, 4 to spirit, and 2 to constitution. His strength surged once more. Just as he prepared to delve deeper into this area, intending to claim it as his personal grinding spot, he heard footsteps and stifled gasps behind him. Lin Feng frowned and turned around. It was the 5-member team he had just warned. They had returned, now standing nearby, dumbfounded at the chaotic array of wolf corpses strewn about, as well as the unscathed Lin Feng, who had even leveled up twice. The scarred-faced warrior at the forefront wore an expression of shock, greed, and a hint of fear. He had evidently witnessed Lin Feng's swift dispatching of the wolf moments ago. Who are you? What skill was that? And that gun? The scarred warrior's voice trembled slightly, though it was mostly laced with avarice. To him, Lin Feng must have encountered some fortunate event or mastered some sort of exploit. The assassin player's eyes glimmered, licking his lips. Brother, with such good fortune. Take us along. If we team up, we could dominate this place. The priestess girl, forgetting her fear, chimed in with shining eyes. Yes, yes. Please take me with you. Great one. They entirely disregarded Lin Feng's earlier warning, forgetting the danger posed by the wolves, fixating instead on Lin Feng's extraordinary grinding speed and combat prowess. Lin Feng's eyes turned icy, foolish and greedy. He slowly raised his perfect revolver, aiming the barrel directly at the scarred warrior. I warned you not to follow me. The cold voice caused the greed on the faces of those few to freeze instantaneously, replaced by astonishment and fury. What do you mean? Are you attempting to silence us? The scar-faced warrior bellowed, his bravado thinly veiled. Although this is not a safe zone, do you dare to take action against us? There are 5 of us. Lin Feng let out a derisive laugh, interrupting him. Merely 5 corpses. He was already prepared to strike. One of the brutal realities of the eternal divine realm is that secrets often demand blood for their protection, since warnings have proven ineffective. The only recourse left is physical eradication. The intent to kill spread like a tangible force. The 5 individuals sensed Lin Feng's unabashed, murderous aura, causing them to retreat in fear, their faces finally betraying terror. However, just as Lin Feng was about to pull the trigger and send them on their way. Chapter 8. Astonishment. The first kill of the boss. A deafening roar suddenly erupted from the dense forest nearby. An overwhelming and ferocious aura instantly enveloped the entire area. The ground seemed to tremble slightly. Lin Feng's pupils constricted sharply as he halted his attack, his gaze keenly fixed on the source of the sound. Emerging from the thicket was a colossal wolf. Its size thrice that of an ordinary wild wolf, its fur a deep crimson, fangs bared, and eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty red light. Above its head, a striking line of scarlet text floated. LV5 Bloodfang, Black Iron Boss, a Black Iron Boss. Though it was merely the lowest tier of bosses, the mere presence of such a creature wandering near the novice village was alarming. In his previous life, while this low-level boss was not as formidable as those found in dungeons, it was undoubtedly a harbinger of death for players whose highest level was only 3. A party of 10, poorly equipped and poorly led, could easily face annihilation. The 5 players, upon sighting this terrifying elite boss, were struck with fear, their legs turning to jelly. A boss! It's a boss! Run! Oh my goodness! They shrieked, turning to flee in a panic. Yet their speed appeared to crawl like that of a snail before the LV5 boss. With a cruel roar, the Bloodfang transformed into a crimson blur, lunging ferociously at the priest girl trailing behind. A number floated up, and her health bar was instantly depleted, vanishing in a flash of white light, leaving behind only a few solitary copper coins. Instant kill. The boss showed no sign of pause, pouncing upon the next target. The dazed assassin. Another claw. Instant kill. The scarred warrior and his 2 companions, hearts racing, desperately fled toward the village. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had made the most prudent decision the moment the boss appeared. He immediately activated the modified Wheel of Fate. The Wheel of Fate's designated effect, Shadow Veil. Effect. Enter a state of deep stealth, significantly reducing aggro, lasting for 10 seconds. An invisible wave enveloped him, rendering his form indistinct, as if he had melded into the surrounding shadows, his presence barely perceptible. Silently, he retreated to the edge of the battlefield, observing coldly. The Bloodfang seemed to lose interest in the suddenly vanished figure, its attention entirely captivated by the fleeing prey. Within mere seconds, accompanied by desperate screams, the ill-fated 5-man team that had foolishly pursued met their demise. They all transformed into white light, leaving only scattered copper coins and an unclaimed gray cloth armor on the ground. This is the cruelty of eternal domain. One moment, players might be plotting to kill and loot. In the next, they could become the monster's meal. The Crimson Fangs eradicated all the bothersome flies, releasing a triumphant roar towards the heavens, before lowering its head to scent the ground where the corpses had vanished, seemingly in search of something. At that moment, the effect of the shadow veil was nearing its conclusion. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. The opportunity had arrived. He suddenly revealed himself, and the perfect revolver in his hand instantly targeted the colossal head of the boss. Death mark, death mark, death mark. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out in quick succession, all striking true. -6, -12, -21. The boss boasted formidable defenses, and even the perfect revolver dealt only pitiful damage. Roar. The Crimson Fangs howled in pain, whipping its head around, its scarlet eyes fixated fiercely on Lin Feng. A tremendous sense of oppression bore down upon him. Yet Lin Feng stood undaunted, activating the Wheel of Fate once more. The Wheel of Fate designated the effect. Armor Break Curse. A shadowy light enveloped the boss, dimming its first slightly. Without hesitation, Lin Feng unleashed his most powerful explosive skill, Heart-Piercing Bullet. Whoosh! The bullet flew accurately towards the boss's eye, one of its few vulnerabilities. -72. A significantly impressive damage number floated into view. Roar! The Crimson Fangs was utterly enraged. It abandoned its stationary roar, its limbs propelling it forward like a blood-red cannonball hurtling towards Lin Feng. The speed was astounding. Lin Feng's pupils constricted, and he immediately rolled to the side, narrowly evading this lethal charge. The boss's massive form grazed his clothing, crashing into a nearby tree with a thunderous sound. Such speed, such damage. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine, yet he did not falter. As he rose, he fired again to maintain the death mark buff uninterrupted. Utilizing his agility and combat awareness far surpassing that of players at his level, he began to maneuver around the enormous boss, shooting with precision. Each shot sustained the death mark. Each heart-piercing bullet aimed meticulously at its weak points. Whenever the Wheel of Fate was off cooldown, he inflicted the boss with Armor Break Curse or Slow Mark. Despite the boss's thick health and deadly attacks, where a mere brush could injure, and a direct hit could spell instant doom, Lin Feng, through his kite tactics and extraordinary skills, gradually whittled down the boss's health. Throughout this intense battle, he faced numerous near misses from the boss's area attacks, but his exceptional maneuvers and predictions of the boss's attack patterns allowed him to evade them expertly. Time ticked by, and the health of the Crimson Fangs dwindled, its movements growing increasingly sluggish, while the death mark remained steadfast at 3 layers. Finally, as the boss's health reached its nadir, a spark of brilliance ignited in Lin Feng's eyes. He took a deep breath, channeling all his remaining mana into the chamber of his gun. Heart-Piercing Bullet. This was the final strike. The bullet, imbued with Lin Feng's unwavering determination and strength, once again struck precisely into the wounded eye of the boss. -168. Weak point attack. Armor penetration effect. Marked with 3 layers. Critical hit triggered. With a soft thud, the bullet embedded itself into the boss's brain. The colossal figure of Crimson Fangs suddenly froze, emitting a piercing and unwilling wail before collapsing with a thunderous crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. The boss's corpse erupted with a dazzling light, far surpassing that of ordinary monsters. Simultaneously, an unimaginable torrent of experience surged into Lin Feng's body. Level 5 boss Crimson Fang slain, gained 708 experience points. Achievement unlocked. First kill of an elite boss, additional reward of 2,000 experience points. Defeated a boss 2 levels above. According to the experience formula summarized by players in the previous life, he earned 708 experience points. Swish, 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 swish. The golden light of leveling up surrounded Lin Feng like a continuous display of fireworks. Congratulations, you have reached level 4. Gained 5 free attribute points. Congratulations, you have reached level 5. Gained 5 free attribute points. Congratulations, you have reached level 6. Gained 5 free attribute points. The experience required to progress from level 3 to level 4 is 600, and Lin Feng was already close to achieving level 4. Progressing from level 4 to level 5 requires 1,000, while advancing from level 5 to level 6 requires 1,500 points, necessitating the defeat of 300 ordinary level 5 monsters. According to the game's leveling formula, the required experience increases significantly in the later stages. In an instant, he soared from level 3 to level 6. But that was not the end. Almost simultaneously with Lin Feng breaking through level 5, a resounding system announcement echoed throughout every corner and channel of Eternal Divine Realm. World announcement. Congratulations to player, Knight Emperor, for becoming the first player globally to reach level 5 in Eternal Divine Realm. Reward. 10 gold coins, 100 server reputation, 1 free skill point. World announcement. Congratulations to player, Knight Emperor, for becoming the first player globally to reach level 5 in Eternal Divine Realm. World announcement. Congratulations to player, Knight Emperor, for becoming the first player globally to reach level 5 in Eternal Divine Realm. The 3 consecutive world announcements detonated like 3 heavy bombs, instantly igniting the entire gaming world. At that moment, countless players still laboriously battling slimes in the novice village, striving to reach level 2, were left utterly dumbfounded. What? Level 5? Is this for real? Knight Emperor? Who is that? Is he hacking? The game just launched a few minutes ago, and I'm barely halfway to level 1. The first to reach level 5? With a server-wide announcement and rewards? This game is too realistic. 10 gold coins, 100 reputation, 1 free skill point. I'm so envious I could cry. Quick, find out who this Knight Emperor is. Is he some big shots all to count? Sounds so impressive. The World Channel, Regional Channel, and every novice village were instantly flooded with the name Knight Emperor. Countless emotions of astonishment, skepticism, envy, and jealousy enveloped the atmosphere. Yet, at this moment, Lin Feng stood serenely beside the colossal corpse of the Crimson Fangs, immersed in the surging power coursing through him. He meticulously allocated the 16 acquired attribute points once more, adhering to the ratio of 6 in agility, 6 in precision, and 4 in vitality. His gaze settled upon the glimmering spoils dropped by the boss. Chapter 9. The new equipment dropped by the boss. The initial defeat of the boss indeed yielded bountiful rewards. A plethora of shimmering silver and gold coins lay scattered upon the ground. A cursory count revealed no less than 5 gold coins along with a plethora of silver and copper coins, coupled with the 10 gold coins awarded through the world announcement. His total wealth now reached an impressive 17 gold coins. 17 gold. Lin Feng's gaze flickered. In these early stages of the game, this was undeniably a substantial fortune. It is worth noting that ordinary players were still fretting over a few copper coins for repair fees, hesitating over the purchase of inferior health potions priced at dozens of copper coins. 17 gold coins were sufficient for him to procure the finest supplies during the novice stage, or even to learn some costly universal skills. More importantly, the value of gold coins extended far beyond mere currency. They served as the sole proof of resurrection. Without money, death was absolute. Gold coins were fundamental for enhancing equipment and acquiring advanced skills. Furthermore, as the game progressed and the integration of Eternal Domain with reality intensified, extracting equipment, skills, and even certain attributes from the game into the real world would require astronomical amounts of gold coins as transaction fees. It could be said that gold coins represented the most solid currency within Eternal Domain, serving as the cornerstone of power, life, and even the future. Regaining his composure, Lin Feng turned his attention to the other spoils. A two-handed great sword, glimmering with an emerald hue, lay quietly upon the grass, its hilt adorned with wolf fang ornaments. The blade thick and imbued with a wild aura. Blood Fang Greatsword Green, type, two-handed sword attack power, 25 to 35 strength, 3 required level, 8 class restriction, warrior. Knight description, forged from the fangs and bones of crimson beasts, it embodies the strength of the wild. Regrettably, it was not suited to his class. Lin Feng shook his head. The sword possessed commendable attributes and was undoubtedly a fine item for this stage. Yet, as a fate weaver, he could not wield it. He would have to wait for an opportunity to sell or trade it in the future. Next, his gaze was drawn to an inconspicuous little trinket. It was an amulet crudely fashioned from beast bones and feathers, emanating a faint white glow. Wild Wolf Totem, white, type, accessory effect, slightly increases the chance of discovering higher quality items from defeated enemies. Required level, 5 description, a rough totem, seemingly infused with a hint of wilderness luck. An accessory that increases drop rates. Although merely of white ordinary quality, the terms slightly increase and higher quality appeared rather meager. It was still a rare find in the early game. However, in Lin Feng's eyes, it held vast potential for enhancement. Talent, fate, target, Wild Wolf Totem, white, modified description, greatly increases the chance of discovering higher quality items from defeated enemies. Buzz, with scarcely any sensation of cost. The inscription on the amulet subtly transformed. A smile unbiddenly graced Lin Feng's lips. From a slight increase to a significant enhancement. Regrettably, the fate can only be modified once. Although the higher quality descriptions remain, indicating that items of purple quality or above are still exceedingly rare. Once triggered, there will certainly be drops of white and green items. This is nothing short of a divine skill for treasure hunting. In the future, the probability of defeating monsters and acquiring equipment will far exceed that of ordinary players. Without hesitation, he equipped the Wild Wolf Totem, adding an inconspicuous icon to his accessory slot. Lastly, there was another piece of loot, a leather armor radiating a green sheen. Hardened wolfskin vest, green, type, upper body, leather armor, defense, 17 level, 6 description, crafted from the toughest back fur of blood red fangs, providing commendable protection. A level 6 green leather armor, perfectly suited for Lin Feng's level and class. It is worth noting that most players at this stage are still clad in the system's gift of nearly defenseless novice clothing. While there are white-grade items available for purchase in the shop, their exorbitant prices, often reaching dozens or even hundreds of silver coins, render them unaffordable for most players. Although soon players will be able to exchange real currency for gold, giving rise to the so-called wealthy players at this moment. Every piece of equipment dropped by monsters is immensely precious. This leather armor is already enough to make 99. 99 of players at this stage drool with envy. Yet, Lin Feng was evidently not satisfied. His gaze fell once more upon the equipment's name. Talent, fate, target, hardened wolfskin vest, green, modified name. Perfect wolfskin vest, green. As his mental energy waned, the leather armor in his hands underwent a remarkable transformation. The somewhat rough armor instantaneously became supple and glossy, its color shifting from a mundane brown to a profound black. The seams shimmered with a hint of magical radiance. The quality reached perfection. Lin Feng immediately checked the attributes. Perfect wolfskin vest, green, type, upper body defense, 35 constitution, 4 agility, 3 spirit, 2 special effect, resilience. When attacked, there is a 5 chance to reduce damage by 10. Required level, 6 description. Perfected through mysterious forces, this wolfskin vest possesses far beyond expected protective capabilities and potential. Defense doubled. Base attributes comprehensively enhanced. Additionally, it features a rare spirit attribute and a passive damage reduction effect. These attributes likely rival those of a typical player's level 10 blue equipment. Lin Feng promptly donned this novice artifact, the perfect wolfskin vest, replacing his shabby novice clothing. A warm current enveloped his entire being, significantly enhancing his sense of security. Thus, the tally of his spoils was complete. 17 gold, Blood Feng greatsword, for sale. Wild Wolf Totem, equipped. Perfect wolfskin vest, equipped. A bountiful harvest indeed. However, Lin Feng remained unaware that his astonishing global announcement of being the first to reach level 5 had already stirred terrifying waves in both the game and the real world. Chapter 10. Who is he? In a highly confidential conference room in the capital of Huaxia, the atmosphere was as heavy as iron. Have we uncovered the identity of this Night Emperor? An elderly man adorned with military insignia inquired solemnly, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. "Report, sir." Preliminary investigations reveal that there are no records matching the Knight Emperor ID among the key personnel we monitor. It is as though he has materialized from thin air. A young man in a special operations uniform reported, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Materialized from thin air? Oomph. The eternal divine realm synchronized globally at midnight. It has barely been half an hour. While ordinary players are still familiarizing themselves with the controls, he has already reached level 5 and triggered a global announcement. This is highly irregular. Another strategist, donning gold-rimmed glasses, tapped the table. Based on our clandestine intelligence, abilities, skills, and even certain equipment in the game can indeed synchronize with reality. This Knight Emperor has likely seized a considerable advantage. Synchronized with reality. The old general's eyes narrowed, questioning the reliability of this information. Extremely high. Multiple independent sources have corroborated it. Although the synchronization ratio and conditions remain unclear, the likelihood is substantial. This implies that the eternal divine realm will no longer be merely a game, but rather a new dimension of power, an opportunity, or perhaps a disaster, capable of reshaping the existing world order. The strategist's tone grew grave. "Order. All personnel, both field and internal, of Dragon Team in Chilin, cease all non-emergency tasks. Immediately, at all costs, enter the eternal divine realm. Understand the game rules, establish an official presence, and seek out this Knight Emperor. If he cannot be utilized, we must monitor him closely." The old general slammed his hand on the table, issuing the highest directive. "Yes, sir." Not only Huaxia, but across the ocean, the Oval Office in the White House was ablaze with light. Deep within a European castle, an emergency meeting of an ancient family was convened. Beneath Moscow's Red Square, secret organizations began operating at high speed. Tokyo, Seoul, New Delhi. Major powers around the globe were simultaneously shaken by the astonishing news of the Knight Emperor and the eternal divine realm. Countless orders were dispatched like snowflakes, all aimed at one singular goal: to seize the initiative within the eternal divine realm. Meanwhile, the global internet erupted in frenzy. OMG, level 5 in 20 minutes? Is this Knight Emperor a god? Eternal divine realm abilities synchronizing with reality? Is this true? I want to quit my job and play the game. Investigate the insider information. There must be something hidden. How could an ordinary person progress so quickly? Oh no, I just logged off for a meal. I must hurry back online. Let us form a team. Brothers and sisters in Huaxia. Let us establish our own guild. We cannot allow foreigners to get ahead. Countless ordinary citizens, after shock and skepticism, were swept away by an uncontrollable fervor, especially after the news of abilities synchronizing with reality was verified through various authoritative channels. Everyone realized that this was not merely a game, but an opportunity to alter one's destiny, an opportunity to become superhuman. Just as Lin Feng had collected all his spoils and was preparing to depart from this land of chaos, the resurrection point of the novice village flickered with light, and a tall, exquisitely featured girl materialized. She donned a fine novice robe, none other than Su Qingwei. Once more, she opened her friend list, eager to see if the gaming prodigy Lin Feng, whom she remembered as being utterly compliant to her wishes, had passed the friend verification. However, her friend list was entirely empty. She paused for a moment, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. Of course, he must be busy leveling up. He wouldn't have time to add me. Still, he should reach out to me, right? Just then, the login point shimmered again, and a tall young man clad in gleaming silver novice armor, with a confident smile, appeared. "Qingwei, were you waiting long?" he asked, approaching her with an air of familiarity and affection. "Tianming, you're here." Su Qingwei's face instantly lit up with a sweet smile as she linked her arm through his. "I thought you got held up by something." This young man was none other than Zhao Tianming, the second son of the Zhao multinational conglomerate. "I was just handling some matters regarding the family guild's entry," Zhao Tianming said casually, his gaze sweeping over the bustling novices, imbued with a hint of barely perceptible superiority. "Let us go." I've arranged for our Myth Guild S core team to head directly to the next leveling area, striving to catch up to that Knight Emperor S level as quickly as possible. Su Qingyue nodded obediently, her eyes sparkling with excitement and yearning. She had already heard tales of the Knight Emperor. Though astonished, she believed that with Zhao Tianming and the immense support of his powerful Myth Guild behind her, she too could become the most radiant presence in the game. As for Lin Feng, that ordinary boy who had once offered her warmth in her times of despair and promised to guide her through every game, perhaps he was still fretting over how to defeat a mere slime. A flicker of complexity crossed Su Qingyue's eyes, but it was swiftly overshadowed by her anticipation for the future. She clung tightly to Zhao Tianming's arm, and together they walked towards the village exit amidst the envious and jealous gazes of surrounding players. Their objective was to gather the Guild's elite and ascend to higher levels. Little did they know, not far from the novice village in a pharmacy, the Knight Emperor, Lin Feng, whom they had subconsciously overlooked and underestimated, was coldly observing their departure. Lin Feng concealed his ID and level, his perception acutely heightened due to his substantial mental attributes. He saw Su Qingyue and Zhao Tianming walking intimately together and overheard their indistinct conversation. His face bore no expression. This was a safe zone, and he could not act. He felt neither anger nor jealousy, nor even a ripple of emotion. It was as though he were merely witnessing two inconsequential strangers. In this life, the paths had diverged. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze and turned, walking towards the depths of the forest, away from the novice village. His objective was the more perilous regions, where formidable monsters lurked, as well as the true power concealed beyond the veil of mist. The tempests of the real world and the estrangement of bygone companions could not sway him in the slightest. In his eyes, there resided only a chilling intent to kill and an unwavering command over the future. Chapter 11. Zhao Tianming. More than 9 hours have elapsed since the launch of Eternal Divine Realm. This extraordinary game, akin to a divine revelation, imposes a strict rule. Each player must remain online for 12 hours daily. During this period, all aspects of their real-world existence are suspended. In the Huaxiao region, at the fringes of the Misty Forest, in the LV4-5 zone, a 5-member team, equipped with commendable gear for this stage, is locked in a fierce battle against several LV5 Misty Wolves. Leading the charge is Zhao Tianming, clad in silver armor, wielding a green-quality one-handed sword, valiantly fending off the attacks of the feral wolves. Beside him, a priest dressed in ornate robes, Su Qingyue, is anxiously chanting healing spells to sustain Zhao Tianming's health. The other 3 members of the team are core members of the Mythical Guild, their skills and awareness far surpassing those of ordinary players. Yet, against the ferocious assaults of the Misty Wolves, they still find themselves in perilous situations. Damn it, this wretched wolf can vanish and launch surprise attacks, bellowed a shield warrior. A new deep scratch marring his shield. President, Qingyue, watch your positioning. Don't get focused, cautioned an archer, simultaneously loosing an arrow to repel a wolf attempting to flank them. As Zhao Tianming commanded the team, he exerted himself to deliver damage. Finally, he managed to slay the last of the Misty Wolves beneath his sword. He took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from his brow, a glimmer of excitement dancing upon his face. Excellent. The experience gained is substantial. At this rate, we shall soon outpace the main force, even vying for the upper echelons of the level rankings. Su Qingyue also exhaled in relief, stepping forward to gaze at Zhao Tianming with admiration. Tianming, you are truly remarkable. Without you, we undoubtedly would have succumbed to these wolves. Zhao Tianming basked in her praise, a flicker of pride illuminating his eyes. Yet he soon furrowed his brow in contemplation. Remarkable? Compared to that Knight Emperor, our progress is trivial. The mention of a Knight Emperor abruptly stilled the atmosphere within the team. That legendary name had ascended to the top of level 5 within less than half an hour of the launch, triggering a global announcement that loomed over all elite players and guilds like an insurmountable mountain. "What monster!" the shield warrior exclaimed. He still holds the top spot, now at LV8. The second place is merely at LV5. This gap is utterly absurd. The key concern is, no one knows who he is. The archer chimed in. Players can choose to hide their IDs, and the world channel is rife with calls to locate him. Major guilds are nearly inflating their bounty to astronomical heights. Our mythical guild has also issued a recruitment notice, with conditions so generous they are almost frightening, yet not a whisper of his presence. A shadow of indignation and reluctance flickered in Zhao Tianming's eyes. As the second son of the Zhao group, he possessed wealth and influence, considering himself a paragon of excellence. Yet he was unexpectedly outpaced by a mysterious figure right at the onset of the game. Whoever he may be and whatever methods he employs, once our mythical guild establishes a firm foothold and consolidates resources, we will inevitably unearth his identity. When that time comes, Su Qingyue, listening to their discussions, could not help but have fleeting visions of Lin Feng, the boy who once promised to guide her through the realms of the game. He is likely still grappling in the novice village, perhaps not even having reached level 2. She shook her head, casting aside that thought. Now, she stands alongside the formidable Zhao Tianming, backed by the elite Myth Guild, with a promising future ahead. That ordinary Lin Feng has long since become a denizen of two disparate worlds. What concerns her more is, Tianming, do you think that Night Emperor might be a game bug or an insider? Unlikely. This game has transcended reality, akin to a divine challenge. And cheating should not be so easily accomplished. Zhao Tianming shook his head. Let us not dwell on him. We must continue leveling up. We cannot afford to lag behind. Indeed, Su Yingyu nodded vigorously. Herr Gazeresolute. They remain unaware that the Night Emperor, the one who has ignited a global frenzy of search, is no longer in the novice area. In the real world, in a second-tier city of Huaxia, within a modest rental apartment, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, a slight dizziness washing over him, a normal response after prolonged immersion in the virtual realm. The electronic clock on the wall indicated it was already 9:30 in the morning. A system notification chimed. You have 2 hours and 30 minutes of online time remaining today in Eternal Divine Realm. Please manage your time wisely. The mandate of a forced 12-hour online requirement emerged with the arrival of Eternal Divine Realm, a decree no one could defy. Lin Feng, possessing memories from his past life, had long since adapted to this routine. He stretched his somewhat stiff body and made his way to the cramped kitchen, deftly boiling water and preparing a bowl of the cheapest instant noodles. The steaming noodles dispelled some of his fatigue. He powered on his old laptop and connected to the internet. A deluge of news and discussions regarding Eternal Divine Realm flooded the screen. Astounding. The price of gold in Eternal Divine Realm has surged past 200,000 Huaxia coins per piece. It continues to skyrocket. The Night Emperor effect. Global capital is flooding in, driving the prices of game equipment to astronomical heights. In-depth analysis. Will ability synchronization trigger a monumental shift in the world? How can ordinary individuals seize this opportunity? Major guilds are recruiting, and the competition among top players has reached a fever pitch. Observing the rapidly scrolling news, particularly the astonishing gold prices, Lin Feng's expression remained calm. He currently possesses 17 gold coins, which, when converted to real-world currency, constitutes a sum capable of transforming his dire circumstances. Yet, he refrains from acting hastily. He understands that gold is immensely valuable within the game and is subject to significant consumption. As the game progresses, the worth of gold will only escalate, especially once the specifics of ability synchronization are revealed. Gold is poised to become genuine hard currency in the real world. After swiftly finishing his noodles and performing a brief wash-up, Lin Feng did not linger. His soul re-entered the game once more. His objectives were clear: to level up more rapidly, acquire stronger equipment, and amass greater resources. Only with absolute strength can he firmly grasp his destiny in the forthcoming era, one far more tumultuous than that of his previous life. An eternal divine realm, deep within the LV-10 to 12 shadowy forest. Lin Feng's silhouette flitted through the forest like a specter. The exquisite wolfskin vest he wore emanated a shadowy luster, while the flawless revolver in his grasp discharged with precision and lethality at each elevation. The level 11 shadow leopards, known for their swiftness, appear to move in slow motion before Lin Feng's remarkable agility, exceeding 20 points. The level 12 corrupted treants, boasting formidable defenses, still proved utterly vulnerable to the heart-piercing bullets and armor-breaking curses. The death mark continued to accumulate, and the curtain call maintained his state of restoration. He was akin to an unrelenting machine of slaughter, his experience points steadily and rapidly escalating. During this time, he adeptly utilized fate to transform troublesome creatures bearing the rebirth affix into those with a bleeding affix, significantly hastening his kill rate. Just as he finished cleansing an area and was en route to sell his loot at the novice hub, a sudden cacophony of fierce combat and a woman's gasp echoed ahead. Chapter 12. The Guild of Phoenix Feathers. Hold on. Quickly, hold on. Heal. No, there are too many. They can become invisible. Young lady, retreat quickly. We will cover you. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, turning toward the sound. Before him lay an open area where 3 or 4 players clad in matching silver-white armor were being besieged by 7 or 8 shadowy figures resembling black lightning. LV-6 shadow leopards. These leopards not only moved with astounding speed, but could also briefly merge into the shadows, rendering them nearly undetectable. The players were evidently an elite squad, well-equipped and showing a decent level of teamwork. However, faced with the overwhelming numbers and superior levels of the shadow leopards, they were on the brink of collapse. One player, appearing to be a priest, had just been ambushed and killed instantly, disintegrating into a wisp of white light. The remaining shield warrior and 2 damage dealers were battered and barely standing. At the heart of their desperate defense stood a young woman, no more than in her early 20s, adorned in a finely tailored robe that shimmered with a faint golden glow. She wielded a staff embedded with precious gems, her exquisite features reflecting a noble demeanor. At that moment, she bit her lip, striving to unleash a formidable ice spell. Yet her face betrayed a hint of urgency and panic. Young lady, hurry and leave. If you don't move now, it will be too late. The shield warrior bellowed, forcefully shoving a leopard that lunged toward the young woman away with his shield. However, he was swiftly met with another leopard that tore into his back, inflicting a grievous wound that exposed bone, causing his health to plummet. The game's pain feedback was as real as in life. No, Uncle Zhang, the young woman gasped, tears glimmering in her eyes. In this dire moment, a sharp gunshot resonated through the chaos. Bang! A bullet struck true, hitting the head of a shadow leopard that was about to pounce on her. Minus 66. Critical hit. Weak point attack. The leopard howled in agony, momentarily stunned. Then, like the harbinger of death, the relentless barrage commenced. Bang! 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 Lin Feng's figure had appeared on the battlefield's flank, the muzzle of his revolver flashing as each bullet found its mark in the vital spots of the shadow leopards. Death mark rapidly stacked. Heart-piercing bullet. Whoosh! A bullet, entwined with the essence of death, soared forth, instantly piercing through 2 closely positioned leopards. Minus 110. Minus 55. The terrifying damage figures left the few remaining players and the young woman utterly astonished. What had once seemed an insurmountable threat, the shadow leopards, now fell like paper before the sudden emergence of this enigmatic marksman. In mere moments, all 7 or 8 shadow leopards lay lifeless on the ground. Lin Feng had scarcely moved, his mana nearly untouched under the effects of curtain call. He holstered his weapon and cast a cold glance over the scene. The shield warrior and another damage dealer had already fallen, leaving only the young woman and a severely injured archer still standing. The woman stared blankly at Lin Feng, observing the exquisite dark-hued leather armor that radiated a mysterious glow. Her gaze flickered to the terrifying damage numbers floating beside the lifeless cheetah and the blurred level indicator hovering above him. A thought struck her like a bolt of lightning. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her astonishment and stepped forward, slightly bowing to Lin Feng with a tone laced with gratitude and a hint of trepidation. Thank you, esteemed sir, for your timely rescue. I am Qin Shuyan, the president of the Phoenix Feather Guild. May I inquire about your esteemed name? Lin Feng offered no response, merely surveying her and her evidently valuable equipment. Qin Shuyan, sensing the weight of his scrutiny, felt a surge of determination. She gathered her courage and spoke again. her voice tinged with barely perceptible excitement. I just checked the rankings. Since the launch of Eternal Divine Realm, the names at the top of the level leaderboard, equipment rating leaderboard, and even the gold leaderboard are all the same. Knight Emperor. You are, indeed, the Knight Emperor. Are you not? The level leaderboard's first place, level 8 without a doubt. As for the equipment rating leaderboard, the perfect revolver and perfect wolfskin vest, both exquisite green-grade items, undoubtedly surpass all current players' gear. And regarding the gold leaderboard, with a total of 17 gold, you are indeed at the pinnacle during this phase when most players are penniless. He neither confirmed nor denied her assertion, simply regarding her with a cold gaze. Qin Shuyan felt a shiver under his stare, but pressed on, steeling herself. Your Excellency, Knight Emperor, your prowess is astonishing. Although our Phoenix Feather Guild is just beginning, we have established connections and channels in various novice villages. Given that you have just slain a boss, you must have acquired some equipment that may not be immediately useful. If you trust me, we can offer the highest quality and safest channels to help you dispose of them at absolutely fair prices. She was astute, directly addressing Lin Feng's potential needs in an attempt to forge a connection. Lin Feng's expression shifted slightly. As a lone wolf player, he indeed required a reliable channel to sell the Bloodfang greatsword meant for warriors, as well as other exceptional gear he might acquire in the future. Setting up a stall would be a waste of time and expose him to risk. Entrusting a capable guild leader with the task would undoubtedly be the most efficient choice. He nodded, succinctly replying, agreed. A smile illuminated Qin Shuyan's face as she promptly sent a friend request, which Lin Feng accepted. The base price for the Bloodfang greatsword is 10 gold or its equivalent in rare materials. Can you manage that? Lin Feng stated directly. This level 8 green-grade two-handed sword, with exceptional attributes and a boss origin, was undoubtedly worth that price, if not more. At this stage, Qin Shuyan gasped in surprise at the price. 10 gold. That was an astronomical sum. Yet she quickly regained her composure, realizing that the enigmatic figure before her dominated the top 3 rankings. His possessions were certainly worth this price and would attract countless affluent players vying for them. After all, a single misstep could lead to a cascade of misfortune. Those with power in the real world would not be deterred by such a sum. No problem. Rest assured, esteemed Knight Emperor. Yes, you. I shall provide you with a satisfactory price. However, it will require a bit of time. Qin Shuyan patted her chest in assurance, fully aware that this was the most opportune moment to connect with the Knight Emperor. Very well. Lin Feng's voice remained frigid, and he added, bear one thing in mind. His gaze pierced through Qin Shuyan like a tangible force, laden with unmasked malice. My identity is known solely to you. Should any information regarding the Knight Emperor escape from your lips or those of your Phoenix Feather? He paused, articulating each word with chilling clarity. You, along with your guild, I shall ensure you, vanish completely from this game. I make good on my promises. Chapter 13. The Gold Coin Leaderboard. The chilling aura of murderous intent sent a shiver down the spine of Qin Shuyan, a wealthy heiress accustomed to grand spectacles, her complexion paling instantly. She harbored no doubt that the man before her possessed both the capability and resolve to accomplish everything he had stated. Hastily, she nodded, her voice quivering. I understand. Rest assured, Your Highness Knight Emperor. I guarantee with the reputation of the Qin family that not a single word shall be leaked. Let be so. Lin Feng uttered no further words, turning away as his figure flickered and vanished into the depths of the shadowy forest, leaving behind Qin Shuyan, the surviving archer, and a ground littered with the carcasses of leopards and deceased companions. Qin Shuyan gazed in the direction Lin Feng had disappeared for a considerable while before slowly exhaling, her chest still rising and falling vigorously. Mississippi. The archer's face reflected sheer dread. Enough. Qin Shuyan interrupted him, her eyes a tapestry of complex emotions. We shall proceed to the resurrection point and await Uncle Zhang and the others. Today's events are to remain unspoken. As for Knight Emperor, a glimmer of excitement, reverence, and profound trepidation flickered in her eyes. He is the greatest secret of our Phoenix Feather. On the journey back to the novice village, Lin Feng engaged in intense leveling at several high-tier monster respawn points, and his experience bar had ascended to level 10. World announcement. Congratulations to player Knight Emperor for becoming the first player globally to reach level 10 in Eternal Divine Realm. Reward: 15 gold coins, 100 server reputation, 1 free skill point. World announcement. Congratulations to player Knight Emperor for becoming the first player globally to reach level 10 in Eternal Divine Realm. World announcement. Congratulations to player Knight Emperor for becoming the first player globally to reach level 10 in Eternal Divine Realm. The world was shaken by this consecutive series of announcements. It was noteworthy that even among elite players or affluent tycoons rallying their resources, the highest level attained was merely 6. The global chat erupted once more. Lin Feng nodded, satisfied with his leveling pace, yet even more delighted by the ample space in his inventory, thanks to the wolf totem, white, which significantly heightened the probability of discovering higher quality items from slain foes. The triggering of this effect, albeit not guaranteed with every kill, was still remarkably favorable. His inventory was brimming with various materials: tattered wolf skin, shadow leopard claw, corrupted treant core, sturdy beast bone, a vast quantity and a diverse range. For an ordinary player, these would largely be low-quality white or gray materials, either sold at a pittance to NPC shops or deconstructed into more basic components of limited value. However, in Lin Feng's eyes, each of these items shimmered with the promise of gold coins. Destiny. Lin Feng glanced at his talents, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He resolved to return to the novice village to process these materials and explore the so-called first public dungeon, underground mine. With a thought, he selected the return option. A flash of light enveloped him, and Lin Feng found himself back in the familiar novice village, number 666. The village remained abuzz with activity, even more crowded than at the launch of the server. Countless newly arrived players, along with those who had faced setbacks in leveling up, returned to replenish supplies or seek companions, rendering the modest village utterly congested. Lin Feng had already concealed his ID and level, ignoring the curious and probing gazes directed his way, and made his way directly to an inconspicuous NPC merchant nestled in a corner of the village. Finding a secluded spot beside the merchant, Lin Feng opened his backpack. Fate. Target: damaged wolf pelt, X99 modified. Legendary wolf pelt, X99 buzz. Within his backpack, a heap of dull, tattered wolf pelts suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light. They transformed into a top-tier material, exuding a soft golden glow and a warm texture. As if imbued with mysterious powers, Lin Feng proceeded to replicate the process. Target: corrupted Trent's heartwood, X30 modified. Resilient Trent's heartwood, X30. He selected several materials in substantial quantities, each possessing high base value, and utilized his fate talent to significantly enhance and modify their quality. After completing this endeavor, Lin Feng approached the NPC merchant. Esteemed adventurer, how may I assist you? The NPC greeted with a formulaic smile. Lin Feng chose to sell directly, offloading the newly enhanced high-quality materials to the NPC in one fell swoop. System notifications flooded the screen. Sold legendary wolf pelt X99, received 99 gold coins. Sold resilient Trent's heartwood X30, received 15 gold coins. Sold, received XX gold coins. After this flurry of transactions, Lin Feng's initial 32 gold coins skyrocketed to a staggering total: 214 gold coins. Simultaneously, the gold coin leaderboard for the Eternal Divine Realm in the Huaxia region underwent a seismic shift. Previously, Yihuang topped the chart with 32 gold coins, while the second place was held by a player named Long Xing Tianxia, possessing 15 gold coins. The 3rd to 20th places varied in their gold quantities. Undoubtedly, these individuals wielded substantial influence and power in the real world. Yet constrained by the current gold output in Eternal Divine Realm, their amassed coins had reached a limit. But now, Huaxia Region Gold Coin Leaderboard: Yi Huang, 214 gold coins. Long Xing Tianxia, 15 gold coins. Brother is a legend, 13 gold coins. Overlord's Madblade, 12 gold coins. A chasm. An absolute chasm. Over 200 gold coins. In a realm where ordinary players typically possessed only 1 or 2 silver coins, where even purchasing potions required careful budgeting, this figure was nothing short of astronomical. The world channel erupted once more. Goodness gracious. Am I seeing things? 214 gold coins. Did that Yi Huang empty a gold mine? This must be a hoax. It's definitely a bug. Whereas the GM? Hurry and fix this bug. 214 gold. According to the current black market rate of 300,000 Huaxia coins per piece, this amounts to over 60 million Huaxia coins. How long has the server been operational? I cannot believe it. This could not possibly have been acquired through legitimate means. He must have exploited some loophole. Those who belittle the achievements of the esteemed players should remain silent. Is the illustrious Knight Emperor in need of leg accessories? The kind that elicits applause. Have the major guilds lost their minds? Such financial prowess. It renders competition utterly futile. The leaders of top-tier guilds like Dragon, God, and Conqueror must be green with envy, after all their hard work to accumulate wealth. It turns out that he possesses far more than they ever could. Qin Shuyan gazed at the glaring figure on the leaderboard, her beautiful eyes brimming with incredulous astonishment. Just a moment ago, she had been reveling in the prospect of assisting the Knight Emperor in selling the Blood Feng greatsword, feeling as though she had latched onto a golden opportunity. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had amassed over 200 gold on his own. This was no longer merely a golden opportunity. It was akin to a veritable gold mine. She increasingly felt that clinging to the Knight Emperor's coattails was undoubtedly the wisest decision she and Phoenix Feather had ever made. Zhao Tianming scrutinized the leaderboard, his face ashen, his grip on the green longsword tightening until it creaked ominously. 214 gold. This figure struck him like a resounding slap across the face. He had strained familial connections and guild resources to scrape together barely 3 gold coins, and yet, Knight Emperor, as the scion of a multinational conglomerate, he had sailed smoothly through life, never before feeling such a sense of frustration, his eyes glistening with jealousy. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, the instigator of this entire situation, remained unfazed, calmly closing the leaderboard, indifferent to the clamor of the outside world. Chapter 14. The Bronze Level Boss. Wealth is merely one of the tools at his disposal to shape the future. Lin Feng's gaze was directed towards the small path leading from the novice village to the mining area. The underground mine, the first public dungeon accessible to players of level 10, awaited him. It was time to test his prowess and simultaneously secure the first dungeon clear. Lin Feng stepped out of the novice village, making his way towards the mines. Along the journey, he occasionally spotted several seasoned players around level 5, engaged in combat with LV5 mining puppets or LV6 cave spiders. However, as he approached the entrance of the underground mine, which emanated a chilling aura, he found the area deserted. Clearly, no other players dared to attempt this unknown dungeon at this stage. The entrance to the dungeon was a deep cavern, guarded by 2 expressionless NPC sentinels. Without hesitation, Lin Feng walked past them. System prompt. Detected player level LV10. Minimum requirement to enter the dungeon underground mine, normal mode. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. In an instant, a flash of light enveloped him as he entered the dungeon space. The dim and damp mine tunnel was filled with the sense of dust and sulfur. Flickering mining lamps illuminated only small patches of the ground beneath his feet. Lin Feng pressed on swiftly along the solitary path. The dungeon's minor foes comprised LV10 berserk miners and LV10 venomous tunnel worms, posing no threat to Lin Feng, who could easily solo level 12 monsters. With abilities like Death Mark, Heart-Piercing Shot, and Curtain Call, he methodically cleared the lesser adversaries. Soon arriving at the deepest part of the mine, before him loomed a vast underground cavern. In the center, atop a mountain sat a giant over 3 meters tall, adorned in bronze-colored metal and wielding a colossal mining hammer. Boss of the mine, Copper Hammer, bronze level boss, level 10 health. Status, reflective steel spikes, active. The boss's health was displayed as a question mark, a standard for dungeon bosses. The spiky aura shimmering around, it was one of Lin Feng's objectives for this expedition. Reflective steel spikes. During activation, when attacked. It reflects 200 of the damage dealt back to the attacker. The aura lasts for 60 seconds, followed by a 3-second period where the spikes retract, significantly boosting the boss's defense for 30 seconds, and this cycle repeats. This boss demands precise timing from a team. They must unleash their full power during the fleeting 3-second window after the reflection ends and before the defense increases. Otherwise, they risk being slain by the reflected damage or failing to inflict meaningful harm due to the heightened defense. For a solo player, it seemed nearly insurmountable, as even 3 seconds of output would not match the boss's health regeneration. Yet, Lin Feng was here to defy the odds. Objective: Boss of the Mine, Copper Hammer, status buff, reflective steel spikes modified. When attacked, reflects 200 of the damage back to itself. Buzz. A significant drain on his mental energy ensued. However, the reflective steel spikes buff on the boss had undeniably changed. With a roar, the Mine Lord seemed oblivious to the shift. Upon noticing the intruder, Lin Feng, it abruptly rose from the pile of ores, unleashing a deafening roar as it charged forward. Wielding a colossal mining hammer, a cold smile crept across Lin Feng's lips as he advanced rather than retreating, firing his perfect revolver. Bang! -48. Almost simultaneously with the damage number appearing, another crimson digit erupted above the boss's head. -96. One shot, triple damage. The Mine Lord, stung by the pain, became even more enraged, swinging its enormous hammer with a howling wind towards Lin Feng. Effortlessly, Lin Feng sidestepped while continuing to fire. Bang! 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 -104. -208. -120. -240. -153. -306. Each attack was accompanied by a self-inflicted double damage. The boss's health plummeted at a visible rate. It resembled a frenzied giant, desperately attacking the agile Lin Feng, while simultaneously losing health beneath its own buff. The scene was utterly bizarre. The reflective steel spikes, which should have lasted 60 seconds, had already been active for 40 seconds. With another precise shot of heart-piercing bullet, death mark, fate's wheel, armor break curse, the Mine Lord suffered a devastating blow. -630. -1,260. A mournful and reluctant roar escaped the Mine Lord as its colossal body crashed to the ground, erupting in a brilliance far surpassing that of an elite boss. The first kill reward for a bronze-level boss. Defeated LV-10 Bronze Boss Mine Lord Copper Hammer. Awarded 2,000 experience points. Completed the Dungeon Underground Mine, Normal Mode. A surge of immense experience flooded in, instantly elevating Lin Feng to LV-11. In the next moment, a world announcement resounded. World announcement. Congratulations to player, Night Emperor, and their team, Solo, for successfully clearing Underground Mine, Normal Mode, becoming the first team globally to conquer this dungeon. Reward: 20 gold coins, 200 server reputation, bronze dungeon medal, X1. Their feat will be etched in history. World announcement. Congratulations to player, Night Emperor. World announcement. Congratulations to player, Night Emperor. Once again, it was Night Emperor. Solo. First to clear a level 10 dungeon. The world channel fell silent for a moment, then erupted in a frenzy more intense than ever before. What can I even say? Solo clearing a level 10 dungeon. Is there a balance issue with this game? Night Emperor. The eternal god. I am numb. If I see Night Emperor challenge a dragon tomorrow, I won't even be surprised. 20 gold coins, 200 reputation, and a dungeon medal. The rewards are exceedingly generous. Does the big shot need someone to warm the bed? Gender irrelevant. Countless exclamations, adulations, doubts, and frenzied emotions interwove seamlessly. Lin Feng calmly approached the lifeless form of the boss, his gaze fixated upon the radiant spoils shimmering with hues of bronze and blue. The glow of the level up had only just faded, and the chilling announcement of the system echoed in his ears. Yet his attention was wholly captivated by the alluring radiance emanating from the boss's dropped treasures. The first kill of a bronze-level boss indeed yielded extraordinary rewards. In addition to the fixed reward of 20 gold coins and the bronze dungeon medal adorned with a mine motif among the array of equipment. Two items radiating potent magical brilliance stood out prominently. One of these was a simply styled white hood, its edges bearing the marks of wear. Infiltrator's hood, green, type, headgear defense, 15 agility, 2 special effect, shadow veil. Slightly reduces the chance of being detected by monsters while concealing part of the player's facial features. Required level, 10 description, a hood suitable for rogues, effectively concealing your tracks and identity. Just what I need. Lin Feng nodded appreciatively. Although the hood's attributes were modest, this shadow veil, special effect, was exceptionally practical, particularly given his current notoriety and desire to remain incognito. The modification to Fate was as follows. Special effect, shadow veil. Conceals all facial features of the player. With resolve, he donned the hood, which descended to obscure much of his visage, leaving only his pair of icy eyes visible. The sight of the other piece of equipment caused Lin Feng's breath to momentarily catch in his throat. Chapter 15. The Purple Revolver. Instant kill of shadows. It was a revolver, elegant in its elongated form, with smooth lines, crafted not from ordinary iron, but from a rare obsidian that shimmered with a metallic luster. Intricate silver runes adorned the barrel and cylinder. It lay quietly, initially radiating a striking blue light upon its fall, but under the influence of the wild wolf totem, the azure glow receded like a tide, replaced by a deeper, more noble, and heart-stirring purple luminescence. From blue, a mark of rarity, it ascended directly to purple, a symbol of quality. Lin Feng stepped forward to retrieve it and examine its properties. Shadow Hunter, purple, type, one-handed firearm, revolver, attack power, 65 to 80 agility, 10 spirit, 8 critical hit rate, 5 special effect. Instant kill of shadows. Active consumes 20 mana points to teleport instantly to a designated area within 30 meters, ensuring the next attack is a guaranteed critical hit. If the critical hit slays the enemy, the cooldown is reduced. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Required level, 10 class restriction. Marksman and its branches description. Forged from fragments of fallen star cores, infused with void shadow energy. It possesses the power to chase and devour light. This is not merely a weapon. It is a hunter's declaration. Lin Feng, despite having lived 2 lives, could not help but gasp in astonishment at the attributes of this gun. The attack power had doubled. The enhancements to agility and spirit were extraordinarily high. Additionally, it boasted a valuable critical hit rate. Even more formidable was the special effect. Instant kill of shadows. Teleportation. Guaranteed critical hits. A fusion of mobility and explosive power. The cooldown was also quite reasonable. This purple epic Shadow Hunter was undoubtedly a divine artifact for the present stage and for a long time to come, capable of driving any firearms enthusiast into a frenzy. Without hesitation, Lin Feng replaced the perfect revolver with the Shadow Hunter. A surge of formidable power coursed through him, and the attack power on his attributes soared significantly. Yet, he was not yet satisfied. His gaze fell upon the active skill, instant kill of shadows. Teleportation and guaranteed critical hits were already impressive, but it could be even stronger. Modification target, instant kill of shadows modification, and ensure the next normal attack is a guaranteed critical hit, resetting the cooldown upon slaying the enemy. The runes on the purple Shadow Hunter suddenly flared brightly before returning to their normal state. It was done. A glimmer of cold amusement flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Slaying a target would reset the cooldown. This meant that, with proper execution and sufficient mana, he could utilize instant kill of shadows for infinite teleportation and critical strikes amidst hordes of monsters or enemies, reaping them effortlessly. This was a divine skill tailor-made for him. With that, the spoils of the dungeon were settled. Level 11, clad in perfect wolfskin vest, infiltrator's hood, wielding Shadow Hunter, adorned with the wild wolf totem, and carrying within his backpack the perfect revolver and Blood Feng greatsword, 2 exquisite items awaiting sale, along with a staggering sum of over 254 gold coins. Strength has once again achieved a qualitative leap. Lin Feng turned and strode towards the exit of the dungeon. Outside the entrance of the underground mine, at the edge of the mining area, urgency filled the air. Quick, hold the shield. Priest heal. Zhao Tianming was leading Su Qingwei and 3 other core members of the Myth Guild in a grueling assault against LV-6 elite cave spider. This formidable creature not only possessed substantial health and defense, but also spewed venom, leaving them in disarray. Be careful of its webs, Tianming. Su Qingwei warned anxiously while casting healing spells on him. Her face bore traces of fatigue, clearly indicating the time and energy they had already expended here. I know, Zhao Tianming retorted impatiently, having just been hit by the spider's venom and feeling his health diminish. The thought of the illustrious Knight Emperor, who dominated the leaderboards, only increased his frustration. Damn it, this elite monster is tough to defeat, the shield warrior complained. If it takes us 5 to struggle against one, how did that Knight Emperor manage to solo the dungeon? Who knows? Perhaps he got lucky or exploited some glitch, the archer scoffed. Once we level up to 10 and enter the dungeon, we'll surely clear it too. Zhao Tianming snorted dismissively. Stop talking nonsense. In the midst of their fierce struggle with the elite spider, a figure cloaked in a white hood, wielding a uniquely designed black revolver, emerged from the entrance of the mine like a specter. The figure's pace was unhurried, yet each step seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of the onlookers. The hood obscured his face, revealing only a pair of cold, emotionless eyes. Who goes there? Zhao Tianming was the first to notice Lin Feng, barking out sharply. He assumed it was some oblivious solo player attempting to steal their kill. Ignoring him, Lin Feng raised his weapon, the Dusk Reaver, aiming it directly at the archer who was focused on dealing damage. Zhao Tianming and his companions were momentarily stunned, then filled with rage. You're seeking death. How dare you act against the Myth Guild? Zhao Tianming bellowed, abandoning the elite spider and charging towards Lin Feng with his sword. Su Qingwei and the others prepared to retaliate. However, it was too late. A flash of purple light flickered from the gun's muzzle. Thud! The bullet struck the archer squarely in the forehead. Minus 585. With 5 strength and 40 agility, Lin Feng possessed a base attack power of 50. Coupled with the revolver's attack bonus of 65 to 80 and enhanced by heart-piercing bullets, the Wheel of Fate buff, and the guaranteed critical hit from Shadow Strike, the unfortunate archer, with a maximum health of merely 200, could not even scream before his health was depleted, dissipating into a wisp of white light, leaving only a few silver coins behind. One-shot kill. Zhao Tianming's pupils dilated in shock. Such damage. How is that possible? Before they could react, Lin Feng's form became blurry, merging with the shadows. And in the next moment, he appeared ghost-like behind Su Qingwei, who was in the midst of casting a healing spell. Shadow Strike. Bang! The muzzle of the gun nearly pressed against Su Qingwei's back. Startled, Su Qingwei trembled, slowly turning her head in disbelief. She was met with a face shrouded in the shadow of a hood, accompanied by a pair of icy, piercing eyes. That gaze sent chills through her, plunging her into a state akin to an icy abyss, as an inexplicable sense of familiarity and overwhelming dread surged within her. Could it be him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She parted her lips, intending to utter something, but darkness enveloped her vision, transforming into a blinding light, from which a few pitiful silver coins emerged. Chapter 16. True Death Qingwei. Zhao Tianming's eyes widened in horror, as Lin Feng's figure became indistinct once more at the moment he struck down Su Qingwei. The cooldown 4 Shadow Strike instant kill reset. His target was the shield warrior, who had just regained his senses and charged forward with his shield raised. In a blink, he teleported to the flank of the shield warrior. Bang! Minus 400. The shield warrior let out a muffled groan and staggered backward. Who on earth are you? Zhao Tianming was utterly astounded. Teleportation? Guaranteed critical hit? Instant kill. Such abilities were beyond the reach of players at this stage. Could it be that name? Like a dark incantation, surfaced in his mind. Knight Emperor? Only that monstrous figure, dominating the leaderboards, could possibly possess such terrifying power. Fear instantaneously seized his heart. Beside him, another mage from their party quivered in terror, his legs weakened, utterly forgetting to unleash his skills. Lin Feng offered no response. The cold muzzle of his gun pivoted towards the dazed mage. Bang! Another flash of white light erupted. In the blink of an eye, The once five-member elite squad was reduced to just Zhao Tianming and the elite spider, which lay neglected, its health dwindling. Zhao Tianming gazed upon the hooded figure before him, akin to a harbinger of death, feeling the palpable, icy malice radiating from him, and he was gripped by sheer dread. The second son of the Zhao group, the president of the Myth Guild. These titles seemed utterly ludicrous in the face of such overwhelming power. Please, don't kill me. Zhao Tianming's voice trembled as he instinctively retreated. I am the president of the Myth Guild. You must have heard of the Zhao group, right? Lin Feng's only reply was to raise the barrel of his gun. Bang! Minus 120. Zhao Tianming cried out in pain, losing a fraction of his health. Clad in green and silver armor, his defenses were considerably higher than the others. How dare you? Zhao Tianming was both shocked and furious, his voice a hollow roar. If you kill me, the Myth Guild and the Zhao family will never let you off the hook. A flicker of derision crossed Lin Feng's eyes. The Zhao family? The Myth Guild? In his previous life, had they not used their power to corner him into despair? This time around, the debt must be repaid. He no longer held back, lifting his revolver again. No, please, I was wrong. Spare me. I can give you money. A lot of money. Zhao Tianming was in complete disarray, frantically dodging while begging incoherently. He even considered opening the trade window. In response, he received a bullet laced with the essence of death. Heart-piercing bullet. Puff. Minus 328. All sound from Zhao Tianming ceased abruptly, his body frozen in place, his eyes filled with despair and resentment, before ultimately dissipating into a wisp of white light. With a clatter, as the team's leader, Zhao Tianming dropped the most gold, scattering dozens of silver coins. Lin Feng, expressionless, stepped forward to collect every silver coin strewn across the ground. Having accomplished this, he did not even glance back at the critically wounded level 6 elite spider. Instead, he turned and melded back into the shadows of a dense forest, vanishing without a trace. Only the desolate entrance of the mine remained, along with a lingering air of terror and despair. A chilling white light flickered as Zhao Tianming and Su Qingyue simultaneously materialized at the resurrection point of the novice village number 666. The sensation of weightlessness and the feeble feeling of their souls being torn apart and reassembled rendered their faces ashen. What chilled their hearts further was the loss of gold coins. The system notification coldly displayed that each had lost 10 of their gold. Zhao Tianming, having drawn from the collective wealth of their group and painstakingly accumulated 5 coins over the past few days, faced a sudden loss of 10. A piercing scream echoed nearby. It was their team member, a shield warrior named Myth Heavy Hammer. His form grew increasingly transparent at the resurrection point, his face etched with profound terror and reluctance. Player Myth Heavy Hammer lacks sufficient soul energy to pay the soul-binding fee. Current level requires 1 silver coin. The soul is about to dissipate. No, I have money. I have in my warehouse. Let me go to the warehouse. Please. Myth Heavy Hammer wailed desperately. Struggling in vain, his body rendered immobile. Under the horrified gaze of Zhao Tianming, Su Qingyue, and several other freshly resurrected members of Myth, the figure of Myth Heavy Hammer completely transformed into specks of light, dissipating into the air. Player Myth Heavy Hammer has suffered true death. The character has been permanently deleted. A profound silence enveloped the resurrection point. All resurrected players felt a bone-chilling cold. True death, an event mentioned upon the launch of Eternal Divine Realm, had indeed come to pass, and it had occurred right beside them. A wave of immense fear seized the hearts of all. This was not merely the loss of equipment or experience. It was a genuine death. It was him. Su Qingyue trembled, her teeth chattering, her mind flooded with the icy gaze beneath that hood. It could only belong to Knight Emperor. He alone possessed such power. Zhao Tianming's face turned ashen, his eyes reflecting not only rage, but an uncontrollable fear and despair. Instant kill, teleportation, and that terrifying damage. He could think of no one else but that monstrous figure, Knight Emperor, who dominated all the leaderboards. Knight Emperor. Zhao Tianming gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with an unrecognized quiver. Why was he targeting us? We bore him no grudge, but it was futile to pursue the reason now. A disgraceful humiliation. The elite team of the guild had been slaughtered by a single individual. Moreover, they had incurred the true death of a core member. Lockdown. Immediately seal off the mine area. Zhao Tianming nearly roared his orders in the guild channel, commanding all online members to converge at the mine entrance and surrounding areas. Keep a vigilant watch. Any suspicious hooded figure must be killed on sight. President, that person is too powerful. Someone timidly inquired. Worthless. Zhao Tianming bellowed. He is but one man. We shall overwhelm him with numbers. Let our lives fill the gap. Whoever can slay that hooded figure or provide an accurate location shall be rewarded with 5 gold coins. 5 gold coins. As the bounty was announced, a momentary silence enveloped the guild channel, swiftly supplanted by an overwhelming wave of greed. 5 gold coins were enough to incite madness in any player at this stage. With substantial rewards come courageous souls. The remnants of the Myth Guild began to fervently converge towards the cavernous region. Observing this scene, Zhao Tianming felt an unsettling uncertainty within. He understood that this was more akin to impotent rage and self-reassurance. Could that Knight Emperor truly crush his foes with sheer numbers? The thought was too daunting to entertain. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the novice village, Lin Feng had just returned after vanquishing a wave of monsters, his spirits quite elevated. At that moment, he received a communication request from Qin Xuan. Knight Emperor. Qin Xuan's voice brimmed with palpable excitement, laced with a hint of cautious flattery. I have gathered the 10 gold coins you requested and am ready to trade at your convenience. Lin Feng responded nonchalantly. Esteemed one. Qin Xuan hesitated before mustering the courage to inquire. Do you perhaps have some valuable items you wish to part with? I have contacted several prominent buyers, and they are exceedingly interested in your wares. A smirk played on Lin Feng's lips. Qin Xuan was indeed astute. As it happens, I do have something, Lin Feng replied. Chapter 17. Unmatched valor. He accessed the trading interface and placed the blue steel sword, tower shield, gale leggings, along with several other scattered white and green items, all at once. To avoid attracting undue attention, Lin Feng refrained from modifying this batch of equipment with his talents. Nevertheless, even a collection of green gear at this stage was bound to cause quite a stir. On the other end of the communication, Qin Xuan gasped in astonishment. A tempest of excitement surged within her, yet she maintained an air of utmost respect. Rest assured, esteemed one, the quality of these items is exceptional. Yes, you. I will secure a handsome price for you. Regarding the commission for this batch of equipment, Lin Feng stated directly, it will be 5 of the total selling price. He required a reliable outlet for his goods, and offering a reasonable concession was essential. Thank you, esteemed one. I'm immensely grateful. Qin Xuan exclaimed, elated. A 5 commission on this valuable collection meant her earnings would be considerable. More importantly, aligning herself with the Knight Emperor promised unimaginable future benefits. Please expedite this, Lin Feng concluded, severing the connection. Qin Xuan swiftly sprang into action, trading 10 gold coins for the Bloodfang greatsword to Lin Feng, and immediately began contacting her affluent buyers, disseminating information about the newly acquired green equipment. This instantly triggered a frenzy among those eager to enhance their strength. System notification. Player Phoenix Yuan has traded 1 gold coin with you. System notification. Player Phoenix Yuan has traded 2 gold coins and 50 silver coins with you. System notification. Player Phoenix Yuan has traded 1 gold coin and 80 silver coins with you. After deducting the 5 commission, Qin Xuan transferred the gold coins to Lin Feng in batches. As he observed the total amount of gold in his inventory, it had reached an impressive 311 coins. He casually opened the gold leaderboard. Huaxia Region Gold Leaderboard. Knight Emperor, 311 gold dragon ascending the world, 21 gold the legend himself, 19 gold dominant blade, 17 gold pan Feng, 16 gold the gap remained stark. The barrage of comments beneath the leaderboard overflowed with shock, envy, jealousy, adoration, and wild speculation. Lin Feng paid little heed to it all. The resources and challenges of the novice village had lost their significance for him. His next objective was the buffer zone adjacent to the novice village, Luoyue Town. In relation to 10 surrounding novice villages, Luoyue Town marked the departure point for players leaving the safety of novice protection, engaging with more complex quests, encountering higher-level monsters, and vying for preliminary guild strongholds. Lin Feng organized his belongings and set forth towards the ancient post road, the most efficient official path out of the novice village. He harbored no concerns about retaliation from the Myth Guild. Rather, he found himself somewhat anticipating it. As he stepped beyond the safety of the novice village and onto the somewhat desolate ancient post road, Lin Feng's keen senses detected the hidden restlessness and murderous intent lurking within the surrounding woods. Not far ahead on the road, the dense forest on either side was shrouded in shadows, revealing the silhouettes of at least 70 or 80 individuals, possibly even close to 100. They were equipped differently, with most levels ranging between 5 and 7, clearly representing the entirety of the Myth Guild's forces. He has emerged, the one cloaked in a hood. Charge! A frantic roar erupted from the back of the crowd. It was Zhao Tianming, recently resurrected, his face still pale as a ghost, yet his eyes burning with a fervent hatred. He had evidently received intelligence from the Guild's spies stationed at the novice village exit, betting that the departing hooded figure was none other than the Night Emperor. For the vengeance of the Hammer Brothers, for the glory of the Guild, kill him, expose him. Zhao Tianming, seemingly driven mad, brandished a green longsword he had just retrieved from the warehouse, attempting to rally the spirits of his comrades. Charge! For 5 gold coins. He is but one. Each of us can slay him with a single strike, fueled by the lure of wealth and the Guild leader's command. Dozens of members of the Myth Guild surged forth from the forest like a tidal wave, swords flashing and spells illuminating the air, swiftly encircling Lin Feng. The foremost warriors activated their charge skills. In the face of this seemingly overwhelming assault, Lin Feng did not falter for a moment. His gaze remained icy, as if observing a troop of buffoons. A swarm of ants. A low voice resonated from beneath the hood, clearly reaching the ears of the leading players. In the next moment, Lin Feng made his move. Instead of retreating, he lunged forward, the Dusk Reaper in his hand rose, the muzzle instantly locking onto a grinning warrior who was swinging his sword toward him. Bang! The bullet accurately pierced through the warrior's brow. -415. The grin on the warrior's face froze instantly, transforming into a flash of white light as he vanished, not even having the chance to scream. A swift kill, but this was merely the beginning. At the moment of firing, Lin Feng's figure vanished like a specter. Shadow Strike. Instant kill activated. Target. A mage in the crowd who was chanting Fireball. Whoosh. Lin Feng appeared behind the mage in an instant. The incantation abruptly ceased. The mage's eyes widened in disbelief, following in the warrior's footsteps, turning into light and dropping a shoddy staff. Kill confirmed. Shadow Strike. Instant kill cooldown instantly reset. Yes, over there. Focus fire. The surrounding players were horrified to witness their target disappear and reappear behind a teammate, hurriedly shifting their attacks. Yet Lin Feng's speed far surpassed theirs. At the moment the mage fell, his figure blurred once more. Target. An archer attempting to draw back his bow. Whoosh. Teleport. Bang. Another shot. Another flash of white light. A demon. He is a demon. Some players began to scream in terror. 3 teleportations. 3 gunshots. 3 lives lost. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng flitted through the chaotic crowd like a butterfly among flowers, shooting, then vanishing again. With each discharge of the Harbinger's muzzle, a violet flame of death erupts, inevitably heralding the demise of a player and a blinding flash of white light ascending skyward. Those low-level cannon fodder players are utterly incapable of withstanding a single shot from a legendary weapon endowed with a critical hit effect. Lin Feng need not even consciously aim for a weak point. The reset effect of Shadow Strike is brought to its zenith in this moment. Like a reaper, he weaves through the ranks of the Myth Guild, harvesting souls with reckless abandon. Range classes attempt to lock onto him, but as they raise their hands, they discover their target has vanished, only to potentially reappear behind them in an instant. Melee classes strive to encircle him, yet they cannot even graze the hem of his garment. Often, just as they charge halfway, they witness him teleporting elsewhere, leaving behind a cold silhouette and the white light of their fallen comrades. The tactic of a numerical advantage? In the face of Lin Feng's boundless mobility and terrifying lethality, it becomes nothing more than a farce. Furthermore, under the effects of curtain call, each kill replenishes his health and mana to full. Block him. For heaven's sake, stop him. Zhao Tianming, watching from the rear, felt his vision blur with rage, his voice twisted and sharp with fear and anger. He could only watch in horror as the members of his guild fell in droves, like wheat before the scythe. This was not battle. It was a one-sided massacre. Each elegant and ruthless teleportation and shot from that hooded figure resembled a waltz of death being performed. Precise and graceful slaughter. Salt, fury, and then bone-chilling despair. Chapter 18. The frenzied, leveling Zhao Tianming's heart sank gradually to the depths of despair. He finally comprehended the nature of the terrifying being he had provoked. This was not merely a player. It was a boss masquerading in the guise of one. In less than a minute, the once formidable Myth Guild interception team had dwindled to a scattered remnant. Coins and equipment lay strewn across the ground, while dozens of dissipating white lights lingered in the air. The remaining members numbered fewer than 20, their faces pale, hands trembling around their weapons. Too terrified to advance another step, Lin Feng's figure finally came to a halt amidst the chaotic remnants of the battlefield. He did not even glance at the remaining foes. Instead, he slightly raised the harbinger of dusk, the barrel still emitting faint wisps of smoke. With an elegant gesture, he gently blew at the muzzle, as if brushing away non-existent dust. This action, juxtaposed with the carnage surrounding him and the inscrutable gaze beneath his hood, created an extreme, suffocating aesthetic of cold cruelty. This was the elegance of the Reaper, strolling amidst the feast of slaughter, regarding the myriad of lifeless bones as inconsequential. Run! A voice cried out, igniting a panic among the remaining Myth members, who scattered like startled birds, scrambling frantically towards the direction of the novice village. Only Zhao Tianming remained, his legs feeling as if weighed down by lead, frozen in place. He wished to flee, yet the overwhelming terror robbed him of the strength to lift his feet. Lin Feng's gaze finally fell upon him. That gaze was frigid and indifferent, akin to observing a mere stone by the roadside. Bang! There was no teleportation, no skill, just a simple gunshot. Zhao Tianming gasped, feeling a slight drop in his health. No, don't kill me. His voice trembled uncontrollably, and he had forgotten to plead for mercy, instinctively repeating, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Lin Feng remained silent, raising his hand for another shot. Bang! Zhao Tianming felt the vitality ebbing away, watching the grim Reaper approach with measured steps, and he utterly collapsed. Knight Emperor, I will fight you to the end. Zhao Tianming let out a desperate roar, brandishing his long sword in a futile charge. A flicker of barely discernible pity crossed Lin Feng's eyes, or perhaps it was merely indifference to the final struggles of the week. Bang! The heart-piercing bullet accurately pierced Zhao Tianming's heart, robbing him of his last vestiges of courage and the scant remaining health he possessed. A white light shot up into the sky, releasing a pitiful shower of silver coins. Lin Feng stepped over the place where Zhao Tianming had vanished, not even bothering to glance at the loot scattered on the ground. He continued towards the direction of Luoyue town, as if the recent massacre of dozens had merely been a trivial interlude. His silhouette elongated on the ancient post road, ultimately disappearing at the end of the path, leaving behind a scene of devastation and the distant, terrified wails and discussions of the surviving Myth Guild members echoing from the direction of the novice village. Oh my goodness! One person decimated an entire guild? How terrifying! Is that the Knight Emperor? The myth has come to a definitive end. To be so utterly defeated in the novice village. Who would dare provoke the Knight Monarch after this? Such a way to court death is unprecedented. This news spread like wildfire through the novice village and across various gaming forums and chat groups. The Myth Guild is no small organization. Who in reality does not know the Zhao multinational conglomerate? A single guild cannot thwart an individual. The reputation of the Night Monarch has reached an unparalleled zenith. Countless players attempted to add the Night Monarch as a friend, seeking to cling to his coattails, inquire about strategies, or merely catch a glimpse of him. Yet, all friend requests vanished into the void. The system's notification eternally indicated that the recipient had disabled friend requests. The leaders and senior members of various guilds, upon hearing the reports of the massacre, gasped in horror, collectively designating the Night Monarch as an entity of the utmost level, one to be absolutely avoided. Those who once harbored any hopes of testing the Night Monarch's strength or attempting to woo him were now completely disheartened. Upon arriving in Moonfall Town, Lin Feng instinctively opened the level leaderboard. Huaxia Region Level Leaderboard. Night Monarch. LV11 Dragon Soul. LV9 Dominant Blade. LV8 Wind Unspoken. LV8 Holy Judgment, Starlight. LV8 he still maintained his lead at level 11. But the emergence of the second place caught his attention. Dragon Soul. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. He recognized this ID in his previous life, during the latter stages of Eternal Divine Realm. This was one of the core figures representing the official power of Huaxia's intervention in the game. He anticipated that they would begin their efforts so early. As his gaze swept across the world leaderboard, he noticed that besides Dragon Soul, several unfamiliar IDs at level 9 were closely trailing behind, some of which bore distinctly foreign prefixes, such as Eagle, Sakura, Bear, etc. Were the official entities of various nations personally entering the fray? Their actions were quite swift. Lin Feng scoffed. However, this bore no relevance to him. In the face of absolute power, any faction is merely a collection of insignificant entities. Yet, this served as a reminder that he must not become complacent. Ascending from level 11 to 12 requires a staggering 6,600 experience points. To defeat ordinary monsters of the same level, he would need to slay 600. It was time to elevate his level. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng headed towards an area outside the town where monsters spawned densely, the Wailing Stone Forest. The monsters here were petrified lizards of levels 12 to 13, possessing high attack, but low health, a nightmare for ordinary player teams, yet a perfect training ground for him, who wielded Shadow Strike Instant Kill. Upon reaching his destination, gazing at the swarming petrified lizards, a glint of cold determination flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. In the next instant, bang, the Dusk Reaver unleashed a plume of purple flame, striking true into the eye socket of a petrified lizard. Minus 510, a one-hit kill. Whoosh, Shadow Strike Instant Kill activated, and Lin Feng's figure instantly appeared behind another lizard. Bang, a shot rang out. White light, experience points surged. Whoosh, another teleport. Bang, another one-hit kill. Lin Feng resembled the most efficient harbinger of death, conjuring a tempest of purple lightning within the Wailing Stone Forest. His figure flickered amid the dense throngs of monsters, each appearance heralded by the crack of a gunshot and the subsequent fall of a foe. The reset effect of Shadow Strike Instant Kill was wielded by him with unparalleled finesse and coupled with the terrifying damage of his epic weapon. His pace of extermination reached an astonishingly outrageous level. 1 second, one monster, perhaps even faster. The experience bar surged at a visible rate. Level 12, level 13. In a mere blink of time, he ascended 2 levels. Should the surrounding players witness this spectacle, they would undoubtedly be left agape. This was no mere leveling. It was an extraordinary display. However, upon reaching level 14, Lin Feng ceased his relentless slaughter. The reason was simple. The experience penalties stemming from level suppression began to manifest, significantly diminishing the experience gained from slaying the level 12 petrified lizards. More critically, with his current attack power, even a critical hit from a standard attack could no longer guarantee the instant annihilation of level 14 monsters. The inability to achieve instant kills through basic attacks meant that he could no longer trigger the reset of Shadow Strike Instant Kill at minimal cost, shattering the endless cycle of teleportation and monster extermination. While he could still achieve kills with skills, the efficiency would inevitably suffer. It seemed that an enhancement in damage was in order. Chapter 19, Level 16. Buff Solidification. Lin Feng stroked his chin, his gaze fixed upon the active skills in his skill bar. Wheel of Fate. Effect. Summons the Wheel of Fate, drawing a fate card to impose a specified positive or negative effect on a chosen target, lasting for 10 seconds. With Lin Feng's enhancement of Fate, this skill had transformed into an extraordinarily versatile ability. Yet it was still insufficient. A glint of cunning flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as a bold, even audacious idea surged forth. He took a deep breath and activated the skill. A virtual wheel materialized before him, spinning until it finally designated a rune radiating a soft glow. System notification: you have applied the Blessing of Strength effect on yourself, increasing attack power by 20, lasting for 10 seconds. A buff icon with a countdown of 10 seconds appeared in his status bar. Blessing of Strength. Attack power increased by 20, tens. Now is the moment. Lin Feng concentrated his thoughts on the status bar. Fate. Activate. Target. Blessing of Strength. Attack power increased by 20, nines. Modified. Blessing of Strength. Attack power permanently increased by 20, nines. He had previously altered the skill effect of the Wheel of Fate. This time, he was modifying the description of the buff granted by the drawn enhancement skill. This was entirely within the rules. Buzz. Lin Feng distinctly felt that the originally fleeting and soon-to-fade effect of the Blessing of Strength was as if held in place by an invisible hand, solidifying. In the status bar, the countdown on the Blessing of Strength buff icon reached 2s, 1s, 0s, yet the buff did not vanish. Instead, it was replaced by a golden border symbolizing permanence. Success. Excitement erupted in Lin Feng's eyes. Indeed, it was possible. Without hesitation, he awaited the cooldown of Wheel of Fate. Wheel of Fate activated. Effect selection. Blessing of Agility. System notification: you have applied the Blessing of Agility effect on yourself, increasing critical hit chance by 10, lasting for 10 seconds. Fate. Activate. Buzz. The second permanent buff secured. Wheel of Fate. Effect selection. Blessing of Swiftness. System notification: you have applied the Blessing of Swiftness effect on yourself, increasing attack speed by 10, lasting for 10 seconds. Fate. Activate. Wheel of Fate activated. Effect selection. Blessing of Piercing. System notification: you have applied the Blessing of Piercing effect on yourself, increasing armor penetration by 10, lasting for 10 seconds. Fate. Activate. Lin Feng repeatedly utilized Wheel of Fate to select various enhancement effects, and without reservation, employed the Fate talent to modify their durations to permanent. Attack power 20, permanent. Critical hit chance 10, permanent. Attack speed 10, permanent. Armor penetration 10, permanent. Movement speed increased by 10, permanent. A dozen icons, adorned with golden trim and symbolizing formidable buffs, were meticulously arranged in his status bar, radiating an exhilarating glow. Sensing the surging power within him and the tangible enhancement of his attributes, Lin Feng's lips curled into a confident smile. At this moment, he felt at least 50% stronger than before. Thus, he pressed on. Once again, his gaze fell upon the petrified lizards and the higher-level monsters lurking deeper within. Bang! With a gunshot, a level 14, hard-shelled lizard collapsed at his feet. This time, it was a swift and clean basic attack kill. The death cycle of Shadow Strike Instant Kill was reactivated. Level 15, Level 16, under the influence of the permanent buff. Lin Feng's leveling efficiency soared to unprecedented heights. His levels skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. When the experience bar finally filled to mark level 16, he slowly ceased using his dust chaser. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already late, having reached his playtime limit for the day. That would be all for now. Lin Feng opened the system menu and selected Exit Game. In the next instant, as his character vanished, the rankings of the Huaxia region and even the global leaderboard succumbed to an absolute silence, only to erupt moments later into an uproar akin to a cataclysmic wave, all triggered by a terrifying number. Huaxia region level rankings: Knight Emperor, LV16 Dragon Soul, LV9 Dominator Blade, LV8 Wind Unspoken, LV8 Holy Judgment, Starlight, LV8 while other top players reveled in their achievement of reaching level 7, and various guilds organized teams to tackle level 8 elite monsters. The ID Knight Emperor had seemingly boarded a light-speed vessel, soaring directly to level 16, a staggering 9-level gap. This was no mere lead. It was an overwhelming dominion, a chasmic disparity, a distinction between the divine and the mortal. What the heck? Level 16? Am I seeing things? Just 2 hours ago, he appeared to be at level 11. How'd he leap to 16? This must be a glitch. GM, come check the data. What nonsense. Yesterday, that powerhouse single-handedly annihilated a whole team from the Myth Guild. Is it not normal to reach level 16 today? Manual doge head for safety. How on earth did he level up so rapidly? Has he discovered some super experience bug? Oh, great one. Please carry me. I kneel before you. Do you still need leg accessories? The kind that shouts 666. It's over. This game has utterly transformed into Knight Emperor's domain. The leaders of various guilds must be weeping inconsolably in the restroom. How can they possibly catch up now? The world channel erupted into chaos. The game forum was on the brink of collapse due to the sudden influx of discussion threads. Countless players captured screenshots of the leaderboard, fervently disseminating this despairing yet astonishing news. Various guilds, studios, and those shadowy official analysis teams stared at the blinding LV-16 on their screens, enveloped in a profound silence. All analytical reports and pursuit plans appear utterly feeble in the face of the Knight Emperor's unreasonable rate of ascension. Ultimately, the reports distill into a single phrase: target Knight Emperor. Threat level: divine. Recommendation: forge an alliance at any cost, or, absolutely, unequivocally avoid any form of conflict. The name of the Knight Emperor reverberates once more throughout every corner of the eternal divine realm, imbued with an oppressive aura and unparalleled legendary significance. Chapter 20, New Skills. Critical Strike. As the mental link dissipated, Lin Feng gradually opened his eyes, gently massaging his slightly swollen temples. The relentless intensity of his actions and the exertion of mental energy had left him feeling a tinge of fatigue, yet more prominently, he was engulfed in a thrilling sense of mastery over everything. After a brief personal refreshment, he ordered a sumptuous takeout meal. During the wait, he instinctively accessed the internet. As anticipated, the entirety of cyberspace, from the largest gaming portals and streaming platforms to various social media and short video applications, was inundated with the keywords Eternal Domain and Knight Sovereign. Knight Sovereign LV-16, Eternal Domain Level Cliff, Mythical Guild Massacre speculations on Knight Sovereign headlines of sensational nature proliferated. Has the game been hacked? Where's the balance in this game? Is it so difficult for the envious upstairs to acknowledge someone else's prowess? Did they not witness the legendary player single-handedly reverse a massacre against nearly 100 members of the Mythical Guild? This is true strength. I am now eager to discover who Knight Sovereign truly is. Is he perhaps the illegitimate child of some elite in real life? Why hasn't the official response emerged yet? This must be a matter of national interest for us. We are in an era of collective leveling up. I just reached level 6 and felt quite adorable, only to glance up and see the top player at level 16. Utterly disheartening. The Chinese authorities maintained an enigmatic silence on the matter, yet Lin Feng was certain that internally, they were in an uproar, fervently analyzing his data and behavioral patterns. Meanwhile, the public was engulfed in fervor. Countless players, inspired by the legend of Knight Sovereign, plunged into the game with renewed vigor, striving to chase that elusive figure. The atmosphere of the game became exceptionally vibrant and dynamic, with players' overall skill levels and understanding of the game rapidly advancing. Observing the uproar around him, Lin Feng's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Chaos, indeed, brings forth opportunity. It was still far from the time for him to be thrust into the glaring spotlight of reality. After finishing his meal and taking a brief respite to replenish his mental energy, Lin Feng's consciousness sank back into the familiar eternal continent. In a flash of white light, Lin Feng materialized at the resurrection point in Moonfall Town. Rather than hastening to level up, he first visited the town's auction house and general store. He packaged and sold an array of materials accumulated from grinding levels 11 to 16, including petrified lizard scales, sturdy stone hides, and lizard eyeballs. After modifying them through the Fate talent. System notification, you sold, obtaining 28 gold coins and 75 silver coins. System notification, you sold, obtaining 15 gold coins and 30 silver coins. With materials exceeding level 15, coupled with the modifications from Fate, his gold reserves skyrocketed once more. From a mere 300 coins, it surged to an impressive 1,012 coins. This is the advantage of high levels. It elucidates why everyone is willing to spare no effort to maintain a leading position in the early game. A swift step leads to a cascade of swift steps. This figure is enough to leave anyone aware of the current gold value utterly breathless. Lin Feng once again widened the chasm of wealth that separated him from others. After attending to his chores, instead of heading to the bustling quest hall or the teleportation portal, he followed a vague yet crucial memory from his past life and ventured into a secluded, dimly lit alley of the town, largely ignored by passersby. At the end of the alley, an old NPC, disheveled and reeking of alcohol, was dozing against the wall, a discarded bottle of liquor leaning beside him. His character information read, the destitute gunslinger, Daki. This was the one. Lin Feng recalled that this seemingly inconspicuous NPC harbored a hidden quest line related to the legacy of ancient gunsmiths. In his previous life, this quest could only be triggered when players reached an average level of around 30 and completed a series of prerequisite reputation tasks in Luoyue town, a feat that would only befall a fortunate few. Approaching Daki, Lin Feng retrieved from his backpack the finest flame lager he had just purchased from the general store. Old sir, you seem to be in need of this. Lin Feng offered the beer. Daki groggily opened his eyes, and, upon seeing the aromatic bottle, his gaze instantly brightened. He snatched the bottle and took a hearty swig, letting out a satisfied belch. Oh, what fine liquor! Young man, you have a discerning eye. Daki clapped Lin Feng on the shoulder, the scent of alcohol wafting between them. In light of this fine drink, let me think. I believe I have an old relic that is of no use to me, but perhaps it might be of some value to an adventurer like you. System notification. NPC the destitute gunslinger. Daki has offered you the quest to retrieve the old comrade's relics. Would you like to accept? Here it comes. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement and promptly chose to accept. The task was straightforward. The parts of Daki's beloved firearm, lost not far from the town in the abandoned mine, had been taken over by a horde of burrowing worms. He hoped Lin Feng could assist in retrieving them. Such errands and monster-slaying tasks were child's play for Lin Feng at this point. He swiftly departed the town, making a beeline for the abandoned mine. Armed with his level 16 prowess and a host of permanent buffs, the burrowing worms, merely around level 12, were no match for him. Bang, bang, bang. Each shot from the dark pursuer dispatched a worm with remarkable efficiency. Within 5 minutes, he had cleared the quest area and discovered the item, old gun barrel, nestled among a pile of ore. Returning to the alley, he presented the gun barrel to Daki. As Daki clutched the barrel, a flicker of nostalgia and melancholy crossed his aged eyes, and he sighed, "Alas, my old comrade will not return. Here, consider this a token of gratitude. It's a tattered piece of paper I stumbled upon in my youth, perhaps a treasure map, or perhaps nothing of consequence. You may discern its worth for yourself." Lin Feng accepted the yellowed, frayed scroll. Damaged scroll, type, skill scroll, damaged, description, a fragmented account of an ancient technique, seemingly related to firearms, though severely lacking in content, rendering it impossible to learn directly. This is it. Headshot. Lin Feng suppressed his inner excitement and immediately communicated with the Fate talent. Damage scroll. Effect modification. Complete scroll. A hum resonated. An all-too-familiar, intangible force enveloped the scroll. The once obscure text and images on the scroll appeared to be meticulously redrawn and restored by an unseen hand. The yellowed edges of the paper became neat, and the fragmented sections were filled by mysterious power. As the brilliance dissipated, the scroll in Lin Feng's hand was transformed anew. Effect, upon learning, one acquires the active skill, Critical Headshot. Critical Headshot consumes 50 mana points, targeting an enemy's weakness to unleash a fatal bullet. Deals 1,000 physical damage, with the potential for critical hits. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Chapter 21, The Duel. World Boss. It is accomplished. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment. This event was typically triggered only after reaching level 30, and one would need to return to the main city to invest a significant amount of resources to repair the scroll and learn this formidable explosive skill. Considering the high defense of later monsters, which could reach nearly 100 physical damage immunity, Lin Feng ultimately decided to utilize Fate to modify it to inflict 1,000 true damage. A brand new skill icon appeared in his skill bar. Critical Strike. It greatly enhanced his explosive power. Just then, a resounding horn suddenly echoed throughout the world of Eternal Divine Realm. World announcement. Warning. The ancient seal deep within the Emerald Marsh has loosened. LV-15 World Boss. Abyssal Hydra has awakened. The first team or individual to slay this boss will receive exceptionally generous rewards and be inscribed in the annals of eternity. This boss is extremely dangerous. Players are advised to proceed with caution. World Boss. The first world-level boss has finally emerged. The entire game world erupted with excitement. Wow, a world boss. Level 15. The Abyssal Hydra? Just the name sounds formidable. First kill rewards. There must be divine gear. Charge forth, brothers. What madness is this upstairs? We can't even handle the level 10 bosses in the wild. And this is a level 15 world boss. We are the Star Guild. We will organize a raid in 2 weeks. Curious players cautiously avoided the wild monsters and surged toward the Emerald Marsh. Soon, despairing news spread. Don't go. That Hydra took me out in one shot with its venom. Full health. We had 100 people, and as soon as we got close, it swatted us away with its tail. We couldn't withstand it at all. It looks like we need at least 1,000 players working together, and they must be top-tier players to take it down. The world channel was filled with lamentations, yet it further ignited the players' enthusiasm and anticipation for greatness. Everyone simultaneously thought of the supreme figure atop the leaderboard, a godlike character. Surely, this boss cannot be tackled alone by Lord Knight Emperor. That's impossible. No matter how strong he is, there are limits. Just getting close would be difficult. Where's the Great One now? He is likely observing the situation. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's private chat was flooded once more. Lord Knight Emperor, I am the Vice President of the Dynasty Guild. We sincerely invite you to join us in tackling the world boss. You may choose one item from the first kill rewards as your priority. Furthermore, our guild is willing to offer you a remuneration of 30 million Huaxia coins. Your Excellency Knight Emperor, the Sanctuary Guild extends our most sincere invitation. Should you choose to join us, the position of Vice President awaits you. Our affiliated group can provide you with unimaginable resources and status in the real world. Various enticing offers poured in like snowflakes, each condition more alluring than the last, even extending into real-world benefits. Lin Feng glanced over these messages, a trace of a cold smile flickering in his eyes. Status in the real world? Before the functionality of game skills extracting reality is truly unveiled. Only a fool would expose their identity in the real world. These individuals merely seek to exploit him. He resolutely ignored all private messages, his gaze fixated on the area marked as Emerald Marsh on the map. A world boss? Requires thousands of players? A smirk of defiance curled at the corners of Lin Feng's lips. Just because others cannot accomplish it does not signify that I cannot. After all, I hold the reins of fate. In the Emerald Marsh, not far from Luoyue town, the once serene landscape had long been shattered. A dense, foul-smelling green mist enveloped the center of the marsh, its reach vast enough to cover nearly half of the map. At the mist's edge, a throng of thousands of players gathered. Their expressions varied. Some were elite teams from major guilds, anxiously discussing strategies, while many were ordinary players drawn by curiosity, alongside a handful of opportunists clinging to a sliver of hope. At this stage, it was utterly impossible for any guild to conquer this boss. In the heart of the marsh, a colossal figure loomed ominously, the Abyssal Hydra. Its massive body resembled a small mountain, with 9 fearsome heads raised high, continuously spewing lethal venom. each tail swipe capable of stirring up towering waves of mud. Any player who dared to approach met with a swift demise, vanishing in a flash of white light. Their screams stifled before they could escape their lips. It was utterly ferocious. How could one even attempt to battle this beast? Just moments ago, a guild had entered the mist, only to be obliterated instantly. The poison damage was absurd. It was simply unbearable. It seemed that one would truly need to wait for a massive force to level up, gathering thousands of players to pile in with their lives. As the crowd buzzed with speculation and the leaders of various guilds furrowed their brows in concern, a solitary figure cloaked in a distinctive white hood disregarded all gazes and warnings, striding directly into the lethal mist. Who is that? Is he seeking death? Good heavens! He has stepped into the poisonous zone. What a fool! Is he desperate for fame? Wait, that hood! Could it be? In an instant, countless eyes converged on the solitary figure. Knight Emperor! It is Knight Emperor! Someone was the first to exclaim. The entire edge of the Emerald Marsh erupted in chaos. It truly is the esteemed Knight Emperor. What does he intend to do? Is he actually planning to challenge the world boss alone? What a joke. No matter how powerful he is, he cannot withstand this poison. Can he? Insanity. Utter madness. Even if he is level 16, it is impossible. Under the incredulous gaze of tens of thousands of players, Lin Feng continued his stride, calmly stepping into the lethal mist that could obliterate any team in an instant. Almost simultaneously, the massive form of the abyssal hydra trembled, one of its heads abruptly swiveling to lock onto this audacious intruder. Hiss! A gigantic, dark green venomous ball shot forth like a cannonball, accompanied by a deafening whoosh, aimed directly at Lin Feng. This is it. He is doomed. Even the mightiest of players cannot withstand such a blow. Behold the health bar. Prepare to capture the moment of the Great One's demise. Some astute players have stealthily approached the edge of the toxic mist, ready to rush in and seize the gold that may drop upon Lin Feng's fall. This is none other than the Night Monarch, reigning supreme atop the gold leaderboard, with a 10 gold drop rate. That translates to hundreds of coins, enough to drive anyone to madness. Even if one were to perish upon collecting, it would still be a substantial profit. The poison orb struck with a resounding impact. The dark green venom swiftly engulfed Lin Feng's figure. A colossal damage number soared into view. 500. Lin Feng's health bar plummeted from its full value of 605 points to a pitiful 105 points. Look, indeed, it seems he is on the verge of death. A rogue, poised to snatch the equipment, had yet to finish his proclamation when he froze in place, his eyes nearly bulging out. For the anticipated second jump of damage from the poison failed to materialize. Even more bizarrely, at the very moment Lin Feng's health bar approached its nadir, a dazzling green number suddenly leaped forth. 500. Lin Feng's health bar, akin to a roller coaster, was instantly restored to its full capacity. Chapter 22. The Power of One. Cough, gasp. The players preparing to watch the spectacle nearly choked on their own saliva. What on earth is happening? My eyes. Surely. There must be something wrong with my vision. This cannot be. It is absolutely impossible. Everyone inhaled sharply, trembling in shock. Indeed, at the very moment the venom struck, and the icon of the emerald green skull labeled Abyssal Poison appeared in the status bar, Lin Feng simultaneously activated his Fate talent. Fate. Activating Abyssal Poison, dealing 500 points of healing per second. In an instant, life and death were reversed. The lethal poison transformed into a nurturing deluge. Hiss! The abyssal hydra evidently sensed the anomaly. Its 9 heads emitted furious hisses. It abandoned its venomous spray, its colossal form stirring the swamp. As its massive tail swept through like a mountain. Physical attack. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. Memories of battling this beast in his previous life surged to the forefront of his mind. He swiftly maneuvered, activating the short-distance displacement effect of Shadow Strike, narrowly evading the sweeping attack. Simultaneously, his weapon, the Shadow Bane, began to roar. Bang! 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 The bullets struck the Hydra's formidable scales with precision, yet only yielded a series of paltry damage readings. 35, minus 42, Mias Kaitis. Indeed, its physical defense was too high. Even immune to poison, he could not inflict damage. The flickering hope of the onlookers began to waver. However, Lin Feng remained unfazed, merely chuckling coldly. His eyes, sharp as a blade, locked onto one of the Hydra's eye sockets, one of its vulnerabilities. Taking a deep breath, his mana surged within. Critical headshot. Consumes 50 points of mana, targeting the enemy's weakness to unleash a fatal shot. Deals 1,000 true damage, capable of critical hits. Cool down, 20 seconds. Aim. Lock on. A golden bullet, infused with the essence of death and destruction, shot forth from the shadow bane. Thud. It precisely embedded itself into the Hydra's eye socket. A colossal damage number, so immense it could shatter eardrums, erupted from the Hydra's head. Minus 12,480, with a full stack of 300 final damage from Deathmark. This critical hit dealt over 10,000 points of true damage. Roar. The Hydra emitted a scream of excruciating pain, thrashing the struck head wildly. Hiss. The entire arena resonated with gasps of astonishment. What kind of skill was that? Over 10,000 damage from a single shot. True damage. Unfathomable. What level is this? Just how high is the attack power of the Night Emperor? Is he truly a gunslinger? He is more akin to a planet-destroying artilleryman. In agony, the Hydra was consumed by rage. It opened its 9 massive mouths wide, unleashing countless small swamp serpents as thick as a bowl, surging forth like a tide towards Lin Feng, summoning minions. This is it. Being overwhelmed by the small snakes would certainly lead to death. However, in the face of the hair-raising swarm of serpents, Lin Feng's lips curled into a chilling smile. Just in time. Whoosh. Shadow Strike activated. Target. The nearest venomous snake. Bang. Instant kill. Whoosh. Teleport. Bang. Instant kill. Regenerate health and mana. Whoosh. Teleport. Bang. Instant kill. More health and mana regained. Lin Feng moved through the dense mass of snakes like a tiger among sheep, his figure flickering rapidly as the Harbinger of Darkness fired, each shot claiming a snake's life while replenishing his resources. Those snakes, capable of sending ordinary players into a frenzy or even leading to their annihilation, had now become his endless sources of health and mana. The more minions summoned by the multi-headed serpent, the better Lin Feng's condition became. Thus, before the bewildered gazes of thousands of players, a mythic scene unfolded. A solitary marksman leisurely traversing between the world boss's attack range and its summoned minions. Immune to deadly toxins, relentlessly striking at its weaknesses with astonishingly real damage skills. And his health remained perpetually full. The multi-headed serpent's immense health, exceeding 1 million, steadily diminished at a visible rate before the terrifying reality of critical headshot. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 40 minutes. When the serpent's health plummeted below 10, it let out a final wail, the brilliance of its 9 heads beginning to fade. Lin Feng's gaze was icy as he raised the Harbinger of Darkness, the barrel once again coalescing a golden bullet of annihilation. It was over. Critical headshot. Splurt. Minus 5,070. The last vestige of health was obliterated. The massive body of the abyssal Hydra froze momentarily, then collapsed like a crumbling mountain, sending waves of mud into the air. A dazzling golden beam shot skyward, illuminating the entire Emerald Marsh as if it were midday. World announcement. Player Knight Sovereign has single-handedly slain the world-class boss, LV-15 Abyssal Hydra, achieving the world's first kill. His remarkable feat will be recorded in the annals of eternity. As a token of recognition, all online players receive the status of Blessing of Courage, all attributes 1, lasting 24 hours. World announcement. Congratulations to Player Knight Sovereign for completing the world's first kill of Abyssal Hydra. Rewards. Legendary Skill Book Chest, X1. Eye of the Hydra, Golden, X1. 3,000 gold coins, 5,000 reputation, and the unique title, Harbinger of the Hydra. The 2 consecutive Crimson World announcements detonated in the minds of all players like nuclear bombs. At the edge of the Emerald Marsh, an eerie silence reigned. Tens of thousands of players, as if petrified, stared blankly at the soaring golden beam, gazing at the blinding name on the announcement. Knight Sovereign. One man's strength. Slaying a world boss. The world's first kill. This was beyond human achievement. This was a miracle. After a brief silence, a volcanic surge of excitement erupted. Holy moly! A solo kill. He has truly single-handedly defeated the world boss. Oh my goodness. What have I just witnessed? This will be recorded in history. Knight Emperor. A deity forever. Legendary skill book. Golden accessories. 3,000 gold coins. Such rewards. I am envious. Can this game still be played? The mighty Knight Emperor has propelled us all into the cosmos. Cheers, screams, and praises reverberate through the heavens. The leaders of various guilds appear ashen-faced. Their meticulously prepared strategies and the countless resources they invested have become a mere jest in the face of Knight Emperor's extraordinary prowess. Meanwhile, the protagonist of this event, Lin Feng, calmly strides forward, bathed in a golden radiance. Chapter 23. The Hydra's Gear after vanquishing the world boss. Lin Feng was rewarded with an astonishing 100,000 experience points. To put this into perspective, a typical level 16 creature yields merely 16 experience points, and ascending from level 16 to 17 requires a daunting 13,600 experience points. As levels increase, so does the required experience. This monumental gain propelled Lin Feng directly to level 21. Now, leveling up demands a staggering 23,100 experience points. However, Lin Feng remained unfazed, with formidable strength. The rise in levels was merely a matter of time. As the golden light gradually faded, a magnificent spectacle unfolded around the colossal corpse of the abyssal Hydra, erupting in a dazzling array of brilliance. Purple and golden equipment, skill tomes, and materials scattered like stars across the ground, in quantities and spread vast enough to drive any team into a frenzy. At the very center of this radiant display, two exceptionally resplendent items floated serenely, an epic metal emanating a shadowy luster, as if countless tiny serpent eyes flickered within, and a legendary treasure chest, ancient and weighty, inscribed with mysterious runes and glowing with a faint golden hue. Lin Feng stood amidst the luminescence, the thunderous world announcements ringing in his ears, while before him lay spoils that could make players across the globe green with envy. His expression remained tranquil, as if all of this were simply a matter of course. Hydra Star of Calamity. Unique title, wearing effect. Increases damage dealt to large monsters and serpent-type creatures by 10. Description. You have put an end to the terrifying reign of the abyssal Hydra. Your name is enough to instill fear in serpent creatures. Without hesitation, Lin Feng equipped the title and, through fate, altered it to enhance damage against large monsters and all creatures by 10. Though somewhat redundant, it did not diminish the effect. His gaze then fell upon the metal. Epic metal. Eye of the Hydra slot. Metal attributes. Agility 50, Constitution 30, Spirit 20. Poison resistance 25, Special effect 1. Multi-headed gaze. Your critical damage is further increased by 15. Special effect 2. Abyssal venom breath. Your attacks have a minor chance to inflict the abyssal corrosion effect on the target, dealing 50 poison damage per second, stacking, ignoring partial resistance, and lasting 8 seconds. Required level for equipment, 17. Description, containing a portion of the abyssal Hydra's power. This eyeball continues to emanate an unsettling chill and a toxic aura, even when separated from its host. Hiss. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp in astonishment at the attributes of this metal. Exceptional, an unequivocal masterpiece. With its high primary attribute bonuses, terrifying critical damage enhancement, and a continuous damage effect that disregards partial resistance, this metal would elevate his output potential to unprecedented heights. Fate. Activate. Your attacks have an immense chance to apply the abyssal corrosion effect on the target. Without a moment's hesitation, he equipped it. A chilling yet powerful force surged within him, causing the numbers on his attribute panel to dance once more. Soon after, his gaze shifted toward the alluringly gleaming, legendary skill tome chest. This was the main event. Legendary skills. In the early stages of the game, this was nothing short of a mythic existence. With a flicker of anticipation, Lin Feng opened the treasure chest. Buzz! A radiant, divine golden light erupted into the sky, more dazzling than when he had vanquished the boss, bathing the heavens in a golden hue. From within the chest, a skill book, imbued with the essence of shadows and storms, slowly materialized. Skill book, Shadow Kill Storm, Legendary. Type, passive skill class restriction, Archer Assassin effect, Shadow Kill Storm. Each time you slay an enemy, there is a chance to gain a stack of Shadow Kill, with each stack enhancing agility by 5 and attack speed by 2 for 10 seconds, stacking up to a maximum of 10 layers. Upon acquiring a new stack, the duration of all layers is refreshed. If no new Shadow Kill stacks are obtained within 10 seconds, all layers dissipate. Description: those who walk in the shadows become harbingers of death, transforming slaughter into a tempest that accelerates with each kill, growing ever stronger. The Shadow Kill Storm. A glimmer of unprecedented brilliance ignited in Lin Feng's eyes. This skill was tailor-made for him, with a maximum of 10 layers. That equated to an additional 50 agility and 20 attack speed. Combined with the Fate skill to solidify the Shadow Kill buff, it meant a permanent acquisition of 50 agility and 20 attack speed. An explosive enhancement of attributes. He learned the skill. The golden skill book transformed into luminous particles, merging into Lin Feng's being, and in his skill bar, an icon adorned with a legendary frame, resembling a swirling shadow storm, illuminated. Having attended to the two most significant rewards, Lin Feng began to collect the other scattered spoils of war. The sound of shimmering treasures filled the air. Purple light, golden light, a dazzling spectacle. Hydra scale leggings, purple. Defense 120, agility 45, constitution 25, evasion 3. Equip, abyssal gaze gloves, purple. Defense 80, agility 40, spirit 30, critical hit chance 5. Equip, 9-headed Hydra longbow, purple. An exquisite weapon for archers. Viper dagger, gold, a rogue's finest. There is even a golden material. Heart of the Abyss, golden. Description: a core infused with abyssal power. Essential for forging legendary equipment or completing certain legendary quests. Like autumn leaves swept away by the wind, Lin Feng gathered every valuable item into his backpack. In just a few minutes, his attributes surged dramatically. If he had previously been at level 21 with a combat power of level 30, he now felt equipped to challenge elite monsters of level 35 or even level 40. All of this transpired under the gaze of distant onlookers, broadcasted through the perspectives of players who had activated the in-game live streaming feature. These players initially sought merely to stream the world boss and ride the wave of popularity, never anticipating they would be fortunate enough to witness and stream the entire process of Knight Emperor single-handedly defeating the world boss and claiming godly rewards. Century live stream. Knight Emperor single-handedly defeats world boss. Legendary drop live. Chapter 24. The Grudge of a Past Life. Countless players flocked in. The barrage of comments became so dense that the screen was obscured. What have I just witnessed? A legendary skill book and an epic medal. Goodness. Those attributes must be extraordinary. The ground is strewn with purple gear. He can barely collect them all. Oh dear, I'm still using white gear. While the great player is scooping up purple items as if they were mere refuse. This disparity. Is it still fair to play? We bow in reverence to the great player. This is the true deity of gaming. Players worldwide sent their congratulations. Streamer, zoom in a bit. Let me bask in some of that luck. This segment of the live broadcast was downloaded into the real world, edited at lightning speed, and disseminated across major gaming forums and video platforms globally. Shocking. Player Yi Huang from the Huaxia region single-handedly slays a world boss, claiming legendary rewards. The myth. Solo world boss kill by player Yi Huang. Legendary loot confirmed. Players around the globe, regardless of server or country, were utterly ignited by this news. Countless individuals flocked to the official forum of the Huaxia region, eager to witness the prowess of this Yi Huang. Major gaming media clamored to report. The ID Yi Huang became synonymous with Eternal Divine Realm and the entire gaming community. He was no longer merely the top player in the Huaxia region. He He was universally recognized as the world's foremost player. The strength he exhibited transcended the current understanding of players, akin to a deity overlooking all mortals struggling below. In the conference rooms of various guilds, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. We are no longer in the same dimension as him. How can we entice him? What we can offer, he can acquire on his own, and in greater abundance and quality. Let us concede, at least for now, do not provoke him. Let us pray he does not obstruct our path. The top guilds that once aspired to challenge Huang now felt a profound sense of helplessness. The chasm had widened to a point of despair. Amidst the clamor, shock, admiration, and hopelessness, Lin Feng merely cast a glance at his overflowing backpack, shimmering with purple light and golden brilliance, nodding in satisfaction. His strength surged once more. The gap between him and other players was no longer confined to mere levels. It encompassed a comprehensive domination of equipment, skills, wealth, and prestige. The sensation of leaving the entire world far behind was exhilarating. He shut out the external chaos. His figure once again merging with the shadows, vanishing into the depths of the Emerald Marsh, leaving behind a silhouette that incited awe and fervent discussion among players worldwide. In a casual encounter with a horde of minor monsters, Lin Feng wielded his ability, Fate, to transform the Shadow Kill buff, which was originally 10 tiers in his status bar, into a permanent enhancement. His attributes had become so unreasonably formidable that he hardly resembled a player of level 21. Character: Knight Emperor race, human class, Fate Weaver, hidden, level 21 physical defense, 250 health points, 1640 mana points, 960 strength, 6 agility, 315 constitution, 82 intelligence, 10 spirit, 120. The above details reflect Lin Feng's primary attributes, with his agility reaching an astonishing peak. As a class specializing in archery, every point of agility translated into 1 point of attack power, along with enhancements to critical hits, accuracy, and evasion. Coupled with the array of permanent buffs from the Wheel of Fate, reflected in his status bar, his attack speed, evasion, movement speed, and resistances were all exceptionally heightened. The clamor of the Emerald Marsh had yet to subside, as videos and discussions regarding Knight Emperor's solo defeat of a world boss spread like wildfire across the global internet. At this moment, the protagonist of the event, Lin Feng, had quietly arrived in another leveling zone, the Blackstone Hills. His singular aim, vengeance. The betrayal of his previous life pierced his heart like a dagger. The greedy and grotesque visage of Zhao Tianming, alongside Su Qingyue's hypocritical and cowardly dependence, would be repaid 100-fold at this very moment. Meanwhile, deep within the Blackstone Hills, core members of the Myth Guild, led by their president Zhao Tianming and his girlfriend Su Qingyue, were besieging a level 13 elite boss, the Armored Scorpion. The atmosphere was tense. Healer, restore the tank's health. We can't hold on much longer. Mage, unleash your damage. Quickly interrupt. It's poisonous stinger. For heaven's sake, focus. If we defeat this boss, Myth can reclaim its glory. Zhao Tianming shouted hoarsely, his face a portrait of despair. Just moments prior, he had received news of Knight Emperor's solo conquest of the world boss. At that instant, it felt as if his heart were gripped by an invisible hand, suffocating him with jealousy, anger, fear, and an overwhelming sense of humiliation that nearly consumed him. Why? What right does that Knight Emperor, who seemingly emerged from nowhere, have to attain such glory? What gives him the privilege of receiving legendary rewards? He should be the protagonist of this game. He should be the center of attention. Tianming, perhaps we should be cautious. That Knight Emperor. Su Qingyue murmured nearby, her face betraying her palpable fear. The news had shaken her to her core. She scarcely dared to envision that godlike figure. Silence. What is there to fear? How could he possibly find us? Zhao Tianming irritably cut her off. Once we defeat this boss and acquire the equipment, we will. Before he could finish his sentence, an unforeseen calamity struck. A streak of black light, moving with blinding speed as if tearing through the fabric of space, suddenly appeared behind the armored scorpion. Shadow strike, instant kill. Splatter. A faint sound of a bullet piercing flesh echoed through the air. Just when this stone-armored scorpion, on the brink of demise at the hands of the Myth Guild, had but a sliver of health remaining. A terrifying damage number erupted above its head. Minus 870. The colossal form of the boss froze momentarily. Its health bar depleted in an instant, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Several blue and green items were dropped. What the hell? Who stole the boss? Damn it, where did that come from? Before the members of the Myth Guild could comprehend the situation, a streak of black light surged forth, unrelenting, akin to the scythe of the Grim Reaper, heading straight for the astonished Zhao Tianming. Target locked. Critical headshot. Chapter 25. The safe zone is also a slaughterhouse. Zhao Tianming felt a devastating purple light flash before his eyes, rendering him incapable of discerning the identity of the assailant. His mind went blank. Minus 3050. True damage. Critical hit. Instant kill. The astonishment and fury etched on Zhao Tianming's face crystallized into a beam of white light, vanishing from sight. Ah, Brother Tianming. Suinu screamed, turning to flee. But it was too late. Another streak of light flashed by. Shadow strike, instant kill, refresh. Puff. Minus 752. Su Qingwei, a woman who played a pivotal role in the betrayal of Zhao Tianming in a past life, could not utter a single word of plea. She followed in Zhao Tianming's footsteps, dissipating into light. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. From the moment the boss was usurped to the instant the guild leaders were annihilated, no more than 3 seconds had elapsed. The remaining core members of the Myth Guild stood frozen, as if encased in ice, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. It was only at that moment they discerned the figure cloaked in white standing beside the corpse of the boss. It was Night Emperor. Fear washed over them like a tidal wave. Run! Quick run! Someone shouted, and instantly, everyone scattered like startled birds. Lin Feng observed their fleeing figures with cold indifference. Lacking the inclination to pursue, his sole targets were Zhao Tianming and Su Qingwei. A chilling smile curved upon his lips as he opened the map, pinpointing the nearest resurrection point, Blackstone Village, a novice village in close proximity to the Blackstone Hills. Blackstone Village, resurrection point, a flash of white light. And Zhao Tianming and Su Qingwei materialized at the resurrection point almost simultaneously. Night Emperor. Damn it! Upon revival, Zhao Tianming erupted with curses, his countenance ashen, his eyes brimming with resentment and unmasked terror. That last strike had been utterly horrifying. What do we do, Brother Tianming? He seems to be coming for us. Su Qingyue's voice trembled, laced with panic. What are we afraid of? This is a novice village. There are level 99 guards here. If he dares to make a move, the guards will obliterate him. Zhao Tianming shouted, attempting to bolster his own courage. He quickly scanned the surroundings and spotted a patrolling figure, its name displayed in crimson. Blackstone Village Guard LV-99, and he let out a slight sigh of relief. Yes, the guards. We are safe here. Let us see if he dares to approach. Su Qingwei grasped at this lifeline. However, no sooner had their words left their lips than a white figure appeared, like a wraith, at the entrance of the Resurrection Point Square, advancing step by step toward them. It was Night Emperor. Nearby novice players were instantly captivated, halting in their tracks, curiosity piqued by the unfolding scene. Look, ISNT, that Night Emperor? What is he doing in Blackstone Novice Village? Those two seem to be the president and vice president of Myth Guild. This is going to be interesting. Zhao Tianming's heart raced as he watched Lin Feng approach, yet he feigned calmness and shouted, Night Emperor, what do you want? This is a safe zone. Dare you make a move? Guards are here. He even attempted to draw closer to the guards. The two level 99 sentinels, indeed, noticed the movement and mechanically turned towards Lin Feng, their crimson gazes fixating upon the revolver he brandished. The long halberd in their hands was slightly raised, emitting a system warning. Warning, Blackstone Village is a safe zone. Any PvP actions are prohibited. Cease your hostile behavior immediately, or face severe penalties. Lin Feng did not hesitate, aiming the revolver at his foe before him. In his eyes, the guard status shifted from yellow, neutral, to red, hostile, observing the sentinel's reaction. Thao tiaminan suinue vor sinister smiles, exclaiming, ah. Did you see that? Night Emperor? Dare you move again? The onlooking players held their breath. eager to witness how this legendary figure would respond. Breaching a safe zone? That was undoubtedly a death wish. Level 99 Sentinels were, at this stage, the embodiment of invincibility. Even the Knight Emperor, no matter how formidable, could not withstand a single blow. However, Lin Feng merely cast a fleeting glance at the two guards radiating immense pressure, a trace of subtle derision gracing his lips. Rules? Order? In the face of destiny, they were of no consequence. Destiny. Activate. Lin Feng silently intoned within his mind. Target. Blackstone Village Sentinel. Hostile. Modification. Blackstone Village Sentinel. Friendly. Buzz. Suddenly, the two formerly aggressive, level 99 Sentinels halted abruptly. The crimson light in their eyes swiftly faded to a gentle blue. They lowered their halberds and even inclined their heads slightly towards Lin Feng, as if in greeting. Then, they turned and resumed their patrol, completely disregarding the proximity of Lin Feng and the astonished Zhao Tianming and Su Qingwei. The sinister grin on Zhao Tianming's face froze. The color drained from Su Qingyue's face in an instant. All the onlookers were left agape, their eyes nearly popping out. WH. What just happened? Why did the guards? Why did they leave? They seemed friendly towards the Knight Emperor? This is impossible. How'd he manage that? Controlling NPCs? My heavens. This game can be played like this. The last vestiges of hope in Zhao Tianming and Su Qingwei shattered completely. They gazed at Lin Feng, who was approaching step by step, as if witnessing a demon rising from the depths of hell. No, don't come near. Su Qingwei collapsed to the ground in terror, tears streaming down her face. Knight Emperor, WH, what do you want? Killing is just a matter of striking the head. ISNT once enough. Zhao Tianming's voice trembled as he stepped back cautiously. Lin Feng's gaze was icy, betraying no emotion. Not enough. How could it be enough? The debts of the past life cannot be repaid with a single death. Shadow strike, instant kill. Splat. Zhao Tianming transformed into a wisp of white light once more. System notification. You have maliciously killed the player Zhao Tianming. Evil value 5. System notification. Player Zhao Tianming has died, losing 10 of current gold, dropped item. Iron Falcon Longsword X1. With a clatter, several silver coins and a longsword fell to the ground. Lin Feng did not spare a glance, his gaze shifting to the crumpled figure of Su Qingwei. No, please, spare me. It was all Zhao Tianming's doing. I had nothing to do with it. Su Qingwei incoherently begged. System notification. You have maliciously killed player Su Qingwei. Crime value 5. System notification. Player Su Qingwei has died, losing 10 of current gold. Dropped item. Exquisite robe X1. Moments later, a flash of white light at the resurrection point signaled their return. Awaiting them was the cold muzzle of Lin Feng's weapon. Chapter 26. The Assassination in the Land of Cherry Blossoms. Bang, bang, instant kill. Once again, transformed into a blinding light. This time, the coins that fell were even fewer. System notification. You have consecutively maliciously killed players. Your sin value has significantly increased. Please be aware that an excessively high sin value may result in double death penalties and pursuit by the city guards. Lin Feng disregarded the system's warning. Resurrection. Instant kill. Resurrection again. Another instant kill. With each demise, they would lose 10 of their current coins, and the cost of resurrection escalated geometrically with consecutive deaths. Zhao Tianming's emotions shifted from furious curses to terrified pleas, ultimately leading to a state of numb despair. Su Qingwei had long since cracked, each resurrection accompanied by screams and tears, only to be instantly dispatched once more. Their pitiful plight was observed by an increasing number of players drawn by the commotion, whispering and pointing. How tragic! Who have they offended? Why provoke the formidable Knight Emperor? They deserve it. I heard that the Myth Guild previously tried to intercept the Knight Emperor, blocking him in the safe zone for slaughter. Not even the guards intervened. The Knight Emperor is truly extraordinary. Finally, after being repeatedly slain 5 or 6 times, Zhao Tianming and Su Qingwei found their coins nearly depleted, and the resurrection fees soared beyond their means. In a final act, Zhao Tianming resurrected, his eyes bloodshot and face twisted with rage, screaming with all his might. Night Emperor, I shall haunt you even as a ghost. Lin Feng's gaze remained indifferent as he raised his hand. Bang! Zhao Tianming, filled with boundless resentment and unwillingness, vanished completely from the resurrection point. Su Qingwei, in her last resurrection, had completely lost her senses, resembling a broken doll. In her fear, she even began to lose control, ultimately meeting her end with a bullet from a revolver. The entire square of Blackstone Village fell into a profound silence. All were awestruck by Lin Feng's cruel and efficient method of vengeance. In the safe zone, he disregarded the guards, slaughtering the president and vice president of a guild as though they were mere chickens. What sheer tyranny! What lawlessness! Lin Feng coldly surveyed the square, as if he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. The grudge from his past life had been avenged. The Myth Guild, from this day forth, it shall cease to exist. He turned, his cloak billowing, departing quietly amidst countless gazes filled with awe, fear, and a hint of excitement, leaving behind a chilling legend. The wrath of the Night Emperor is insurmountable. The safe zone is but a slaughterhouse. The revenge in Blackstone Village rippled through the tranquil surface of the lake, spreading swiftly throughout the entire eternal divine realm and even into the real world. The Night Emperor had brazenly slain the president and vice president of the Myth Guild in the safe zone. Even the level 99 guards regarded him with indifference. Were the rules of this game fully comprehended by him, or could he alter the rules? This transcended mere technical issues. Was it a bug, or some hidden authority? Countless speculations flooded major forums, igniting fervent discussions. The name Night Emperor is shrouded in a mysterious and terrifying aura. Not only does he possess overwhelming strength, but he also seems to wield a power that transcends the very rules of the game. At this moment, a piece of news, seemingly originating from nowhere, has further intensified the already volatile situation. Breaking news. The inscriptions on a stone tablet within a certain secret realm of eternal divine domain have been deciphered. After the opening of the level 25 main city system, the real-world synchronization feature is set to be activated. Certain powers, skills, and even items acquired by players in the game can be redeemed for the real world through specific means. This revelation detonated across the globe like a nuclear explosion. The game is no longer merely a game. This is a ladder to the extraordinary. Naturally, the first-person, Night Emperor, has become the focal point of everyone's attention. My goodness, if this is true, then our esteemed Night Emperor will be the first to become a superhuman in reality. Mastery of firearms? Instantaneous stealth kills? Even that monstrous poison immunity treatment? Bringing it into the real world. It's unimaginable. He must be located. The Huaxia authorities must have already taken action. This is certainly a matter of national importance. Other countries will undoubtedly be restless, especially those that covet Huaxia. Discussions online are fervent, while the undercurrents in the real world are surging. Yet at the center of it all, Lin Feng seems detached from the chaos. He has just utilized Qin Shuyuan's connections to dispose of a large batch of equipment, particularly after defeating the world boss, Abyss Multi-Headed Serpent, filling his inventory with an array of purple gear. Night Emperor, the gear you're providing is simply terrifying. Qin Shuyuan's voice carries a hint of wry amusement and helplessness. My channels are nearly saturated. Many guilds and high-level players cannot consume such a surplus of high-grade items all at once. Understood. There's no rush, Lin Feng replied calmly. Leaving some equipment in his backpack and warehouse, you can handle the rest at your leisure. Closing the communication, Lin Feng resumed hunting the level 21 Mist Stalker deep within the Death Forest. His goal was clear, to swiftly reach level 25, to unlock the main city. He understood better than anyone what real-world synchronization entailed. It marked the dawn of a new era, and he must seize the opportunity, just as he landed a precise headshot, instantly killing a stalker, refreshing Shadow Strike, and preparing to charge towards the next monster. An ominous vibration coursed through him. A chilling instinct, akin to being targeted by a venomous snake, surged from his spine. Almost instinctively, he halted, twisting his body at an impossible angle, A slender black shadow, almost merging with the surrounding darkness, materialized like a specter from behind his previous position. A short blade, glimmering with a ghostly green light, sliced past him at a speed that surpassed human reflexes, sending fragments of fabric flying. A sneak attack, an elite sneak attack. Lin Feng's pupils constricted as he swiftly retreated, simultaneously raising Dusk Reaper, aiming the muzzle at the shadow. The shadow struck but missed entirely, displaying no sign of hesitation. Like a feather devoid of weight, it traced an eerie arc through the air, closing in once more with astonishing speed, rendering only an afterimage visible. This was an exceedingly petite and delicate female player, clad in form-fitting black leather armor, her face obscured by a veil, revealing only a pair of cold, piercing eyes. Her ID was not deliberately concealed. Chiyo no Kaze, hailing from the Sakura server, level 17, the top of the Sakura Kingdom leaderboard. Quite the quick reaction. Night Emperor. Chiyo no Kaze's voice resonated with an ethereal coldness. Spoken in Japanese, but seamlessly translated by Eternal Divine Realm into a tongue comprehensible to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's gaze was resolute. He had no desire for idle chatter. The unabashed, killing intent emanating from his opponent spoke volumes. Bang! Critical headshot. A bullet imbued with a sense of annihilation was unleashed, aimed directly at Chiyo no Kaze's head. Chapter 27. A certain hit. The enigmatic mirror. Yet, at the very moment of impending impact, Chiyo Ki's figure wavered like a reflection in water. Miss. A blinding notification of failure appeared. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he unleashed a barrage from the Shadow Striker. Bang! 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 The bullets pursued the elusive silhouette with relentless fervor. Yet, without exception, miss, miss, miss. Every attack fell short, as if Chiyo Ki's form were non-existent in this realm. She halted, standing a short distance away, gazing at Lin Feng with a confident, even mocking, smile gracing her lips. Night Sovereign, your assaults cannot touch me. Her innate talent was an SSS-grade ability discovered at great expense by the high echelons of Sakura Nation. Mirage of Blossoms. Its effects were exceedingly formidable. It greatly enhanced her evasion rate, and upon dodging, rendered her momentarily ethereal, making her completely immune to directional physical and magical attacks. Her mission was directly issued by the Strategic Division of the Sakura Nation's upper management. At all costs, assassinate the Night Sovereign, seize the critical items he would drop, disrupt his level advantage and fortune until he was utterly obliterated. Should she succeed, it would undoubtedly deliver a heavy blow to the morale of the Huaxia region and clear obstacles for Sakura Nation's ascendant plans during this opportune moment. In her eyes, with the Mirage of Blossoms' talent, she was the unequivocal nemesis of a marksman like Night Sovereign, who relied on precision shots and explosive skills. This assassination was virtually assured. Night Sovereign, while she begrudgingly acknowledged that he too might possess an SSS-grade talent, perhaps even some fortuitous encounters within the game, before her extraordinary PvP prowess, his survival was an impossibility. Confronted with Chiyo Ki's nearly invincible evasion and taunts, Lin Feng's expression turned icy. Unable to land a hit, he slowly sheathed the Shadow Striker, which radiated a violet glow. This action momentarily startled Chiyo Ki. Had he given up? No. Lin Feng reached into the recesses of his backpack and retrieved a weapon he had nearly forgotten about. A piece of trash long overdue for disposal. Rusty revolver, white, attack power, 20 to 25 attributes, none special effect. Infection, bullets inflict a rust effect, causing the target to suffer infection damage of 1 point per second for 60 seconds. Equipment requirement, level 18 description, a revolver whose rust has accumulated over many years. Perhaps it can still fire? Upon seeing the evidently inferior weapon, Chiyo Ki's derision intensified. Could he possibly strike her with such rubbish? However, the moment Lin Feng grasped the rusty revolver, he activated his divine talent. Fate. Activation. Target. Bullets inflict rust effect. Modification. Bullets gain guaranteed hit effect. The power of fate silently and subtly altered the fundamental rules of this ordinary weapon. The description of the rusted effect has been twisted into an inescapable concept. Lin Feng raised the rusted revolver, aiming its muzzle at the face of Chio Keed, who still wore a confident smile. His movements were slow, devoid of any skills. Merely a most ordinary shot. Bang! The sound of the gun was dull, akin to a muted cannon. A bullet, tarnished by rust, languidly soared forth. In the midst of Chio Keed's incredulous gaze, even as her SSS-grade talent, Mirage, was still in effect, despite her conviction that she could effortlessly evade. Her body had already begun to react with a dodge. That slow, decaying bullet seemed to disregard space, defy the rules, and overlook her proud talent. Thud! It struck her shoulder with pinpoint accuracy. Due to Lin Feng's extraordinary attributes, even the most mundane of equipment could inflict immense damage. Minus 320. Simultaneously, a bleeding debuff icon appeared in her status bar. A surge of excruciating pain. The confidence and mockery on Chio Keed's face instantly froze, morphing into sheer shock and bewilderment. How could this be possible? She had been hit by an opponent wielding a mere white trash weapon. No, the damage was not the crux of the matter. The essence lay in her SSS-grade evasion talent, which allowed her to disdain the vast majority of players in the world, even daring to challenge the world's #1, Yi Huang. Being disregarded? At that moment, Chio Keed felt her worldview shatter. Who was this man? Yi Huang, truly a monster? With her health dwindling, Chio Keed realized her perilous situation. There was no chance of victory against the strongest man in the world in a direct confrontation. The icy demeanor in her eyes swiftly faded, replaced by a pitiable allure. The corners of her mouth, shrouded in black lace, curled slightly as she attempted to speak in a somewhat awkward, exotic dialect of Chinese. Yi Huang-san, you are truly formidable. I, Chio Keed, was merely curious to test the prowess of the legendary #1 in the world. I mean no harm. As she spoke, her delicate fingers subtly retreated, brushing against an inconspicuous scroll at her waist. Random teleportation scroll. This was her last resort for survival. If only she could delay for a second. The art of seduction? Stalling for time? Lin Feng regarded her sudden shift in demeanor with nothing but indifference. Naive, a woman, would only hinder my speed in drawing the gun. Bang! The cold bullet accurately tore through her leather armor, erupting into a spray of crimson upon her petite form. The allure on Chio Keed's face instantly stiffened, replaced by profound agony and terror. No! With a short, unwilling scream, Chio Keed transformed into a beam of white light. Dissipating in place. System notification. You have slain player Chio Keed, Sakura server, gaining 5 evil points. As the white light faded, aside from a handful of gold coins, a small item lay quietly on the ground. A palm-sized, ancient, and elegant bronze mirror. The frame is intricately carved with delicate cherry blossoms and auspicious clouds. Yet the surface of the mirror is not smooth. It ripples gently like water. Lin Feng stepped forward and picked up the mirror. Gaze of the mirror, purple, effect, true countenance revealed. When used on a designated player within a 50-meter radius, it disregards helmets, masks, and various forms of disguise, forcibly unveiling the player's face for a duration of 5 seconds. Description. It is said to be a legendary mirror from the ancient myths of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Exceedingly rare. Revealing one's true appearance? Lin Feng gazed at the properties of the mirror and instantly comprehended the sinister intentions of Chio Feng, or rather, the malevolent forces behind her from the Cherry Blossom Nation. Assassination was the primary objective. Yet even in failure, they intended to use this mirror to unveil his true visage. Taking advantage of the current inability of the game to fully synchronize with reality, they sought to locate him in the real world for a physical eradication. What nefarious scheme. They wished to find me in reality? A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, his anger surging and murderous intent palpable. Truly, a death wish. The most effective method to deal with such a latent threat is to eliminate it completely. He raised the gaze of the mirror once more. Fate. Activate. Target. Forcibly reveal the player's face. Modification. Forcibly reveal the player's innate talent. Chapter 28. Revenge. unleashing the unmatched in Sakura country. The surface of the gaze mirror suddenly rippled violently before settling into tranquility, yet the shimmering light upon it appeared even more profound and enigmatic. Lin Feng once again inspected the attributes of the mirror. Gaze mirror effect. True form revealed. When used on a designated player within a 50-meter radius, it disregards helmets, masks, and all forms of disguise, forcibly revealing the player's talent for a duration of 5 seconds. The heart-seeking mirror, thoroughly transformed by the power of destiny, no longer concerns itself with the ephemeral shell, but instead pierces directly to the essence of power, talent. Ha ha ha! Lin Feng could not suppress a chuckle. How exhilarating! This gaze mirror, initially merely a tool imbued with treachery, has under the influence of destiny metamorphosed into a divine artifact for PvP, revealing talent. This signifies that he can see through the majority of his opponent's hidden cards. Moreover, he can utilize the godly talent, destiny, to modify them. From this moment onward, who would dare conceal their strength before him? Whose talent could possibly threaten him? Sakura country wishes to use this mirror against him. Now, this very mirror shall become his weapon to hunt down the players of Sakura country, and indeed all of his foes. Sakura country, since you have voluntarily presented your face. Lin Feng stowed away the mirror, his gaze turning utterly frigid. Do not blame me for rendering you unrecognizable. He opened the map, his eyes landing on the icon of the novice village. Each novice village houses a teleportation array, offering a unique service, cross-novice village teleportation. The cost is 10 gold coins. At this stage, 10 gold coins is an astronomical sum for an average player. Who would frivolously squander such an amount to teleport from one novice village to another? If one truly wished to go, one could simply run there. Thus, this teleportation array is nearly disregarded by all. But for Lin Feng, a mere 10 gold, he promptly utilized a return scroll, and in a flash of white light, he returned to Blackstone Village. He walked directly towards the Dimension Traveler, who was clad in a tattered cloak and dozing in the corner. I wish to teleport, Lin Feng stated. The Dimension Traveler lazily opened his eyes. Oh, young man, which village do you wish to visit? Just so you know, it's 10 gold per trip. No credit. Several players nearby had taken notice of this scene. Look, isn't that the Great Knight Emperor? He asked back in the novice village. What does he want with that teleportation NPC? Could it be? No way. It costs 10 gold for a single trip. Who would use that? Oh, Knight Emperor. My apologies, disregard what I said. Is the Great One going to inspect other novice villages? Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Feng unhesitatingly chose to pay. System notification. You have paid 10 gold. A rudimentary teleportation list materialized, displaying the names of novice villages from the Huaxia region and several other areas. Lin Feng's gaze zeroed in on a village name adorned with a cherry blossom emblem. Sakura Village, Sakura Server, Eastern Capital Novice Zone. Objective, Sakura Village. A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of the Dimension Traveler, yet he nodded and began to channel energy. A rudimentary teleportation array, emanating faint spatial fluctuations, illuminated beneath Lin Feng's feet. Goodness, he truly intends to teleport. 10 gold coins just to visit another village? What could possibly be the reason? Wait, the name of that village. Sakura Village? That is, in the land of cherry blossoms? He is heading to the novice village of the cherry blossom country? What could be his purpose? All the onlooking players were left dumbfounded. Knight Emperor, what are you planning? As the brilliance of the teleportation array faded, it left behind a ground full of astonished players exchanging fervent discussions. Knight Emperor is truly going to the cherry blossom country. My heavens, what could he possibly achieve alone? Those who followed him earlier. It seems they were Dragon Battle in the Wild, the vice president of the Whisperers Guild in Cold Moonberry's Flowers, the chief assassin of the Sword Pavilion. They too have joined him. Goodness, this could lead to something monumental. Hurry, to the forum's live stream. I must witness this in real time. Countless players from Huaxia flocked to forums and streaming platforms, anticipating an unprecedented cross-server storm. Meanwhile, in Sakura Village, a flash of white light, and Lin Feng's figure appeared in a novice village square adorned with traditional Japanese architecture, where cherry blossoms fluttered around. Surrounding him were bustling players clad in novice garb, chattering in Japanese. They curiously scrutinized the sudden arrival of this foreigner, donned in obviously high-tier gear, with a white hood obscuring his face. Shortly thereafter, more flashes of white light appeared, revealing dragon battle in the wild, a burly shield warrior and cold moonberries flowers, a stern-faced female assassin from the Whisperers Guild, along with a couple of high-ranking members from major Huaxia guilds who had come seeking excitement or treasure, emerging behind Lin Feng. Despite the steep cost of 10 gold coins for the teleportation, the potential for unexpected encounters or significant clues made it worth the gamble. What could Knight Emperor be doing here? Could there be hidden quests or treasures? This was the very thought that propelled them to follow Lin Feng. Cold moonberries flowers furrowed her brow, instinctively entering a stealth mode to survey the surroundings. While they speculated on Lin Feng's intentions and marveled at the wonders and costs of cross-server teleportation, a user identified as Dragon Soul suddenly revealed in the channel that an assassin with SSS-level talent from Cherry Blossom Garden plotted to assassinate Knight Emperor. Dragon Soul, as the second-ranking figure in the Huaxia leaderboard, he commanded significant attention, and both in the game and the real world. It was widely acknowledged that he had profound ties with the Huaxia authorities. So that it, dragon battle in the wild and cold moon berries flowers gasped as they observed Knight Emperor's silhouette. Is he truly intending to confront the entirety of the Cherry Blossom country single-handedly? Lin Feng made his move, without a word wasted, without a hint of hesitation. Target locked. Shadow strike, instant kill. Whoosh. The white figure darted away like an arrow released from its bow, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear behind a novice player from the land of cherry blossoms, who was engaged in cheerful conversation with companions. In a swift motion, the muzzle of the Dusk Reaper, his firearm was nearly pressed against the back of the unsuspecting player's head. -832. A lethal strike. The smile on the cherry blossom player's face instantly froze, transforming into a burst of white light, accompanied by the scattering of a few copper coins and a piece of white cloth. What? An ambush? Baka. Who is it? The surrounding players from the land of cherry blossoms were taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Before they could comprehend the situation, the slaughter commenced. Chapter 29. The Top 10 Masters Under Siege. Lin Feng's figure moved like a wraith, darting rapidly through the dense throng of novice players. Each refresh of Shadow Strike signified the end of a life. Bang! Heart-piercing bullet, instantaneously eliminating 5 individuals. Whoosh! A regular attack. Annihilated. A swath of white light erupted. The figure cloaked in a white hood had transformed into the most terrifying harbinger of death. With each shot fired from the Dart Pursuer, a Cherry Blossom Nation's player was precisely dispatched. The low-level players from the Cherry Blossom Nation had no chance to react, falling like crops before scythe. The entire square of Cherry Blossom Village was instantaneously transformed into a hellish nightmare. The cacophony of screams, curses, and pleas for mercy melded together, but soon these sounds were replaced by the bright light of death and the clattering of dropped equipment. Damn! Long Zhan Yi was left speechless, his massive shield forgotten in his hands. He was slaughtering an entire village? Cold moon morning flowers emerged from stealth, her voice trembling with disbelief. The others who had followed were so terrified that their faces turned pale. Treasure? Fortuitous encounters? Nonsense. This man was here for vengeance. He was here to wreak havoc. A single individual annihilating an entire server's novice village. They watched as Lin Feng coldly and efficiently butchered those Cherry Blossom Nation novices who were still trying to grasp the situation, a chill coursing through them as if it shot straight to the top of their heads. So powerful, so ruthless, so insane, yet simultaneously an inexplicable thrill, tinged with guilt, surged within them, especially when recalling the earlier assassination in Cherry Blossom Garden and the potential conspiracy lurking within the Cherry Blossom Nation. Damn it! Long Zhan Yi couldn't help but let out a roar, even though he dared not intervene. Watching was cathartic. Lin Feng, of course, noticed them but paid them no heed. As long as they did not provoke him, he was disinclined to divert his attention. His sole focus was on those Cherry Blossom Nation players who dared to challenge him. The news of the massacre in Cherry Blossom Village spread at lightning speed. Players logging off cried out in despair on social media and gaming forums. Those who had narrowly escaped initiated live streams, broadcasting this nightmarish scene to the entire world. Extra. Player Knight Emperor from Huaxia District invades the Cherry Blossom server. Currently engaged in a bloodbath in Cherry Blossom Village. Hell has descended. The White Reaper Knight Emperor single-handedly annihilates Cherry Blossom Village. Unresisting, absolute power crushes all. The end of the Cherry Blossom novice players. Game BUG. The novice village NPC guards turn a blind eye to the slaughter. Players worldwide were rendered speechless. Huaxia District players were first struck with shock, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Knight Emperor is incredible. Damn. Voice cracking. Those who offend Huaxia shall face retribution, no matter how far away. The Great One is magnificent. Ha ha ha. What a relief. Let them know the consequences of angering the mighty Knight Emperor. Were Long Zhanyu Yi and his companions present? Quick, start a live stream. We want to see it from the first-person perspective. Other players from different countries were left utterly bewildered, jaws dropped. A single person slaughtering an entire novice village? Oh my god, what manner of monster is this? Does he not fear the guards? The Huaxia server. Is it truly that terrifying? A grand spectacle is about to unfold. The Sakura nation must be driven to madness, right? Meanwhile, the players from Sakura are engulfed in profound humiliation, fury, and dread. Bakayuru, kill him. Kill him. This is a monumental disgrace for our great Sakura empire. Hurry, gather the experts. Eliminate that Chinese pig. Wails of despair echo. It's too horrifying. He is not human at all. Within the upper echelons of the Sakura government, alarms blare. Report. Sakura village is uncontactable. All players have been slaughtered by a Huaxia player known as Knight Emperor. Another report follows. Knight Emperor has teleported away from Sakura village. Yet another. Knight Emperor has appeared in the second novice village, Bamboo Language Village. The massacre has commenced. Nanny. The faces of the high-ranking officials in the conference room turn ashen. A middle-aged man pounds the table in frustration. Useless. All of you are useless. Our Sakura empire has been utterly shamed. My lord, that Knight Emperor, his power is overwhelming. According to the last footage transmitted from Sakura Village, ordinary players stood no chance against him. A technician reports tremulously, speed, attack, explosive power. He utterly crushes them. We must stop him. Immediately. The middle-aged man's eyes gleam with malice. Transmit my orders. Summon the 10 strongest players at the highest levels right now. Amaterasu, Tsukuyumi, Susu, all top 10. Rush to Bamboo Language Village at once. At any cost, bring me the head of Knight Emperor. With his corpse, we shall cleanse our shame. The command is issued with utmost urgency. The entire Sakura server is set ablaze with activity. The 10 players, recognized as the pinnacle of the nation's combat prowess. Akin to 10 unsheathed blades, swiftly converge from their respective training grounds and dungeons towards the blood-soaked Bamboo Language Village. Amaterasu, LV-17 Holy Knight, Tsukuyumi, LV-17 Illusionist, LV-17 Berserker, Oni Wielder, LV-17 Archer, Yuki-Onna, Mio, LV-17 Mage. These 10 individuals embody the highest combat strength of the Sakura nation in Eternal Divine Realm. Each possesses formidable abilities and trump cards, with some receiving exceptional support at the national level. Notably, Amaterasu, Tsukuyumi, and Tsu are legendary hidden classes, and their talents are likely at least SS grade, if not SSS grade. This is far beyond the previously annihilated myth guild by Lin Feng. The eyes of the world are instantaneously drawn to the humble Bamboo Language Village. Can Knight Emperor single-handedly vanquish the elite? Or will he fall victim to a united onslaught, tasting the bitterness of defeat for Sakura? Following Sakura Village and Bamboo Language Village, Lin Feng's figure, like a specter of doom, descends once more upon the Sakura nation's third novice village, Fujiyama Village. Here, the scenery is picturesque, with the snow-capped Fujiyama clearly visible in the distance. Yet at this moment, An atmosphere of chilling intensity envelopes the bamboo grove beyond the village. Unlike the chaos and the bewilderment of novice players in the previous two villages, the number of players here is markedly diminished. In their stead, 10 formidable figures exuding immense power vigilantly guard the narrow path leading out of the bamboo forest. These individuals are none other than the elite of the Sakura Nation, the strongest 10 summoned with utmost effort. Led by Amaterasu, Hirayumi, and Susu, each pair of eyes gleams with a razor-sharp focus, fixated on the slowly emerging silhouette of a white-hooded figure not far away. A net of divine strategy has been woven. He approaches. The Holy Knight, Amaterasu, speaks in a deep voice, his shield held firmly before him, radiating a sacred light. Prepare. Tsukuyami, disrupt his mind. Susu, seek an opportunity for a powerful assault. Yukiana, control his movements. Everyone else, ready your concentrated fire. Amaterasu swiftly issues commands. They understand that their adversary is the Night Emperor, the legendary figure renowned as the world's strongest. They dare not exhibit even the slightest negligence, fully prepared to pay a grievous price if necessary. Chapter 30. Annihilation. As Lin Feng's icy gaze swept over the 10 individuals, his expression remained devoid of emotion, exhibiting a chilling indifference akin to that of gazing upon the deceased. Quite a formidable assembly, Lin Feng murmured, gripping the gaze of fate, an artifact transformed by destiny. The mirror focused on the leader, Amaterasu. Target, Amaterasu. SSS class talent. Sacred Echo. Your healing effects are doubled, and you possess a 40 damage reduction. Restores 15 of your health when you hit an enemy or are struck by one. Oh, such a robust healing capability? An impressive talent indeed. A cold smile tugged at Lin Feng's lips as the mirror shifted to the side, now aimed at the illusionist, Tsukuyami. Target, Tsukuyami. SSS class talent. Moon Nightmare. You can force the target into a nightmare, rendering them immobile while they continuously lose health. Mental manipulation? Lin Feng's eyes remained unwavering as he turned his attention towards the muscular figure wielding a katana. Target, Susu. SSS class talent. 8-headed Madbone. The lower your health, the higher your attack speed, and lifesteal. You can sacrifice health for a short burst of power and immunity to control. A berserker archetype. Lin Feng's gaze passed over Oni Warrior, Mu, and the ice blue robe Snow Woman Mio. Target, Oni Warrior, Mu. SS class talent. Flash. Your attacks can bypass all physical defenses. Active. A brief, invulnerable charge slash. Target, Snow Woman Mio. SS class talent. Absolute 0. Frost spells gain penetration and severe slow effects. Each successful frost spell significantly reduces the target's frost resistance. Target, 10. 10 exceptional talents and professions. The top 10 masters on the current leaderboard of the Cherry Blossom Garden. Each one capable of inspiring awe in ordinary players. Together, these 10 possess the qualifications to challenge the Night Emperor. No matter how strong you are, it is inconceivable that one could face 10 top-tier players alone. Is it? Attack. Noticing Lin Feng's peculiar movements, Amaterasu bellowed immediately. Tsukuyami's eyes glimmered with intensity, as an invisible mental shockwave surged towards Lin Feng like a tidal wave. With a roar, Susu ignited the Amiriku no Tsurugi in blood-red flames, preparing to charge. The cold air began to coalesce as Snow Woman, Mio, waved her staff. However, just as their skills were about to be unleashed, Lin Feng activated his divine talent. Fate. Initiate. Target. Amaterasu's talent. Sacred Echo. Modification. Your healing effects are nullified. Target. Tsukuyami's talent. Moon Nightmare. Modification. You can force yourself into a nightmare. Target. Susanu's talent. 8-headed Madbone. Modification. The lower your health, the lower your attack speed, and lifesteal. Target. Oni Warrior, Mu's talent. Flash. Modification. Your magic can bypass all physical defenses. Target. Snow Woman, Mio's talent. Absolute 0. Each time the frost spell strikes, it significantly enhances the target's frost resistance. Target. XXX. Modification. You're unable to Target, XXX, modification, you are unable to. Buzz. The intangible forces of fate instantaneously twisted the rules, affecting the 10 mightiest players of the Cherry Blossom Nation. As the mental shock of moon reading was unleashed, the individual stood transfixed, eyes shut tight, hands desperately clawing at their alabaster neck. Clearly ensnared in the nightmare they had conjured, Demon Warrior, Zone, had already surged to Lin Feng's side, drawing his blade in a swift slash. Lin Feng activated Shadow, Strike Instant Kill, teleporting behind Moon Reading, delivering a critical strike, coupled with a devastating headshot, resulting in an overwhelming amount of damage that obliterated her. Snow Maiden. Control him. The expansive and sustained frost spell of Snow Maiden. Mio fell upon Lin Feng, but an astonishing occurrence transpired. Aside from a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Feng rapidly regained his ghostly speed. The frost spell proved utterly ineffective against him. How bizarre! It was utterly bewildering. The Holy Knight, Amaterasu, was even more horrified to discover that a bullet from the Night Monarch struck his plate armor without triggering any healing effects. His SSS grade talent, Holy Echo, that allowed him to dominate the Cherry Blossom Nation's leaderboard, had inexplicably failed in the face of the Night Monarch. These sudden changes left the 10 strongest of the Cherry Blossom Nation utterly bewildered, their minds blank. What transpired? Their skills, their supreme talents, how? How could it transform like this? Yet, Lin Feng offered them no time for contemplation. As the talent of fate twisted, Shadow Chaser roared furiously. Bang! Critical hit. Bang! Another shot. The bullet struck the berserker, Susanoo. Upon being hit, Susanoo lost a significant portion of health, which, paradoxically, ignited his berserk nature. With Lin Feng right before him, he bellowed in fury, attempting to swing his sword, but his arm felt as limp as a noodle. His speed akin to that of a snail. Lin Feng scoffed, directly advancing towards the feeble berserker Susanoo. Another top-tier expert, utterly humiliated, transformed into a wisp of white light. Even the exquisite weapon, a Matsumikaboshi sword, dropped from him. Baka. The remaining individuals were infused with rage, unleashing a frenzy of skills upon Lin Feng. However, it was futile. This was not a battle, no. It was a massacre, a thorough, unambiguous annihilation. The so-called 10 strongest of the Cherry Blossom Nation, after having their core talents altered by fate, combined with Lin Feng's inherent superiority in level, attributes, and skill, were no more formidable than ordinary players. No, it cannot be. Where is my Holy Echo? Amaterasu gazed despairingly at his shield. Even with the 40 damage reduction from his talent still active, he was merely a slightly sturdier health pack. My sword. There are those who have never managed to attack, even upon death. Why can't I teleport anymore? Some witnessed the bullet hurtling towards the center of their brows. 2 minutes. A mere 2 minutes. On the road outside the bamboo grove, only Lin Feng remained, surrounded by the ethereal glow emanating from 10 freshly fallen corpses, alongside scattered equipment, a plethora of gold coins, and a resplendent golden, heavenly cloud sword. Just arriving, dragon battle in the wild and cold moon burying flowers stood agape, their mouths nearly dislocating in shock. The 10 most esteemed masters of the Cherry Blossom Nation had been utterly annihilated. In that moment, through the in-game livestream initiated by Dragon Battle in the wild and cold moon burying flowers, players from Huaxia, Cherry Blossom, and indeed from around the globe, were left utterly speechless. A profound astonishment washed over them, an unparalleled shock. If the prior slaughter of novices was an act of vengeance, then this obliteration of the Cherry Blossom Nation's elite signifies something more profound. It embodies the overwhelming power of the Night Emperor, transcending the comprehension of all. He does not engage in discourse. He does not seek collaboration. He does not adhere to tactics. He is the very essence of the rules. The Huaxia District Forum erupted in chaos. Cheers and reverent worship drowned out all else. The name of the Night Emperor had become nearly legendary in the Cherry Blossom Nation. Chapter 31. Return from the carnage as the news of the annihilation of the 10 greatest masters and the revelation of the heavenly cloud sword spread. The entire server fell into a profound silence. This was swiftly followed by an eruption of despair and fury akin to a volcanic explosion. It was over, utterly finished. The 10 masters, they could barely withstand 3 minutes. What kind of power is this? Their talents seem to have failed them. Knight Emperor, he is a devil, a demon from the depths of hell. But this was merely the beginning. In the ensuing hours, Lin Feng became an unrelenting machine of slaughter. Pay 10 gold. Teleport. North Sea Snow Village. Massacre. Pay 10 gold. Teleport. Kansai Ancient Village. Massacre. Pay 10 gold. Teleport. Okinawa Fishing Village. Massacre. 7. 8. Lin Feng swept through 8 large novice villages in Sakura country like a swarm of locusts, leaving a trail of blinding white light in his wake. Millions of players from Sakura country fell victim to repeated slaughters. With each demise, not only did they lose experience, but they also had to part with a significant amount of gold to resurrect at the nearest respawn point. Lin Feng offered them no respite. Often, as soon as they revived, the next wave of his massacre commenced. A vast amount of gold was forcibly reclaimed by the system, leaving countless players destitute, some even facing complete account deletion. The economic structure of Sakura country's game suffered a catastrophic blow within these few hours. The output of gold in the novice areas was nearly obliterated, prices skyrocketed, trade ground to a halt, and the entire server was filled with lamentation, with morale plunging into an abyss of despair. The official channels of Sakura country and major gaming forums were utterly inundated by players' cries of anguish, curses, and accusations of incompetence directed at the authorities. What is the government doing? Allowing a Huaxia player to run rampant on our server. We have been beaten like dogs. We have become a laughing stock internationally. We demand a protest against Huaxia. Sanction Knight Emperor. Who can stop him? Who can halt that demon? Fear, despair, shame. These 3 emotions spread like a plague throughout the Sakura server. The name of Knight Emperor became the sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of all players from Sakura country, an eternal nightmare within their hearts. Eternal Divine Realm System notification. Your online time has reached its limit for today, and you'll be forcibly logged out in 30 seconds. As Lin Feng observed the notification before him, the chilling intent that had swept across the entire Sakura server gradually receded from his eyes, leaving only a tranquil calm. He ceased his slaughter, not from fatigue, nor from a pang of conscience, but purely because the mechanics of Eternal Divine Realm did not permit him to continue. With a flash of white light, Lin Feng's consciousness returned to reality. In his modest rental room, there was only a bed and a computer desk. He stood up, stretching his slightly stiff body, and walked to the desk to pour himself a glass of cool water, which he drank in one gulp. He casually opened his computer and accessed the Eternal Divine Realm forum. The top posts, highlighted in red and marked as essential, were almost all about Knight Emperor. Huaxia District Forum, explosive. Knight Emperor single-handedly destroys nations. The 8 newbie villages of Sakura have fallen. All top 10 experts have met their doom. Poster, Battlefield Reporter Xiao Shuai. Popularity, 99 million. First post, goodness, goodness, goodness. Knight Emperor is truly a deity. Those 10 fools from Sakura have talents that seem fabricated, utterly crushed by the master. Second post, haha, exhilarating. Let the little ones know why the flowers bloom so vividly. Knight Emperor is phenomenal. Voice cracking. Fifth post, the one above, it's no longer just phenomenal, it's divine. The one true God. 12th post, I just returned from watching the live broadcast from Sakura server. They're wailing and lamenting. The gold coin system is on the brink of collapse. They deserve it. 108th post, elevate our national prestige. Long live Knight Emperor. Sakura District Forum hell. Our homeland has turned into hell. Poster, survivor of Sakura Village. Popularity, 80 million. First post, woe is me. My equipment, my gold coins, all gone. That demon. Third post, the top 10 experts. Lord Amaterasu and the others, all perished. Even the only golden weapon in the nation has been dropped. Do we still have hope? 8th post, the most terrifying part is, it seems Lord Amaterasu and the others have been rendered powerless. They have all fallen out of the top 10 on the newly updated leaderboard. 20th post, Rumor has it that this demon can erase talents. Heaven, how can we continue playing? 55th post, government. Where is our department? Why is there no sanction against him? Why no protests? Useless. 135th post. It's over. Our national fortune. The future of our great Sakura empire in eternal divine realm is doomed. International Comprehensive Discussion Zone. In-depth analysis. The rise of Night Emperor and the collapse of the Sakura server. Its impact on future global dynamics. Poster. Geostrategic Observer. Popularity. 75 million. First post. An incomprehensible force. One person has incapacitated an entire server. This has never happened in any game. Fourth post. The losses for Sakura Nation are immense. Not only player levels and economy, but more alarmingly, the confidence and talents of the experts. If Night Emperor can truly nullify talents, then he will become a godlike figure in the forthcoming world where games merge with reality. Ninth post. The Huaxia district has acquired a terrifying trump card. Other nations should be wary. 15th post. I'm more concerned about how he achieved this. Altering talents? Is this GM authority? Or some sort of extraordinary item or skill? It's too frightening. 31st post. Shivering. Fortunately, he targeted the Sakura people. As Lin Feng read these posts, particularly the speculations and panic surrounding the nullification of talents, a cold smirk crept across his lips. Nullification? No. I merely made it more entertaining. As for national fortunes and future dynamics, those who provoke me shall pay the price. It's as simple as that. Logging off the forum, Lin Feng had a light meal before retiring to bed. After a day of slaughter, the mind too requires respite. The next morning, Lin Feng logged in punctually. A flash of white light enveloped him as he activated the return scroll, transporting him back to the novice village of Huaxia, Haishi village. The moment he materialized, an eerie silence descended upon the surroundings. All the players gazed at him with expressions of sheer astonishment, as though they had encountered a specter. His signature white hood and the glimmering revolver in his grasp rendered his identity unmistakable. Thus, Lin Feng boldly revealed his ID, Night Emperor. The hue of the ID was an extraordinarily profound dark red, almost as if it were oozing blood, seemingly infused with the vengeful spirits of countless fallen souls. This was a clear indication of his overwhelming sin value. It's the esteemed Night Emperor. Such a vivid crimson. How many lives has he claimed? Just yesterday. The cherry blossom attire. Look, the guards are approaching. Indeed, a squad of Haishi village guards, clad in gleaming armor and wielding long halberds, swiftly surrounded him, each boasting an impressive level of 99. Chapter 32. Auction of the National Treasure in Lin Feng's eyes. The names before him were unmistakably Blackstone Village Guards. Hostile. Fate. Activate. Target. Blackstone Village Guards. Hostile. Modification. Blackstone Village Guards. Worship. A hum reverberated through the air. The captain of the guards abruptly halted. The fierce expression on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by an almost fervent reverence. He swiftly sheathed his long spear and knelt on one knee. We welcome your majesty, the Night Emperor, back in triumph. You have brought unparalleled glory to Blackstone Village and the Huaxia region. The guards behind him also knelt in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized. We welcome your majesty, the Night Emperor. Surrounding players were left utterly astonished, their jaws dropping in disbelief, their eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. What on earth? Previously, when killing players in the novice village, the guards would turn a blind eye. Yet now, this person was the world's most notorious villain. A crimson name, an outrageously crimson name. Not only did the city guards refrain from arresting him, but they also knelt in homage. What kind of treatment was this? Was this game their own creation? Salt, adoration, awe, fear, a myriad of emotions intertwined within the players' hearts, elevating the image of the Night Emperor to an even more enigmatic status, as if he were a deity walking among mortals. Lin Feng regarded all of this with indifference, as if the guards kneeling was a matter of course. He proceeded directly to the warehouse manager at the center of Blackstone Village. Upon opening the warehouse, he found it filled with high-level equipment and gold coins dropped by players from Sakura country. Millions of players had fallen victim to his relentless slaughter. System notification. You have deposited 18,000 gold coins. Adding to his existing wealth, Lin Feng checked the wealth leaderboard. Huaxia Region Gold Leaderboard. Knight Emperor, 22. 561 Gold Dragon Soul. 1. 841 Gold Dragon walks the world. 1. 512 Gold I am a legend. 1. 102 Gold Dominant Blade. 844 Gold. A staggering lead. The second place was not even close to his figures. This was the spoils of war, a monopoly born from sheer strength. Subsequently, Lin Feng retrieved the golden katana that had emerged from the corpse of Susun, radiating a golden glow and a ferocious aura. Heavenly Amatsuke's Blade Gold. Type, two-handed katana attack power, 135 to 150 special effect 1. Storm power. There is a chance to unleash a sword energy storm upon attacking, dealing area damage to surrounding enemies. Special effect 2. Wrath of Yamato no Orochi. Increases attack speed significantly when health drops below 50. Special effect 3. Susanu's Mark. Equipping this sword grants a 15 physical critical strike rate. Required level. LV-15A fine toy, Lin Feng remarked, then made his way to the novice village's auction house. Finding the auctioneer, he placed the Heavenly Amatsuke's Blade up for bid. Settings. Starting price, 5,000 gold. Buyout price, none. Auction duration, unlimited. Server announcement. Huaxia Region Player Knight Emperor is currently auctioning the national treasure of Sakura Country, Heavenly Amatsuke's Blade, gold, at Dragon City Auction House. Starting bid, 5,000 gold. All warriors are welcome to place their bids. Boom! The entire Huaxia region is once again in an uproar. My goodness! The legendary Tung Tsong Yun Jian, hailed as a national treasure of Sakura Country, is being auctioned by the Great Knight Emperor? One astonishing starting bid of 5,000 gold. Is this madness? Who can possibly afford such a sum now? Those above clearly know nothing. Since its emergence, this weapon has been recognized by Sakura Country as a national artifact, its symbolic significance far outweighing its practical utility. The Great Master is effectively slapping Sakura Country in the face. Quickly, let us gather at the auction house to witness this momentous occasion that will be etched in history. In an instant, the entrances of all novice villages in Huaxia were flooded with players eager to see the weapon that symbolizes the humiliation of Sakura Country, now hanging in Huaxia's auction house. This news spread across the globe with unprecedented speed, leaving players from various nations in shock once more. Knight Emperor not only slaughtered the forces of Sakura Country and seized the divine artifact, but now he is brazenly auctioning it off. This is an affront to Sakura Country, rubbing their faces in the dirt. Upon hearing this news, players from Sakura Country were enraged, some even spitting blood on the spot. Countless individuals flocked to the Huaxia Forum to hurl insults, only to be drowned out by the sea of Huaxia players thanking the Great Knight Emperor for the national treasure, mocking their counterparts. As for that starting bid of 5,000 gold, not even ordinary players, let alone the prominent guilds like Eternal and Sword Pavilion, or representatives such as Dragon Soul and Red Taboo, and the wealthy multinational entities like Dragon Walks the World and Dominating Blade, could muster such a staggering sum. Thus, the Tung Tsong Yun Jian quietly hovered in the most conspicuous spot of the auction house, radiating a golden glow that captivated countless gazes. It stood as a monument, chronicling the formidable reputation of Knight Emperor. It was akin to a slap in the face to the entire Sakura server. It served as a beacon, allowing all Huaxia players to hold their heads high. The name Knight Emperor needs no embellishment. He has already ascended to legend. He has become the embodiment of absolute power. Ruthless and untouchable, a taboo and myth whispered about among players worldwide. At this moment, in a distant area of the town filled with wild monsters, Lin Feng was leveling up amidst a dense horde of creatures. Having reached level 23, the experience gained from ordinary monsters was beginning to dwindle. An eternal divine domain. The demands for experience grow increasingly daunting as one ascends in level, making progression ever more arduous. Higher-level monsters become increasingly formidable in comparison to players of the same level, significantly hampering leveling efficiency. Not far off, several figures with malicious intent stealthily approached. "Boss, that's her. The one who sold numerous valuable items at the auction house recently. She must be swimming in wealth," whispered a scruffy-faced rogue. "Oomph. This girl is alone. It's our chance. If we kill her, we can loot enough gold and equipment to live lavishly for a while." The leader, a warrior, licked his lips, eyes brimming with avarice. Their target was none other than Qin Shuyuan, who had just finished trading with Lin Feng and was now preparing to return to town to process a new batch of materials. Due to her frequent assistance to Lin Feng in handling various spoils, Qin Shuyuan had indeed amassed a fortune far surpassing that of an average player, effortlessly ascending to the top of the gold leaderboard. As the president of the Phoenix Feather Guild, she wielded a certain degree of influence in reality. However, her personal prowess was lacking, currently at a mere level 13, rendering her a target for some ruthless outlaws. "Attack!" roared a warrior, brandishing a massive axe as he charged forward, while a rogue stealthily circled behind and a mage began to chant incantations. Qin Shuyuan turned pale. How could she possibly contend with these seasoned PK marauders? She was on the verge of being annihilated. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed, reminiscent of a frigid wind from the netherworld. "Who dares to challenge you?" In an instant, a white figure appeared before Qin Shuyuan as if teleporting. It was Lin Feng. Knight Emperor." The miscreants were instantly paralyzed by fear, their legs trembling uncontrollably. They could scarcely fathom how this harbinger of death had materialized so unexpectedly. Lin Feng had no time for pleasantries. Bang, 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 for shots rang out, merging into a single resonant sound. The four assailants dared not resist, terrified of facing relentless retribution, and transformed into four beams of white light, leaving behind a scatter of silver coins and 2 pieces of worthless equipment. System notification. You have slain player Raging Wolf, Sin value 3. System notification. You have slain player Cunning Thief, Sin value 3. System notification. Your cumulative sin value has reached 1,000,000 points. It was almost at the very moment the last notification appeared. Chapter 33. The utterly sinful, in the hidden dungeon the heavens darkened, and the winds surged. A voice, majestic and vast, seemingly emanating from ancient deities, resounded throughout every corner of the eternal divine realm. World announcement. The ancient shackles, burdened by immeasurable sins, have begun to loosen. The sealed land of retribution, the crimson purgatory, has manifested in the chaotic void. Coordinates. Lost Castle. World announcement. Conditions to access the Crimson Purgatory. A single opener with cumulative sin value 1,000,000 points is required as the key. And a 7-member team corresponding to the 7 deadly sins, the Atonement Squad, must be formed to enter the gates of Purgatory. World announcement. The Crimson Purgatory is a special high-risk, high-reward area. Upon entry, live broadcast mode will be activated. All players may witness the Atonement Squad on their purgatorial journey. All online players were momentarily bewildered. Crimson Purgatory? A sin value of 1 million? A 7-member squad? A global live broadcast? What sort of divine narrative is this? Then, in an instant, realization struck. In the eternal divine realm, only one individual could possibly amass such an astronomical sin value of 1 million. Knight Emperor. Bone. World Channel. National Forums. The real-world internet. Instantly erupted. What the hell? Hidden Dungeon. Is this a new dungeon opened due to Knight Emperor's excessive killings? 1 million sin value to unlock the door. Who else but Knight Emperor? Is this his exclusive dungeon? A 7-member squad, including Knight Emperor himself. He can bring along 6 others. Good heavens. The competition for those slots is going to be fierce. A global live broadcast. Incredible. The officials are playing it smart. They intend for the entire world to witness Knight Emperor's performance. Quick, quick, quick. Where's Knight Emperor? Blackstone Village? Release the coordinates. I want to cling to the big shot. In an instant, countless factions sprang into action. Top guilds in the Huaxia region, such as Eternal, Sword Pavilion, Whisper, and Legend, immediately issued orders to contact Knight Emperor at any cost. Some hidden wealthy players, representatives of real-world conglomerates, And even certain international forces that learned of the news through special channels activated their highest contingency plans, all with a singular aim: securing a spot in the Crimson Purgatory. This is not merely a game slot. It could represent the opportunity to lead a version ahead, signify global exposure, and even impact the future intertwining of game and reality, influencing the fate and power dynamics of nations. On Lin Feng's side, having just dispatched a few minions, he had yet to cast a glance at the injured Qin Shuyuan when he discovered his private message inbox overflowing. Various friend requests chimed incessantly. Private message: Knight Emperor. I am the president of the Eternal Guild, the dominator of the blade. I seek a slot. Conditions are negotiable. Choose any materials from our guild warehouse. Please take me with you. Private message: Comrade Knight Emperor. I represent the Dragon Soul on behalf of Huaxiao's officials, hoping for a slot to explore together. Once successful, we will do our utmost to meet all your real-world requests. Private message: Night God. I am the intelligence merchant omniscient. I possess a top-secret clue regarding the shards of the Titan's heart. All I seek is a location. Lin Feng gazed at the barrage of messages, his brow furrowing slightly. He glanced towards the distant direction of Blackstone Village, where he could faintly discern a throng of people and various mounts surging forth in a frenzy. He disregarded 99 of the messages, focusing instead on contacting Qin Shuyuan. Shuyuan, how did you fare with the matters I assigned to you yesterday? Qin Shuyuan, still reeling from the shock of being rescued and the global announcement, regained her composure upon hearing Lin Feng's calm voice and hurriedly replied, Knight Emperor. I've taken care of everything. We sold over 800 gold. There are also several pieces of particularly high-quality equipment that we haven't found buyers for yet. Good work. Lin Feng nodded. Crimson Purgatory, you shall accompany me. Me? Qin Shuyuan exclaimed, astonished and elated, scarcely believing it. That place is the focus of global attention. You have earned it, Lin Feng stated succinctly, leaving no room for doubt. Subsequently, he reached out to Long Hun, Red Taboo, and Omniscient. In his previous life, Long Hun and Red Taboo ranked among the top players globally and had previously assisted Lin Feng, who shared their nationality, in world-class dungeons. As for the shards of the Titan's heart, mentioned by Omniscient, Lin Feng was certain of its authenticity based on vague memories, for in his past life, a player had acquired the complete heart of the Titan, becoming a figure of global renown. The 4 slots were swiftly filled, leaving 2 remaining. Knight Emperor. I possess Firewolf's Pelt, a purple fire-type material. I have Castle Candle, which seems to be a quest item. I was fishing by the river and found a tattered treasure map. It must be something valuable. Hey, where are you fishing? Is there a spot? Look at me. Great one. I have Crow Feather, a purple quality ritual item. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed as he swiftly scanned the displayed items. Given that the average players were merely just above level 10, what could they possibly offer? Great one. I am known as cilantro-free weight loss version. I have a skill for archers. Although its quality isn't high, its effect is quite formidable once triggered. Skill book: Crippling Strike, Crippling Shot. When hitting from a distance, there's a minuscule chance to incapacitate the target, rendering them immobile for 0.5 seconds. The farther the hit distance, the higher the trigger probability. Lin Feng nodded. This skill, modified by fate, could significantly increase the chance of incapacitating an opponent during a shot, somewhat compensating for his lack of hard control. Lin Feng chose the tattered treasure map and crippling shot. In less than 5 minutes, the 7-member team was assembled. Redemption Squad, Captain, Knight Emperor, LV-23, Fate Weaver. Member 1, Qin Shuyuan, LV-13 Mage. Member 2, Dragon Soul, LV-18, Dragon Warrior. Member 3, Crimson Taboo, LV-18, Blazing Wanderer. Member 4, Jack of All Trades, LV-15 Priest. Member 5, I am truly fishing for explosions, LV-12, Archer. Member 6, Cilantro-free weight loss version, LV-12, Priest. The levels of the team members vary greatly, and the class composition is rather peculiar. Aside from Lin Feng, Dragon Soul, and Crimson Taboo, the others barely reach level 15, possessing little combat power. This assembly hardly seems equipped to tackle perilous dungeons. Yet, this is of little consequence. What truly matters is that they have secured their entry tickets. And with the esteemed Knight Emperor in their midst, all they need to do is cling to his coattails. Must we lift a finger? Absolutely not. Amidst the envious and resentful gazes of players worldwide, and in the cacophony of lamentations and curses from those who failed to secure a spot, the team swiftly gathered together. Chapter 34, Global Livestream, Crimson Purgatory. Long Hun, a distinguished middle-aged man, stands alongside Hongsa Jinjia, an elegant and noble woman in her 30s. Wan Shitong, a plump fellow with tiny eyes and a pair of mustaches, is also present, along with the youthful Jiayu Lao and Buqi Xiangsai. Even the composed Long Hun feels a sense of unease in the presence of the legendary Knight Emperor. Before Lin Feng, the void abruptly splits open, revealing a colossal, distorted crimson portal that emanates a pungent scent of blood, leading into an abyss of darkness and haunting whispers. Simultaneously, a livestream window forcibly appears in the upper right corner of all online player screens. Global Livestream, Crimson Purgatory, Knight Emperor Sightseeing Tour, with an impassive expression. Lin Feng is the first to step into the sanguine portal. Qin Xuan and the other 5, filled with a mix of excitement, trepidation, and anxiety, follow closely behind. In a flash of light, the 7 vanish within the portal. The Crimson Gateway slowly closes behind them, severing the chaos of the outside world, leaving only an endless void of darkness and oppression. System notification. You have entered a special area, Crimson Purgatory. Area level, LV-20. Warning. This area is extremely dangerous and fraught with the unknown. System notification. Global Livestream has commenced. Your team's actions will be broadcasted in real time. Ominous. Eerie. This is the collective impression of everyone, including the billions of global players watching the livestream, regarding Crimson Purgatory. The air is saturated with a strong scent of blood and decay, while the ground beneath them resembles a dark red surface solidified from dried blood. In the distance, grotesque stone walls twist and contort, occasionally illuminated by ghostly green flames that emit a mournful whispering sound. Visibility is perilously low, as if something could leap from the shadows at any moment. The global player base erupts in astonishment. What the hell? This scene. Kudos to the art team. It's absolutely terrifying. LV-20? Are you kidding me? Given this atmosphere, I would believe it if you said it was LV-80. The Knight Emperor and his team have entered. 7 people, but the others seem to be at a significantly lower level. Check the team information. What the hell? There are 2 at LV-12. Jealousy makes me feel like I'm falling apart. Why can't I latch onto the Knight Emperor's coattails? As the global audience buzzes with discussion, Lin Feng's calm gaze sweeps over the 6 companions beside him. The mirage of insight has already revealed their talents in full. Qin Xuan, level 13, Mage, Eloquence, S level, increases the amount earned during transactions by 10. Long Hun, level 18, Dragon Warrior, Indomitable, SSS level. Your health cannot drop below 50, and each attack inflicts additional physical damage equal to 1 of your current health. Hongsa Jinjia, level 18, Blazing Walker, Starfire Conflagration, SSS level. Starfire. Attacks inflict a special burning effect, causing continuous magic damage per second that cannot be dispelled. Conflagration. Every subsequent 5 instances of burning damage doubles the previous amount. Wan Shitong, level 15, Priest, Heart of Discernment, SS level. You can discern the truth of speech. Any lies are laid bare before you. I have truly reached the pinnacle of fishing. At level 12, as an archer with mastery in fishing, S grade, you possess a remarkable probability of reeling in unexpected treasures from any body of water, including but not limited to gear, materials, quest items, and even monsters. The weight maintenance talent of the level 12 priest, who is not keen on cilantro, E grade, grants an appearance that always seems slightly plump, enhancing defense by 30. Lin Feng understood well that Dragon Soul and the Red Taboo represented the apex of combat prowess. They were among the top ranks in the global leaderboard of his previous life, a veritable ceiling of strength for the nation of Huaxia, their talents bordering on the extraordinary. The versatile talent also held significant strategic value. As for the rest, they were merely tourists, whose value lay in their participation. He refrained from utilizing fate to alter anyone's talents, deeming it unnecessary to expose his ability to infinitely modify talents. Furthermore, he lacked the altruism. Being overly benevolent in this game was tantamount to courting disaster. These individuals had paid for admission. Guiding them into this realm was already a considerable favor. Stay close and do not fall behind, Lin Feng remarked calmly as he proceeded forward. Not far along, a disconcerting sound of grinding bones emerged from the darkness ahead. A dozen grotesque creatures, the cursed blood butchers, emerged, their bodies smeared with dark crimson stains, skeletal structures exposed, and wielding rusted iron hooks. Their hollow eye sockets burned with an eerie green flame, emanating a nauseating aura. Cursed blood butcher, level 20 elite monster, health. Defense, howl of grievance, unclean body. Here they come. Prepare for battle. Dragon's soul roared, raising his shield and longsword. The first to charge forth and inflict a vulnerability buff upon the creature. The unyielding talent rendered him fearless. The red taboo immediately followed suit, unleashing a searing fireball. However, clang, Dragon Soul's battle axe struck the butcher, resulting in a mere -38 white damage number. A scratch. The butcher retaliated with a swift hook, instantly diminishing Dragon Soul's health by nearly 1/5, accompanied by a bleeding effect. With a thud, the fireball from the red taboo struck, inflicting -21 damage. But the ensuing starfire ignited, with the initial jump dealing only 2 points of damage. This defense, this health, my starfire, the damage is far too low. The red taboo furrowed her brow. The creature's resistance was excessively high. The damage she dealt would only double every 5 instances. It would take at least a minute or two to burn the creature to death. Even more terrifying, one butcher suddenly gaped its decaying maw and emitted a silent howl. System notification. You have been afflicted by Curse of Despair. Slow. Attack speed reduced by 50. System notification. You have been afflicted by Curse of Despair. Reverse healing. Your healing effects will convert to damage. System notification. You have been afflicted by Curse of Despair. Prolonged. Your skill cooldowns have significantly increased. Oh my goodness. The individual not keen on cilantro screamed in fright, just as she prepared to heal Dragon's Soul. But upon seeing the notifications, she hastily halted. If she were to heal him now, would Dragon's Soul not perish instantly? The versatile talent, in a fluster, attempted to cast a dispel on Dragon's Soul, only to find it utterly ineffective. Qin Xuan and the archer appeared particularly pale, their levels too low to dare attack the monstrous foe for fear of attracting its wrath, leaving them trembling in the shadows. The live-streaming room exploded with excitement. The esteemed Dragon Soul and the revered Red Forbidden were both caught off guard. Is this truly a level 20 monster? How can a creature of such low rank possess such resilience? And the curse. Healing has turned into damage? How are we to combat this? Alas, it is over. A catastrophic failure for Knight Emperor. This is merely the first wave of monsters. This dungeon is clearly beyond the capabilities of players at this stage. A minimum level of 50 is required. Just then, Lin Feng, who had been observing the spectacle from the sidelines, finally made his move. Chapter 35. One-man show. A retirement dungeon? He had not even adopted any aggressive stance, moving forward with the casual grace of a stroll in his own backyard. In a fleeting moment, he appeared behind a cursed butcher, poised to unleash its iron hook on Dragon Soul. The Shadow Reaver raised its muzzle slightly. Bang, 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 bang. -83, 162, 255. The final shot was a critical headshot, inflicting 1,000 true damage, along with 3 layers of death marks and a vulnerability buff on the monster. 28,704. Instant kill. The elite monster, which had been a source of frustration for both Dragon Soul and the Red Forbidden, disintegrated into a puddle of shattered bones and ichor without even a chance to react. The entire venue, including the live stream, fell into a momentary silence. Then, you have been afflicted with Despair Curse. Slow. Attack speed increased by 50. You have been afflicted with Despair Curse. Reverse healing. Your healing effects will be converted into damage enhancement. You have been afflicted with despair curse, prolonged. Your skill cooldowns are significantly reduced. Lin Feng's attack speed surged dramatically. The healing provided by Curtain Call was inverted by the despair curse into damage amplification, and the cooldown for critical hits was nearly non-existent. His figure darted like a specter among the dozen butchers. Each gunshot struck precisely at the core weaknesses of the monsters. Each attack unleashed a spine-chilling torrent of immense, true damage numbers. The gunfire flowed like a river, akin to the scythe of death reaping its harvest. What the hell am I witnessing? How is he unaffected by the curses? This is definitely cheating. Reported. It must be reported. Those fools upstairs. What if the Master's talent is to ignore curses? I was wrong. I should not have questioned the Master. This is not combat power from the same dimension at all. My heart aches for Sakura Country 10086. They are facing such unreasonable monsters. Woo-woo. The Master is so handsome. Even his monster-slaying posture is so elegant. In less than 30 seconds, the dozen cursed butchers, which had left Dragon Soul and the Red Forbidden in despair and on the brink of annihilation, were all reduced to bones and experience points on the ground. Throughout the entire process, Lin Feng hardly halted his steps, as if he merely swatted away a few pesky insects obstructing his path. The 6 members of the team, including the top-tier experts Dragon Soul and Red Forbidden, stared in sheer astonishment at Lin Feng, their minds blank. What has happened? We were still struggling, and then... It was over? Qin Xuan and Wan Shitong gazed at Lin Feng with eyes brimming with fervent admiration. Dragon Soul and Red Forbidden exchanged glances, each reflecting shock, bitterness, and a hint of relief. Their SSS-level talents were undoubtedly exceptional, but in the presence of Knight Emperor, such extraordinary gifts merely qualified them to witness his prowess. The archer and the hefty priest were rendered utterly speechless, their mouths agape, as if one could fit an egg within. What were they waiting for? To collect the spoils. Lin Feng calmly stowed away his weapon, as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Oh, yes, they have arrived. The 6 individuals finally emerged from their stupor, hastily scrambling to gather the materials and several pieces of purple gear dropped by the monsters. This spectacle plunged players worldwide into a profound state of envy and jealousy. These minor foes had yielded level 20 purple equipment, a violet one-handed sword, a purple staff, and purple plate armor. Knight Emperor, without even a glance, distributed them among the other 6. The other members of the team experienced a remarkable psychological transformation within mere minutes, transitioning from initial tension to despair and finally to numbness and admiration, culminating in immense joy. Knight Emperor is truly impressive. The player known as Not Eating Cilantro stammered a shout. 66,666. The fishing guy followed suit in exclamations. The barrage of comments in the live stream was inundated with messages such as 666, the Great One is incredible, Hanging Wall, and please, Great One, accept my knees. The so-called Crimson Purgatory, the purportedly high-difficulty dungeon. Before Lin Feng, it appeared to transform into a leisurely sightseeing experience. He alone constituted an entire army. Keep up. Ignoring the reactions of the crowd and the clamor of the live stream, Lin Feng continued deeper into the corridor. Traversing the ominous and despairing passageway, Lin Feng and his companions arrived at an even more bizarre circular area. In the center stood a colossal altar constructed from unidentifiable black rocks. The altar's surface bore 7 twisted, abstract symbols, each corresponding to one of the 7 deadly sins, with 7 profound blood channels meandering and coiling, ultimately converging beneath a vague, seemingly wailing statue of a deity at the altar's base. The path to the next area was completely sealed by a blood-red energy barrier, radiating a disquieting wave of energy. System notification, ahead. The altar of 7 sins, energy is not activated. The path of sin and punishment is sealed. System notification, 7 individuals bearing sins must simultaneously stand upon the altar, drawing upon their most genuine transgressions to channel the manifested power of evil into the blood channels, thereby activating the altar and unlocking the pathway. The system notification resonated clearly in each team member's ear and echoed globally through the live stream. The atmosphere instantly shifted to one of subtle tension. The most genuine transgressions to be displayed before a worldwide audience? This mechanism is utterly maddening. The live stream chat flooded with comments. What the hell? Is the dungeon designer a devil? We have to expose our dark secrets? Ha ha ha. This is going to be entertaining. I wonder what secrets these prominent players are hiding. Does the esteemed Dragon Soul dare to step forward on behalf of the official team? What if something scandalous is revealed? That deranked talent hefty priest would surely provide some comic relief. My greatest curiosity is about Night Emperor. He has slain so many. His sins must surely be wrath, right? Within the ranks, Long Hun and the Red Taboo bore expressions of solemnity. They represented not only their individual selves, but also the formidable powers that lay behind them. The eternal divine realm had only just descended, and the order of the real world had yet to be utterly dismantled. At such a moment of global scrutiny, even the slightest blemish could be magnified infinitely. Lin Feng remained expressionless, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Long Hun took a deep breath, eager to discern the mysteries of the altar. He strode boldly onto the platform, only to find it unresponsive, the blood trough empty. Long Hun was taken aback. Qin Xuan cautiously approached as well, selecting a spot to stand, yet still met with silence. It appeared that merely stepping upon it was insufficient. One must possess a genuine inner guilt to provoke a reaction. After a moment of contemplation, the Red Taboo stepped forward to take his place. Chapter 36. The Dominator-level boss. The Lord of Purgatory. A faint crimson light emanated from beneath her feet, a symbolic trickle of blood flowing into the corresponding blood slot. Yet only a minuscule portion was filled. Sin Pride has been confirmed. Indeed, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in her forbidden crimson eyes. As a prodigy nurtured by the official establishment, endowed with an SSS-grade talent and unparalleled beauty, she naturally harbored an innate arrogance befitting a formidable individual. Next, the Omniscient One ascended the altar. Having traded in information for years, driven by the pursuit of profit, his insatiable greed for wealth and knowledge was unquestionable. As anticipated, a yellow light illuminated, filling a small segment of the blood slot. Sin Greed has been confirmed. As a regular in the aerial forces, I was indeed overwhelmed, triggering jealousy. The Dieter hesitated momentarily, then The blood slots representing sloth and gluttony were instantly filled to the brim. 5 blood slots were activated. However, 2 remained. Those corresponding to wrath and lust remained empty. The energy of the altar still fluctuated, and the crimson luminescence showed no signs of change. Only 2 more to go. Dragon's soul furrowed his brow. It was evident that neither he nor Qin Xuan embodied these 2 sins, or perhaps their manifestations were insufficient. All eyes, along with the global live stream cameras, once again focused on the figure that had remained composed throughout, the Night Emperor. The live chat exploded with fervor. Here it comes. The Night Emperor's turn. What sin shall he embody? Wrath? Having slain so many, surely he must be engulfed in fury. Could it be lust? If so, how splendid that would be. I could handle that. Would he dare to step forward? To unveil his innermost feelings before the world? If he too lacked these 2 sins, would that not lead to an impasse? As the crowd speculated, brimming with anticipation and a hint of morbid curiosity, Lin Feng's lips curled into an expression of utter disdain. Expose? Seen? Absurd. If I were guilty, why would I need to conceal it? A cold and domineering voice resonated. In the next moment, Lin Feng moved. He did not approach any vacant sin symbols, but instead took a single step forward. His destination unmistakably the blurred visage of the deity statue at the altar's center, seemingly wailing. Boom! This step felt as though it tread upon the very fabric of reality, upon the pinnacle of universal faith. The entire altar trembled violently, as 7 blood slots erupted into a frenzy. No longer a mere trickle, but a volcanic surge of crimson, sinful blood gushed forth, instantaneously filling every last blood slot. Simultaneously, at the altar's center, above the deity's statue upon which Lin Feng stood, a series of striking, radiant, blood-red characters materialized, nearly blinding all who beheld them. Sin list, Night Emperor, slaughtering beings, subverting rules, desecrating divine authority. Sin of pride, sin of greed, sin of wrath. Crack, crack, crack. The lengthy and suffocating list of transgressions has yet to be fully unveiled, and the entire altar of the seven sins, unable to bear the weight of such overwhelming evil, emits a lament of unbearable anguish. Then, an explosive rupture, completely shattered. The altar, the rules, the necessity of seven sins. In the face of absolute, all-consuming malevolence, these are nothing but mere jest. I am the very essence of the rules. The global players, upon witnessing that horrific catalog of sins, are left utterly speechless, their minds rendered blank, slaughtering the innocent, subverting the rules, profaning divinity, and it even carries the original sins of the seven deadly sins. Is this still a player? This must be the ultimate antagonist. The barrage of comments floods in like a nuclear explosion. I can hardly breathe. This sin is beyond description. It turns out, the altar is not meant to be activated, but to be shattered. The Great One demonstrates through action. As long as you are formidable enough, the rules are akin to mere toilet paper. Ha! Exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. Those still hesitating about revealing themselves, do you feel any pain in your faces? In this instance, the one steeped in malevolence moves unhindered. I have come to understand. As the altar shatters, the blood-red veil ahead dissipates, revealing a dark passage. At the center of the broken altar, a colossal portal, ablaze with raging flames of sin, suddenly bursts open. A wave of sulfur, charred remnants, and boundless wickedness sweeps forth. A massive, menacing figure, exuding an aura of oppression, slowly emerges from the portal. Towering nearly 10 meters tall, his entire form is encased in a black, chitinous armor ablaze with dark red flames of sin. Sporting twisted horns atop his head and a pair of enormous bat-like wings that blot out the sun, wielding a gigantic scythe seemingly forged from crystallized sin. Lord of Purgatory, Mephisto, LV-25, Sovereign of Purgatory, the boss. Finally revealed. Miserable beings, your sins have awakened me. Mephisto's deep and malevolent voice resonates. Imbued with unfathomable authority, especially drawn to the intoxicating aroma of sin emanating from you. His gaze locks directly onto Lin Feng. In those eyes, there is no anger, but rather a hint of admiration and greed. Beneath the boss's health bar, two glaring dark red statuses are displayed. Sin reversal. Damage inflicted by players on the Sovereign cannot exceed their sin value, and players will sustain damage equal to their sin value when attacking. Abyss of Redemption. All player attributes are reduced by a factor of 100. Two domains radiating a destructive aura, centered around Mephisto, instantaneously expand, enveloping the entire area. Boom! Upon the emergence of these two mechanics, not only the 6 members of the party, but also the billions of viewers in the global livestream, upon seeing the statuses beneath the boss's health bar, feel as if they have been doused with a bucket of ice water, chills coursing from head to toe. What the? All attributes reduced by 100 times. Doesn't that mean they're reduced to level 1 characters? Damage not exceeding their own sin value, and inflicting self-harm equivalent to their sin value. Night Emperor's sin value is 1 million. Upon a mere touch from the boss, he vanished. The others bore no sin points and were utterly incapable of inflicting harm upon the boss. Wake up upstairs. Who among the rest dares to approach, aside from Long Hun? This is an absurdity. GM, where are you? The statistics for this boss are undoubtedly flawed. It's over. I wager 5 dimes. This is a guaranteed disaster. A level 20 dungeon? This feels more akin to a level 200 apocalyptic difficulty. In the party channel, there was an eerie silence. Qin, Xu the omniscient, the angler, and the one who despises coriander, all felt their strength instantly siphoned away. Their health and mana bars shrank to nearly imperceptible levels, while their attack and defense plummeted to a mere point. Forget engaging the boss. Even a gentle brush from a minion would likely spell their doom. Even Long Hun and Hongsa Jinjia, two top-tier players endowed with SSS-level talents, were visibly shaken. Chapter 37. What about that colossal boss just now? Longhun glanced at his dwindling health and attack power, his voice dry. All attributes diminished 100-fold. My indomitable persists. With 50 health, I cannot be slain. Theoretically, I can wear it down. No. Blood-red taboo shook his head gravely. Your sin value is only a mere 10 points. And more critically, your current attack power cannot breach the boss's defenses. The boss's attacks far exceed your health. The margin for error is too slim in close combat. A single misstep could lead to your instant demise, completely bypassing your indomitable. Longhun fell into silence. Similarly, my attack is also constrained by the sin value. Not to mention that terrifying retaliation mechanism. Knight Emperor. She did not continue, but the implication was clear. Lin Feng's 1 million sin value under this rule was an unequivocal death sentence. Not only would attacking be futile, but even a mere touch would lead to vaporization. Despair. Utter, profound despair. The viewers in the live stream were fervently discussing various strategies, but ultimately, they all circled back to those two grotesquely overpowering mechanics. The conclusion was singular, unsolvable. This dungeon was entirely beyond the reach of players at their current level. No matter how formidable Knight Emperor was, he was powerless against such an overwhelming rule. Ha ha ha. Knight Emperor has his day too. Let us wait for him to be undone by his own sin value. Just when everyone believed the outcome was sealed and the legend of Knight Emperor was about to meet its end, the ever-calm Lin Feng, who had appeared as an outsider throughout, finally made a move. He did not even glance at his teammates, nor did he acknowledge the boss's admiring gaze. He simply raised his dusk reaver slowly. The action was casual, as if he were swatting a fly. Knight Emperor, no. Qin Shuyuan exclaimed in horror, believing Lin Feng was about to defy the rules. What is he doing? Longhun and blood-red taboo's pupils constricted. The hearts of global viewers raced with anxiety. Was he going to attack? Had he lost his mind? A subtle, unnoticed smirk curved Lin Feng's lips, resembling that of a deity. Exposing his talent? Unnecessary. An explanation? Excessive. The rules? My fate is the supreme law. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out. An ordinary bullet, trailing a negligible energy tail, soared towards the colossal Lord of Hell. To all observers, this shot appeared feeble, perhaps incapable of penetrating the boss's basic defenses, and was poised to unleash a catastrophic backlash of 1,000,000 sins. Yet, just as the bullet was about to make contact with Mephisto's surface, engulfed in sin's burning flames, time seemed to freeze for a fraction of a second. In Lin Feng's eyes, the wheel of fate turned. Endless threads of destiny flowed, shattered, and reformed. The power of fate descended silently and imperceptibly. Modification, sin retaliation, damage dealt by the player to the ruler cannot exceed their sin value, and upon attack, the ruler will receive damage equivalent to the sin value. Modification, atonement domain, all attributes of the ruler are reduced 100-fold. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, unnoticed by anyone. In the next moment, that seemingly ordinary bullet finally struck Mephisto. In the instant of contact, Mephisto's massive form stiffened abruptly. It felt as though the boundless power within it had been instantaneously siphoned away. Its indomitable hellish armor became as fragile as paper, and the domain power it once took pride in rebounded upon itself. Boom! A damaged figure erupted from above Mephisto's head, causing the entire Crimson Hell to tremble and making all live streaming screens worldwide momentarily glitch. 1,000,000. No screams, no struggles. The Hell Ruler, Mephisto, who had just made its entrance, wielding two world-ending, grotesque skills, a being far beyond the world boss, was snuffed out without even the chance to utter a final word. At the instant the bullet struck, its colossal form, along with the infernal flames of sin that engulfed it, was utterly erased by an invisible force. In an instant, it was ash, smoke, and annihilation. All that remained was a dazzling array of spoils. Among them, an orange glow shone so brilliantly it seemed poised to pierce through dimensions. And that deathly silence. Qin Shuyuan Dragon Soul, Red Taboo, All-Knowing, Fisherman, No Cilantro. The 6 members of the team stood as if petrified, frozen in expressions of shock, worry, or stupefaction, their minds completely paralyzed. What just happened? Where's the boss? The one who caused 100-fold attribute reduction and 1,000,000 in counter damage. How? Is it gone? One shot. In a live stream, there was an absolute silence lasting 5 seconds, devoid of any bullet comments, as if everyone had their souls extracted. Then, a deluge of question marks flooded the screen. The entire live broadcast was rendered invisible. A bug. It must be a bug. One-shot kill. And under the condition of 100-fold attribute reduction. 1,000,000. What kind of damage is this? GM, come out and explain. Where is the counter damage? What happened to the promised 1,000,000 counter damage? Why is Knight Emperor unscathed? I figured it out. Knight Emperor's talent must be rebound, returning the damage it would have taken. Wow, I'm truly a genius. I must be losing my mind. This game has transcended my understanding. This is divine. The world was left in shock. The world fell silent. The world plunged into profound doubt about its own perceptions and the rules of the game. Lin Feng slowly lowered the still-smoking Doombringer, glanced at the dazzling array of gear that had dropped, and spoke in a nonchalant tone, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Is that all? System prompt. Defeated Lord of Purgatory. Mephisto, bonus for overlevel kill, first clear bonus, perfect evaluation bonus. You have gained experience, 100,000 points. System prompt. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, LV24. System prompt. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, LV25. A series of system notifications resounded as Lin Feng's level surged directly to LV25. However, at this moment, neither the other members of the team nor the millions of viewers in the live stream showed any reaction to this remarkable achievement of leveling up twice in succession. Their minds remained entirely captivated by the earth-shattering, perception-altering shot that had just transpired. Their threshold for astonishment had been elevated to unprecedented heights by Lin Feng. What significance did a mere level-up hold? What truly captured everyone's attention next was the dazzling brilliance that erupted from the spot where Mephisto had disintegrated. A radiance that was nothing short of breathtaking. Chapter 38. Orange Equipment. Legendary Grade. Among the items, one shone most brilliantly. It surpassed gold, seemingly composed of solidified lava and stars, an orange radiance. Legendary Grade. Orange. Orange gear. The dragon's soul gasped in astonishment, eyes wide with disbelief. A legendary item. My goodness. The Red Taboo also inhaled sharply. The world was in an uproar. Incredible. Orange gear. Legendary grade. Has the first legendary item since the launch of Eternal Divine Realm been born? The boss was defeated in an instant, dropping a legendary item. Is this reasonable? It is utterly reasonable. Great ones, show us the attributes. Let us see the attributes, ah. My eyes are blinded. This brilliance is too intense. Lin Feng's gaze swept across, and with a mere thought, the attributes of the dropped item materialized before him. Sin Cloak, orange. Part, cloak level requirement. LV25 base attributes. Physical defense 800, magic resistance 800, all attributes 100, movement speed 30. Tenacity 50 special effects. Sin Aura. Inflicts Sin Mark on all hostile targets within a 100-meter radius, increasing the damage they receive from you by 50, and preventing them from entering a stealth state. Sinful Night. During the night, you can choose to enter a concealed state, becoming immune to certain detection skills. And upon revealing yourself, your attack power is increased by 100 for 30 seconds. Truly, it is legendary equipment. These terrifying base attributes. As for the special effects, they are outrageously powerful, with a staggering 150 damage increase. The damage buff from Sinful Night can be permanently solidified through Fate, similar to the previous Shadow Kill buff. The description of the equipment's special effects could only have 2 words altered. The first effect is an aura, accompanied by damage increase and anti-stealth effects, requiring no modification. For the second effect, Lin Feng contemplated whether to remove the restriction of night or to modify the description of certain detection skills. Ultimately, Lin Feng chose the former, signifying that he could become infinitely invisible. Moreover, typical anti-stealth skills would be unable to detect him. While there is a hint of regret, it is already an extraordinarily powerful effect. If one were to remain unsatisfied, the entire world's assassin players would likely weep in despair. The items dropped by the Dominion-level boss were numerous, and soon Lin Feng's attention was captured by a skill book. Skill book, Celestial Oblivion, Golden. Type, active skill class requirement. Archer, mage effect. After a 1-second casting, summon a miniature star imbued with the power of Oblivion from the void, dealing mixed damage of 500 physical attack power, 500 magical attack power to a designated area, with a chance to critically hit. Furthermore, it has a 50 probability of inflicting the annihilation effect. The target will receive a 30 increase in damage from any subsequent damage within the next 10 seconds. Mana cost, 1000. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Description: when the stars fall, all things return to oblivion, and only fate remains eternal. Distinct from the single target. Substantial true damage of critical strike. Celestial destruction is capable of inflicting significant damage over a designated expansive area, a quality that Lin Feng sorely lacked. By leveraging the fate talent to convert damage into true damage, Lin Feng mastered this AoE prowess. He possessed several exceptional pieces of equipment, yet many were of the heavy armor variety, plate, chain, cloth, and mail, which imposed penalties on agility, rendering them unsuitable for the Reaper. However, one golden leather armor piece captured Lin Feng's complete attention. Sinful chestplate, golden. Part, chestplate level requirement. LV25 base attributes. Physical defense minus 200, health minus 3000, agility 80. Spirit minus 20 special effect. Burden of sin. Damage taken increased by 100. Upon slaying an enemy, one of the overflow damage is temporarily converted into maximum health. A rare smile graced Lin Feng's face. Burdened by sin? A piece of golden equipment that reduces attributes is quite ordinary for a typical individual. Yet its special effect is exceptionally advantageous against summoning-type bosses, proving remarkably effective in specific scenarios or dungeons. For instance, when confronting a boss capable of summoning swarms of locusts, a single AoE strike could cause health bars to surge dramatically. At such moments, one could robustly withstand the boss's assaults, significantly enhancing the margin of error. Yet for Lin Feng, Fate activate. Modification, Burden of Sin dash. Upon slaying an enemy, one of the overflow damage is permanently converted into maximum health. Low health, fragile skin. With this equipment, possessing hundreds of millions in health is no longer a concern. Lin Feng unhesitatingly wielded it, donning the Cloak of Sin and Sinful Chestplate directly. World announcement. Player Knight Monarch has equipped the legendary item, Cloak of Sin, becoming the first owner of a legendary equipment in Eternal Divine Realm. Achieved the feat, Beginning of Legends. Rewards. Reputation 10,000, gold 500. A flash of golden light enveloped him as his previous gear was replaced, revealing an extraordinarily striking black and red cloak adorning his back. The cloak's edges seemed to shimmer with flowing crimson patterns, moving without wind and exuding an unsettling aura of pressure. The chestplate transformed into a form-fitting leather armor, glistening with a dark red sheen. Incredible. He truly put on. It looks magnificent. This design, the game developers have finally excelled. The legendary cloak, the golden skill book, the golden chestplate, all claimed by Knight Monarch. Naturally, he was the one who swiftly defeated the boss. Who else could take it? The other drops were also of remarkably high quality. Dragon Soul acquired a dark golden shield, Sin Flame Barrier, while Red Taboo received a dark golden staff. Whispers of the Inferno. Qin Xuan was awarded a dark golden robe of the mage. The remaining members, including the all-knowing, Fisherman, and Cilantro Hater, also obtained several top-tier purple items. To ordinary players, these were already considered god-tier equipment, igniting immense excitement among Dragon Soul and the others, who promptly expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Knight Monarch, for leading the way. Without your esteemed presence, we would struggle to overcome even the first wave of adversaries. Esteemed leader, we find ourselves merely coasting along, feeling quite ashamed. Not enjoying cilantro, I scratch my head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Lin Feng merely cast a cold, indifferent glance at them, his voice resonating with an icy authority. Before me, there is no need for shame, for it is utterly inconsequential. The emotions of the weak stirred no ripples within him. They were to keep pace with his strides, to seize what was rightfully theirs, that was all. A shiver ran through the hearts of the six. Yet they simultaneously exhaled in relief. They understood that this formidable figure cared not for their actions, but solely for the outcomes. They felt immensely fortunate beyond measure to have latched on such an unimaginably substantial pillar of support. The global audience, in turn, was enveloped in a wave of envy. Chapter 39. The dawn of a new era, alas. The envy is palpable. Every casual division yields golden and supreme purple equipment. How infuriating! I yearn to glimpse the attributes of those items. They will undoubtedly refrain from revealing them. Wealth should not be flaunted, especially under the scrutiny of a global live broadcast. At that moment, the system announcement echoed once more. Global announcement. Crimson Hell Special Challenge Dungeon has been successfully cleared by the player team, Atonement Squad, Captain, Knight Emperor. As the first team to conquer this special challenge dungeon, all members receive rewards. Experience 20,000, Gold 1,000, all attributes 10. Yet another global announcement. The dungeon has been cleared. The rewards are bountiful. An increase of all attributes by 10. I am overwhelmed with envy. I feel utterly bereft. As the notification of completion faded, the scene of Crimson Hell began to grow transparent, and the live broadcast gradually dimmed. The broadcast concluded. However, the tumult stirred across the globe by this live event was only just beginning. Countless forums, social media platforms, and news headlines were inundated with keywords such as Knight Emperor, Crimson Hell, legendary equipment, rule breaker, and one-shot kill. The prowess of Knight Emperor has once again redefined everyone's perception. His capability to annihilate supreme-level bosses has become the focal point of countless discussions and analyses. That resplendent legendary cloak has become the ultimate aspiration for innumerable players. In Huaxia, the Supreme Command Center, several elders gazed silently at the screen, fixated on the final frame of Lin Feng adorned in the crimson cloak. Lingering in silence for a long while, one elder slowly spoke, elevating his threat level yet again. Designation: provisionally assigned as uncontrollable strategic class humanoid deity. Agreed. Initiate the highest level contingency plan, primarily focused on engagement and observation. Under no circumstances shall there be conflict unless absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, across the ocean in Sakura country, upon witnessing that Knight Emperor faced no repercussions for his terrifying sin value, and instead acquired even more formidable legendary equipment, the entire player community fell into a profound silence. No longer was there the clamor of shouts and insults on the forums, but rather an overwhelming sense of despair and numbness. The sword once regarded as the pride of their nation, the skyward cloud sword, now languished at the apex of the auction house, a perpetual emblem of shame, eternally reminding them of the invincible man who haunted their nightmares. As global players continued to grapple with the shocking revelations from the broadcast, the clock struck midnight. Two resounding system announcements reverberated through every corner of Eternal Divine Realm, even transcending the boundaries between the game and reality. Server announcement: Player Knight Emperor has reached LV25 first. Eternal Divine Realm officially enters a new era. Reality synchronization. Players are encouraged to explore the details themselves. Server announcement: Player Knight Emperor has reached LV25 first. Eternal Divine Realm officially enters a new era. Main city open. All players who have reached level 20 can ascend to their respective faction capitals through the teleportation arrays in various novice villages. If the previous live stream was astonishing, then these two announcements are truly earth-shattering. The world has once again plunged into an even deeper silence. Reality synchronization? Even with prior mental preparation, could the abilities from the game truly manifest in reality? What does this mean? The extraordinary has arrived. The main city is now open. Finally, one can leave the novice area and venture into a broader world. Remarkably, this has all been initiated by the Knight Emperor reaching level 25. He has single-handedly propelled the progression of the entire world, ushering in a new era. At this moment, Lin Feng, who had just teleported back to the novice village square, disregarded the fervent, reverent, and fearful gazes of the surrounding players. Before him, a softly glowing interface appeared, visible only to him. Detected that you have reached level 25. Meeting the conditions for reality synchronization. Please make a synchronization selection in the system menu. Lin Feng gazed at the newly presented interface, a flicker of profound and fiery brilliance gleaming in his eyes. The new epoch has begun. Lin Feng stood in the cramped living room of his rental apartment, facing the reality synchronization interface visible only to him as eternal divine realm gradually began to merge deeply with the real world. First synchronization initiated. Please select synchronization items. 1. Basic attribute. 2. Equipped items. 3. Learn skills. First synchronization is free. Subsequent synchronizations will require game currency, with the second synchronization costing 100,000 coins, and each following synchronization fee increasing exponentially. Please choose wisely. The first synchronization is free, while the second demands a staggering price of 100,000 coins. It is worth noting that, given Lin Feng's legendary status, he currently possesses only 25,441 coins. A flash of determination crossed Lin Feng's eyes as he made his choice without hesitation, selecting to synchronize all basic attributes. Compared to the astounding effects of equipment and skills, the enhancement of basic attributes is more subtle yet fundamental, especially the primary attribute of the Fate Weaver, agility, which currently boasts an impressive 615 points. The resulting increase in speed, reflexes, and neural connection speed is crucial for survival and control of the situation, both in the game and in reality. Confirm selection. Synchronize all basic attributes. Synchronization begins. An indescribable sensation surged through his entire being, as if invisible shackles had been cast off, making his body feel exceptionally light and his neural reaction speed skyrocketing exponentially. The world before Lin Feng seemed to slow down under his dynamic vision. With a mere thought, his body instinctively reacted. Whoosh! A shadow flickered past. In the living room, his figure moved like a ghost, darting from the corner to the window and then to the doorway, all in less than a tenth of a second. If anyone were present at that moment, they would only perceive a blurred shadow, utterly unable to capture his movements. He approached the window, gazing at the bustling traffic on the street below. With his synchronized dynamic vision, the trajectory and speed of each vehicle, along with the subtle movements of pedestrians, were vividly etched in his mind, as if he could foresee every event before it unfolded. Is this the essence of extraordinary power? Lin Feng clenched his fist, feeling the surge of speed and reflexes within him that transcended human limits. He stepped out of the room, attempting a gentle leap from standstill, and his body soared effortlessly over 3 meters high, landing silently as though he were a cat. Indeed, in the latter stages of the game, reality is the true battlefield. Lin Feng's gaze was profound, yet he quickly reined in his thoughts, concealing this power deeply within. It was not yet the time to reveal it. After a brief slumber, he re-entered the game, the cold mechanical voice resonating in his ears. Chapter 40, Ascendant City, the City of Shadows. Before me lies the interface for selecting the main city. City of Radiance, a realm of order and glory. Nature's Haven, a sanctuary of forests and ancient trees. Steel Bastion, a masterpiece of mountains and forges. Western Wilderness, a symbol of desolation and strength. And finally, the last option, emanating a profound aura of darkness and chaos, City of Shadows. According to memories from my past life, the City of Shadows belongs to the malevolent Order faction, representing sin and power. This city, situated on the fringes of the continent, is ruled by a formidable abyssal demon lord who venerates strength above all. adhering to the law of the jungle. Most notably, in this city, player sins are not merely tolerated, but celebrated as a mark of honor and status. My sin value, soaring into the millions, serves as a passport granting me unimpeded access here. This is the one. Confirmed selection of main city, City of Shadows. Teleportation commencing. As the space warped and the light danced, when Lin Feng opened his eyes once more, he found himself at the heart of a colossal Gothic plaza. The sky was an eternal shade of dark crimson, reminiscent of congealed blood. Towering structures loomed overhead, constructed of obsidian, bones, and unknown metals, both grotesque and magnificent. On the streets, the inhabitants were no longer human, but rather an array of dark entities. Skeleton soldiers wielding scythes, specters floating in the air, necromancers clad in tattered robes, and even demons adorned with bat-like wings. The air was thick with the sense of sulfur, decay, and a faint metallic tang of blood. Yet an undeniable sense of order permeated the atmosphere. Unlike the cacophony and chaos of my previous visit with a larger contingent, the plaza of the City of Shadows was eerily tranquil. For here, I was the sole player. The NPCs patrolling the streets and hawking their wares at roadside stalls halted their movements the instant I appeared, their collective gaze fixated upon me. In their eyes, I discerned a blatant scrutiny, curiosity, and even a subtle hint of avarice and reverence. This reaction felt unsettling. A shiver ran down Lin Feng's spine. The intensity of these NPCs' gazes was unnervingly sentient. It was as if each one possessed an independent consciousness. The NPCs of Eternal Divine Realm might indeed be projections from other universes, or perhaps they were genuine sentient beings. At that moment, two shadowy figures materialized before me without a sound. They were two succubi, with near-perfect human forms. Their figures were exquisitely voluptuous, draped in mere wisps of gossamer dark silk that barely concealed their most intimate areas. Their alabaster skin glistened alluringly beneath the dark crimson sky, and their enchanting eyes sparkled with a captivating allure, complemented by smiles that could drive any man to madness. In the air, a sweet, intoxicating fragrance wafted, imbued with a hint of aphrodisiac. The succubus on the left, with violet hair and eyes, spoke in a voice as smooth as the finest silk. "Oh my, this powerful soul, you are the first descendant to step into the City of Shadows. How utterly thrilling." As she spoke, her delicate steps brought her nearly close to Lin Feng, exhaling with a fragrance reminiscent of orchids, imbued with an irresistible allure. "You carry the essence of the abyss, and such a rich scent of sin it makes one yearn to taste at the succubus to her right, adorned with silver hair and crimson eyes, exuded a more bewitching aura." She gently licked her red lips, her gaze boldly sweeping over Lin Feng's cloak and breastplate. So young, yet possessing such power, daring to venture alone into the shadowy city. "Young sir, do you possess commendable courage, or is there something upon which you rely?" Their banter, filled with exquisite temptation, served to subtly probe Lin Feng's depths. Character and strength. Should a player of lesser resolve have been present, they would likely have succumbed, revealing their vulnerabilities. Yet Lin Feng stood there serene, his eyes betraying not a hint of disturbance. His deep-set gaze resembled an ancient well beneath millennia of ice, unruffled by the succubus's seduction, the exotic fragrance in the air, or their probing words, as if a gentle breeze were merely brushing over the mountaintop, utterly incapable of unsettling him. The legendary equipment, Cloak of Sin and Wheel of Fortune, bestowed upon him a resilience of 60, rendering him impervious to typical charms. He did not spare even a glance at the two nearly naked succubi, simply uttering in a cold, even tone devoid of emotion, "Take me to Seaball." There was no room for doubt, no negotiation. It was a command. This succinct statement bore an undeniable authority and absolute confidence, as if he were not a mere newcomer, but a sovereign surveying his domain. The smiles on the faces of the two succubi faltered instantly, their eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment and wariness. Their charms were utterly ineffective against this man before them. The chilling aura he emanated, solid and palpable, akin to a presence emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, sent a tremor through even these high-ranking demons, stirring something deep within their souls. Especially when he mentioned Baal's name, his tone so matter-of-fact. How could a newcomer possibly know the name of the city lord? Why, yes, my lord. The violet-haired succubus concealed her allure, bowing slightly with an air of utmost respect. The silver-haired succubus also tempered her seductive demeanor, lowering her gaze, no longer daring to meet Lin Feng's eyes. They understood that this man could not be swayed by beauty or words. His strength surpassed their wildest imaginations. Under the reverent guidance of the two succubi, Lin Feng traversed the darkened streets, disregarding the complex gazes of the surrounding NPCs, making his way directly towards the city's heart, where stood a giant tower of obsidian and bones, throne of the abyss. Inside, the decor epitomized opulence intertwined with a dark aesthetic. In a vast space, ethereal blue flames flickered, illuminating the surroundings. Upon the throne reclined a figure, possessing a humanoid form, yet taller and more striking, with a healthy pallor to his skin. Dressed in exquisite black noble attire, his dark red hair cascaded carelessly around him. He appeared somewhat languid, yet his gaze was as sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of piercing through the very essence of one's soul. An aura of terrifying authority enveloped him, rendering the air thick and oppressive. He was none other than the sovereign of the shadowed city, the abyssal demon lord, Baal. Baal's crimson eyes fell upon Lin Feng, who had just entered the grand hall, and a hint of intrigue curled at the corners of his mouth. Ah, the first ascendant to grace my presence arrives far sooner than I anticipated. His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with the poise of a superior being, and the malevolence that clung to you was truly a delightful fragrance. Pray tell, young warrior, what compels you to seek refuge in this forsaken city of sin? Chapter 41. The first ascendant Baal's gaze was palpable, as if he sought to penetrate Lin Feng's very essence. This was both curiosity and an intangible test of power. Lin Feng, undeterred, strode confidently to the center of the grand hall, standing resolutely before Baal on his throne. He met Baal's scrutiny with calm assurance, displaying neither retreat nor reverence. In a tone as unyielding as his demeanor, he declared, "I have come to claim what I need." Simple, direct, and imperious. It was as if the entire Shadow City existed solely as his hunting ground for resources. Upon hearing this, Baal momentarily paused, then erupted into a deep, rumbling laughter, rich with appreciation and a hint of amusement. How intriguing! It has been ages since anyone dared to speak so boldly in my presence. His crimson eyes sparkled with excitement. Excellent! The Shadow City reveres strength. Since you possess such confidence, let your actions speak for you. As the first brave soul to arrive here, I grant you an opportunity, a chance to prove your worth to me and to the entirety of Shadow City. With a casual flick of his finger, a dark crimson light surged into Lin Feng's being. System notification. You have accepted the unique quest, the Pioneer's offering. Quest details. Proceed to the Wailing Demon Realm. LV 25-30. Beyond the city, cleanse the area tainted by uncontrollable magical energies and retrieve the core, a mutated magic core. Quest rewards. Shadow City. Reputation 20,000. Demon Lord's Token. Grants various privileges within the city. Quest difficulty. Hellish. Quest hint. The creatures within the Wailing Demon Realm are exceptionally ferocious due to magical mutations and possess unique abilities. Proceed with caution. Go forth. First Ascendant, Baal drawled, lazily waving his hand. Complete this task, and you shall earn my recognition, as well as the means to establish your foothold in this city. Should you fail well, the soil of Shadow City relishes absorbing the souls of the strong as sustenance. Was it a threat? A temptation? Lin Feng remained expressionless, not even glancing at the quest rewards. Understood. He turned and departed the grand hall without hesitation, leaving behind the cold silhouette clad in a scarlet cloak. Baal observed Lin Feng's retreating figure, a flicker of profound interest igniting in his crimson gaze. An intriguing soul, I hope you bring me more surprises. Lin Feng accepted the Pioneer's offering quest, devoid of any extraneous expressions. and headed towards the designated direction of the wailing demon realm. According to the quest brief and his memories from a past life, he needed to acquire a passage token and a regional map from the military supply office outside the city. The military supply office of Shadow City was housed within a fortress constructed from massive beast bones, permeated with the scents of blood and rust. The overseer here was a formidable minotaur, a supply officer named Kargan the Skull Crusher. He was idly sharpening his axe, seemingly bored. Noticing Lin Feng's approach, Kargan set down his axe and emitted a low, thunderous growl, imbued with the arrogance and scrutiny of one in power. A new ascendant? You seek to venture into the wailing demon realm? Humph, that place is certainly not meant for you inexperienced fledglings. According to the rules, you must first report to the registration office nearby, then gather at least 4 companions before returning here to obtain a map and the most basic of access tokens. Calgar's tone was laced with impatience and disdain, clearly relishing the opportunity to impose upon the newcomers, particularly after the Dark Lord had recently summoned this ascendant. Lin Feng did not even lift his eyelids. Rules? Companions? In his presence, these were mere farces. He remained silent, continuing to stride forward directly toward the area where maps and higher-level tokens were stored. Stop! Calgar bellowed, his massive form abruptly blocking Lin Feng's path, his great axe raised, stirring the air ominously. Are you deaf? Did you not hear my words? Go queue for registration. Lin Feng finally halted, slightly tilting his head, his icy gaze finally settling upon Calgar. In that glance, there was no trace of emotion, only pure indifference, akin to observing a stone obstructing his way. Step aside. The succinct words, devoid of anger, resonated with a chilling intensity far more disconcerting than the most violent of roars. Calgar felt a jolt at that gaze, but his fury, now clouded by a sense of being overlooked, surged. You seek your demise. How dare you disregard me? Today, you shall learn that the rules of the Shadow City are inscribed in blood. He roared, swinging his great axe with tremendous force toward Lin Feng. This strike could cleave steel in twain. For an ordinary player, facing such a high-level military officer NPC would undoubtedly result in their immediate demise. However, how tiresome. Lin Feng's figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, he materialized behind Calgar, his right hand having grasped a revolver unbeknownst to anyone. Bang! 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 A flurry of strikes followed by a critical headshot, minus 106,482. A terrifying damage number floated above Calgar's head. Such a figure of damage was utterly impossible for a mere level 25 player to inflict. The seemingly formidable Tauran military officer, caught entirely off guard, felt his immense body drain of strength, collapsing to the ground as a gaping wound rapidly expanded in his neck, blood gushing forth. His eyes widened in disbelief, brimming with horror, as his colossal head drooped, life extinguished. A swift and decisive kill. Without any hesitation, standing beside Calgar's lifeless form was his subordinate, a comparatively smaller Tauran named Gru, trembling uncontrollably, his weapon clattering to the ground, his legs shaking, nearly giving way beneath him. Captain Calgar had been slain in a single blow by this seemingly low-level ascendant. What was most terrifying was that the patrolling skeletal guards and necromancers around them remained utterly indifferent, as if the fallen were merely a bug crushed underfoot. Their sole responsibility was to maintain order within the city, showing no inclination to intervene in the slaughter of such high evil value players within a non-safe zone. Glu gazed into Lin Feng's cold, indifferent eyes, and an overwhelming fear of death seized his heart instantaneously. He had no doubt that any slight movement on his part would lead to a fate akin to that of Calga. Master, please spare me. Have mercy, Glu implored, collapsing to the ground, desperately banging his bull-like head against the floor, his voice tinged with a weeping tone. It was Calga's folly to offend you. I am willing to serve you, master. I beg for your clemency. Lin Feng approached the shelf containing the highest authority maps, casually retrieving the most detailed and authoritative map of the wailing demonic domain's depths, along with a shadow emblem, symbolizing passage rights to the Dark City. Having completed these tasks, he cast a brief, indifferent glance at Glu, who remained prostrate on the ground. Chapter 42. Level 30 Elite Dungeon. From this moment forth, you shall assume the role of quartermaster. With that, Lin Feng turned away without a glance, leaving behind a chilling silhouette and a newly appointed quartermaster of the towering Gru. It took Gru several moments to comprehend that he had survived and had even become the quartermaster. He gazed at the gradually cooling corpse of Kargath, then glanced in the direction Lin Feng had vanished, his eyes filled with a euphoric sense of surviving a calamity, intertwined with profound dread. He understood that from this day forward, no one in the supply department of Undercity would dare to provoke any ascendant who appeared formidable. Upon exiting Undercity and stepping into the domain of the Wailing Abyss, the air was immediately saturated with a nauseating stench and the chaotic aura of demonic energy. The ground was scorched black, littered with twisted flora and bizarre monstrosities. These creatures ranged in level from 25 to 30, tainted by demonic energy, exhibiting grotesque forms and an insatiable thirst for blood, fearlessly aggressive. Yet, before Lin Feng, they were merely mobile repositories of experience points and health thresholds. Without unnecessary movements, Lin Feng activated his slaughter mode. Teleportation. Instant annihilation. The monsters howled as they transformed into experience points, while a faint warmth surged within Lin Feng's body. Overflow damage. 10. 320 points, converted to 103 points of permanent health increase. Originally, Lin Feng possessed 182 points in physical attributes, with a health cap of 4,004. However, due to the sinful chestplate, his health limit was reduced by 3,000, leaving him with a mere 1,004. Now, his health cap had risen to 107. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Although the 100 damage increased debuff posed a significant risk in light of his overwhelming attack power. As long as he was not besieged or struck down by high-burst skills, this downside could be temporarily disregarded. Moreover, as his health threshold continued to grow, the severity of this debuff diminished substantially. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Lin Feng surged through like a tiger among sheep, unleashing a relentless barrage of basic attacks and skills. Celestial obliteration. Waves of monsters fell as if mown down like wheat, the experience bar skyrocketing at a visible pace. Simultaneously, the limit of his health continued to fluctuate above him. 88, 91, 85, 120. In less than half an hour, system notification. Congratulations. You have reached level 26. System notification. Congratulations. You have reached level 27. Leveling up twice in rapid succession. His health cap had burgeoned from an initial 500 to a staggering 547, 726. A health limit exceeding 500, 000. The one conversion of overflow damage from Body of Sin led to an astonishing growth in his durability. He pressed on relentlessly, cutting a swath through to the deepest part of the Wailing Abyss. There, a colossal demon, encrusted with purple crystals and radiating an aura of dread, was roaring. The regional boss, Mutated Energy Lord. It's you. Lin Feng, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a series of 4 high-velocity bullets imbued with the essence of death, piercing the boss's cranium with unerring precision. The level 30 elite boss saw its health plummet by more than half in an instant. The crippling shot triggered a state of paralysis, and before the boss could regain its composure, Lin Feng continued his relentless assault with another barrage of shots. With a few precise headshots, followed by a deft maneuver to align with the cooldown of critical headshot, the mutated demon lord was unable to mount any significant resistance before it let out a pained wail and collapsed, leaving a scattering of blue and purple loot in its wake. Amongst the treasures, the most striking was a fist-sized mutated demon core, pulsating with unstable purple radiance. Lin Feng picked up the core without so much as a glance at the other spoils, preparing to return to the Dark City to turn in his quest. However, at the very moment the boss perished and the core was claimed, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The ground where the boss had been entrenched suddenly fractured, revealing a swirling dark red portal exuding a potent aura of the abyss. System notification. You have discovered the entrance to a hidden area, abyss of 10,000 demons. The abyss of 10,000 demons? Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. Wasn't this the renowned level 30 large-scale team dungeon from his previous life? It required a reputation of respect with the Dark City to access, and its difficulty was notoriously high, having obliterated countless top-tier guilds during its initial exploration. How could it possibly manifest here? Moreover, it appeared that there was no prerequisite reputation required. Was it triggered by defeating this region's boss and obtaining the demon core? Or was it because he was the first to cleanse the demon domain? Lin Feng immediately dismissed the thought of returning to complete his quest. The value of being the first to clear an untouched, large-scale team dungeon was incalculable. There were surely greater treasures within. Without a second thought, he strode toward the dark red portal. At the entrance of the abyss of 10,000 demons stood a Hell Knight Guardian, clad in obsidian armor and wielding a colossal sword ablaze with hellfire. Towering in stature, he emanated an oppressive, sulphurous aura, his blood-red eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng as he approached. Abyss Guardian, Carlos level, LV 60 rank, lore health. Under normal circumstances, as a player drew near, Carlos would issue a warning. Halt. Mortal. The abyss of 10,000 demons is a forbidden realm where even demon lords may fall. You must assemble a powerful team and obtain the demon lord's permission to enter. However, Lin Feng continued to advance, undeterred by the overwhelming aura that could cause ordinary players to quail in fear. Carlos's crimson pupils suddenly constricted. Something was amiss. This human, clearly only level 27, radiated a palpable aura of lethal intent, coupled with an unsettling calmness that penetrated deeply into his very being. Even this battle-hardened Hell Knight felt a flicker of threat resonate from the depths of his soul. How could this be? A mere level 27 ascendant could not possibly pose a threat to him. Yet his instincts honed from years of battling in the abyss screamed in alarm. The individual before him was extraordinarily dangerous, perhaps even more so than some of the demon lords he had previously encountered. The sensation was akin to a looming threat. The moment he uttered a single dissenting word, he would be obliterated in an instant. Carlos stifled the warning that hovered on the tip of his tongue, scarcely daring to lock eyes with Lin Feng's frigid gaze for too long. With great difficulty, he managed to speak, his tone imbued with a barely perceptible dryness and respect. Mighty being, are you intent on descending into the abyss of 10,000 demons? This place is fraught with peril. According to the ancient stone tablets decree, adhering to the supreme will of the dark god, even a formidable entity, such as yourself, is prohibited from entering alone. Lin Feng continued his stride, coldly listening, his attention drawn to a colossal stone tablet beside the entrance, inscribed with the ominous script of the abyss. At the pinnacle of the tablet, a stark warning was etched in blood. The abyss of 10,000 demons, a realm of near-certain demise, must only be traversed by a team of no fewer than 20 elite individuals. A faint smirk graced Lin Feng's lips. I regret to inform you that I can choose to disregard such counsel. He extended his finger, seemingly casually pointing towards the tablet in midair. Destiny, he declared, activating his innate talent, modification, must only be traversed by a team of no fewer than 20 elite individuals. A resonating hum echoed in the air. Chapter 43. A destructive force, the crimson inscription, imbued with ancient prohibitions, began to twist and blur before Carlos's astonished gaze. How could this be possible? Carlos exclaimed in disbelief, his massive form trembling with shock. He had guarded this place for centuries. The stone tablet, inscribed with the laws of the abyss, had never undergone any alteration. The script upon it represented the essence of order. How could it be so easily altered by an ascendant? This transcended mere strength. It was a blasphemy against the very fabric of law. It was a mockery of the will of the abyss. Carlos's gaze towards Lin Feng shifted from wary apprehension to profound terror, a deep-seated fear. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, after completing this astonishing act, appeared to merely brush off the dust from his garments. He did not even glance at the speechless Hell Knight Guard, instead stepping confidently into the swirling crimson portal. The abyss of 10,000 demons. I am coming for the treasures within. His icy voice dissipated amidst the luminous portal. leaving behind the petrified Hell Knight Guard and the tablet, now bearing the marks of altered rules, silently narrating the incredible events that had just transpired at the dim entrance to the demonic realm. Upon entering the abyss of 10,000 demons, a dense aura of the abyss enveloped him, thick enough to feel tangible, mingling with scents of depravity, blood, and the wails of tormented souls. The scene before him unfolded into a vast, distorted underground cavern, where dark red rivers of magma flowed and jagged rocks formed a natural labyrinth. Countless eyes glimmering with a scarlet hue lurking in the shadows. The density of monsters here was staggering, with swarms of low-tier abyssal lurkers and magma imps, interspersed with elite Hellfire Guardians and succubus spellcasters. For an ordinary team of 20, merely clearing these minor foes would demand utmost caution and strategic maneuvering. Warriors would need to draw out enemies one by one, healers would bear immense pressure, and DPS would concentrate their firepower. However, Lin Feng was no ordinary player. With over 500,000 health points, his vitality dwarfed that of any warrior at his current level, and this maximum health continued to rise at a terrifying rate with each monster he vanquished. Output, with a death mark stacking an increase of 300 damage. The Wheel of Fate granting a permanent 20 boost to attack power, Shadow Kill providing a 50 agility enhancement, and the Cloak of Sin offering a 150 benefit without the need for stealth. These constituted only his primary offensive capabilities, while attack speed, critical hit rates, and damage output significantly surpassed those of ordinary players. As for healing, the tribute of slaying monsters replenished his health, a magnificent display of celebration upon conclusion of each encounter. Whoosh! A fleeting shadow darted past. The combination of Shadow Strike and his extraordinary agility allowed him to glide through the throngs of monsters like Spectre. Occasionally, an unsuspecting abyssal lurker would attempt an ambush. Bang! A shot imbued with crippling force rendered the creature immobile, and with a swift headshot, Lin Feng dispatched it before vanishing into the shadows. The elite creature, boasting a staggering health of over 100,000, detonated with a thunderous explosion, disintegrating into a shower of debris and experience points without even unleashing a single skill. Simultaneously, Lin Feng's health capacity began to steadily rise upon entering the dungeon. Without the slightest hesitation, he pressed onward. Faced with swarms of lesser monsters obstructing his path, he unleashed the stellar cataclysm. Boom! Celestial meteors rained down from the heavens, obliterating all creatures within a radius of several dozen meters. Under the terrifying 500 true damage, these lesser foes fell as easily as if they were made of paper. He surged forward, effortlessly trampling all opposition, rendering the so-called dense hordes and complex terrain utterly irrelevant in the face of Lin Feng's overwhelming speed and devastating power. Before long, he arrived at the first boss, gluttonous behemoth GLA. This grotesque creature, resembling a small mountain, was covered in festering sores and tentacles. Its mechanic involved devouring players to inflict massive damage while continuously releasing a pervasive cloud of corrosive miasma. Soon, an icon appeared beneath the boss's health bar. Bite of Gluttony. Channeling will consume the target in 3 seconds, inflicting tremendous damage and causing a loss of 10 of their health. Countdown, 3 seconds. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's status bar revealed a new debuff, Corrosive Miasma. You are affected by the corrosive miasma of the gluttonous behemoth GLA, recovering 5 of your health per second. For a conventional raid team, preventing the boss from targeting players for consumption is a monumental challenge. The instantaneous massive damage is one thing, but the 10 health recovery is an insidious ability that could shatter the morale of even the most elite teams. The constant cloud of poison also placed immense pressure on healers. However, Lin Feng was different. With a health pool soaring to 700,000, the gluttonous behemoth skills could not possibly eliminate him, and being ensconced in the miasma allowed him to recover 5 of his health every second. As the boss's health dwindled, Lin Feng's health fluctuated, losing some yet recovering. Even the boss was momentarily taken aback. Its simplistic brain could not fathom what was occurring. Following several rounds of Lin Feng's explosive attacks, this first boss which had caused countless raiding teams to meet their demise, fell in despair, collapsing and showering the ground with shimmering golden equipment and materials. System notification. You have slain gluttonous behemoth GLA. You gained 30,000 experience points. You obtained GLA's corrosive stomach sac, rare material, X3, and the equipment belt of the glutton golden. The heavy armor belt featured a diminished version of Bite of Gluttony, which Lin Feng could not utilize. The experience points from the boss and the dungeon's lesser monsters allowed him to smoothly ascend to level 28. Next was the second boss, Soulbinder Mala, a banshee skilled in mental manipulation and summoning vengeful spirits. She attempted to afflict Lin Feng with the soul enslavement buff. For the next 30 seconds, all your targeted skills would randomly attack other targets present, with damage increased by 500. Little did Mara anticipate that a lone individual would dare to infiltrate this elite team of 20. This audacious act transformed the elite guild's control techniques into mere augmentations for Lin Feng. He deftly evaded the boss's conventional attacks while skillfully wielding the fate wheel of the trickster, bestowing a myriad of debuffs upon the boss, cemented through fate. Vulnerability, armor penetration, bleeding, slow, blindness. A cascade of icons appeared beneath the boss's health bar, leading Mara to question who truly was the boss and who was the player. With a decisive strike marked by 3 layers of death, the second boss met its demise. Instant kill. System notification. You have slain Soulbinder Mara. Earned 30,000 experience points. Acquired Mara's Wailing Tresses, rare material, X5. Obtained epic equipment, Soulbinder's Pauldrons, golden. Cloth pauldrons. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. The exceptional equipment produced by the team bore attributes far superior to those of wilderness bosses, hence they were marked as bound. However, Lin Feng had no intention of altering them through fate for the sake of resale. Currently, the players were unable to provide a substantial amount of gold. Even if they could, he would not risk exposing his talents for such a trifling sum. The third boss, Demon-Enhanced Machination, Annihilator. A war machine forged from the fusion of goblin technology and demonic power, boasted extraordinarily high defense and area of effect firepower suppression. High defense? Chapter 44. Who feared whom? Apologies, but I am the embodiment of true harm. Death mark fully stacked followed by critical headshot. Dodge. Stealth. Another series of strikes. The formidable armor of the mech crumbled like parchment before 1,000 true damage. Boom. The mech exploded, its parts scattering. System notification. You have slain Demon Mech Destroyer. Earned 30,000 experience points. Acquired Demon Energy Core, rare material, X1. Obtained equipment Destroyer Iron Boots, gold. In less than an hour, Lin Feng single-handedly decimated the first 3 bosses of a large-scale dungeon that had taken a top-tier team of 20 several weeks to conquer. Where he tread, only devastation and the corpses of monsters remained. At last he arrived at the deepest recesses of the abyss of 10,000 demons, the realm of the final boss. Upon a throne constructed of countless bones sat a towering figure, clad in obsidian armor ablaze with shadowy flames, wielding a colossal sword inscribed with myriad runes of torment. His crimson eyes burned with boundless hatred and madness. Abyss Lord Kazak. Kazak sensed the presence of the living, slowly lifting his head, his scarlet gaze locking onto Lin Feng. He did not attack immediately. Instead, he spoke in a deep voice filled with venomous resentment. Another dog of Baal? Or perhaps a fool deceived by that vile wretch? Come here to meet his doom? Kazak's voice echoed through the vast hall, saturated with endless loathing. Do you not know that the current ruler of Undercity Baal was once my lieutenant? I regarded him as a brother, bestowing upon him power and status. Yet, when I was engaged in a fierce battle with the Burning Legion, gravely wounded, he treacherously struck from behind. He stole my dark magic core, usurped my throne, and banished me to this lightless abyss, imprisoning me with a malevolent curse. In my quest for vengeance, to reclaim all that was once mine, I have amassed power. My wrath has manifested as a necrotic disaster. The wailing specters outside Undercity are merely extensions of my strength. I slaughtered those foolish villages, transforming their souls into my servants. all in hope of one day returning to Undercity to rend Ball, that shameless traitor, into pieces. Kazak grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, his terrifying aura swelling, causing the entire hall to tremble in the wake of his fury. It seemed he sought to unsettle Lin Feng with his words, or perhaps merely to vent his frustrations. Yet, Lin Feng remained silent, his expression devoid of emotion, as if he were listening to a tale utterly unrelated to himself. Once Kazak had finished, Lin Feng slowly raised the Shadowbane, aiming its barrel at the Abyss Lord upon the throne, his tone icy as he interrupted any further potential lamentations. "Are you done?" Kazak paused, taken aback. "I have no interest in your melodramatic grievances among demons," Lin Feng stated, his voice unwavering. "My purpose here is simple, to kill you and take your belongings. You seek death." Kazak roared in fury. He could hardly believe the audacity of this human, dismissing his past and directly proclaiming his intent to slay him and seize his treasures. "Let me unveil the true power of the Abyss Lord," Kazak bellowed as he rose from his throne, his colossal form exuding an unparalleled aura of oppression. In his grasp, the massive sword ignited with a raging shadow flame. Surging towards Lin Feng with ferocity, the battle commenced. It must be said, as the final boss of the elite 20-player dungeon, Kazak's prowess far eclipsed that of the preceding 3 bosses. His attack power was extraordinarily high, each strike capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, complemented by a myriad of formidable abyssal magic and curses. For any player around level 30, even clad in divine gear, facing Kazak would result in inevitable annihilation. However, before Lin Feng, boasting over 700,000 health points, Kazak's so-called strength paled in comparison. Boom! Kazak's shadow slash struck Lin Feng. Minus 85, 300. A considerable damage figure floated up. It was merely a fragment of Lin Feng's health bar. It is noteworthy that this was the outcome after the sinful body had amplified damage taken by 100. Kazak's pupils constricted, clearly taken aback by his opponent's resilience. Lin Feng remained unfazed, his right hand unleashing a relentless barrage with the Shadow Fire gun. Bang, bang, bang. The death mark stacked. The wheel of fate ensnared him with various negative states. Kazak's health plummeted at a visible rate. The more he fought, the more alarmed he became. His opponent's attack power was outrageous, their health daunting, and various control and curse effects either resisted or distorted by an enigmatic force. This was far beyond the capabilities of a level 28 player. It was akin to the arrival of a deity. "No, impossible. I shall not be defeated by a minion of Baal." Kazak roared in despair, shadows erupting around him as he seemed poised to unleash a final skill. "Wretched insect, gaze upon me." Kazak soared into the air, a tremendous force enveloping the battlefield, manifesting his most terrifying skill, mass fear. Inevitably, a black debuff appeared on Lin Feng's status bar, mass fear. The Abyss Lord Kazak instills fear within you. Those afflicted cannot attack or cast spells, and this effect cannot be dispelled until 95 of health is lost. Whenever an individual awakens from fear, they will unleash shadow damage equivalent to their maximum health to all nearby units 1 second later. This skill had driven countless players to despair, cursing and lamenting their fate. In a previous life, the first team to conquer this elite 20-player dungeon had an average level of 80, featuring many players with SS-level talents and above. Mass Fear effectively reduced the entire team's health to 5, all while necessitating careful positioning to avoid the boss's other high-damage, wide-area skills, inevitably leading to substantial casualties. Healers and tanks affected by fear in the team had to swiftly dispel it, actively absorbing the boss's damage. Yet fragile healers often struggled to maintain their health precisely between 0 to 5, a nearly insurmountable challenge. Yet, what proves to be even more challenging is that those who awaken from fear can inflict immense harm upon themselves and their comrades. This necessitates an immediate restoration of health and damage mitigation at the very moment of awakening. Kazak's sinister grin widened, as if he could already envision the arrogant human before him trembling in terror. A commendable skill indeed. At the instant the Dark Skull Head debuff took effect, Lin Feng's icy gaze betrayed no hint of panic. Rather, it flickered with a barely perceptible mockery. Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon Kazak, undeterred by fear, and raised his revolver, pulling the trigger without hesitation. You, insect, who are you? This is impossible. Suspended in the air, poised to revel in the sight of his prey's struggle against fear, Kazak's malevolent smile abruptly froze. Then, an inexplicable emotion surfaced. How familiar this feeling is. Kazak had witnessed countless souls quiver in dread before him. Yet, how foreign this emotion feels. For millennia, he had never tasted the flavor of fear. Chapter 45. Solo. First clear. Raid. A profound, irresistible terror surged from the depths of his soul, overwhelming him like a relentless tide. He gazed at the minuscule human on the ground. It felt as though he beheld the most terrifying entity in existence. He yearned to attack, to cast spells, to flee, but his body refused to obey, ensnared by invisible shackles that rendered him utterly motionless, unable even to twitch a finger. This was an utter humiliation, such a ludicrous farce. No. What? What is happening? My power, my fear, why does it recoil upon me? Kazak howled in madness within, yet no sound emerged. His body quaked violently under the weight of sheer terror. Group fear. The Lord of the Abyss, Kazak, feels fear, rendering the fearful unable to attack or cast spells. This effect cannot be dispelled until 95 of health is lost. Change from inflicted to felt. Who? Fears whom? Bang. 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 The terrified Kazak became a colossal target. After several rounds of fire, it was over. Lin Feng's gaze was frigid as the revolver unleashed a devastating bullet. A critical strike, combined with a plethora of death marks and other vulnerability effects already stacked upon the boss. Sizzle. Minus 157,057. A horrific damage figure emerged, one that left all players at this stage astounded. Kazak's health plummeted below 5. His massive form trembled violently. Shadows of energy erupted around him. His eyes filled with resentment and bitterness, ultimately succumbing to silence. Ball. I curse you. And in the instant of Kazak's demise, server announcement, a miracle has occurred. Player, Knight Emperor, single-handedly slayed the Lord of the Abyss in the Dark Abyss, achieving a solo first clear of the level 30 large-scale raid, Abyss of 10,000 Demons. The creator's domain trembles at his solitary prowess. The rules of the Abyss are rewritten by his brilliance. Congratulations to player Knight Emperor for accomplishing the epic achievement, Abyss Wanderer. Awarded the unique title, Abyss Wanderer. His name shall be inscribed at the pinnacle of the monument at the entrance of the Abyss of 10,000 Demons. Forever revered. Rewards. Experience 100,000. Undercity reputation 100,000. Free attribute points 20. May his brilliance illuminate eternity. 3 times. The bold crimson font resonated in every corner of Eternal Divine Realm, echoing in the ears of every player. Silence. A deathly silence, lasting a full 3 seconds. Then boom. The world exploded. What the hell? Am I seeing things? Sorta. First clear. Large-scale raid? No, I recognize these words. But how can I not comprehend them together? Abyss of 10,000 Demons? Level 30 top-tier raid. Knight Emperor? Again, Knight Emperor. What on earth is he? Hadn't he just ascended to the main city? How long has it been? He soloed a raid. I find myself in a state of utter disarray outside the novice village, grappling with an elite wild boar. It is truly overwhelming. Can this game still be enjoyable? Is the disparity between mortals and deities so vast? A staggering 100,000 experience points. 100,000 reputation. 20 free attribute points. And a unique title. How infuriating. The crux of the matter is that this is a solo endeavor, my friends. A solo undertaking. Is this something a mere human can achieve? Report. This must be cheating. Where's the GM to intervene? Are you daft? Does this game even have GMs? Besides, does the esteemed Knight Monarch truly need to cheat? He is the cheat. All hail the Night God. The Night God is eternally divine, the world's foremost player. A terror to behold. The global channel, regional channels across nations, the main city channels, the novice village channel. Every chat window is inundated with incessant messages. Countless players are left dumbfounded, their minds utterly boggled. The atmosphere in the headquarters of various guilds is as heavy as a tomb. How on earth did he accomplish this? We must hasten to reach level 20 and ascend to the main city. Solo, clearing a team dungeon. This transcends mere equipment and levels. His skills, his hidden cards, unfathomable. The leader of North America's Free Wings chuckles bitterly. Still hoping to catch up? We're not even playing the same game as him. The leader of the European Round Table Knights sighs. Disseminate the order, all members upon encountering Knight Monarch. Retreat unconditionally and avoid any conflict at all costs. Intelligence agencies and special divisions worldwide receive the news almost simultaneously. Having already been closely monitoring the Knight Monarch, they have now escalated his threat level, or rather, his value level, to unprecedented heights. Forums both within and outside the game have ground to a halt. An avalanche of posts has emerged, their titles chilling and their content staggering. Nuclear explosion. Knight Monarch Solo clears the abyss of 10,000 demons. Game balance is dead. In-depth analysis. An examination of the Knight Monarch's solo dungeon clearance reveals the future trajectory of Eternal Divine Realm. Desperate plea. Knight Monarch, please take on disciples. Even a humble role would suffice. Conspiracy theory. Could Knight Monarch be a game GM? The entire world has been thrown into turmoil due to Lin Feng's seemingly nonchalant completion of a dungeon. A server-wide announcement? Global astonishment? Ah, I see. He merely stands calmly beside the colossal corpse of Kazakh. The world announcement of reaching level 30 pales in comparison to the achievement of Solo clearing the abyss of 10,000 demons. Abyss Wanderer, unique title, equipped effect. Attack increased by 30 when not in a party. A commendable unique title, capable of replacing the world boss first kill title, Hydra Calamity. Of course, a minor adjustment is required beforehand. Abyss Wanderer, unique title, equipped effect, when not in a party, attributes are increased by 30. The title, modified by fate, not only affects attack power but also significantly enhances agility, spirit, strength, constitution, defense, health, even critical strike, damage, and attack speed attributes. Subsequently, Lin Feng's gaze swept across the dazzling array of brilliance on the ground. To him, these ephemeral accolades and external reactions paled in comparison to the tangible spoils of victory before him. He bent down, commencing the collection of his hard-won triumphs. Chapter 46. The enticement of Baal, a radiant orange glow lay quietly at the heart of the spoils. Grip of the Soul Eater, orange. Slot. Gloves required level. LV 30 attributes. Strength 150 agility, 200 constitution, 80 critical hit rate, 15 attack, speed, 20 special effects. Soul drain. Your attacks have a chance to tear the soul of the target, inflicting an additional 50 shadow damage and restoring health equal to 100 of the damage dealt. Hand of the Demon. Your attacks have a great chance to apply a demon mark on the target, lasting 10 seconds. Attacking targets marked by the demon increases critical damage by 50. Description. These gloves seem to yearn to devour powerful souls, particularly those from the abyss. A true masterpiece. Lin Feng immediately replaced the gloves of abyssal gaze, purple, and opened the attribute panel, discovering that the color of the critical hit rate attribute had deepened slightly, with a primary attribute of 1114 points in agility, providing a 111 critical hit rate. Combined with the base panel's 47 critical, affected by the roulette buff and title effects, his critical hit rate had surpassed 100, reaching a staggering 158. Moreover, the critical damage, under the enhancement of Hand of the Demon, had also risen to 87. This meant that against targets without critical resistance, he would deal a minimum of 87 times critical damage, with a 58 chance of inflicting 74 times critical damage. Such output, when triggering a critical hit, could yield over 10,000 damage with the very first strike. In addition to the legendary gloves, there were several pieces of golden equipment and a quest item. Mark of Kazakh's Revenge, special item. Type, Quest item special consumable description. An imprint containing the endless resentment and power of the Abyss Lord Kazak. When confronting the Abyss Demon Lord Ball, it can activate Baal's true form. This imprint appears to have a mysterious connection with Kazak's bloodline descendant, lost somewhere. Usage: 1-1, a descendant of Kazak, and an item to unlock Baal's raid. Lin Feng gazed at the imprint, his eyes flickering with understanding. Memories of his past life grew ever clearer, revealing the future storyline of the Undercity, where players would unlock new team dungeons, overthrow Baal's dominion, and elevate Kazak's descendant. Of course, these were matters for another time. For now, it was time to return to the city and claim the long-awaited Pioneer rewards. Lin Feng gathered all the spoils and shattered the return scroll provided by the dungeon. As the light faded, his figure appeared in the teleportation square of the Undercity. Unlike before, this time, as he materialized, the previously apathetic patrolling skeleton guards abruptly halted, their hollow eye sockets flickering with the flames of souls, and they rendered a precise salute towards him, as if honoring a distinguished presence. Some low-tier, undead NPCs passing by instinctively prostrated themselves, too fearful to raise their heads. Reputation. The reward of 100,000 points of Undercity reputation for the solo completion of the Abyss of Demons propelled Lin Feng's standing to surpass the threshold of respect. In the realm of eternal divine domain, reputation transcends mere numbers. It signifies the attitude and acknowledgement of NPCs towards you. Upon attaining the rank of respect, Lin Feng had become a significant figure within that faction. He remained indifferent to this recognition, striding directly towards the abyssal throne at the deepest part of the Undercity. Along the way, every NPC, whether formidable demon sentinels or cunning undead sorcerers, cast sidelong glances at him, bowed their heads, and even willingly cleared the path. This was the intangible privilege bestowed by high reputation. Within the Grand Hall, an atmosphere of foreboding and magnificence was infused with the oppressive energy of the Abyss. Upon the throne, the imposing and nebulous figure of Baal loomed in shadows, with only two crimson lights burning fiercely like those of a hellish forge. Ascendant Knight Emperor, you have returned. Baal's deep voice reverberated through the hall, tinged with a barely perceptible satisfaction. You have completed the gift of the Pioneer, proving your worth. Without uttering a word, Lin Feng directly hurled the unstable, purple-glowing mutated magic core towards him. The core traced an arc through the air, caught deftly by Baal's claw, shrouded in black mist. Excellent. The mutated magic core Baal's voice faltered as if sensing something, then suddenly rose in pitch, brimming with disbelief and exhilaration. Wait, this residue, is it the traitor Kazak? You encountered him? Did you slay him? Baal's voice sharpened with excitement, the shadows enveloping him trembling violently. Kazak, the persistent thorn in his side, a source of sleepless nights that he longed to obliterate. Yet Kazak had concealed himself deep within the Abyss of Demons, protected by the laws of the Abyss, making it nearly impossible for Baal to eradicate him entirely. Now, this ascendant had purportedly slain Kazak. System notification. Task, Gift of the Pioneer, has been completed. Additional contribution detected. Defeated Abyss of Demons. Final boss, Abyssal Lord Kazak. Task evaluation significantly improved. Task reward. Undercity, reputation 20,000. Obtain Token of the Demon Lord, which grants numerous privileges within the city, including access to certain restricted areas and the ability to summon lower-tier guards, etc. Baal suppressed the overwhelming joy within, his scarlet gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng. Tell me, Ascendant, how'd you slay Kazak? What of his final abyssal mark and that accursed bloodline curse? Did you uncover any potential descendants he might possess? His tone was urgent, revealing a profound wariness towards the remnants of Kazak's power. Lin Feng merely cast a casual glance at him and replied, no comment. These simple 4 words instantly chilled the atmosphere of the hall. Baal's elation felt as if doused by a bucket of cold water, a shadow of doubt flickering across his crimson gaze. Was he unaware, or simply reluctant to divulge? Having slain Kazak, could he possibly be oblivious to such crucial information? Did he conceal something, or has he struck a deal with Kael'dat's? Countless thoughts flickered through Ball's mind. Yet, he recognized that the individual before him was far from ordinary. The ability to single-handedly slay Kale that's revealed a depth of power that was unfathomable, potentially even a threat to him. He must secure an alliance, at least until he thoroughly comprehends the other's true nature. Ball suppressed his overt emotions, adopting a tone that was both authoritative and enticing. Knight Emperor, you have rendered unparalleled service to the Undercity. Slaying Kale that has alleviated a grave concern for me. Such an achievement merits reward. I hereby bestow upon you the title of Baron of the Undercity, granting you all the privileges of nobility. Your domain shall be established in the newly cleared region on the outskirts of the Wailing Caverns. You will command your own guard and report directly to me. Ball's voice resonated with the weight of bestowal. In the Undercity, receiving a title was the highest honor, signifying a true integration into the ruling echelon of this realm. According to tradition, the recipient was to kneel and pledge allegiance to the Dark Lord. However, Lin Feng merely stood still, not making a single move. He did not even glance at Ball, instead, coldly gazing into the depths of darkness within the hall, as if lost in contemplation. Ball's voice took on a grave tone. Knight Baron, what are you waiting for? Will you not kneel to accept your title? The air within the hall seemed to freeze. The demon guards, standing on either side, tightened their grips on their weapons, an immense pressure enveloping Lin Feng. The Dark Lord's majesty was not to be trifled with. Lin Feng finally turned his head slowly, his icy gaze meeting the shadowy figure upon the throne for the first time without reservation. There was no fear, no reverence, only an air of indifference. Lin Feng regarded Ball as one might appraise an object, yet it felt more like an evaluation of his adversary's prowess. The special item within his bag, the mark of Kale That's vengeance, began to emit an ominous glow, and Kale That's soul seemed to whisper incessantly in his ear, tempting his resolve. Kill him. Open the instance. You can slay him. You shall be the new king of the Undercity. Chapter 47. The arrival of the player time passed. Second by second, the shadows surrounding Ball quivered with increasing intensity, his crimson gaze intermingled with fury and murderous intent. How many years had it been since he ascended to the throne of the Dark City? No one had ever dared to defy him so brazenly, to so blatantly disregard his authority. Yet, he ultimately refrained from unleashing his wrath. Intuition whispered to him that acting now could yield unpredictable consequences. Ball snorted, suppressing his anger. Since you have just emerged from battle and are in a weakened state, let us postpone the coronation ceremony. Here, take the token of the Demon Lord, for it is rightfully yours. A black insignia, radiating a ghostly light, flew towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng casually caught it without a glance and turned to leave. No words of gratitude, no hesitation. He departed as decisively as he had arrived. It was only when Lin Feng's figure vanished entirely from the Grand Hall's entrance that Ball slammed his hand down on the armrest of his throne with a resounding crash. The solid black crystal armrest shattered into dust. Damn fool! Ball's furious roar echoed throughout the hall, his scarlet eyes gleaming with cold fury. Knight Sovereign, very well. You have successfully captured my attention. Regardless of your secrets or your advantages, in this dark city, if you are a dragon, you must coil. If you are a tiger, you must lie low. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to crush you myself. System notification. NPC Abyss Demon Lord Ball has decreased your favorability by 50 points. Current relationship. Cold, minus 20,100. Upon leaving the Demon Lord's Grand Hall, Lin Feng immediately accessed the auction house interface. He glanced at the epic gear he had acquired from the abyss of 10,000 demons, the waist of gluttony, the shoulder guards of soul binding, and the iron boots of destruction. These items were exquisite drops from elite team dungeons, each bound to the player and non-tradable. You have dismantled the waist of gluttony, obtaining concentrated abyss essence, X5, twisted rune cloth, X10, epic equipment fragment, X20. You have dismantled the shoulder guards of soul binding, obtaining concentrated abyss essence, X6, wraith crystal, X3, advanced equipment fragment, X22. You have dismantled the iron boots of destruction, obtaining concentrated abyss essence, X5, arcane gear, X8, advanced equipment fragment, X21. He could not employ his fate ability to alter the binding status of the equipment, for he was not so short-sighted as to expose his talent for the sake of trifling profits. Dismantled. Next, he promptly placed the extracted concentrated abyss essence, wraith crystals, arcane gears, and other precious golden materials onto the auction house. Pricing? Let be random, but certainly not low, as countless individuals focused their attention on Lin Feng. Every move he made reverberated with immense consequence, and the trading channel erupted into a frenzy. Are they mad? Those are epic items. From a team dungeon, no less. Bound to the player, and the Knight Sovereign cannot use them. Will he just hoard them for the new year? But they are epic items. Even if he does not use them, they are worth keeping as collectibles. Why dismantle them? For what? For the materials, of course. Did you not see those epic materials? Essential for crafting level 30 epic gear. Oh my goodness. What does it truly feel like to dismantle an epic? Can anyone enlighten me? Alas, this is no longer mere Versailles. The text rapidly scrolls across the video channel. Having accomplished all of this, Lin Feng teleported out of the city, arriving at a higher-level area outside the dimly lit city, Wailing Cemetery, LV 30 to 35. Striking with basic attacks, he leveled up at lightning speed. The Wailing Cemetery was shrouded in a chilling aura, littered with shattered tombstones and wandering skeleton warriors, wailing wraiths, and ghouls. Lin Feng stood at the cemetery's entrance, feeling the surging power within him. At level 30, with a terrifying health cap and the newly acquired legendary glove Soul Eater's Grasp, along with an exceptional title, his attributes soared once more. He raised his revolver and casually pulled the trigger at a LV-35 skeleton warrior, charging towards him. Bang! Minus 7,042, without employing any skills, merely a standard basic attack. The seemingly sturdy skeleton warrior didn't even attempt to block. Its skull shattered, scattering bones and experience points across the ground. Instant kill. A basic attack annihilated a monster of equal level. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Next came the monotonous yet efficient monster farming. Like the Grim Reaper descending, Lin Feng unleashed a storm of slaughter within the Wailing Cemetery. Bang! 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 The gunfire echoed continuously, each shot signifying the downfall of one or several monsters. Occasionally, the celestial starfall would be unleashed, clearing vast areas, while the critical headshots served as Lin Feng's death gift to any elite monsters he encountered. The body of Sin allowed his health cap, already nearing 1,000,000, to grow steadily yet slowly. His experience bar surged upward as if propelled by a rocket. LV-32, LV-33, LV-34. In just half a day's time, he had slain over 5,000 monsters, a leveling efficiency that was astonishing. It is worth noting that a typical party must carefully engage monsters. Attracting too many would result in total annihilation, and the experience gained from monster drops would be divided among the entire team. Even 100 kills in a day would be considered a formidable effort. Upon reaching LV-34, as the speed of experience gained from mere monster farming began to wane, Lin Feng decisively halted the slaughter. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already late at night in the real world. He logged off. In the real world, posts regarding his solo conquest of the abyss of 10,000 demons continued to dominate all forums, showing no signs of diminishing fervor. Simultaneously, he noticed some new developments. After a period of hard work, a select few top players globally had finally reached LV-20, successfully completing their respective ascension tasks and arriving at different main cities. Hot discussion. First-tier players finally arrive at the main cities. A survey of the current status of major cities. Astounding. The Dragon Soul and Bloodbound Big Shot from the Huaxiao region successfully ascends. North America's Wings of Freedom Ace Thor descends upon the city of Holy Light. Does anyone know where the Night Emperor is located? Seeking information. The comments below the post were buzzing with activity. At last, someone has arrived. It has not been an easy feat. In comparison to the Night Emperor, we, the so-called first echelon, appear to be nothing more than a jest. I surmise that the Night Emperor is undoubtedly in the Dark City, a place that aligns perfectly with his enigmatic essence. Nonsense. I believe he resides in the Sky City, where the Great Ones exist in splendid isolation. Are there any formidable figures in the Dark City? Might one divulge the whereabouts of the Night Emperor? I long to pay my respects. Those above, do not indulge in dreams. Even if you were informed, would you dare to venture? What if you inadvertently incite the ire of a great one and meet an untimely demise? To be honest, I now harbor a tinge of fear at the prospect of encountering the Night Emperor. I fear I might be crushed underfoot by his mere presence. Indeed, especially for players from Sakura country, they are likely to navigate around the Night Emperor with great caution. Various speculations, inquiries, adoration, and trepidation permeate the forum. Some ambitious players seek to locate Lin Feng, hoping to align themselves with his stature and seize opportunities. Meanwhile, others, particularly those who may have previously crossed paths with the Night Emperor or simply feel daunted by the chasm of disparity in strength, wish to keep their distance as far as possible. Chapter 48, Alteration. The Demon Lord's token. Lin Feng casually skimmed through the content, refraining from expressing any opinions. Watched a few videos, and then succumbed to slumber. After a brief respite in the real world, Lin Feng returned online. The Dusk City remained shrouded in its usual eerie and oppressive atmosphere. He opened his backpack and retrieved the Demon Lord's token, a reward bestowed upon him by Ball for being the first ascendant of Dusk City and completing the inaugural main city task. Demon Lord's token effect. The bearer embodies the will of the Demon Lord, possessing the authority to allocate certain areas and resources of Dusk City. While other players might revel in the acquisition of such an item, eagerly rushing to the quartermaster to requisition resources and lay claim to inner city properties, Lin Feng was no ordinary player. A cold smirk danced upon his lips as he regarded the token in his hand, deeming it rather petty. Destiny, talent, activate. Demon Lord's token effect. The bearer embodies the will of the Demon Lord, possessing the authority to allocate all areas and resources of Dusk City. With a hum, the shadowy runes on the token subtly twisted, flashing with an almost imperceptible gleam. Now that was more like it. Satisfied, Lin Feng tucked the token away and strode purposefully towards the quartermaster's office. At this moment, the quartermaster's office was under the management of the newly appointed officer, the Minotaur Gru, who had long since shed the arrogant demeanor of Karga, the one Lin Feng had once vanquished. Gru now handled affairs with trepidation, fearful of making even the slightest mistake. When Lin Feng's cold silhouette appeared in the doorway, Gru trembled violently, causing the ledger in his hands to crash to the ground. He scurried out, throwing himself prostrate before Lin Feng without uttering a word, his massive bovine head pressed firmly against the frigid floor. His voice tinged with desperation and profound dread. Master, I am but a wretched fool. I failed to recognize your esteemed presence and did not come forth to greet you. I implore your forgiveness. I beseech you for mercy. The subordinates behind him were equally stricken with fear, collapsing to their knees, not daring to breathe. Why has this harbinger of doom returned? Lin Feng could scarcely be bothered to spare him a glance, merely uttering in a detached manner, "Provide me with one of everything on the requisition list." Immediately, a list generated by the system, filled with an array of top-tier rare materials, high-grade potions, and special scrolls, materialized before Gru. The sheer magnitude and rarity of the resources sufficient to deplete a significant portion of the quartermaster's stockpile. Many of these were even classified as strategic reserves. Gru's gaze fell upon the list, and cold sweat instantly drenched his back, his bovine visage blanching in alarm. To refuse would mean immediate death. To comply would only delay his demise. Fortunately, Lin Feng showed no inclination to torment such a lowly minion. Unfolding the Demon Lord's token, he revealed the clear inscription stating that the bearer possessed the authority to allocate all areas and resources of Dusk City. Gru exhaled a sigh of relief, without a shred of hesitation or doubt. Yes, my lord. I shall attend to this immediately. I assure you it will be delivered with utmost haste. In a state of disarray, Gru fervently assured, fearing that a mere second's delay would lead to his head relocating, much like the former quartermaster. Lin Feng disregarded the blubbering Gru and turned away. As he passed, every NPC bowed their heads and retreated, their gazes suffused with reverence and fear. No one dared to question, nor obstruct him. In possession of the token, he wielded At this moment, an authority nearly equivalent to that of Baal himself. Before long, an abundance of top-tier resources was at his disposal. Yet this was not Lin Feng's ultimate aim. His true objective lay within the innermost secrets of the Shadow City, one of the foundations of Baal's power. According to fragmented information from his past life, circulated only among the most elite players, deep within the shadowy throne of the city, lay a presence regarded as an absolute taboo even by Baal himself, the ruins of the primordial demon lord. It was said to conceal the core of power of the city's first ruler, essential for Baal to maintain his dominion and even aspire to transcend to a higher realm. What a defense level! Naturally, it was the highest. Lin Feng ignored the demon sentinels in the throne area and made his way directly to a concealed passage leading underground. At the end of the passage stood a colossal door crafted from an unknown black metal, inscribed with intricate and formidable sealing arrays. Before the door stood two towering golem sentinels, each 10 meters high. These golems radiated an overwhelming pressure. Lin Feng could sense their formidable strength. They were pure war machines, devoid of emotion, solely executing commands. Sensing Lin Feng's approach, the eyes of the golems flared with a crimson light, issuing a dull, metallic warning. Warning: unauthorized entity detected. This area has been designated as a maximum security zone by Lord Baal. Depart immediately, or you will be eliminated. The cold, emotionless voice of the demons emanated from within the golem sentinels. Their massive metallic bodies began to mobilize, joints creaking with an ear-piercing friction. Their red eyes locking onto Lin Feng as terrifying energy began to coalesce at their cores, evidently poised to unleash a devastating assault. In the face of the ominous warning and overwhelming pressure that would intimidate any top-tier player or NPC, Lin Feng's steps did not falter, not even for a moment. It was as if he had not heard the warning or perceived the two war machines exuding a deathly aura. He continued onward. Just as the golem sentinels were about to launch their assault, Lin Feng leisurely raised his hand, revealing the demon lord's token, now imbued with the essence of fate, emanating a dark and profound radiance. A hum resonated as an invisible wave swept across the two golem sentinels. The energy surging within their cores abruptly stuttered, and the furious crimson light in their eyes flickered violently, as if their internal command systems were locked in a fierce conflict and assessment. Top command: eliminate all unauthorized intruders. Source: Baal. Top command: the bearer of this token possesses supreme authority. Source: Demon Lord's token. The two commands, both marked as paramount within the golems, clashed with one another. Crack, crack. The crimson light within the eyes of the golem sentinels finally stabilized, accompanied by the heavy clanking of mechanisms within their forms, in a spectacle that would leave any knowledgeable individual regarding the defense level of this place utterly astounded. These two exceptionally high-ranking, formidable golem sentinels, descendants of the ancient primordial demon lord, slowly and mechanically moved aside, their ponderous steps causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath them, ultimately clearing a path to the imposing black metal gate. Immediately, the colossal door, inscribed with a powerful sealing array, sensed the authorization of the highest level and emitted a deep, resonant rumble as it began to open inward. Beyond the door lay an abyssal darkness, seemingly capable of devouring all light. Lin Feng stepped into this absolute forbidden zone, a realm unbeknownst to the majority of the upper echelons of the shadowy city. Behind him, the black metal gate gradually closed once more, sealing off all that lay within from the outside world. Chapter 49. The Heart of the Primordial Demon Lord. The energy core left behind by the Primordial Demon Lord connects to the abyssal throne above ground, serving as the very source of power for Baal, the city lord. Before Lin Feng lies an immense subterranean cavern, seemingly formed by nature itself. At the center of this cavern is a colossal energy pool, teeming not with magma or liquid, but with viscous and supremely pure abyssal energy that flows with a life of its own. This energy is ancient, pure, and immensely powerful, merely standing here. Lin Feng can sense his body rejoicing and yearning. Suspended in midair at the heart of the energy pool is a dark purple crystal, about the size of a human head, pulsating rhythmically like a heart. Heart of the primordial demon lord, red. With each pulsation, the abyssal energy within the pool surges in tidal waves, emanating a terrifying pressure that sends shivers through the very soul. Countless ancient and powerful runes are etched upon the surrounding stone walls, evidently designed to gather, purify, and suppress the power of this heart. Indeed, here it is. A brilliance unprecedented sparkles in Lin Feng's eyes. This is the foundation upon which the Lord of the Gloomy City firmly sits upon his throne, and the greatest reliance for Baal's ambitions to reach higher realms. The energy core left behind after the fall of the primordial demon lord is concealed here, and each successive lord of the Gloomy City has gradually drawn upon and assimilated the power of this heart through the relic's formation, simultaneously nourishing themselves with the energy that seeps from the pool, thus maintaining dominion over the Gloomy City. Baal could never have imagined that this place, which he deemed the safest and most secret sanctuary, could be breached so effortlessly. Value? The worth of this entity cannot be measured in mere currency or equipment. It embodies the very essence of power, a fortuitous encounter capable of altering the fate of a top-tier powerhouse. Lin Feng hesitates, not for a moment. Wasting time is an affront. He extends his right hand, aiming at the floating heart of the primordial demon lord. Buzz, a visible torrent of dark, purple energy, composed of the purest abyssal essence, is forcefully drawn from the heart of the primordial demon lord, traversing space, and directly flowing into Lin Feng's right hand. Boom! An unimaginable surge of energy floods into Lin Feng's body in an instant. His form becomes akin to a black hole, ravenously absorbing and transforming this ancient and potent force. The status bar displays energy absorption. You are siphoning energy from the heart of the primordial demon lord. All attributes are receiving an enhancement. Current siphoning progress 13. Siphoning? To extract energy of such an immortal caliber, the amount ultimately obtained may be less than a fraction of its essence. And the energy entering his body through siphoning will inevitably generate an indescribable repulsion, requiring a significant cost to fully harness it. However, the primordial demon lord perished millions of years ago. Why should this immortal core belong to Baal, the traitor of the Gloomy City? As the adage goes, the worthy shall wield the artifact. Fate. Buzz. A colossal clock of fate materialized from thin air, its myriad of interwoven cords, varying in thickness, laboriously nudging the hands upon the dial. The objective was clear: to harness energy. You were refining the essence from the heart of the primordial demon lord. System notification. You are refining an ultra-high-tier energy source. System notification. The concentration of your abyssal bloodline is rapidly ascending. System notification. Your overall attributes are experiencing a significant enhancement. System notification. Strength 500. Agility 520. Stamina 550. Intelligence 480. Spirit 590. System notification. Strength 500. Agility 520. Stamina 550. Intelligence 480. Spirit 590. System notification. Strength 500. Agility 520. Stamina 550. Intelligence 480. Spirit 590. The system notifications cascaded like a waterfall. The figures on Lin Feng's attribute panel skyrocketed, as if propelled by a rocket. Dark, purple magical runes began to manifest across his skin, exuding an ancient and regal aura. The heart of the primordial demon lord visibly dimmed and shrank at an observable pace, while the energy pool began to thin. This phenomenon lasted merely 2 minutes, until the heart of the primordial demon lord had diminished to 1/10 of its original size. Its radiance dimmed, seemingly reaching a threshold. Lin Feng gradually ceased the refining process. At this moment, Lin Feng felt an unprecedented surge of power within him. His base attributes had at least multiplied tenfold. Strength, 2,975. Agility, 24,961. Stamina, 3,574. Intelligence, 3,417. Spirit, 3306, with a 30 total attribute boost from the Abyssal Wanderer title and a staggering 50 agility enhancement from the Shadow Kill buff. Lin Feng's primary attribute, agility, was simply explosive. More importantly, during the absorption of the primordial demon lord's hard energy, a torrent of information and laws of power surged into the depths of his soul. System notification. Congratulations. You have completely refined the heart of the primordial demon lord. Effects of the heart of the primordial demon lord. Shadow affinity. Your damage to all targets tainted by darkness, corruption, decay, sin, and abyssal properties is permanently increased by 100, and you receive a 50 damage reduction from them. Demon lord's pressure. Your very existence exerts formidable pressure on all demon and undead units, reducing their total attributes by 30. Demonic energy teleportation. Instantly return to your position from 1 minute prior. Each use extends the cooldown period. Initial cooldown, 5 seconds. Lin Feng savored the newfound formidable power coursing through him and the transformative quality brought forth by these 3 skills, finally allowing a hint of satisfaction to grace his lips. Shadow affinity, with its 100 attack increase and 50 damage mitigation, could be applied to nearly all malevolent creatures and players of the Wicked faction. The Demon Lord's pressure served as a complement to Shadow affinity. Most crucially was the 3rd skill, Magic Leap. Instantly return to your position from 1 minute ago, with a cooldown period of reset after each use. Initial cooldown, 5 seconds. Although it does not allow for a designated path like the Mage's Blink, the ability to retrace leaps indefinitely due to fate alterations renders it a remarkable skill. The original Demon Lord, you may now rest in peace. Lin Feng spoke softly, exerting force in his hand, causing the Demon Lord's token, given to him by Baal, to instantly turn to dust. At that moment, Baal, who had been seated upon the throne, surrounded by swirling shadows, suddenly opened his crimson eyes wide. Within those eyes, confusion flickered momentarily, swiftly transforming into an expression of disbelief and, ultimately, a rage so immense it could incinerate all. No! A roar infused with boundless pain and fury erupted from the Demon Lord's palace, reverberating throughout the entire dark city like a tangible wave of sound. The pillars of the hall trembled violently, countless fine cracks spreading forth, while the demon sentinels standing to either side were violently hurled away by the terrifying shockwave. Some of lesser strength bursting into a mist of blood on the spot. Chapter 50. The fall of the demon Lord. The shadows upon the throne surged and twisted, resembling boiling black tar. Baal could distinctly sense that deep within, hidden and regarded as the cornerstone of his existence and future, lay the heart of the primordial demon lord, its energy being forcibly plundered by a savage and tyrannical force. This was a treasure from which he had painstakingly drawn a mere flicker of power after expending countless efforts and years. It was his foundation for maintaining dominion and suppressing all dissent. How could this be possible? The guards there, the prohibitions there, knight, emperor, in an instant. Baal pinpointed the sole individual capable of this act, for at that moment he felt the token bestowed upon that ascendant by the demon Lord Shatter. It must be him. He alone had the audacity to act thus. That ascendant who had just departed from him, daring to disregard his authority. Boom! The ceiling of the demon lord's hall erupted. A massive shadow, colossal enough to obscure the sun, surged skyward, carrying an aura of annihilation, instantly locking onto Lin Feng, who had just stepped out of the forbidden zone. The terrifying oppressive force descended like millions of tons of oceanic weight. Lin Feng gradually halted, raising his gaze towards the sky, where a vast shadow, composed of pure rage and abyssal energy, loomed. His expression remained cool and indifferent. The shadow coalesced into Baal's enormous and grotesque demon lord form. The crimson eyes fixated on Lin Feng, the voice emerging as though from the deepest abyss. Each word imbued with chilling malice and intent to kill. What have you done? Lin Feng, even too weary to retort, merely stated in a tone of factual assertion. The power of the primordial demon lord is indeed impressive. Alas, you are unworthy of possessing it. Unworthy? Baal, consumed by rage, laughed maniacally, the the shadow energy surrounding him becoming wildly unstable, tearing at the very fabric of space. That power belongs to me, is the foundation of my rule over the Dark City. You, a mere ascendant, have no right to meddle. No right? Lin Feng's lips curled into a mocking smile. For it now belongs to me. You seek death. Ball erupted into a fury, no longer indulging in idle threats or considering consequences. Today he would utterly crush this audacious insect who dared to steal his power and desecrate his authority. Their soul would be eternally imprisoned, scorched in the flames of the abyss. Just as Ball was about to strike, Lin Feng preemptively raised his hand. In his palm, the mark of Kazak's revenge materialized, radiating an intense aura of resentment and vengeance. Since you were so enraged, allow me to add a little more fuel to the fire. With a flick of his finger, he unleashed the mark of Kazak's revenge. Whoosh! The mark transformed into a crimson streak of light, disregarding the protective shadows surrounding Ball, and directly imprinted upon his chest. Ack! Ball emitted a piercing wail of agony, as though his very soul was seared by a branding iron. He could distinctly feel the once harmonious abyssal power within him turn chaotic and frenzied, a portion of his strength forcibly stripped away. An excruciating pain, burning his soul, surged uncontrollably. System notification. You have used Kazak's vengeance mark on Abyss Lord Ball. System notification. Abyss Lord Ball experiences a temporary reduction of all attributes by 20. He is ensnared in soul burn, suffering continuous high shadow damage, and his casting speed is diminished by 50. System notification. An anomaly in the target state has been detected. With an exceedingly high tier, the special rules of Undercity have been triggered. Warning: the City Lord level boss, Abyss Lord Ball, has entered a state of chaotic frenzy. The super dungeon, the Fall of the Demon Lord, is forcibly activated. A tremendous rumble echoed through the air. The entire Undercity began to tremble violently. The sky was shrouded in endless dark clouds and crimson lightning. A suffocating aura descended, as if the entire city were lamenting. Bale's form swelled once more, cloaked in shadows that became even darker and more viscous, as if countless tormented souls were wailing within. His presence grew increasingly ferocious yet unstable. Kazak, that wretched fool, even in death, he dares to trouble me. Ball roared, his scarlet gaze ravenous, ascendant. Do you believe this is sufficient to challenge me? I shall make you aware that the wrath of the Demon Lord is an eternal nightmare you cannot endure. The battle erupted. Ball swung his massive claws with a terrifying force capable of tearing through space, striking down towards Lin Feng. Grip of the Demon Lord. This blow was potent enough to obliterate any player at level 99. Even the mightiest of tanks could not withstand it. Yet, Lin Feng's figure flickered like a wraith, effortlessly evading the attack. Absorbing the energy of the original Demon Lord's heart, enhanced by buffs such as Shadow Kill and Abyss Wanderer. His agility exceeding 20,000 rendered him a mere phantom to Bale's eyes, swift beyond capture. Impressive speed, but alas. Lin Feng's voice resonated coldly. Boom! The revolver. The Dark One fired, a headshot dealing 10 times true damage from fully stacked death marks. Minus 22, 801. 762. His extraordinary agility and strength culminated in a staggering 30,000 in base attack, augmented by a 1. 5x bonus from the Cloak of Sin, a 1. 2x buff from the Wheel of Fortune, a 2x increase from Shadow Affinity, and a critical hit rate exceeding 100 with an 87 critical damage multiplier, allowing for up to 2 instances of damage soaring to 2. 87 times. A damage figure that stung even Ball floated upwards. Though not fatal in light of his astronomical total health, it was true damage, bypassing his formidable defenses. How could this be? Ball was taken aback. His prideful Demon Lord form could be so easily breached. In a frenzy, he lashed out with his claws, unleashing a barrage of powerful abyssal magic. Shadow Arrow Rain. Hellfire Soul Siphon, raining down upon Lin Feng. Lin Feng weaved through the onslaught, occasionally unable to evade the inevitable strikes that landed upon him. Minus 105, 800. Minus 89, 500. Miss. In light of his nearly million health points, The damage that could obliterate other players several times over was hardly lethal. As long as the damage was not sufficient to take him down in one blow, the vampiric effect of the Soul Reaver's grip would effortlessly offset any such harm. After exchanging blows for a while, Baylor was astonished to discover that his opponent's health bar was nearly full. In the midst of battle, he even experienced a moment of bewilderment. Who truly is the boss here? No wonder you were able to slay Kazak. Baylor's voice was laden with disbelief and a hint of trepidation, as the might of the ascendant before him had surpassed the bounds of his comprehension. Roar! Baylor ceased to hold back, abandoning any conventional means to vanquish Lin Feng. He unleashed a thunderous roar towards the heavens, and the abyssal energy within him erupted uncontrollably. Feel the true void, you insignificant insect. Chapter 51, Regicide. Void Exile. Baal extended a colossal claw entirely composed of distorted void energy, disregarding spatial distance, and instantaneously grasped towards Lin Feng. This was not a physical assault, but a banishment at the level of cosmic laws. Lin Feng did not evade, nor could he. The moment he was ensnared by the massive claw, darkness enveloped his vision, and he was drawn into a ceaseless vortex, filled with chaotic void energy within a diminutive plane. System notification. You have been exiled by Abyssal Demon Lord Baal to the Void Prison. You must conquer your inner demons and shatter the planar barrier to return. Before him, the scene transformed. It was no longer the chaotic void, but a familiar tableau. In a past life, it was the moment he was pierced by a chilling blade. Two figures emerged before him, the very ones he had avenged with meticulous cruelty, Su Qingyue and Zhao Yuming. Su Qingyue, with tear-streaked cheeks, appeared woeful. Lin Feng, we were wrong. Please spare us. Zhao Yuming, though feigning bravado, threatened. Knight Sovereign, dare to move against us again. Behind us, Lin Feng gazed at the two phantoms, composed of void energy and a fragment of his lingering obsession. A sudden laugh escaped him. It was not one of rage or hatred, but rather a pure, chilling laugh laced with endless derision. Inner demons? With such pitiful wretches as you? It seems my previous vengeance was insufficiently thorough, allowing such refuse to manifest here. Thus, Lin Feng raised the fading dusk, its muzzle gleaming with the light of death, declaring that you shall utterly and completely vanish from my world. The phantoms of Su Qingyue and Zhao Yuming contorted with sheer terror, shrieking and cursing, attempting to flee. Yet all was in vain. Bang! Bang! The two inner demons exploded instantaneously, dissolving into the purest void energy. Lin Feng could hardly spare them another glance, delivering a powerful punch against the planar barrier of the void prison. Boom! The barrier shattered. He instantly returned to the main battlefield where he battled Baal. At this moment, Baal was gathering his final and most formidable power. He understood that a transcendent being with such ruthless coldness could not be confined by void exile for long. It was all coming to an end. Join me in the abyss. Baal channeled all his remaining strength, pouring his entire core energy into a singular point, triggering an energy pulse that enveloped the sky of the dark city, unavoidable and radiating an aura of finality. Final judgment. This strike did not directly inflict massive damage, but rather inflicted a continuous percentage reduction of the target's maximum health. This skill ignored all forms of defense and evasion. And without special items, such as the Sanctuary Rune, from quests related to the descendants of Kazak, even the most formidable players would be slowly drained of life. This was Baal's ultimate skill. The terrifying energy pulse surged forth like a tide of death, rapidly expanding. Just as the pulse was about to reach Lin Feng's body, his eyes sparkled with a flash of brilliance. Arcane translocation. Instantly return to your position from 1 minute ago. Each use resets the cooldown. This is a special ability involving the laws of time and space, acquired after absorbing the heart of the original Demon Lord. It resembles a mage's blink, yet it transcends mere displacement, embodying a transient leap through time and space. Buzz. Lin Feng's figure became indistinct, as if severed from the current timeline. His perspective rapidly rewound. 1 second, 2 seconds, he once again witnessed the moment he was exiled to the void. In the next instant, his consciousness existed, leaping back directly to 1 minute prior, the very moment he had just entered the void prison. Before him, Su Qingwei and Zhao Yuming's inner demons had just begun to take shape, poised to speak. Once again, Lin Feng's icy voice resonated. Bang! Bang! 2 shots, once more obliterating them. After a brief moment, he shattered the dimensional barrier once again. When he reappeared on the battlefield of the Dark City Lord, the energies of final judgment had already fully erupted. What? In Baal's crimson eyes, genuine shock and confusion finally surfaced for the first time. What manner of ability is this? The laws of time. Now is the moment. Lin Feng would not benevolently explain to the antagonist, nor would he grant Baal any opportunity to react. Boom! The terrifying power of the original demon lord detonated within Lin Feng, the revolver's dark muzzle. The aura of the annihilation bullet surging to a level that even Baal found unsettling. At last, a critical strike. This shot triggered 2 critical hits, reaching an unprecedented pinnacle of power. A dark golden beam, thicker and more refined than before, capable of piercing through the stars, surged forth with an unmatched will of destruction, precisely striking Baal's head, which was momentarily immobilized by shock and energy accumulation. Hiss! -45805284. A horrific damage figure, destined to be inscribed in the annals of eternal divine realm, burst forth. Baal's colossal demonic form trembled violently, shadow energy collapsing and dissipating in an instant. His crimson eyes brimmed with disbelief, resentment, and malice, ultimately losing their luster entirely. Impossible, you rumble. The ruler of the Dark City, the boss-level monarch, Abyssal Demon Lord Baal, collapsed like a mountain, shattering into a myriad of swirling black and purple motes, along with a ground littered with dazzling spoils of war. System notification. Congratulations. You have successfully slain Abyssal Demon Lord Baal. System notification. You have achieved an epic feat, earning the achievement Slayer of Kings. System notification. The faction relationship with Dark City is now locked as hostile conqueror. All Dark City NPCs will regard you as the utmost threat. Baal has fallen. This news spread like the most terrible plague, accompanied by a roar that shook the entire city and the final earth-shattering clash of energies. Instantly reaching every corner of the Dark City, countless NPCs, specters, demons, and monsters sensed the complete dissolution of the terrifying will that had ruled this city for millennia. In its place arose a chilling, domineering, and unfathomable aura. Fear, an overwhelming dread. From the high-ranking demon captain to the lowliest skeleton soldier, from the necromancer lurking in the shadows to the ghoul hiding in the corners. Every denizen of the Undercity felt a tremor resonate from the depths of their souls at that moment. Kazak died. The abyssal lord who once dared to challenge the throne fell at the hands of that ascendant. Now, even the abyssal overlord Baal, who had dominated them for countless ages, has met the same fate at the hands of that ascendant. The 2 successive embodiments of Undercity's supreme power have been vanquished by the same individual. Who is this ascendant? Is he here to annihilate the Undercity? Chapter 52. Ascendants. Panic spread throughout the city, yet no NPC dared to resist. Not even a flicker of courage to flee could be found. They sensed a new, chilling will that enveloped the entire city, like an omnipresent shadow, gazing upon every living soul. At this moment, Lin Feng stood where Baal had dissipated. The demise of the current demon lord, Baal, granted this Slayer of Kings a staggering 200,000 experience points, catapulting Lin Feng's level from 34 to 37. It is noteworthy that at this stage, the experience required for each level increase was immense. To ascend from level 36 to 37 alone demanded 600 points of experience, necessitating the defeat of nearly 2,000 ordinary monsters of the same level. Moreover, the equipment dropped by Baal did not disappoint Lin Feng. One particular belt, radiating a rich orange glow, captured his attention. Immortal Magic Core Belt, Orange. Location, Waste Required Level, LV 35 Attributes, Constitution 300, Intelligence 150, All Resistances 50, Maximum Health 10, Maximum mana 10 special effects. Magic barrier. When you suffer a fatal blow, you are forced to retain 1 point of health, after which you can use mana to offset damage. Source of magic core. All mana-related effects have their final values doubled. Description. This belt appears to have been crafted from a fragment of an immortal magic core containing unfathomable energy. Not bad, Lin Feng nodded. This orange belt is akin to a divine artifact for specific professions, and for Lin Feng, it is quite advantageous. Magic barrier serves as a powerful life-saving technique. While the source of life skill, through the divine talent, fate, converts mana into health. Combined with sinful body, all effects that enhance maximum health are doubled. This implies that upon equipping this belt, due to the transformation from the sinful body, the upgraded attribute points, and the massive health boost from a belt, all effects that amplify health limits would be multiplied. With the immortal magic core belt equipped, Lin Feng's maximum health skyrocketed to a figure so outrageous that even he found it hard to believe. 1 million. Having completed this, Lin Feng turned and strode toward the throne in the heart of the Dark City. He did not use teleportation. Instead, he chose to walk, traversing the streets of the Dark City. As his icy figure reappeared on the streets, time seemed to stand still. All NPCs who beheld him, whether the towering hell guards or the stooped undead sorcerers, froze as if spellbound. What followed was a wave of figures kneeling and prostrating themselves. No one dared to lift their gaze. No one dared to utter a sound. Even the flickering flames of souls appeared to dim. The path parted automatically, as if to herald the arrival of a king. Lin Feng paid no heed to this spectacle. He simply walked on, his gaze fixed straight ahead, as if all of this were irrelevant to him. In his world, there existed only the objective, devoid of the scenery along the way. The Grand Hall. After all, having ruled the Shadow City for millennia, the essence of Baal has not yet completely dissipated. Remnants of his tyrannical aura still linger. However, at this moment, within the Grand Hall, 3 figures radiating an ancient and formidable presence have appeared. They are not corporeal beings, but rather manifestations formed from dense soul energy or dark powers. One is the Archlich Mao, clad in ancient robes, with ethereal blue flames of soul fire flickering in his eye sockets. Another is the primordial wraith Erebus, surrounded by countless wailing phantoms, his form indistinct. The last is the imposing demon Lord Belgar, characterized by massive horns and exuding a pure aura of sulfur and destruction. They represent the true foundation of the Shadow City, ancient entities deserving of Baal's utmost respect, seldom revealing themselves to the world. Yet Baal's downfall, coupled with the vengeful essence of Kazak's mark finally erupting, has stirred their attention. As Lin Feng stepped into the hall, the gaze of these ancient beings converged upon him. The Archlich Mao, with his flickering blue soul fire, articulated in a dry and ancient tone, "Ascendant, did you slay Baal?" The wraith Erebus, his phantoms whispering in a layered murmur, added, "The resentment of Kazak dissipates within you. Did you also bring about his end?" The demon Lord Belgar, with a resonant voice tinged with scrutiny, remarked, "You possess great strength. However, the Shadow City cannot lose its ruler without cause." Their tones conveyed surprise, inquiry, and a subtle hint of reverence. The seemingly youthful ascendant before them emanated a power that instilled a sense of trepidation even in these ancient beings who have endured for countless ages, coupled with a faint, primordial abyssal aura. Mao continued, his voice reminiscent of dry bones, producing a sound that grated against the senses. According to the ancient covenant and the ley lines of the Shadow City, only those possessing the heart of the abyss can truly govern the core of this city and maintain the balance of energy. Otherwise, the city will gradually decline and may even invite the encroachment of the void. Erebus interjected. Though Baal harbored ambition, he wielded a portion of the primordial demon lord's power, barely sustaining the core's function. Now that he is dead, the abyssal power has also become fragmented. Belgar turned his gaze to Lin Feng, then to the other two. "It seems we must swiftly determine anew." His words remained unfinished. At last, Lin Feng made a move. He slowly opened his left palm. A deep, pure, dark purple orb, the size of a fist, hovered above his hand, reminiscent of countless stars in motion. radiating an abyssal energy far surpassing that of Baal, Kazakh, and even more ancient and potent forces. This was the reward he had obtained upon vanquishing the world boss. The Abyssal Hydra, Heart of the Abyss, Golden. Description: a core infused with the supreme power of the Abyss. It is a crucial item for forging legendary-level equipment or completing certain epic quests. Through the might of destiny, the words supreme have been inscribed within. At the very moment this heart manifested, the entire hall trembled violently, and the ancient runes etched upon the ground and walls ignited instantaneously, resonating with a hum. As if in jubilant reverence, the three venerable elders stood as if petrified, momentarily frozen in place. The soul fire within Mal's eyes flickered fervently, incredulously pulsating. The ethereal shadows surrounding Erebus solidified in an instant, emitting a silent gasp of awe. Belagar's colossal demonic form instinctively inclined slightly, his immense eyes brimming with astonishment and fervor. This is Mal's voice was parched, trembling with emotion. Such purity, such primal essence, the heart of the abyss, the abyssal power within it, I have never witnessed before. Erebus's voice resonated with reverence. It is the destined call. Belagar's deep, resonant growl echoed, imbued with a tone of submission. Chapter 53. The Lord of the Shadow City. It became evident that there was no need for their deliberations or disputes. The true Lord of the Shadow City had already descended. Balkazak, the former ruler, was now but an usurper of the throne. The figure before them was the one genuinely acknowledged by the abyssal will. In adherence to the ancient covenant, Mar was the first to react. Bowing slowly before Lin Feng and performing the most venerable and sacred gesture of the undead, we pay our respects to the Lord of Shadows. Erebos and Belgar simultaneously bowed, offering their reverence and allegiance. Lin Feng nodded, as if all of this were the natural order of things. He withdrew the heart of the abyss. The three elders of the Shadow City promptly commenced their actions. They began to chant ancient and arcane incantations, summoning the dormant energies deep within the veins of the Shadow City. The floor of the grand hall gradually cracked open, revealing a dark altar constructed of unknown black crystals, inscribed with countless runes. According to the decrees and guidance of the oldest tablets of the Shadow City, a simple yet profoundly solemn coronation ceremony commenced. There were no elaborate rituals nor boisterous celebrations, only the chants of the three ancient beings and the gathering and acknowledgement of the city's core energies. As Lin Feng stood upon the altar and placed the heart of the abyss into the central recess, a tremendous surge of boundless abyssal energy erupted from the earth, enveloping him completely. The heart of the abyss, embodying the utmost power of the abyss, resonated with the very core of the Shadow City. System notification. You have established a connection with the core of the Shadow City through the ancient ceremony. You are now officially the Lord of the Shadow City. System notification. Your attributes have been enhanced by the powers of the Shadow City. System notification. You have acquired the unique title of Lord of Shadows. Lord of Shadows, unique title. Effect, sovereignty. All base attributes permanently increased by 50. Command. You have complete control over all defense systems of the Shadow City, can mobilize all non-special narrative NPC units, and possess the highest authority over all resources within the Shadow City. Abyssal vision. You can perceive the majority of events occurring within the Shadow City and can expend mental energy for short-distance teleportation. Shadow authority. Your very existence embodies the will of the Shadow City, instilling a powerful deterrent effect on all who dare oppose it. System notification. The overall defense system of the Shadow City has been activated. Control privileges have been transferred to you. The city's energy core is now bound to you. Lin Feng felt an indescribable surge of immense power flood into his being. His base attributes surged once more. All base attributes were directly elevated by 50. Yet, this was not sufficient. The divine talent, fate, reactivated, altering the title effect, sovereignty, to all attributes permanently increased by 50. This adjustment not only augmented his agility, strength, and spirit by 50, but also resulted in a qualitative leap in other attributes such as critical strike, damage output, and health. Agility, 36,000. Health, 3, 150,000. Critical strike, 237. Damage output, 130. Lin Feng could distinctly sense that the entire Dark City had seemingly become an extension of his own being. Every defensive node and every flow of energy within the city was vividly present in his perception. With merely a thought, he could activate the grotesque magic cannons atop the walls and awaken the slumbering war golems. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and a fleeting dark purple glow flickered within them. The three ancient elders stood respectfully at the foot of the altar. Lin Feng stepped off the altar and approached the long-abandoned throne, a symbol of supreme authority. Without a moment's hesitation, he seated himself upon it. The cold, hard sensation enveloped him, yet more profound was the extraordinary feeling of controlling everything. From his elevated position on the throne, he gazed calmly down at the three venerable elders prostrated before him, as well as the countless NPCs outside the Grand Hall, still kneeling on the ground, trembling in fear. From this day forth, I am the embodiment of darkness. In the Dark City, at the teleportation square, accompanied by a series of spatial distortions and buzzing sounds, dozens of figures staggered into this land reeking of darkness and decay. Finally, we have arrived. Is this the main city? It feels so oppressive. Dark City. Just the name sounds impressive. Choosing the Dark faction was indeed the right decision. Is there a seasoned player willing to guide a novice? I just reached level 20 and feel utterly lost. Brothers, let us team up and hunt some monsters. Let us level up. Strive to catch up to the Night Emperor. Catch up? Huh. You might want to check the leaderboard first. The newly arrived players, filled with curiosity about the main city and visions of the future, instinctively opened various leaderboards. Level leaderboard Night Emperor, LV30, 7 Dragon Soul, LV26 White Robe Talents, LV26 Crimson Taboo, LV25 what? Level 37. Am I seeing things? How long have we grinded to reach level 20? This is absurd. That's a lead of over 10 levels. How did he level up? Is there such a formidable experience source in the Ascended City? Perhaps it's due to hidden quests or special dungeons. The Night Emperor has always been exceptionally powerful. One gets used to it, although this time it seems excessively so. Wait, the level ISNT, the most outrageous part. Quick, look at the gold leaderboard. A player exclaimed with a tremor in his voice, as if he had stumbled upon an apocalyptic revelation. The crowd, puzzled, switched to the gold leaderboard. Huaxia Gold Leaderboard, Night Emperor, 72, 580, 592 Dragon Soul, 3, 201 Dragon Walks the World, 2050 I Am a Legend, 1, 799 Silence. The teleportation square, once filled with the exuberance of players, now felt as though a collective silence spell had been cast. Each player stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, in a daze as they beheld that incomprehensible string of numbers. 72,580,000 gold coins. In the second place, the Huaxia official player Dragon Soul has just over 3,000. The third place contender, the wealthiest magnate of Huaxia, Longxing Tianxia, possesses merely 2,000. The disparity has transcended mere chasms. It is akin to the Mariana Trench multiplied by the width of the Milky Way. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions. Indeed, it amounts to over 70 million. A player struggled to count the zeros, their voice quivering with disbelief. Could this possibly be real? Surely, this must be a system glitch, a display error. Just yesterday, the esteemed Night Emperor's gold stood at 25,000, and today it has inexplicably soared to over 70 million. What else could this be but a bug? I am utterly baffled and cannot fathom how this could occur. How is it even possible? Has he mined every gold vein on the server? A player boldly speculated, fear lacing their voice. I surmised that the magnate must have pilfered the treasury of Undercity. Upon this conjecture, every individual gasped in astonishment. Though it seemed preposterous, it appeared to be the only plausible explanation for such astronomical figures. The theft of the main city's treasury? It must be so. Chapter 54. An audience, is this truly something a player could accomplish? With over 1 million points of infamy, one could argue that plundering the national treasury is rather reasonable. The reverence and fear towards the ID Knight Emperor have escalated to unprecedented heights. This transcends mere strength. It is the manifestation of an unruly, bug-like existence. With a tumultuous mix of emotions, the players began to cautiously explore this city, seeking NPCs to accept quests and to glean information about their surroundings. It must be noted that, despite being aligned with the Dark Faction, the NPCs of Dusk City were surprisingly amiable. They were guided to the central square, eager to peruse the bulletin board for any new player instructions. What they encountered was a colossal city announcement, freshly updated and inscribed in crimson runes. Dusk City announcement. The former usurper, Baal, has desecrated the abyss and has been purged by the destined executor, Knight Emperor, in accordance with ancient laws. Today, following the will of the original Demon Lord and the revelations of the abyss, the Knight Emperor ascends the Shadow Throne and is crowned as the new Dark Lord. All citizens, whether living or deceased, must pledge their loyalty and souls to the new Lord. Those who dare to defy shall be cast into the endless void, never to find peace. Accompanying the announcement was a blurred yet recognizable magical image, a stern figure seated upon a throne adorned with bones, evoking a profound sense of familiarity among the players present. Boom! It struck like a thunderbolt, resonating deep within the souls of all who beheld the proclamation. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Space appeared to warp around them. The players, frozen in various postures, resembled marionettes whose strings had been abruptly severed. Their eyes widened in disbelief, pupils constricting from sheer shock, mouths agape, wide enough to fit an egg, their minds completely shut down, the CPUs of their brains overheating. Knight Emperor, Dark Lord. A player has become the ruler of the main city. He killed the city lord, and then took the throne for himself. Wait, my mind is in disarray. He has become an NPC. No, that is not right. He is a player. A player has become the lord of the main city? What kind of surreal narrative is this? Countless question marks and exclamation points crashed upon their fragile nerves like tumultuous waves. Am I still dreaming? Have I not yet awakened? One player murmured, pinching himself hard, a jolt of excruciating realism coursing through him, yet unable to dispel the absurdity of this reality. This game can be played like this. We came to play, and the Knight Emperor came to dominate the game? This is disastrous. We just chose the faction of Dusk City, and our leader is a player? Who will we turn to for quests in the future? Will we follow our player leader? What is there to fear? This is a monumental opportunity. Let us cling tightly to the Knight Emperor's coattails. From now on, we shall stride confidently through Dusk City. Stride confidently? Are you certain that the esteemed figure will not find us bothersome and swiftly eliminate us? Have you not seen the announcement? We must pledge our loyalty and souls to the Knight Sovereign. Can we offer other parts? My hook is rather appealing. Fear, reverence, confusion, excitement, despair. Various extreme emotions spread like a virus among the players, intertwining as they feel they are engaged in a counterfeit game. Regardless, let us go take a look. We must witness it with our own eyes. Yes, to the throne, to behold the Knight Sovereign. No, to gaze upon our Dark Lord. An inexplicable urge compelled all players, drawing them like iron filings to a magnet towards the most magnificent and foreboding hall at the heart of the city. When they finally arrived at the entrance, cautiously peering inside, the sight before them made every heart skip a beat. Their souls seemed on the verge of escaping. On the towering throne, constructed from obsidian and the bones of colossal beasts, reclined a figure identified as Knight Sovereign, languidly lounging, clad in a tailored black trench coat. With fingers casually resting on the armrest, his gaze cast downwards, seemingly in a light slumber, yet also surveying the entire world. What truly captivated the player's attention were the figures surrounding the throne. At least 4 or 5 alluring, exquisitely beautiful succubi, adorned in scant fabric, either kneeling or standing in a circle around the throne. One blonde succubus, draped in nearly non-existent black lace armor, knelt beside the throne, arching her snow-white neck. Gazing adoringly with her shimmering purple eyes at the man seated upon the throne, holding a goblet filled with a tantalizing crimson liquid. her lips slightly parted as if awaiting her master's favor. Another red-haired succubus, barely concealed by a few strips of shadowy silk, stood behind the throne, gently fanning the man with a small feather fan, her eyes dreamy, her movements delicate. There was also a raven-haired succubus, possessing the most voluptuous form, lazily leaning against the opposite armrest of the throne, nearly pressing against the figure of Lin Feng, her slender fingers gliding almost imperceptibly across the cold armrest. Exhaling softly towards Lin Feng's profile, her gaze rife with unabashed possessiveness and seduction. This scene, the chilling aura of sovereignty, the pinnacle of status, the aloof ruler, and the vibrant, enticing entourage of succubi at his disposal. A potent visual and psychological shock overwhelmed all players like a tsunami. My goodness, I have witnessed a miracle. Is this the life of the Great One? How envious. No, rather, how numbing. Screenshot. Quick. Take a screenshot. Record. Hurry, record. To not share this scene would be a disservice to all players on the server. Mother, I no longer wish to strive. I too wish to be a lord of the city. I too desire succubi. Be silent. Do you think you are worthy? Click, click, click. The sounds of countless screenshots and recordings echoed. Upon the throne, Lin Feng seemed to be stirred from his reverie by the clamor of the intruders. Slowly, he lifted his eyelids, his deep, frigid gaze sweeping indifferently across the hall below, where the players, their expressions contorted with excitement, fear, and reverence, appeared as if they had witnessed the descent of a deity. In the next moment, the official forum of Eternal Divine Realm, various gaming communities, and even social media in the real world erupted in chaos. A monumental explosion. Player, Knight Emperor, ascends to the Dark City, surrounded by succubi upon the throne. Images and videos available. Impact level max. Game rules rewritten. Players can actually become the lords of main cities. Eternal Divine Realm officials, please explain. HD video. Experience the majesty of the Dark Lord up close. Knight Emperor's lethal gaze. And cough benefits. I declare from this day forth, the Dark City shall be my Jerusalem. The Knight Emperor is my one true deity. Everyone hurry to Dark City. Rumor has it, tonight the Knight Emperor will distribute succubi to all. The entire world, both virtual and real, was plunged into a frenzy and madness by this earth-shattering spectacle. Chapter 55. Extravagance of Gold Coins. Complete synchronization. Lin Feng merely adjusted his position to a more comfortable one, leaning against the cold throne, indifferent to the goblet of wine offered by the succubus beside him. As news spread and gained traction, the real world was engulfed in tumultuous waves. In Huaxia, a high-security meeting was convened. The identity of a Knight Emperor remains unverified. We must locate him post-haste. The Dark City Lord, what does this signify? A player has seized control of a main city from an alternate world, boasting an independent system and immeasurable potential power. This transcends the realm of mere gaming. An elderly man with white hair wore a grave expression. Chief, it may already be too late to find him. Let us not forget the synchronization feature of Eternal Divine Realm. Another military leader, with a sharp gaze, noted, possessing the wealth of an entire main city. He could easily synchronize all equipment, skills, and attributes to the real world. Alone, he could potentially disrupt the existing balance. We must, at all costs, attempt to establish contact and cultivate goodwill. The bottom line is, we cannot afford to make him an enemy. The final resolution was swiftly reached. In the Pentagon, a voice exclaimed, "Goodness, a player has become the king of NPCs? And in a dark city, are there not demons and undead there, now under human dominion?" This is simply, the assessment report was released. If the Knight Emperor could transfer even a fraction of his formidable personal combat prowess from a game into reality, the threat level would escalate to nation-destroying. Immediate activation of the highest level of monitoring and response plans is imperative. In Sakura Country, a cabinet meeting took place. Baka, why has our great Sakura Empire not birthed such a powerhouse? If the Knight Emperor were to turn against us, immediately dispatch our finest intelligence operatives to infiltrate the Huaxia region, or utilize international channels to uncover the true identity of the Night Emperor. We must significantly increase our investment in eternal divine realm. We need our own Night Emperor. The upper echelons of the world were profoundly shaken by the Night Emperor and the miracles he had wrought, with various speculations, plans, and countermeasures brewing in the shadows. Simultaneously, players within Eternal Divine Realm experienced the stark disparities brought by different main cities. In the City of the Dead, a player who had chosen the mage profession had just completed a task to collect bones. The NPC skeleton centurion cast a hollow glance at him, tossing a few copper coins his way. Ascendant, your movements are too slow. The losses this time are too great. I can only give you this. If you dawdle like this again, there won't even be bone broth to drink. The player dared not express his anger, fully aware that the task had stipulated a reward of 10 silver coins, yet he had been shortchanged by nearly 90%. He glanced at the skeleton centurion, who was level 30, and the elite guards nearby, resigning himself to silence. Meanwhile, in the Dark City, a player who had chosen the assassin class also submitted a reconnaissance task. He was received by the current quartermaster, a robust minotaur with a broken horn Gru. Upon encountering the player, Gru revealed a smile that he deemed benevolent and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Thank you for your efforts, Ascendant Warrior. This is the reward you rightfully deserve. Our esteemed Lord of Shadows has decreed that all warriors serving the Undercity shall receive just compensation. This is an additional reward. In gratitude for your contributions, the player, overjoyed, accepted the generous reward, which included a tip, and felt elated at Gru's amiable demeanor and respectful attitude. This stark contrast quickly ignited discussions across player forums. Brothers, do not venture to other main cities. The NPCs there are nothing but extortionists. Come to the Undercity. The NPCs here are exceedingly friendly. The quartermaster even grants me extra rewards, accompanied by a screenshot of Gru's jovial smile and the reward. Is this for real? My task rewards were slashed by half, and I was berated by an NPC. It's confirmed. The Undercity is truly a paradise for players of the Dark Faction. All thanks to the great Night Monarch. The Night Monarch is incredible, voice breaking with excitement. Now that he is the Lord, our status as players has elevated. Let's form a party and head to the Undercity. Let's pledge our allegiance to the Night Monarch. However, it is peculiar. My talent is breath perception, and I have felt that something has been off in the Undercity lately. The person above is correct. I share the sentiment. Staying within the city sometimes makes one feel lethargic. In a fleeting moment, a multitude of players who initially opted for other dark cities began to seek ways to migrate to the Undercity, resulting in a significant surge in its population. They may have feared the Night Monarch's authority, yet they were more drawn to the equitable environment and potential opportunities that awaited them. All of this stemmed from the cold figure seated upon the throne. Seated on the throne, Lin Feng remained indifferent to the tumultuous events occurring outside and the influx of players. Daily management of the Undercity? Too bothersome. He summoned Mal, Erebus, and Belagar. From this day forth, the daily affairs of the Undercity shall be managed by the three of you collectively. For major decisions, simply report to me. Lin Feng's tone brooked no dissent. He would not indulge in the trappings of sovereignty. Within the realm of eternal divine domain, power dictated all. In his previous life, he had witnessed the rise and fall of countless prodigies and anomalies. The game was merely at its nascent stage, and the road ahead would be arduous and long. At your command, my lord. The three ancient beings responded respectfully, secretly pleased that this new master seemed not to be enamored with power itself, but rather valued efficiency. After attending to these trifles, Lin Feng's attention shifted to a matter of greater significance. Synchronization initiated. Please select synchronization items. 1. All base attributes, synchronized. 2. Equipped items. 3. Learn skills. Current second synchronization. Cost 100,000 gold coins. Subsequent synchronizations will incur exponentially increasing costs. Please choose wisely. The cost of the second synchronization, amounting to a staggering 100,000 gold coins, was exorbitant. Yet to Lin Feng, was 100,000 gold coins truly a significant sum? The entirety of the Undercity was his private estate. The gold of the entire main city was at his disposal. Without a moment of hesitation, Lin Feng commenced the operation. Sync skill, arcane leap, cost 100,000 gold. Sync skill, crippling shot, cost 500,000 gold. Sync equipment, cloak of sin, orange, cost 2,000,000 gold. Sync equipment, shadow reaver, purple, cost 8,000,000 gold. With basic attributes enhanced, instantaneous teleportation, crippling bullets, and infinite invisibility. As the gold vanished like a flowing river, an indescribable warmth and powerful energy surged within Lin Feng's corporeal form in the real world. In a city of the Xia nation, Lin Feng's true self suddenly opened his eyes. With a mere thought, the revolver, steeped in the essence of death. The shadow reaver materialized in his hand, its cold metallic texture astonishingly tangible. Is this the essence of extraordinary power? Lin Feng reveled in the strength bestowed by the equipment and the array of skills readily at his mental command, nodding in satisfaction. After a habitual meal, Lin Feng settled before his computer, continuing to peruse game forums and news. In this contemporary world, as the boundaries between gaming and reality blur, the emergence of the first wave of extraordinary individuals has rendered news regarding eternal divine realm ubiquitous, dominating the headlines without contest. Other matters of economy, livelihood, and entertainment pale in comparison. At this moment, a rapidly gaining traction post captured Lin Feng's attention. Chapter 56, The Limit of 30 Million Lives. Who understands? Why does it feel like the Dark City is swaying? The myriad comments below echoed the sentiment, affirming that indeed, various disturbances were palpable within the Dark City. Lin Feng's brow furrowed ever so slightly. Upon logging in once more, he closed his eyes and earnestly attuned himself while seated upon his throne. As the Lord of Darkness, he sensed an undeniable discord in his dominion over the city. The energy of the city seemed to be dissipating in an exceedingly slow yet relentless manner. He summoned the three elders again. Is there any anomaly with the energy core of the Dark City? The elders exchanged glances, and after careful sensing, they all shook their heads. Reporting to your majesty, the core of the Dark City is functioning normally. No abnormal fluctuations have been detected, Mayor respectfully replied. Could it be that they were unable to perceive it? Lin Feng's awareness, granted by his lordly authority, was far more acute than theirs. The issue was indeed present, yet its origin remained elusive. Since the NPCs could not uncover it, he would delegate the task to the players. Lin Feng promptly accessed the city management interface and issued a Lord's Bounty Order, directed at all players of the Dark City. Dark City Bounty Order, Task Publisher, Lord of Darkness Task Description. An unknown phenomenon of energy loss has emerged in the Dark City. Investigate and identify the source of this energy depletion. Task rewards, 500 gold coins. A selectable box of purple equipment. 500 contribution points to the Dark City. Task restrictions, available for Dark City players only. Upon the announcement, players throughout the Dark City erupted in frenzy. 500 gold coins? A selectable purple equipment? It should be noted that, at present, aside from the anomaly known as Night Emperor, the second-ranked player in the gold leaderboard had barely over 3,000 gold coins. As for the equipment, many players were still clad in mere blue attire, with purple gear being a rarity. At this stage, aside from elite guilds, ordinary 5-member teams were hardly capable of defeating wild bosses. What an opportunity for fortune. Charge forth. We must unearth the source of the energy loss. No need to battle monsters, just a search. Excellent. This is our chance as lower-tier players. At worst, we die, but reviving at this level costs only a few silver coins. If we secure the reward, we will strike it rich. Countless players, invigorated as if by a potent elixir, began to frantically explore every nook and cranny of the Dark City, scrutinizing each suspicious location. The efficiency of the players was astonishing. Merely half a day later, a few audacious players, in the depths of a highly concealed valley on the outskirts of the Dark City, shrouded by an ancient illusionary formation, discovered a portal emanating an ominous aura, continuously warping like a black vortex. This portal was impervious to all forms of mental probing. Had it not been for the players employing a swarm tactic for physical investigation, it would have remained nearly undetectable. The news was swiftly reported. Upon receiving the report, Lin Feng's figure vanished from the throne in an instant and soon appeared before the secretive valley entrance. A multitude of players had already gathered, drawn by the rumors, gazing in awe and curiosity at the Lord of Darkness, who descended upon them like a deity. Lin Feng's gaze swept over the swirling vortex that emanated an aura of resentment and death, his brow slightly furrowing. The energy fluctuations emanating from within struck a familiar chord within him. It bore the residual essence of Baal. It was tainted and frenzied beyond recognition. Without uttering a word, under the watchful eyes of all players and NPCs, Lin Feng stepped boldly into the unknown, perilous realm. The scene before him shifted instantaneously, revealing a vast underground expanse shrouded in darkness, suffocatingly oppressive, steeped in decay and the stench of death, with an overwhelming aura of resentment saturating the air. Howling, countless, grotesquely contorted wraiths surged towards Lin Feng from all directions. They possessed no corporeal form, only nebulous outlines and eyes ablaze with the flames of vengeance. Wraith, LV-40 Elite. Health, 5,000 attack, 15,000 traits. Massive numbers, attacks inflict a curse of resentment, reducing the target's mental resistance. These wraiths, though individually weak in health, were alarmingly numerous and possessed a terrifying attack power. Any player team at this stage would be obliterated in an instant. However, Lin Feng merely regarded the oncoming tide of wraiths with indifference. Minus 15,000. Minus 14,850. Minus 15,100. A flurry of damage numbers floated above his head. Yet in stark contrast to his overwhelming health pool exceeding 3 million, they seemed nothing more than a gentle drizzle. Bang! 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 The crisp, rhythmic gunfire echoed through the desolate space like the drumbeats of death. Each shot found its mark, striking the head of a wraith with precision. Coupled with the linear penetration of armor-piercing rounds and the wide-area assault of Starfall, each basic attack dealt between 300,000 and 500,000 damage, while skills amplified that further. Terrifying damage figures continued to erupt. Each wraith struck, along with a small surrounding area, was instantaneously vaporized. More significantly, sinful body, core of magic. The wraiths, with their high attack but low health and almost non-existent physical defense, suffered a minimum of 300,000 damage per bullet, with 2 of that damage converting into maximum health. Thus, every wraith dispatched by his basic attacks granted him 6,000 points to his health cap, while those felled by Starfall or critical headshots could yield tens of thousands. Lin Feng's maximum health soared as if propelled by a rocket, visibly escalating at a breathtaking pace. 3, 7 million. 4 million. 4, 5 million. 5 million. With a cold demeanor, akin to clearing away refuse, he continued to fire relentlessly at the endless wraiths, advancing deeper into the heart of the thickest resentment. His steps were unhurried, as though he were strolling through his own garden rather than navigating a perilous situation. At last, he reached the terminus of this space. He sought to uncover what unexpected gift the Demon Lord Baal had left for him. Before him loomed a colossal, malevolent altar, constructed from countless twisted bones and congealed blood. At the heart of the altar, there hovered a pulsating core of souls, forged from pure resentment and negative energy. Countless new vengeful spirits were continually birthed from this core, while streams of pristine life energy were drawn from an unknown source, infusing the core and sustaining its incessant operation. The transformed, tainted energy had nowhere to escape, accumulating around the altar, causing it to gradually fracture and tremble violently, heralding its imminent explosion and annihilation. In an instant, Lin Feng comprehended the grim reality before him. This was the cruel masterpiece of Baal, a malevolent altar that had persisted for thousands of years, perpetually siphoning the life essence from the beings surrounding the Dark City, including even the lowly denizens, to sustain the core of resentment. With Baal's demise, this altar, reliant on intricate dark sorcery to maintain its balance, had spiraled out of control. The core, now laden with millennia of immense resentment and negative energy, had become dangerously unstable, akin to a powder keg on the verge of detonation. Should it erupt, its force would be sufficient to obliterate this space, even annihilating the dark city beyond. This was indeed the true cause of the ongoing depletion of energy within the dark city. The core of resentment upon the altar radiated an ever-increasing aura of destruction, and the entire subterranean realm quaked violently, as if it were on the brink of collapse. Lin Feng stood before the altar, his curiosity piqued by its function. Having just slaughtered countless vengeful spirits, the effects of his guilt-ridden form had elevated his life force to an unfathomable limit, 30 million. Unless faced with percentage-based damage, he was virtually invincible. Chapter 57. The Attribute Exchange. Altar 30 million health points. This is no longer merely a shield. It is a moving fortress of calamity. The altar's explosion? Perhaps it could obliterate this space, but to think these grievances and negative energies could vanquish him is utterly laughable. However, Undercity is his dominion, his current source of gold, and the very base from which he issues quests. Indirectly controlling the movements of players, there is no room for error. Furthermore, this altar possesses intriguing qualities. Baal, that foolish abyssal lord, spent millennia clandestinely concocting such an artifact, which cannot merely serve as a balm of grievances. Lin Feng extended his finger, disregarding the terrifying malice emanating from the core that could instantaneously corrode one's soul, and gently tapped upon the pulsating black core. Buzz! A torrent of chaotic information instantaneously manifested, interwoven with Baal's lingering obsession and the altar's inherent laws. Exchange. Altar. Effect. Sacrifice sufficient life, energy, and soul to activate the altar's core. Allows the user to select two primary attributes for a value exchange based on equivalence principles. Status. Core energy is extremely unstable and on the verge of collapse. As Lin Feng made contact, a fragment of Baal's fallen consciousness surged into his awareness. Damn, just a hair's breadth away. If I can stabilize the core, I could exchange this useless brute strength for feeble mana, thus becoming the mightiest lord of abyssal magic. So that is it. Baal, the brawny demon lord, possessed the destructive power to annihilate worlds. By mere chance, he may have acquired an extraordinarily potent abyssal magic. Yet due to limitations in magical capacity or spell intensity, he could not master it. Thus, he devised this nefarious scheme, attempting to compensate for his shortcomings through attribute exchange in pursuit of his so-called perfection. Alas, he died without success, leaving this mess behind. Attribute exchange? A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. How limited. Then came excitement, exhilaration. This effect is tailor-made for him at this very moment. Destiny. Activate. Buzz. That intangible force, transcending the rules, surged forth once again. The phantom of destiny's pendulum materialized from thin air, within which innumerable, intricately interlocking gears began to turn, guiding the hands slowly towards the 12 o'clock position. Boom! The air was filled with the wails of countless vengeful souls. Under the manipulation of destiny, the altar's fissures widened, teetering on the brink of collapse. The altar's binding power weakened, and the black core resting upon it visibly swelled several times. Target. Exchange. Altar. Modification allows the user to select any two attributes for a value exchange based on equivalence principles. The fissures in the exchange altar grew ever larger, with the suspended core of grievances visibly on the verge of disintegration. Time is of the essence. Any two attributes. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon his exaggerated status panel, far surpassing that of ordinary players. Health, 30 million. Shall I exchange it for my primary attribute of agility? Is it still the secondary attribute of attack speed, critical damage, or perhaps critical hits? Is there even a need for hesitation? The decision is made. I shall exchange this 30 million health points for critical hits, a staggering 30 million critical damage points. It must be noted that in the realm of eternal divine domain, once the critical hit rate accumulates to 100, Any overflow of critical damage points will trigger an additional critical bonus for every 100. In simpler terms, with a 100 critical rate, one can inflict double the damage. If the critical rate reaches 150, it guarantees double damage, along with a 50 chance of inflicting an additional double damage. Now the question arises, if one possesses 30 million critical damage points, that equates to 300,000 times critical damage. The damage would soar to unimaginable heights. A single shot could potentially annihilate a deity, transforming what once seemed a fantasy into reality. As for the concern of having too little health after the exchange, with such astonishing output combined with the body of sin, slaying just one monster would propel the health limit beyond 100 million. Alas, the altar is on the verge of collapse. Otherwise, Lin Feng truly wished to elevate his health limit to several billion before proceeding with the attribute exchange. The objective: health points and critical hits. However, at the very moment of his confirmation, a chilling system notification echoed. Warning: the target life form, mortal body, cannot withstand the clash of infinite potential and the absolute void. Forcibly exchanging will result in instant annihilation of the body and disintegration of the soul. Do you wish to continue? Mortal body? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Then he chuckled. Mortal? With a mere thought, the fragment of Titan's heart, which had been dormant in his backpack, shimmered with a faint golden light and appeared in his hand. This was an item bestowed upon him by the player known as the All-Knowing, serving as a ticket to enter the Crimson Abyss dungeon. In his previous life, someone had endured countless trials, completing a series of arduous tasks to gather 7 fragments of Titan's heart, ultimately fusing them into a complete Titan's heart through an exceptionally rigorous ritual. By sheer coincidence, this individual became a prominent figure on the global leaderboard. Lin Feng had kept the fragment in his backpack, having not found a suitable purpose for it. Now, the moment has arrived. Fate, answer me. Target: fragment of Titan's heart. Modification: Titan's heart. The golden light blazed forth. The fragment instantly expanded and transformed into a golden heart, exuding an aura of primordial, ancient, majestic, and immortal essence. It seemed to embody the vitality and power of an entire universe. Fusion. Without hesitation, Lin Feng pressed the Titan's heart against his chest. Boom! An indescribable, boundless Titan power surged into his limbs and bones. He felt every cell in his body rejoicing, undergoing a metamorphosis. The strength, resilience, and potential of his body were escalating at an exponential rate. Meanwhile, the divine-like system notification resounded furiously in his ears. System notification: you have successfully fused with Titan's heart. System notification: your life form has undergone a fundamental transformation. You have acquired Body of Titan. The system prompts: Titan's body effect activated. All your attributes are doubled. Titan's body: your physique can withstand all forms of power. You are immune to certain control skills. All attributes are now doubled. His vitality instantaneously surged from 30 million to 60 million. Strength, agility, endurance, intelligence, spirit, critical hit, attack speed. Every attribute has been amplified. The boon of the Titan's body not only brings an unprecedented surge in attributes, but also signifies a transcendence in the realm of existence. His body is now capable of bearing the might of the stars and the vast ocean. Not enough. Still not enough. Chapter 58. 60 million critical hits. Even with doubled mental power, Lin Feng found himself gasping in the face of fate, which demanded a terrifying expenditure of psychic energy. Beads of sweat cascaded from his forehead onto the wheel of fate, which radiated a brilliant light. The pointer on the wheel moved laboriously, as if dragging an immense burden, producing a sound that grated on the teeth. Fate. Titan's body. Buzz. Target: your body can bear all powers. You are immune to certain control skills. Modification: your body can bear all powers. You are immune to all control skills. Boom! A colossal radiance erupted, akin to the explosion of the sun. Now, I have met the conditions. Lin Feng felt the surging power within him, his sharp gaze once again fixating on the altar's core, which was on the verge of detonation. Warning: detected target life form has changed to Titan's body. The risk of law counteraction has been significantly reduced. Replacement still carries great risk, potentially leading to the destruction of the current body. Proceed. Time remaining 3 seconds. Destruction. Lin Feng paid it no mind. Continue with the replacement. 2 seconds. With a mere thought, Lin Feng instantaneously removed all his equipment, including the Shadow Bane and the Cloak of Sin, storing them in the system's backpack. 1 second. Replacement complete. System notification. Attribute replacement successful. Your current health points and critical strike attributes have been swapped. Lin Feng's attribute panel underwent a seismic transformation. Health points 5. Critical strike 60 000 000. 60 million critical strike points. 0 seconds. Boom. The replacement altar could no longer withstand the internal tempest of energy and the cataclysmic attribute swap, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Devastating vengeful energy and spatial turbulence instantaneously engulfed the entire underground realm, resembling the epicenter of a cosmic explosion. Lin Feng's newly formed Titan body, still far from achieving stability, could not endure even a fleeting moment within the heart of this horrific explosion. It was torn apart by the raging energy, shattered. Your body has been destroyed. However, amidst the eye of the destructive energy storm, a Titan's heart, radiating an immortal golden light, floated unscathed, beginning to emit a powerful gravitational pull. System notification. The Titan's heart is reconstructing your shattered Titan body. Estimated reconstruction time: 10 days. A violent headache surged through him. Consciousness returned, but not to the familiar dark throne of the City King, instead to an endless, warm void filled with golden specks of light. Lin Feng could sense that at the center of this chaos, the Titan's heart was pulsating vigorously within its exposed chest cavity, akin to the engine of a universe, greedily absorbing the invisible Titan elements and pure energies from higher dimensions, weaving a brand new, transcendent divine body thread by thread. This heralded the imminent rebirth of a terrifying and powerful existence. The time for repair remains distant. Lin Feng's consciousness is as tranquil as a still pond, perfectly aligned with the need for adaptation to the forces of reality. He chose to log off. Meanwhile, both the eternal divine realm and the real world were in a state of upheaval. Just hours after the Night Emperor stepped into that enigmatic dimension, the sealed valley surrounding the Dark City erupted with an earth-shattering surge of energy. The thunderous roar resounded, despite the dimensional barriers and the valley's geographical features. The emanating energy waves swept through the vicinity with the force of a tangible shockwave, affecting an area of several dozen miles. Hundreds of players gathered near the valley entrance, along with the NPCs in the surrounding area, were instantly torn apart and evaporated by the terrifying energy. The resurrection points of the Dark City simultaneously illuminated with over 1,000 beams of white light. The shockwave even shook the distant walls of the Dark City, with alarm bells ringing across the skies. A dimensional explosion and a detonation of an evil altar steeped in a millennium of resentment. Its power exceeded everyone's imagination. What on earth just happened? An explosion. That valley has exploded. Where is the Night Emperor? Didn't he go in? This is disastrous. With such a terrifying explosion, the Night Emperor couldn't he possibly. Quick, let us wait at the resurrection point for a prominent figure to revive. After the explosion, the dimensional entrance vanished entirely, leaving behind a bottomless, charred pit exuding the aura of spatial rifts. The players of the Dark City grew increasingly anxious as they awaited. The resurrection point? No sign of the Night Emperor. The vicinity of the pit? No emergence of the Night Emperor. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time passed, and the Night Emperor seemed to have evaporated from the mortal realm, never to be seen again. Various speculations began to circulate fervently. Could the Night Emperor truly be gone? That seems impossible. He is the Night Emperor, level 37, the Lord of the Dark City. How could he possibly perish in such a manner? Yet the reality is that he has not emerged. No resurrection point in sight. Although the death penalty in the eternal divine realm is severe, surely with enough wealth, one can always be revived, right? Speaking of wealth, could it be that the Knight Emperor, despite being at the top of the gold leaderboard with tens of millions of gold coins, just happened to lack sufficient funds for the revival fee? When this conjecture arose, everyone was taken aback. Absurd, utterly absurd, for a player of the Knight Emperor's caliber. The revival cost should be no more than 2 gold coins, right? A superpower with a fortune of millions would die simply due to not having 2 gold coins for the revival fee. Yet this ludicrous speculation possessed a darkly humorous possibility, much like the tales from reality, where the ancient Greek tragedian Aeschylus was said to have been crushed to death by a tortoise dropped by an eagle, or the Swedish king Adolf Fredrik, who allegedly ate himself to death during a grand feast. Throughout history, there have always been the deaths of formidable figures that are filled with absurdity and incredibility. Could it be that the Knight Emperor's legend ultimately concludes in such a fashion? Someone murmured, feeling their worldview shatter. Or perhaps he was drawn into an unknown shattered void by the explosion's energy, never to return. Another theory also gained traction. What sends shivers down the spines of players is the shocking revelation that the ID Knight Emperor has completely vanished from the rankings of Eternal Domain, both in level and gold. It is not merely a drop in position. It is an utter disappearance, as if this individual had never existed at all. The rankings bear no trace of him. Does this imply a complete account deletion? The death mechanism of Eternal Domain. How terrifying could it truly be? I refuse to believe it. Perhaps when one attains a certain level of strength or undergoes a unique event, they cease to be regarded as a player by the system. This last conjecture subtly grazes the truth, yet remains unverified. The fall of Knight Emperor has stirred profound upheaval on a global scale. In the higher echelons of Huaxia, there's a lament. What a pity. A top-tier player with limitless potential, potentially a future national asset, has vanished without a trace. The once loyal allies, who clung to Knight Emperor's coattails to conquer the Crimson Purgatory, have rarely voiced their thoughts. Knight Emperor indeed performed miracles. His absence is a tremendous loss for all of Huaxia. Meanwhile, Blood Forbidden observes the rankings in silence as Knight Emperor fades from view. Outside Huaxia, in Meridian, the news of Knight Emperor's disappearance is met with jubilation. Fantastic! The sword of Damocles that hung over us has finally vanished. Our experts must hasten their progress. In the land of Sakura, both officials and citizens are in a state of exhilaration. Ha ha ha! Knight Emperor is dead. The Huaxia demon lord that loomed over us has finally perished. Heaven bless our great Sakura Empire. Now is the opportune moment for our resurgence. Cheers! Let us celebrate the demise of Knight Emperor. Various expressions of schadenfreude flood the forums and world channels of the Sakura region. Amidst the clamor of reality and the indifference of the strong, the world outside buzzes with speculation, regret, and revelry. Yet, at the very heart of this turmoil sits Lin Feng, calmly savoring a fragrant cup of tea in his modest dwelling in the real world. Chapter 59. The flies of the cherry blossom nation, the television screen, mounted on the wall, displayed news reports regarding the mysterious disappearance of the Knight Emperor, suggesting his complete downfall, along with discussions among players. His face bore no expression, neither sorrow, mockery, nor anger. It was akin to witnessing a fireworks display completely unrelated to himself. The limitations of mortal comprehension inevitably reveal themselves. His focus had long since transcended the ephemeral discussions. Having synchronized all attributes from the game, he felt his physical form in reality reach an unprecedented pinnacle. In the real world, Lin Feng had not engaged in battle. Thus, the terrifying bonuses from a 60 million critical strike had yet to manifest directly in his offensive power. However, the critical attributes endowed him with an unparalleled insight into weaknesses and a flawless mastery over explosive force, a sensation that enveloped him in exquisite comfort, rendering him unable to resist. He rose to his feet, stretching his body. A faint crackling sound filled the air, the result of his speed tearing through it. His gaze swept across every corner of the room with meticulous clarity, allowing him to distinctly perceive the minuscule dust particles suspended in the air. At that moment, an almost imperceptible brow furrowed slightly. His extraordinary hearing and perception detected an exceedingly subtle sensation of intrusion that did not belong in this space. It emanated from the rooftop of a dilapidated building several hundred meters away. The flies of the Cherry Blossom Nation, perhaps? They must have utilized the gaze of the mirror during Chio Keed's assassination attempt to document his true visage. After some time, the spies of the Cherry Blossom Nation had finally pinpointed his location. However, they were likely deterred by the possibility that he had synchronized his abilities from the game into reality, hesitating to make contact or probe further. The high-ranking officials of the Cherry Blossom Nation were probably rife with indecision and internal conflict. Their actions were decidedly swift. Perfect. I shall test my current power against you. On the rooftop of the building, the night breeze was cool. 3 agents from the Cherry Blossom Nation, clad in specialized combat gear and equipped with cutting-edge devices, operated their instruments with palpable tension. One of them, codenamed Hawkeye, had a glimmer in his eyes, the manifestation of the Hawkeye vision skill he had synchronized from Eternal Divine Realm, providing him with a visual range and clarity that far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. The target signal had just appeared in the adjacent apartment building, but now it had vanished. Hawkeye's expression shifted abruptly as he immediately reported through a secure channel. Headquarters. The target has lost track. Repeat, the target has lost track. The other 2 agents grew vigilant, swiftly adjusting their detection equipment. They were all official operatives of the Cherry Blossom Nation, elite players ranked in Eternal Divine Realm, each having brought a specific skill from the game into reality. However, just as his words fell, an overwhelming chill of death, seemingly emanating from the abyss, enveloped the 3 of them without warning. They didn't even have time to turn around before a cold, indifferent figure appeared before them, as if teleporting. It was Lin Feng. He appeared to be merely strolling by, his face devoid of expression, save for his profound eyes that instilled a sense of trepidation. In his hand, the ancient and ominous revolver pointed menacingly at them, its muzzle glinting with a despairing, shadowy sheen. Flies belong in the refuse. Lin Feng's voice was soft yet resonated with the finality of death, piercing the ears of the 3 individuals. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The minds of the 3 elite agents had not yet processed the abrupt turn of events, let alone formulate a response. Was it an attack, a defense, or an escape? It was unnecessary. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 gunshots rang out in quick succession, merging into a singular, haunting echo. There were no screams, no struggles, not even a splash of blood. The 3 top agents from the land of cherry blossoms, along with their invaluable high-tech equipment and the backup micro-beacons implanted within them as a last resort, were instantaneously disintegrated and obliterated under Lin Feng's terrifying strike. It was as though they had been erased from existence by an eraser, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. This was reality, not a game. There were no respawn points to redeem their lives. Only the cool night breeze remained, as if nothing had transpired. Lin Feng did not even glance at the positions where the agents had stood, as if he had merely swatted away 3 bothersome mosquitoes. In a flash, he vanished into the darkness, returning to his rented apartment. It was time to dispose of the trash and seek a place devoid of flies. Meanwhile, far away in the land of cherry blossoms, the command center of the Secret Intelligence Agency erupted with a sudden, anguished alarm. Report. All life signs, equipment signals, and emergency beacons from the Eagle Eye team have simultaneously vanished. Complete disruption. What? How is that possible? The backup beacons are implanted in their bones. Unless their bodies were instantaneously and utterly destroyed. It was Night Emperor. A wave of panic and turmoil engulfed the entire department. 3 top-tier practitioners, along with all their equipment, had silently evaporated from existence. Who but Night Emperor could achieve this? He was not dead. Moreover, as the top-ranked individual boasting millions in gold, he undoubtedly synchronized his terrifying abilities, skills, and equipment with reality before disappearing. The annihilation of the Eagle Eye team could substantiate this chilling hypothesis. A profound fear instantly cloaked the upper echelons of the land of cherry blossoms. Simultaneously, The higher authorities of Huaxia also noted unusual energy fluctuations and signs of illegal entry by practitioners from the land of cherry blossoms. They immediately lodged a stern protest. At the same time, they dispatched the Dragon Tooth team to investigate the incident, ensuring that the situation was thoroughly clarified. Yes, Dragon Soul, you shall lead the team personally. We suspect this is all connected to Night Emperor. He might very well not have perished. You must maintain communication and ensure he is not offended. Amidst these undercurrents of reality, Lin Feng remained utterly unconcerned. To him, the individuals and events of the real world are but fleeting shadows. His mind remains clear, for only the eternal divine realm serves as the fount of his power. This small city no longer suits him. Shanghai, the most bustling international metropolis in China, though teeming with a myriad of characters, also provides the perfect cover for concealment. In this city, where every inch is precious, Lin Feng would never resort to thievery. Thus, he finds himself in need of some tangible currency from the real world. Despite possessing vast riches in the eternal divine realm, the conversion to real-world currency necessitates transactions with other players within the game. Currently, he is ensnared in a chaotic space, reshaping his divine form, rendering him unable to act. Moreover, in his quest for absolute anonymity, he has never exchanged his in-game gold for real-world money. As the production of gold increases, its value continues to soar, with a single coin now exceeding 1 million in contemporary China. Lin Feng's thoughts drifted to Qin Shuyuan, the collaborator who had consistently assisted him in managing game equipment in the early stages, her talent enhancing the trading prices of items. The wealth that flowed through her hands, even if only a minuscule portion was taken as commission, would suffice to place her among the upper echelons of the gold leaderboard. It is undeniable that someone capable of establishing the Phoenix Feather Guild in the game would wield considerable influence in reality as well. Naturally, it seems the two shall have no further intersections in the future. Chapter 60. Huaxia. I shall provide protection meanwhile, in the Qin family manor in the magical city. The atmosphere in the main living room was as tense as ice. Qin Tianxiong sat at the head of the table, his expression dark and brooding, his sharp gaze fixed upon the silent and downcast Qin Shuyuan. His tone bore an undeniable authority. "Shu, the facts are laid bare before us. The Night Emperor has vanished for a full 3 days. He's been entirely removed from the rankings. You understand better than I what this signifies in the eternal divine realm. He is dead, truly dead. Your connections, your channels for acquiring equipment cannot be squandered so easily. I have already negotiated with the representatives of the Prosperity Group. Henceforth, our Qin family will prioritize collaboration with the Prosperity Dynasty Guild. This is crucial for the future of our family." Qin Shuyuan abruptly lifted her head, her fair visage marked with determination and a hint of barely perceptible pallor. She responded resolutely, "Uncle, I firmly believe that the Night Emperor is not dead until there is irrefutable evidence of his demise. I shall not unilaterally betray the trust and promises we share." Foolish sentiment. Utterly absurd. Qin Tianxiong slammed his hand on the table, his voice booming with anger. "Do you think your meager bargaining skills in the game can somehow sense the life or death of others? How could someone who has been missing for 3 days and stripped from the rankings possibly still be alive? The Prosperity Group's patience is finite. I give you 3 days. After that, you must hand over all channels, connections, and transaction records related to the Night Emperor to the family, and I will personally liaise with the Prosperity Group. Otherwise, do not even think about the family inheritance." In the living room, other members of the Qin family looked on, their gazes toward Qin Shuyuan filled with pity and disbelief, deeming her naively stubborn. Qin Shuyuan bit her lip, her body trembling slightly, a mixture of fury and helplessness coursing through her. She understood her uncle's intentions were for the family's benefit, yet to her, the partnership with the Night Emperor transcended mere profit. It was a covenant rooted in trust. Just as Qin Tianxiong prepared to issue a more forceful command, even contemplating using family power to compel Qin Shuyuan to relinquish her rights, a figure materialized without warning, as if transcending the very fabric of space, appearing directly in the center of the living room. There was no sound of a door opening, no footsteps, not even a ripple in the air. The newcomer stood tall, his demeanor austere, and his deep-set eyes surveyed everyone present with indifference, as if they were inconsequential ornaments. Ultimately, his gaze settled on Qin Shu. He nodded slightly, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable affirmation. "You have done well," Lin Feng stated. As the lord of the Dark City, possessing millions of gold coins, he would no longer require this woman to sell equipment for him. His appearance today served as a final act of gratitude. It was her due reward. The living room fell into an instantaneous silence. Qin Tianxiong's anger froze upon his face. The murmurs of the other Qin family members ceased abruptly. All eyes were fixated on this enigmatic man who had appeared so suddenly, their minds blank with bewilderment. Who was he? How did he enter? Qin Shuyan was momentarily taken aback, and then her delicate frame trembled violently. Although she had never seen the true visage of the Night Emperor, the aura surrounding him was as cold and solitary as an abyss, his towering stature and the indifferent yet omnipotent gaze. "Night Emperor, my lord." A mixture of astonishment and disbelief trembled in her voice. "Night Emperor." These two words detonated in the minds of the Qin family like thunder. The legendary player, who had been dead for 3 days and removed from the rankings. How could he possibly be here? At that moment, bang, bang, the front door of the living room was violently flung open. Several men clad in black combat attire, exuding an air of sharpness and decisiveness, rushed in. Their specially designed firearms instantly aimed at the members of the Qin family in the living room. Their movements were swift and precise, clearly indicating elite training. They were members of a secret department in China, tasked with monitoring and dealing with those endowed with supernatural abilities through the eternal divine realm, and obtaining resources in the game with the full support of the nation. The Qin family, being a prominent clan in Magic Capital, naturally fell within their surveillance scope. Lin Feng had not made any efforts to conceal his presence in the city, and he was indeed the target of this elite Dragon 2 squad. Leading the charge was a tall man with piercing eyes, unmistakably the top player in the current rankings of the Eternal Divine Realms China region, Dragon Soul. He held a high position in reality as well. "Don't move." Dragon Soul barked sharply when he beheld Lin Feng's cold countenance and those indifferent eyes. He was struck as if by lightning, momentarily frozen in place. His pupils dilated in shock. He gasped, Night Emperor, it truly is you?" Dragon Soul would never forget that figure in the Crimson Purgatory, who single-handedly crushed dungeon monsters and obliterated the final boss with a single shot. He had the fortune to team up with the Night Emperor and witnessed that miracle firsthand. The stark disparity and the shivers that ran through him remained vividly etched in his memory, although the Night Emperor's appearance had always been shrouded in mystery within the game. His unique aura and imposing posture. Lin Feng cast a fleeting glance at Dragon Soul and the tense squad members, his gaze as calm as a still pond. And he spoke slowly, his tone remaining flat. "Do you need proof?" Before the words had left his lips, he wielded an ancient-looking revolver, Doomsayer, engraved with runes of death and exuding a terrifying aura that sent shivers down the soul, materialized in his hand. The moment the gun appeared, a palpable killing intent surged from Lin Feng. An indescribable, bone-chilling pressure of death swept through the living room like a tidal wave. Everyone felt as though their hearts were gripped by an invisible hand. Breathing became arduous, and their very souls trembled uncontrollably. Dragon Soul and his squad members felt their hands quiver involuntarily around their weapons. They could clearly sense that Lin Feng possessed the power to annihilate them all in an instant. Qin Tianxiong's face turned as pale as a sheet, his legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. All his prior authority, anger, and schemes appeared utterly laughable and insignificant in the face of the terrifying aura emanating from Lin Feng. He finally comprehended the significance of Qin Shuyuan's persistence. The individual before him could not be measured by worldly power or logic. In comparison, what was the Shengshi group? Under the oppressive atmosphere, one could hear a pin drop in the living room. Cold sweat beaded on Long Hun's forehead as he forcefully suppressed the fear that lurked deep within his soul, striving to speak in the most composed tone possible. "Mister." Yi Huang, your return holds immense importance for the nation and the entire Huaxia region. We hope. I am who I am, Lin Feng interjected, his voice chillingly direct, indicating that he belonged to no organization and was bound by no constraints. Long Han was momentarily at a loss for words and quickly adjusted his phrasing. Understood. We do not wish to restrict your freedom. We merely hope to reach a cooperation that is mutually beneficial. A barely perceptible, cold smile crept onto Lin Feng's lips, devoid of warmth, radiating absolute confidence and superiority. Cooperation? That is possible. Long Han's heart leaped with joy, eager to respond. Let us forego the mutual benefits. You are incapable of providing what I require, Lin Feng continued, his gaze shifting back to Long Han, his eyes as indifferent as if he were regarding a mere stone. As for Huaxia, I will protect it. The condition is simple. Abandon your trivial schemes. Do not attempt to speculate about me. And do not interfere in any of my affairs. His calm tone belied an undeniable will and a stark warning. Chapter 61. Crisis. Long Han felt a chilling sensation surge from his spine to the crown of his head. Faced with this divine proclamation, he had no choice but to respond with utmost reverence. Understood, Mr. Knight Emperor. We shall report your intentions faithfully and would never dare to defy them. Excellent. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze, and the suffocating pressure dissipated instantly, allowing those in the living room to breathe as if they had emerged from the depths of water. Long Han dared not linger, leaving behind a secure communicator for Qin Shuan, and swiftly retreated with his equally shaken team. The message was transmitted back to the core of power in Huaxia with the highest level of encryption. Confirmation of survival. Power assessment. Limitless escalation. Possessing immense wealth and gold, he had evidently synchronized his abilities from the game into reality. Current ordinary supernatural beings were no match for him, and the assessment level was deemed nation-destroying. The highest directive, classifying Knight Emperor as a nation-destroying entity, with priority surpassing all else. At any cost, fulfill his reasonable demands, and strive to win him over. Never allow enmity. All surveillance was rescinded, converted to the highest level of information protection. The decision-making efficiency at the higher echelons of Huaxia was unprecedentedly swift. In the Qin family's living room, Qin Tianxiong was already pale, slumped in his chair, no longer daring to meet Lin Feng's gaze. Lin Feng's eyes settled on Qin Shuan. From now on, you shall handle certain trivial matters in reality. Should you require anything, contact the senior officials of Huaxia directly. Qin Shuan replied respectfully, Yes, my Lord Knight Emperor. Very well. Lin Feng nodded slightly, signifying his approval. With Lin Feng's clear stance, coupled with the support left by the Longya team from the higher-ups, Qin Shuyuan's status within the Qin family experienced an instant reversal. Qin Tianxiong fell utterly silent, and all opposing voices within the family were swiftly silenced under the overwhelming power and subtle pressure from the state. Qin Shuan seized control over the majority of resource allocations within the Qin family with a decisive hand. The Qin family, having established a connection with this mysterious nation-destroying entity, began to rise in stature within the Magic City and across all of Huaxia. Of course, Lin Feng remained indifferent to all of this. The Qin family arranged for him a vast, luxurious estate located in the premier affluent district of the Magic City, boasting a fortress-level security system. The environment was serene and secluded, equipped with top-tier internet and energy supplies. In the days following his arrival, Lin Feng paid no heed to the affairs of the outside world. The majority of his time was spent in a specially designed room, physically isolated from the outside, where he immersed his consciousness in the game world, perceiving the progress of his divine form's reconstruction, driven by the heart of the Titan within that chaotic void. It was a gradual, yet immensely solid process. No one dared to disturb him from the outside. Time flowed slowly within this tranquility. Before long, the 7th day had passed. In the game world of Eternal Divine Realm, tumultuous changes were underway. With the disappearance of the Knight Emperor, the major guilds and top players, once overshadowed by his brilliance, began to chase and expand. Various dungeon records were continuously refreshed, new areas were explored, and the average player level soared rapidly. On the leaderboard, the name of Knight Monarch remains conspicuously absent. The levels of elite players have ascended to an impressive 25. Yet they remain a far cry from Lin Feng's pre-disappearance level of 37, an insurmountable chasm that starkly reveals itself upon comparison. Some individuals were never meant to be surpassed. Their heights were destined to remain unattainable from the very beginning. Within the tranquil confines of the chamber, Lin Feng's consciousness calmly attuned itself to the rhythmic pulsations of the Titan's heart within the chaotic expanse. The reconstruction of the Titan-S form is nearing completion, and an overwhelming sense of power simmers just beneath the surface, akin to a volcano poised to erupt at any moment. The computer screen displays the latest developments in the realm of eternal divine domain. 7 days of silence have not ushered in peace. Rather, they have brewed a tempest of greater magnitude. 2 monumental events have ignited the nerves of players worldwide. The undead army approaches, darkness looms. A prominently featured announcement, accompanied by countless videos and screenshots uploaded by players, has flooded the forums of all servers. Urgent! The City of the Dead declares war. Target Dark City. The announcement, though succinct, reverberates with shock. The super city of the undead, the City of the Dead, affiliated with the Dark faction and led by its ruler, the Bone King Victor, has amassed millions of undead soldiers and a formidable vanguard of high-ranking players to launch a full-scale assault on Dark City. A ripple of chaos ensues. Is this for real? Will NPC cities engage in battle? Did Dark City not just lose its lord, Baron? And now the new lord, Knight Monarch, has mysteriously vanished. This is a dire moment. The Bone King Victor? He is a veteran boss on par with Baron. It is said that he wields cataclysmic necromantic spells. It is over. Dark City is doomed. I just invested all my possessions to open a small shop. Friends of Dark City, hold on. Our expeditionary forces from the Light faction. It seems we cannot reach you in time. The distance is too great, and our factions are opposed. The player forums of Dark City have transformed into a sea of lamentation and despair. We cannot withstand it any longer. The Northern Gate has been overwhelmed by a tide of skeletons. The morale of the NPC guards is alarmingly low. Who just fell? A single death has caused a significant loss among the players on the walls. Where has the esteemed Knight Monarch gone? Please return. Your city is under threat. We seek assistance. Any guild, any powerful figure. We are willing to pay any price to defend Dark City. Requests for aid flood the screens like snowflakes. Yet responses are scant. Cross-city support is fraught with challenges, especially when faced with the Leviathan that is the City of the Dead. Just as Dark City teeters on the brink of collapse, with anxiety gripping the hearts of its inhabitants, an unexpected force of reinforcements arrives at a critical juncture. Led by the top-ranked player, Dragon Soul, alongside the enigmatic Blood Forbidden and hundreds of elite players from China, they have traversed great distances, having paid an exorbitant price, and now stand poised at the teleportation array of Dark City. It is Dragon Soul and Blood Forbidden. They have come to lend their support. We are the pinnacle of strength from Huaxia. We have been saved. However, after a fleeting moment of joy, deeper doubts and the harshness of reality set in. Why would they come to our aid? The Dark City has no ties to them. Is it not perplexing? Due to the Night Emperor's influence. Many players in our Dark City are indeed from Huaxia. Even if they arrive, what then? The armies of the City of the Dead are overwhelming. The Bone King has yet to truly make his move. Chapter 62. The surge of the tide, the arrival of the Dragon Soul, and the blood-colored taboo has undoubtedly injected a potent surge of vitality into the crumbling defenses. As these formidable players, endowed with exceptional prowess, alongside the remnants of the NPC forces in the Dark City, managed to tenuously stabilize their positions upon the city walls. However, the discerning observer could readily perceive that this respite was but a fleeting illusion. The morale among the NPCs within the city had begun to wane. Bereft of Baron-S leadership and the intimidating presence of the new lord, Knight Emperor, many high-ranking NPC commanders commenced to feign loyalty while conserving their strength. What was even more disheartening was the revelation that one of the 3 ancient elders of the Dark City, Elder Erebus, had covertly dispatched representatives to engage in negotiations with the Bone King regarding potential surrender. Simultaneously, a faction of high-end players who had invested significantly in the Dark City, yet saw no glimmer of hope, began to utilize black market channels to expend gold and special items in a bid to alter their allegiance and city affiliation, striving to align themselves with the city of the dead. The shadow of betrayal quietly spread amidst the flickering flames of war, rendering the situation increasingly dire for the steadfast players and loyal NPCs. Hostile forces, such as the Sakura Nation, reveled in the misfortune of the Dark City, with some players forming sightseeing groups to observe the devastation from afar, eagerly anticipating the total ruin of a city that had once risen to prominence under the Night Emperor's reign. In stark contrast to the chaos engulfing the Dark City was another announcement that ignited global enthusiasm. Eternal Domain, the Eternal Arena, opens early due to the war in the main city, heralding the arrival of the ultimate battle. No restrictions on level or class. The pinnacle of global players' confrontations. The rewards were unprecedented. Unique skill books. Abundant gold. Enormous honor. Instantly, the attention of players worldwide was drawn to this event. This was the global PK tournament. It had finally arrived. I must sign up. Who shall seize the World Championship? With the Night Emperor absent, who will claim the first place? Rumor has it that the Thunder God from Maligian, the Paladin King from Europa, and the War Roar from the North Bear Kingdom are all exceptionally formidable. Our Dragon Soul and Blood-Colored Taboo from the Huaxia region undoubtedly possess the strength to compete. Have you not heard of White-Clad Celestial? A rising star in Huaxia. Perhaps even the Titans of Dragon Soul and Blood Taboo may find themselves challenged. The shadows of war intertwined with the fervor of competition, creating an unprecedented cacophony throughout the realm of Eternal Domain. Lin Feng observed all of this with a tranquil demeanor. The crisis in the Dark City, the Bone King, merely a jester. The Eternal Arena, the ultimate battle. Memories from his previous life whispered to him of the bounteous rewards awaiting the inaugural opening of the Eternal Arena, particularly the skill book rewards, which even surpassed legendary levels. In his past life, he could only gaze in awe from the sidelines. Now, however, the circumstances had shifted. Within the chaotic space, the pulsation of the Titan's heart quickened abruptly. An explosion of endless golden light erupted forth. The divine body was on the verge of being forged. 2 days hence, the registration channel for the Eternal Domain Arena shall officially commence. Like a nuclear bomb cast upon a placid lake, it instantaneously unleashed a colossal wave across the globe. Countless players flocked to the registration interface, eagerly anticipating their chance to achieve fame on this highly publicized stage. The forums and live streaming platforms of various major servers were completely inundated with the announcement of the arena's inaugural event. It has arrived. It has finally arrived. My great blade is already yearning for action. Global competition. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. This time, we must showcase the prowess of players from Huaxia to those foreign competitors. The reward for the champion of the individual competition. A unique skill book? What could this possibly mean? However, amidst the fervor of global players for the PK tournament, a shocking transformation quietly unfolded on the level leaderboard of the Huaxia region, leaving everyone astounded. An increasingly familiar ID, White-Clad Celestial, which had previously streaked across the sky like a comet, soaring at an unbelievable pace, has today unceremoniously ousted the long-standing frontrunner, Dragon Soul, claiming the top spot on the Huaxia level leaderboard. In the realm of Eternal Divine Realm, there are always prodigies who shine like comets and then fade away. Lin Feng had long grown accustomed to this in his past life. Yet, the current players from Huaxia, and indeed the global community, were still unaccustomed to such phenomena. Even more striking was White-Clad Celestial, as public revelation of his astonishing SSS grade talent. Trace of the Passing Goose. Trace of the Passing Goose, SSS grade talent. Permanently records and retains all equipment you have ever worn, inheriting all its attributes and effects, with unlimited stacking. This act of self-disclosure regarding his talent speaks volumes of his arrogance and hubris. In Lin Feng's previous life, this individual's downfall was rather dramatic. Despite his immense strength, he fell victim to deceit and flattery, donning an item with hidden effects that continuously reduced his attributes. ultimately leading to his disappearance from the leaderboard. Lin Feng paid little heed to this individual. In his eyes, all talents were but insignificant before the hand of fate. Yet now, with this talent exposed, the entire Huaxiao region erupted. What the heck? What kind of divine talent is this? Permanent retention of attributes and effects. No wonder his combat power soared. This is akin to a person simultaneously wearing thousands of pieces of equipment. As long as he has donned it once, can he not strip the effects of all exceptional gear? This is utterly broken. How can one compete against this? This newly crowned number 1, white-clad celestial, acted with unparalleled flamboyance and arrogance. He boldly proclaimed in the public channel, "The global champion of the pinnacle battle is already reserved in my name." Dragon Soul? Blood Red Taboo? Merely old fogies occupying a throne without merit. The times have changed. As for that so-called Knight Emperor? Just a relic lost in the dust of history. Even if he were to return and stand before me now, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single finger of mine. Upon these words, public opinion erupted. Countless players condemned him as arrogant and delusional, unaware of his own insignificance. Fans of Dragon Soul and Blood Red Taboo were particularly incensed. Yet, many others were captivated by his formidable strength and brazen demeanor. Honestly, this talent was undeniably powerful. The protagonist, utterly unreasonable, possesses the capability to traverse the game world with unparalleled audacity. Perhaps, after the fall of the Knight Emperor, he will indeed usher in a new era. Such an arrogant demeanor stands at the precipice of change, seemingly heralding the definitive end of ancient legends. In the eternal divine realm, within the shadowy city, the flames of war have engulfed every corner. A thunderous roar reverberates through the air as the formidable outer walls of the city, strong and imposing, finally succumb to the relentless onslaught of the skeletal king, Victor, and his ceaseless undead army, collapsing under the ferocious impact of siege beasts. The breach resembles a gaping wound, swiftly inundated by a tide of skeletons, zombies, and ghouls. The outer wall has fallen. Hold the line. Mage Guild, covering fire. Heal me quickly. It's futile. There are too many undead. We cannot slay them all. Fall back to the inner city. Despite the desperate resistance of the elite guild reinforcements from the Dragon Soul and Blood Forbidden, the overwhelming numerical disadvantage and the demoralization of the NPC defenders, some even fleeing in panic, have rendered the loss of the outer city inevitable. The skeletal king, Victor, rests upon a throne of bones suspended in the air, coldly surveying the battlefield, his emerald flames flickering with a cruel light. He has yet to engage in battle. His mere army is sufficient to crush this city, bereft of its core. A palpable atmosphere of despair envelopes every steadfast defender. It seems that the shadowy city is destined for complete annihilation today. Chapter 63. The Return. In the realm of reality. Within the confines of the Qin family estate in the mystical city of Mo, Qin Xuan stood anxiously outside the quiet room, her exquisite visage etched with worry and trepidation. She had just received the latest battle report from within the game. The outer walls had fallen, and the dark city was on the brink of collapse. She understood that the Night Monarch possessed immense power, and might not be overly concerned about the loss of Stronghold. Yet the dark city was, after all, a foundation built by his own hands, a final refuge for countless players and NPCs who placed their trust in him. Taking a deep breath and summoning her courage, she pressed the communication button of the quiet room. "My lord, the outer walls of the dark city have been breached. The army of the Bone King is about to invade the inner city. You." The communicator emitted a singular response, cold and detached, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "Understood." Then, the communication was abruptly severed. Qin Xuan stood frozen in place, her urgency extinguished as if doused by a bucket of cold water, replaced by a far more intricate emotion. Was it despair, or a form of blind trust? Perhaps this lord truly had his own considerations. In the chaotic void, the once pulsating Titan heart now transformed into an extraordinarily resplendent golden star. An infinite cascade of golden radiance erupted from it, illuminating the entire abyss. As every strand of Titan essence that constituted the divine body rejoiced in unison, perfectly resonating with the heartbeat. Lin Feng's consciousness floated within this golden sea, feeling the cataclysmic yet life-giving force surging and coalescing within him. The tumultuous winds of the outside world, the arrogant proclamations of the new king, the desperate struggles of the old city. All these elements seemed to merely embellish this climactic moment. In the chaotic expanse, the boundless void was collapsing and contracting with unprecedented intensity. All light, all energy, all fragments of laws surged chaotically toward the center, drawn to the dazzlingly brilliant golden heart, the Titan heart. Lin Feng's consciousness hovered at the eye of this tempest of energy, yet he felt no disarray, only an unprecedented sense of control and harmony. His soul was undergoing a final, perfect fusion with this newly formed body. A resonant hum, reminiscent of the primordial echoes of the universe, reverberated throughout the sea of consciousness. System notification. Divine body reconstruction complete. You have acquired a new body, Titan body. Titan body. Your body is capable of bearing all powers. You are immune to all control skills. Simultaneously, the familiar attribute panel reappeared before Lin Feng's eyes, revealing a transformation of monumental proportions compared to before. ID, Night Emperor, level 37, class, Fate Weaver, hidden, health, 5, mana, 56,000, strength, 9,614, agility, 72,682, stamina, 12,228, intelligence, 5,030, spirit, 7,214, critical hit, 600 million, critical damage, 460, attack speed, 180, resilience. Though his health is limited to a mere 5 points, he possesses the formidable passive skill, Arcane Barrier, bestowed by the immortal Magicore belt. When faced with fatal damage, it ensures the retention of 1 health point, allowing the subsequent utilization of mana to offset damage. Thus, he harbors no fear of failure. Observing the terrifying critical hit rate, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. A critical hit rate of 60 million implies that each attack will invoke 600,000 critical hit judgments, with an initial critical damage of 2 times, augmented by an additional 4, 6 times critical damage bonus. A single strike is capable of obliterating stars, overflowing damage converts into health limits. With but 1 shot, the health cap can explode. This is true power. This is the strength of a deity. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze reflecting an endless indifference, as if mirroring the birth and demise of the universe. It is time to return. Eternal Divine Realm, Dark City, Inner City Square. Despair. Utter, absolute despair. The last segment of the outer city wall crumbled with a thunderous roar as the dark horde of the undead surged forth like a tidal wave. Howling towards the inner city square, the final bastion, the skeletal soldiers' bony claws tore through players' armor, while the patchwork abominations hurled NPC guards into the air, and flying gargoyles unleashed death rays, reaping fragile lives. Dragon Soul, drenched in blood, wielded his battle knife, now dulled, yet he continued to roar, charging to the front lines. With the extraordinary talent of unyielding, rendering this dragon warrior nearly immortal. Simultaneously, his attack damage was amplified by his health, rivaling that of a berserker. The crimson figure of the Forbidden flickered at the battlefield's edge, her staff radiating brilliant light as she fought to approach the Skeleton King victor. If she could ignite him, the burning damage would double every 5 seconds, inflicting astronomical figures. Yet her complexion had turned as pale as parchment, clearly indicating that the undead army had drained her magical reserves significantly. The elite players dispatched by the Huaxia Kingdom suffered grievous losses, yet none retreated. The remaining players of Dark City and loyal NPC guards, backed against the palace symbolizing royal authority, made their final stand. In their eyes, only numbness and a will to die remained. They could not hold on any longer. It is over. I have done my utmost, Night Emperor. Ultimately, he has not returned. Behind the horde of the undead, upon the massive skeletal throne, the Skeleton King Victor's emerald green soul flames flickered, emanating a cold and cruel laughter. Insignificant ants tremble before death. This city shall become my new ossuary. Not far from it, one of the three elders of the Shadow City, the ancient specter Erebus, was kneeling in abject servitude, his murky old eyes glimmering with sycophancy and trepidation. He betrayed the Shadow City, revealing the vulnerabilities in its defensive magical artillery to procure a chance to survive under his new master. Just as everyone believed the outcome was sealed and the Shadow City was on the brink of complete downfall, suddenly, with a resounding tear, the sky seemed to be rent asunder by an invisible hand, creating a massive rift. This was not merely the dispersal of dark clouds, but a rupture in the very fabric of space. Within that fissure, there was not the void of darkness, but an endless expanse of resplendent golden divine light. A beam of pure, unadulterated gold, akin to a spear of divine retribution, surged forth from the rift, striking down with precision upon the heart of the inner city square. The battered crown of the war-torn palace. Boom! A silent shock wave erupted, radiating outward from the point of impact, enveloping all in its path. This was not a physical impact, but an overwhelming pressure emanating from the soul, stemming from the very essence of life itself. In that fleeting moment, Chapter 64, Annihilation of the City Lord-level boss amidst the battleground, all clamors, battle cries, the roaring of magic, and the howls of the undead ceased abruptly. Time seemed to freeze at that very moment. Whether it was the advancing skeleton warriors, the players wielding their weapons, the mages casting spells, or the traitors contemplating surrender. Whether it was the lofty Bone King or the blood-soaked dragon soul, all creatures, all existences fell utterly still beneath the sudden, vast, and divine aura that loomed like a celestial sea. The dark horde of the undead appeared as if a pause button had been pressed, maintaining grotesque poses, motionless. The players and NPCs in the square bore expressions of despair or determination, their eyes filled with confusion and terror. All gazes involuntarily turned, with a mix of reverence and fear, towards the source of the golden beam, the pinnacle of the royal palace. As the radiance gradually dissipated, a figure stood quietly. The black cloak billowed without wind. The countenance was stern, and the gaze indifferent, reminiscent of a deity surveying the mortal realm. It was he, the Knight Emperor. The surviving player from the Dark City could scarcely believe his eyes. He had returned, dragon's soul swallowed hard, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Blood-soaked Forbidden raised its head abruptly, its eyes ablaze with indescribable brilliance. The traitorous elder Erebus was utterly petrified, every hair on its body standing on end. It could distinctly sense that the Dark Lord standing there was a being of an entirely different dimension from the one who had vanished 3 days prior. The aura emanating from him made its very soul scream in terror, yearning to flee. Even the once mighty Bone King Victor ceased his mockery. His throne descended slowly, the ghostly green flames of his soul flickering violently, betraying his inner shock and unease. "You are the vanished new city lord. You kill Baal? Who are you?" Victor's voice became deep and hoarse, tinged with caution. Lin Feng did not spare him a glance. An ant dares to invoke the name of a deity? His cold gaze swept across the battlefield with the precision of a scanner. He observed the loyal guardians, the bloodied reinforcements, the despairing civilians, as well as those wavering and utterly betraying souls. Finally, his gaze lingered on the suspended form of Bone King Victor nearby. Without a hint of unnecessary movement, he raised his right hand. From the shell of the fading darkener, a revolver formed entirely of pure golden divine energy materialized, simple in design, yet exuding an aura of destruction. Then, he gently pulled the trigger towards Bone King Victor. Descend into hell. Whoosh! There was no earth-shattering gunshot, only an imperceptible sound, as if the very fabric of space was torn. A minuscule golden streak, almost invisible, transcended the speed of thought, crossing thousands of meters in an instant. The next moment, -43084010000000, 40 trillion. The colossal numbers flickered and vanished, causing extreme distortions in the torn fabric of space. rendering the sequence of digits nearly indecipherable to the human eye. However, the skeletal monarch, Victor, upon his grand throne composed of countless bones, along with his very essence and the eerie green flame of his soul, poof, like a bubble burst, he silently and completely disappeared from this world. It was not an explosion, nor a shattering, but utter annihilation. Not a trace of dust, not a wisp of smoke, nor even a remnant of energy was left behind. He was erased without a sound, as if he had never existed. One blow, just a single strike. The formidable city lord-level boss, which had plunged the entire Dark City into despair, challenging even the most powerful NPCs and top players like Dragon Soul and Blood-Tinted Taboo, who ranked among the top 3 in the Huaxia leaderboard, was obliterated in an instant. Silence, a deathly stillness enveloped the battlefield, plunging it into an even more profound and suffocating quietude than before. Everyone was petrified. Everyone was at a loss for words. All minds turned blank. Even the unflappable high-ranking officials of Huaxia, including Dragon Soul, gaped in astonishment, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Blood-Tinted Taboo covered her mouth. Her beautiful eyes filled with incredulous shock. The legions of the undead seemed to lose their central command, utterly frozen in place. The traitor Erebus rolled his eyes back and fainted from fear. Atop the palace, Lin Feng slowly lowered his hand, causing the golden energy revolver to dissipate. His expression remained impassive, his gaze indifferent, as if he had merely crushed an annoying insect. The king had returned. The deity had descended. In this moment, he was the sole light of Dark City, the only faith, the only God. The impact of Victor's instantaneous annihilation was catastrophic. The dark horde of undead, upon losing their supreme commander and the link to his soul, plunged into chaos and collapse. The higher-tier undead could still fight instinctively for a moment, but the lower-tier skeletons and zombies flailed about like headless flies, even beginning to attack one another. Fear, a terror emanating from the depths of their souls, utterly shattered their will to fight. Flee. It was uncertain which high-tier undead first emitted a soul-piercing shriek. Like a lit fuse, the entire legion of the undead collapsed in an instant. They discarded their armor and fled in a frenzy towards the direction they had come from, wishing they had been born with 2 more legs or that their skeletal frames were more agile. The once formidable and arrogant army of the deceased now resembled lost dogs in their desperate retreat. Within Dark City, after the silence, a deafening cheer erupted. Lord of the city, long live the Knight Emperor. We have won. We have held the line. The euphoric relief of survival, coupled with fervent adoration for the figure standing atop the palace like a deity, compelled all surviving NPCs and players of Dark City to kneel in reverence. They directed their full strength towards Lin Feng, shouting with fervor and reverence. The elite players sent as reinforcements by the higher-ups of Huaxia, known as Dragon Soul and Blood-Color Taboo, restrained themselves from kneeling, yet their faces betrayed shock and fervor. The two exchanged a glance, recognizing in each other's eyes a profound respect and gratitude for standing alongside such an exceptional being, and for the foresight of Huaxia's leadership. Lin Feng appeared oblivious to the tumultuous roar of the crowd beneath him, his gaze remaining indifferent. With a mere thought, the items released by the skeletal king, Victor, before his demise, seemed to be drawn towards him, transforming into radiant streams of light that soared to his side. A collection of equipment and items shimmering with resplendent gold and violet hues lay before him. He casually surveyed the array, selecting several weapons and armor of notable attributes, which he then casually tossed towards Dragon Soul and Blood-Color Taboo below. "Consider this your reward for your assistance," he stated in a calm voice. Yet it carried an undeniable tone of command. Dragon Soul and Blood-Color Taboo hastily caught the golden equipment radiating terrifying energy, their hearts trembling in response. Chapter 65. Doubt such an epic piece of equipment. It must be noted that not every ordinary boss can drop an epic item. Just one piece of the gear dropped by City Lord is sufficient to drive top-tier guilds into a frenzy. How could Lord Knight Emperor so casually bestow such a treasure? "We are immensely grateful, Lord Knight Emperor." The two bowed, deeply in respect. Lin Feng then casually tossed several pieces of gear suitable for various professions to the players of the Dark City who were still kneeling below. Those who had shown remarkable valor and made significant contributions during the recent siege. You too deserve this. The players who were called out were momentarily taken aback, only to erupt in an even greater wave of joy and gratitude. Thank you, esteemed City Lord. We vow to serve you unto death. Oh, the generosity of our City Lord. After completing these gestures, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the two trembling figures at the foot of the palace steps, the last two loyal elders of the Dark City, the great Lich Mao and the high-ranking demon, Lord Belliger. Sensing Lin Feng's attention, their souls quaked in fear, and they hurriedly advanced a few steps, prostrating themselves deeply on the ground. We welcome your return, esteemed City Lord. We swear our undying loyalty to you. Their hearts were filled with relief for having survived. Thankfully, they had not wavered and betrayed like that fool, Erebus. Otherwise, they might have been among those obliterated moments ago. Rise, Lin Feng spoke calmly, acknowledging their contributions in the defense. Thank you, my lord. Mao and Belliger stood up, trembling with relief. As for that traitor who had fainted in fear, the ancient wraith Erebus, Lin Feng could hardly muster the energy to cast another glance at him. He simply instructed Mao, deal with him, and do so in the most excruciating manner. As you command, my lord. A flicker of cruelty ignited in Mao's eyes. He too harbored a deep-seated hatred for Erebus's treachery. What awaited Erebus would be 1,000-fold more terrifying than death itself, a torment of the soul. Then, Lin Feng's gaze shifted toward the direction outside the city, where the undead army was fleeing. His tone remained steady and unperturbed, yet it concealed a chilling intent. Mao, Belliger, gather all available forces. We shall march upon the city of the dead. The order was given, and it was unquestionable. After just having endured a brutal siege, Dark City, following a brief respite, saw its remaining NPC army and exhilarated players, led by the two elders, surge forth like a tide, following the divine presence of Lin Feng as they charged toward the City of the Dead. The City of the Dead was not far from Dark City, with portions of their territories even bordering each other. Having lost their lord, Victor, and suffered a great defeat, the City of the Dead was now in utter chaos, leaderless and disorganized. Faced with the invigorated forces of Dark City, bolstered by Lin Feng himself, any resistance from the City of the Dead appeared feeble and ineffective. In less than half a day, this once mighty stronghold, which had stood toe-to-toe with Dark City, was entirely captured. All the undead creatures within, along with players who had made the wrong choices, were completely purified. During the siege, even a single bullet casually fired by Lin Feng could yield damage sufficient to boost his health by billions. System announcement. The shadowy city led by the Night Emperor has successfully conquered the City of the Dead. Henceforth, the City of the Dead shall be integrated into the realm of the shadowy city. Upon the release of this news, it was as if cold water had been poured into a boiling pot of oil, causing an immediate explosion of disbelief. What? In just half a day, the City of the Dead is gone. Is this some sort of jest? That was the City of the Dead. Even if the City Lord has perished, a dying camel is still larger than a horse, is it not? Just how formidable is the Night Emperor? Within less than half an hour of logging in, he effortlessly pierced through a main city. This is utterly insane. This transcends the realm of mere players. Could he possibly be the favored child of the GM? No. This is akin to being the progeny of the GM himself. The Night Emperor has not perished. He returns with overwhelming might, annihilating the Bone King with a mere flick of his fingers, marching triumphantly through the City of the Dead. This news swept across global forums and made headlines in the real world like a Category 12 hurricane. Simultaneously, observant players noted that the Night Emperor's ID had vanished entirely from all leaderboards, as if the system had deemed him no longer a part of the player domain. Although his level remains eternally etched in everyone's memory at level 37, 10 levels higher than the current leaderboard highest. No one dares to measure his strength by level anymore. A single shot to obliterate a city lord of the same level. In half a day, he devoured an opposing main city. His might transcends the mere metrics of rankings. The higher echelons of Huaxia convened an emergency summit. classifying the Night Emperor's dossier as top secret, with evaluations of his threat level and potential for alliance skyrocketing to immeasurable heights. The leaders of countries, such as Sakura Nation and Meili Jian, felt unprecedented pressure and fear. The Qin family in the Demon City solidified their status, even hinting at a trend towards becoming the foremost family in the Demon City, as the higher-ups of Huaxia extended an olive branch towards them, all due to their unexpected connection with the Night Emperor. Qin Xuan, a low-level player with only level 22, was directly appointed by Lin Feng as the third elder of the new shadowy city, on par with Mao and Bloodshed, tasked with managing the economic integration and resource consolidation following the merger of the two cities, as well as liaising with the real world. Upon this appointment, no one dared voice dissent. Everyone knew she represented the will of that godlike city lord. Qin Xuan herself was overwhelmed with excitement, her admiration and gratitude towards Lin Feng reaching a pinnacle. She realized that her life had been irrevocably transformed due to her fortunate intersection with this legend. The mystery of his disappearance unraveled. The shock of the king's return reverberated through every corner of the world. Yet, amidst the immense uproar and nearly unanimous adulation, there remained a discordant chorus of skepticism. Disappeared for 10 days, and the Night Emperor's level had barely increased? Is this for real? Instantaneously slaying a city lord? Why have I not seen any specific damage values? Not even a clear screenshot exists, does it? Perhaps he merely triggered some sort of bug or used a one-time curse scroll. Indeed, we have no knowledge of the city lord's true strength. Who would dare provoke him? Perhaps that Bone King was inherently weak. The talent of the celestial figure in white, known as Trace of the Passing Wild Goose, is indeed of the SSS rank. It possesses the remarkable ability to infinitely stack all attributes and effects of the equipment it has traversed. Even if Night Emperor were to return, could he truly contend with such a bug-level talent? The sentiments expressed by the individual above resonate with many. At present, I cannot fathom any talent that could rival Trace of the Passing Wild Goose. Though these doubts may be faint, they nevertheless echo the sentiments of a segment of the player base. After all, Lin Feng's return and performance have been so extraordinary that they surpass the limits of their comprehension. Moreover, the seemingly invincible talent of Trace of the Passing Wild Goose has indeed inspired the imagination of many. Chapter 66. The prelude to the final showdown. Lin Feng remained utterly indifferent to the reactions of the outside world. Why should he concern himself with the musings of mere ants? Upon returning to the newly invigorated Dark City Lord's Palace, his first action was to access the registration interface for the arena. Guided by the remnants of memories from his previous life, he understood that this inaugural competition among the main cities offered rewards substantial enough to elevate one's status to unimaginable heights. He could not afford to miss this opportunity. The preliminary phase of this grand tournament was fervently underway across major cities worldwide. It was a true national celebration. Countless players engaged in fierce battle for the singular opportunity to represent their respective cities. Top-tier experts clashed in one-on-one duels, while unexpected contenders emerged, with each confrontation captivating the hearts of billions of spectators. The final representation for each city would be determined by the city lords. This competition among ascendants in the eternal divine realm would benefit not only the players, but also the city powers behind them, as they stood to gain bountiful rewards distributed by the system, enough to incite envy in any faction. Thus, regardless of their character or stance, the lords of each city would judiciously select the strongest ascendants within their domains. Dark City, a super city that had recently annexed the City of the Dead and now boasted an unprecedentedly vast territory, naturally possessed 2 slots for ascendants. Surprisingly, the leaders of 2 top-tier guilds, Dragon Soul and Blood Forbidden, both backed by the Chinese government, formally submitted applications to Lin Feng after the crisis in Dark City was resolved, expressing their willingness to lead their core members to join Dark City. This decision was undeniably influenced by the higher-ups in China, consolidating elite combat power around the Night Emperor, a world-destroying entity, as both a gesture of goodwill and an investment. Lin Feng merely nodded in acknowledgement, a gesture of indifference. Very well. Thus, the selection competition in Dark City became extraordinarily intense. Dragon's Soul and Blood Forbidden, already figures at the pinnacle of the Chinese region, joined the fray. Leveraging their SSS-level combat talents, top-tier equipment, and the resources tilted in their favor by the government. Effortlessly defeating all competitors from the original Dark City and the City of the Dead, advancing to the final selection showdown. As Dragon's Soul and Blood Forbidden stood before the Abyss throne, awaiting Lin Feng's confirmation, the figure seated upon the throne, who had been observing coldly, slowly rose. This city required its two strongest champions. His voice was low yet resonated clearly in the ears of everyone in Dark City. One slot is mine. Silence enveloped the arena. Indeed, it turned out that the Night Emperor was also a player. How could I have forgotten this fact? The Night Emperor is simply extraordinary. I even overlooked that he is a player too. But why is there such a vast difference between players? It seems the rewards of this competition must be extraordinarily generous to have even piqued the interest of the Night Emperor. The public channel of Dark City erupted in a torrent of messages. In the Grand Hall, Lin Feng's gaze swept over Dragon's Soul and Blood Forbidden for the remaining slot. You two shall compete together. Whoever can endure longer under my command shall claim victory. Shall we challenge the Night Monarch together? Who can withstand the test of endurance? A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. All players from the Shadow City were left astounded. What immense confidence! What sheer dominance! Bloodsred's enchanting gaze sharpened as she gripped her staff, battle fervor igniting within her, though a hint of solemnity lingered in her eyes. Yet, the response from Long Hun left everyone utterly astonished once more. He sheathed his weapon and, addressing Lin Feng, respectfully rendered a standard military salute, solemnly stating, "Your Excellency. Night Monarch, there is no need. It is already an honor to share the stage with you." His tone was imbued with sincerity. The moment you vanquished the Bone King. Victor, in one swift strike, I witnessed it clearly. I am far from your match. I shall forfeit my claim to this position. His SSS-grade battle talent, unyielding, was rendered futile against Lin Feng's earth-shattering blow. Health cannot drop below 50, yet it can be reduced to 0 in an instant. Having spoken, he took a step back, signaling his withdrawal. The crowd gasped. Long Han has conceded. Is this highest? He surrendered before the battle even commenced. He is Long Han, one of the top 3 on the Huaxia combat rankings. Did he truly perceive the might of that devastating strike against Victor? Was it genuinely that terrifying? Long Han disregarded the surrounding clamor, fully aware that the challenge would only serve to humiliate himself. It was far wiser to preserve his dignity and earn the favor of this esteemed individual. Lin Feng cast a glance at Long Han, nodding slightly in acknowledgement of his prudence. With Long Hun's withdrawal, the outcome was now predetermined. The ascendant of Shadow City, Night Monarch Bloodshed, Lin Feng declared, and with that, he vanished, returning to his throne. Meanwhile, in another premier city, Sky City, where a selection competition was concurrently underway, Bai Xiao exhibited a flamboyant display, captivating the entire arena. Clad in immaculate white ceremonial robes, his handsome face perpetually adorned with a smirk of irreverence. His opponents barely grazed the hem of his attire before being obliterated by an array of astonishing equipment effects. At times, he summoned a tempest of thunder, akin to the arrival of a thunder god. At others, ice wings unfurled behind him, freezing everything in sight. He called forth lava behemoths to scorch the earth, and then transformed into a shadowy assassin, shifting like the wind. This exemplified the terrifying nature of his SSS-grade talent. The shadow of the passing goose, it permanently recorded and retained the attributes and effects of all worn equipment, allowing for limitless stacking. Against a heavily armored warrior, he unleashed torrents of elemental fury, chuckling lightly. Strength? Before absolute magic, it is but a trifle. Confronting an agile assassin, he relied on his absurd speed and defensive attributes, allowing the opponent to strike while his health remained untouched, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. Alas, you cannot breach my defenses. He seemed to revel in the challenge, demonstrating the terrifying capabilities of his SSS-grade talent with each victory, eliciting gasps of awe from the observing players. In the post-match public channel, the figure in white once again exemplified arrogance to the fullest. His adversaries? They were far too feeble, barely sufficient to serve as a warm-up. Who is next? It matters not, for the outcome shall remain unchanged. The Knight Emperor? Ha! I surmise he must now regret the timing of his appearance. To speak candidly, during his absence, I have left him far behind. His so-called instantaneous defeat of the City Lord? Merely a stroke of luck, or perhaps the use of some clandestine trump card. Level? Does it truly matter in this game? How utterly ludicrous! He raised a finger to the camera, his gaze dripping with disdain. Let the entire world know. And let that Knight Emperor hear. His era has come to a close. Now it is my time. I eagerly anticipate the moment on the grand stage of the finals when I shall personally put an end to his undefeated legend, making him realize who the true protagonist of this game is. Arrogant, haughty, indomitable. Such audacious declarations have once again thrust him into the spotlight, igniting the fervent anticipation of countless players for the impending ultimate showdown. Chapter 67. A noble and just duel of attributes. The preliminary rounds have come to a close, with dozens of ascendants from major cities worldwide emerging victorious. They represent the mightiest forces of their respective realms. A brilliant light from the system illuminates the arena as all ascendants, along with a handful of fortunate players, are simultaneously transported to a unique dimensional space, the Eternal Arena. Here, the stage is set for the ultimate showdown. A global live broadcast commences, with billions of players eagerly anticipating the spectacle. High-ranking officials from various real-world factions are closely monitoring the event. Betting odds spiral wildly. The final competition format is a ruthless wheel battle, where opponents are drawn by lot. Winners advance while losers are eliminated, until a singular global champion is determined. The results of the draw are swiftly revealed. Bai Tianxiu, favored by fortune, is among the first to take the stage. With an air of confidence, he strides toward the arena, ready to face his initial adversary, a top-tier shield warrior. Iron Wall George, representing the Eagle City from the United States. I've heard you're the toughest turtle on the North American leaderboard? By Tianxiu scoffs, a smirk gracing his lips as he suddenly ignites in a blaze of fiery effects, accompanied by a chilling frost aura and the tumultuous force of lightning. The dazzling effects of dozens of elite pieces of equipment intertwine, with many imbued with the terrifying power of true damage and absolute damage. In merely 3 seconds, Iron Wall George's boastful defense, reputed to withstand bosses of equal rank, is utterly shattered, leading to his immediate demise. Following this, the chief mage from Italy, the berserker from North Bear Country. One by one, the renowned top experts from their respective cities fall before the overwhelming and spectacular onslaught of Bai Tianxiu, whose attributes surge to astonishing heights. His consecutive victories ignite a crescendo of excitement, both in the arena and among online viewers, with countless supporters fervently cheering for him. Each triumph is accompanied by increasingly arrogant declarations and disdain for the champions of the bygone era. At last, he confronts the Blood Forbidden from the Dark City. The battle commences. Blood Forbidden, fully aware of her opponent's terrifying attributes, unhesitatingly activates her SSS-level talent, Blazing Starfire. The Starfire effect triggers a barely perceptible ember landing upon Bai Tianxiu, initiating a cascade of continuous damage. The blazing effect stands ready. As long as the burning persists, the damage will escalate exponentially. This is her signature technique, which has led countless formidable foes to their downfall beneath her unquenchable starfire. Oh, a commendable continuous damage talent. Bai Tianxiu remarks with a playful smile, but alas, is futile against me. -100, -50, -25, -12, -6. Soon, the once devastating Starfire's damage inflicted upon him diminishes to an inconsequential level. How is this possible? Blood Forbidden's expression shifts dramatically. Her SSS-level combat talent has been countered so effortlessly, it's ineffective. A faint silver aura envelopes Bai Tianxiu. He chuckles, let me ponder. I recall wearing a purple necklace that possesses this source suppression effect. Do you understand what source suppression entails? Haha. Its special effect is, when you continuously suffer damage from the same skill or effect, subsequent damage is reduced by 50. Precisely, it perfectly counters your continuous health depletion trick. As the words fell, by Tianxiu no longer intended to perform. In his hand, a colossal sword engulfed in roaring flames materialized, cleaving down toward the blood forbidden with fierce intent. It is over, my dear. With a swift movement, Bai Tianxiu executed a straightforward yet devastating strike, effortlessly shredding through all defenses of the Blood Forbidden. Blood Forbidden eliminated, utterly defenseless. Bai Tianxiu retracted his equipment effect, brushed off non-existent dust, and cast a challenging gaze toward a particular direction in the audience. Throughout this spectacle, Lin Feng, seated in the exclusive viewing area of the Dark City, merely observed with indifference. His eyes remained tranquil, as if the unfolding events were merely an inconsequential farce. Meanwhile, the global live broadcast had erupted into frenzy. Players engaged in fervent discussions, betting, and disputes. High-ranking officials from various nations held their breath, captivated by this duel that theoretically represented the pinnacle of individual player power. As both competitors stood in the center of the gaming arena, the entire world of Eternal Divine Realm was set ablaze. Old legends, newly crowned kings, the enigmatic Ritter Ni, the unparalleled prodigy. The number of viewers in the global live broadcast instantaneously shattered historical records. Countless players' hearts raced. The squares of major cities were teeming with crowds, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. In the real world, numerous bars, internet cafes, and even home theaters synchronized broadcasts of this monumental clash. Betting odds on various platforms exhibited extreme fluctuations. Although Knight Emperor showcased terrifying achievements by annihilating the city lord and flattening the city of the dead upon his return, those were against NPCs. He had not faced players in quite some time. The talent modification he exhibited against the top 10 masters of Sakura Nation remained known only to the individuals involved and the higher-ups of Sakura Nation. The supposed ineffectiveness of his talent was speculated to be merely a temporary, restrictive ability. In contrast, Bai Tianxiu had crushed top players from various nations, including Blood Forbidden, with his talent that allowed for the infinite stacking of equipment attributes and effects, rendering him nearly unbeatable in theory. Coupled with Knight Emperor's absence for over 10 days, while his level advantage still significantly prevailed, many, including numerous professional analysts, were increasingly favoring this new king, who was brimming with vigor and ingenuity. Bai Tianxiu is destined for victory. The talent of leaving traces is too overpowered. Knight Emperor is strong, but during his absence, Bai Tianxiu has been relentlessly accumulating equipment attributes. Times have changed. A new generation replaces the old. Yet, I still believe in Knight Emperor. He is indeed Knight Emperor. To be fair, this must be the strongest SSS level talent I have ever encountered. Let's not forget, Knight Emperor's talent may potentially erase his opponent's abilities. This is merely a rumor circulating from Sakura Nation. Who can prove it? The clamor of debate, the cries of anticipation, and the fervent shouts intertwined, elevating the atmosphere of the impending showdown to its zenith. At the heart of the eternal arena, two figures stood poised in opposition. The white-clad celestial, adorned in his ethereal white robe, wore an expression of utmost confidence, reveling in the thunderous applause that resonated like a tidal wave. His gaze fell upon the dark-clad figure opposite him, whose countenance was stern and whose eyes bore an indifferent gaze, igniting a fervor within him that made his very blood feel as though it were ablaze. The legend shall meet its conclusion. Today is the day. Knight Emperor, I have awaited your arrival. The voice of the white-clad celestial echoed throughout the arena, amplified by magic, as he declared, I must admit, your timing in returning is impeccable, providing me with the perfect stepping stone to ascend to the throne. Lin Feng remained silent, merely observing him. Noticing Lin Feng's lack of response, the white-clad celestial felt no ire. Rather, he grew even more exhilarated, relishing the sensation of being the center of attention and the opportunity to educate his opponent in front of the multitude. I am aware of your formidable prowess, capable of vanquishing that so-called Bone King, though I suspect fortune favored you, or perhaps you resorted to some dubious scrolls. He spread his arms in a gesture of mockery, his tone dripping with disdain. Yet it matters not, for today, before the eyes of the world, I shall illuminate for you what true power embodies. He shifted his tone, feigning magnanimity as he proposed. Very well, Knight Emperor, in a gesture of respect for you, my esteemed predecessor, let us engage in a straightforward contest, a duel of attributes, conducted with honor. Chapter 68. What is numerical value? Do you not enjoy wielding a firearm? He gestured towards Lin Feng's waist, where the Dark Reaper resided. What a coincidence! I have equipped the mastery of all classes ring, permitting me to wield weapons from any profession. Today, I have also brought along a revolver. How about we each take a gun? No active skills, no extravagant equipment effects. Merely a contest of the most primal and unadulterated forms of offense and defense. Much like the duels of ancient gentlemen. Let us see who can fell the other with a single shot. Are you daring enough? His proposal brimmed with self-satisfaction. A contest of pure attack power? His SSS grade talent, trace of the passing goose, permanently recorded equipment attributes, and his base attack power had ascended to what he deemed astronomical heights, coupled with passive effects that enhanced base damage and physical penetration. He was confident that with a single shot, no player in existence could withstand his might. Lin Feng remained silent, slowly gripping the handle of the revolver at his side. Observing what seemed to be tacit consent from Lin Feng, the flamboyant figure in white became increasingly brazen, like a child eager to showcase their prized possession, chattering incessantly, or perhaps courting disaster. Ha ha ha. It appears you have acquiesced. Splendid. Do you have any inkling of my defense? Oh, I nearly forgot. You once showcased true damage that bypasses defense. He tapped his forehead, feigning realization. But that is inconsequential. The crux of the matter is, do you know my health points? Let me enlighten you. Through relentless equipment swapping, my base health has surpassed 1 million. Coupled with various percentage bonuses from equipment, my total health approaches 10 million. 10 million. Can you fathom it? I stand here, inviting you to strike. With a radiant smile, he pointed to his heart. Can you diminish even a tenth of my health? A mere 1%? Your so-called legend is nothing more than luck. A glitch. It cannot possibly reflect your true strength. For I cannot conceive of any talent or attribute within this game that could surpass my own. As he spoke with increasing fervor, spittle flying, he proclaimed, Do you know how many types of equipment exist in this game? Thousands upon thousands. I change and record daily. Let me challenge you. Even if a single piece of equipment adds merely 10 points to attack, having done 1,000 or even 10,000 pieces, what would my attack power reach? Can you compute that? And what of critical hits? Do you know how high I have elevated my critical hit rate? The most challenging to amass in this game? He raised a finger and waved it, declaring a staggering 300%. 300. This signifies that with each shot, I trigger at least 3 critical hit assessments. Triple critical hits. Enraptured by his own delusions, he envisioned the Night King falling to his bullet. While he basked in the global adulation, he could not fathom the existence of powers far beyond his comprehension. 10 million total health? A critical hit rate of 300? Such figures are but minuscule grains of dust in the grand tapestry of existence. He remained utterly oblivious to the fact that the Night Sovereign, with a mere pull of the trigger, could effortlessly augment his health limit by a staggering 100 billion. Following the siege of the city, his health had ascended to a terrifying 10 trillion. With a critical strike multiplier of 60 million, a single shot could trigger 600,000 critical hits, surpassing the wildest imaginings of ordinary players. The white-clad celestial, with an inexplicable arrogance akin to a descent into folly, finally elicited a flicker of barely perceptible impatience and a twinge of pity from Lin Feng's otherwise indifferent gaze. Pity for the frog at the bottom of the well. He slowly drew forth the Eradicator. Its dark golden barrel shimmered with an ancient and enigmatic luster, as if stars flickered and faded at its muzzle. There was no earth-shattering aura, no dazzling visual effects, only a raw, unrefined essence, transcending all else with absolute supremacy. Come, Lin Feng finally spoke, his voice soft yet distinctly cutting through the raucous laughter of the white-clad celestial and the tumult of the arena. He raised his weapon, aiming at the animated figure, still prattling on, gesticulating wildly. The white-clad celestial's gaze sharpened, a cold sneer escaping his lips as he finally ceased his hubris. Both adversaries simultaneously squeezed the trigger. A soft sound echoed, even more subdued than the last time he obliterated the Bone King. An almost imperceptible dark golden shimmer erupted from the muzzle of the Eradicator. In the next instant, the white-clad celestial, along with his layers of purportedly invincible defenses, his tens of millions in health, and his haughty smile, vanished as if erased by an eraser, scraping away pencil marks, silent and without a trace. One shot, merely one shot. It hardly qualified as a duel. Silence. The entire eternal arena fell into a profound hush, while millions of viewers worldwide, including high-ranking officials from various nations, collectively lost their voices in disbelief. Where was the white-clad celestial, the newly crowned king who had been so boisterous just moments ago? How could he be gone? Subsequently, in the space where the white-clad celestial had stood, the distorted reality began to settle, revealing a haunting array of damaged figures. -999999999, that lengthy string of numbers. So extensive it was nearly impossible to comprehend at a glance, struck every doubter, every mocker, every skeptic of the Night's Sovereign like the most resounding slap. This figure was enough to send shivers down the spines of all. An absolute instant kill. A crushing blow. One might even call it a dimensional strike. After a fleeting silence, a volcanic surge of chaos erupted. Holy smokes. Is this damage? Am I seeing things? How many nines was that? I lost count. One shot. It was truly just one shot. Whereas the white-clad celestial, he was obliterated. My goodness. This is the true embodiment of a deity. The audience went wild. The live streams, chat exploded. Players worldwide were engulfed in shock and fervor, rendered speechless by the monumental spectacle they had just witnessed. Within the arena, Lin Feng gradually sheathed the dark pursuer, his expression unyielding, his gaze remaining indifferent, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. How could the radiant moon concern itself with the flicker of a firefly? In this moment, all doubts dissipated into nothingness, and all arrogance crumbled to dust. The Night Monarch proclaimed to the world in the most direct, astonishing, and unfathomable manner the return of the divine. At that instant, a gentle white light illuminated the ground at the center of the arena. The protective mechanism of the system activated, and amidst the radiance, the figure of the celestial being in white gracefully reformed. Chapter 69. The Skill of Immortality. Subsequently, the live broadcast concluded, and the entire arena's dimensional fabric began to collapse and fracture. The scene shifted dramatically, transporting all the finalists into a vast wilderness under a resplendent moon. Perhaps on the outskirts of a principal city, blood-colored Taboo and his companions cast a reverent glance at Lin Feng before shattering the teleportation scrolls in their hands. Bai Tian Xiao stood bewildered, his gaze vacant, seemingly unable to recover from the harrowing experience of death he had just endured. Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? Moments later, memories surged back. The terrifying sensation of being instantaneously vaporized by a single shot, the damaged figures that grew to unfathomable heights. The system's chilling announcement flooded his mind like a relentless tide. No, it cannot be. Bai Tian Xiao's eyes widened in horror, his handsome visage contorting into a mask of incredulous madness and humiliation. It's a lie. It must be a lie. He howled in desperation, claiming that the game system had malfunctioned. How could he possibly lose? How could he be so effortlessly eliminated? Only moments ago, he had been boasting to the world about his insurmountable health, his terrifying critical hits, and the layers upon layers of his attacks. Yet in the blink of an eye, before billions of spectators, he was dispatched by the simplest, most primal of shots. For one so prideful and arrogant, this humiliation was 1,000-fold more unbearable than death itself. The stark contrast and profound disgrace drove him to the brink of madness. Simultaneously, the system's proclamation resounded throughout the entire server. System announcement. Congratulations to player Knight Emperor for winning the inaugural Arena Championship of Eternal Divine Realm. You have been awarded 1,000 gold coins. Experience points, 250,000. System announcement. Congratulations to player Knight Emperor for receiving a special reward for being the arena's first champion. The Oracle Skill Book Chest. Upon opening, you will receive a unique skill book that aligns with your profession, with a minimum quality of legendary. System notification. Your level has increased to LV 38. System notification. Your level has increased to LV 39. System notification. Your level has increased to LV 40. System notification. You have reached level 40, and your career advancement path is officially unlocked. Please explore the details within the game. Wow! Envy, jealousy, hatred. Billions of players gazed in awe at the staggering rewards, nearly drooling with desire. The Oracle Skill Book Chest, in particular, promised a minimum of legendary skills, and uniquely so. This was nothing short of miraculous. Upon hearing of these rewards, by Etion Shio's eyes blazed crimson with envy. The prize for second place paled in comparison. Although he too had received an epic level skill and 300 gold coins, it was nothing alongside what Knight Emperor had acquired. Why? Why did this individual deserve it all? Those accolades should have been his. He fixed his gaze with a seething intensity on the figure clad in black not far away. Who couldn't he even be bothered to spare him a glance as he prepared to claim his rewards? A wicked and frenzied thought began to fester within him. Yes, the equipment. I have recorded a piece of equipment. He recalled donning a treacherous dagger, imbued with the effect of withering backstab, which granted a 30 probability of triggering an instant death judgment upon attacking from behind, ignoring both defense and health. If he succeeded just once, if the chance for instant death activated, he would be able to slay him and seize the fallen equipment. He yearned to uncover the source of this formidable strength. As for revenge, being slain on the spot would yield nothing more than a handful of coins. The attributes of his current gear were utterly inconsequential, save for their appearance. The vastness of the game world, teeming with various invisibility effects, made it implausible for him to locate me amidst the expanse. I could continue to gather equipment and grow stronger. Someday, blinded by jealousy and humiliation, the white-clad Celestial had completely forgotten the terror of being instantaneously killed. His singular thought now was to gamble everything for a chance. Perish, Knight Emperor. He emitted a distorted howl, his figure swiftly blurring as he appeared like a specter behind Lin Feng, thrusting the dagger fiercely toward his back. However, Lin Feng was clad in the malevolent cloak, which bore a powerful anti-invisibility aura. The white-clad Celestial's form merely flickered momentarily before solidifying. This revelation astonished him. With an astonishing agility exceeding 70,000, Lin Feng did not even bother to turn his head, effortlessly evading the lethal strike from behind, as if it were merely a gentle breeze brushing past. At the moment the dagger was about to make contact with his coat, Lin Feng's mind stirred. The enigmatic and incomprehensible fate, transcending the rules, activated quietly through the modified glimpse mirror against his talent. Target. Permanently record and retain the equipment you have previously worn, granting you all its attributes and effects. Capable of infinite stacking. Modification. Permanently record and retain the equipment you have previously worn, granting you all its negative attributes and effects. Capable of infinite stacking. A surge of invisible, imperceptible might descended upon the white-clad Celestial in an instant. His once proud SS's level talent underwent a sudden transformation, irrevocably altered by an irresistible force. All the accumulated attributes of his gear, all the activated splendid effects, receded like a tide in an instant. It is worth noting that in Eternal Divine Realm, certain equipment harbors negative attributes and effects. For instance, the sinful chestplate, worn by Lin Feng, not only deducted a significant portion of health, but also amplified the damage he received. The white-clad Celestial found himself plunged into a state of weakness, his fundamental health and attack reduced to below 3 digits by the negative effects of his previous gear. Now, even the weakest creature from the novice village could easily dispatch him. What? The white-clad celestial fell to the ground, his madness swiftly transforming into terror and bewilderment. How had his power vanished entirely? Lin Feng cast a cold gaze upon him. In a previous life, this individual, despite possessing extraordinary strength, was arrogant and tyrannical, ultimately succumbing to the machinations of flattery, donning equipment imbued with hidden effects that persistently diminished his attributes, leading to his downfall. I merely return to you the fate that you rightfully deserve, Lin Feng declared, akin to a deity pronouncing judgment upon a mortal. Traversing the wilderness alone, Lin Feng's silhouette was elongated by the luminous full moon. He gazed at the skill tome in his hand, the oracle's grimoire, and chose to open it without hesitation. A radiant glow enveloped him as a skill book, exuding a crimson aura with a peculiar eye etched upon its cover, materialized in his grasp. Legendary beyond compare. An immortal grade skill. Eye of the Reaper. Red. Skill effect. Upon activating the Eye of the Reaper, time for all except you slows down. You can discern the fatal points upon your target with clarity. When you strike all fatal points with precision, an instant death effect is triggered. Consumption. 10 mana per second. Following the effect's conclusion, you enter a state of weakness for 3 seconds, during which damage is halved and critical hits are unattainable. Chapter 70. Career Advancement. Judgment. An immortal level skill. Its effects are extraordinarily potent. Time dilation, marking weaknesses and triggering instant death effects. However, it possesses the potential for even greater power. Lin Feng's consciousness once more communed with the Fate talent. Buzz. The might of fate was once again unleashed, and the words inscribed in the skill book appeared to come alive. The text describing time dilation began to twist and blur, ultimately coalescing into 2 characters radiating an aura of absolute stasis. Modification. Unleash the Eye of the Reaper, halting the flow of time in the world, except for you. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and chose to learn it directly. The next most crucial matter was the career advancement unlocked at level 40. For ordinary professions, upon reaching level 40, their standard advancements could typically be guided by the vocational mentors in the main cities. For instance, a warrior could advance to a berserker, shield warrior, or heavy armor knight, while marksmen might transition to a ranger, hunter, or gunsmith, among others. Besides these conventional advancements, through secret realms, fortuitous encounters, treasures, and trials, ordinary professions could occasionally unlock rarer advancement paths. For example, a warrior could evolve into a sword soul, while a marksman might become a demon hunter. These rare career advancements could not be guided by the ordinary mentors in the main cities. For players, this meant aimlessly seeking clues, inquiring with NPCs, and possibly requiring specific fortuitous encounters. As for the advancement of hidden professions, for Lin Feng, who bore the memories of his past life, the target was strikingly clear. The Starlight Sanctuary. In the eastern part of the continent, at the confluence of the Thousand Needlestone Forest and the heart of molten fire, lies a hall so grand that it defies description. This is the Starlight Sanctuary. Beneath his feet, the dark star rock gleamed like a mirror, reflecting the boundless dome above. The dome was not solid, but a flowing, shifting nebula, where billions of stars flickered, emanating a gentle and eternal radiance. Countless unimaginably colossal stone pillars supported this seemingly infinite expanse. The pillars were adorned with vague and ancient runes, seemingly chronicling the secrets from the dawn of the universe. Exuding an overwhelming pressure, an indescribable aura permeated the air, both sacred and majestic, as if the lingering wills of countless departed deities resided here, eternal and unyielding. Here, no sound could be heard, only an absolute silence and solemnity emanating from the depths of the soul. Ordinary players arriving here would likely struggle to stand, crushed under the omnipresent pressure. Yet Lin Feng, endowed with the Titan's physique, his veins coursing with divine and abyssal power, traversed the Starlight Sanctuary as if it were solid ground, his expression unwavering, as though he had merely returned to a familiar place. He strode directly toward the innermost sanctum of the hall. There, no throne or altar awaited, only a human-shaped silhouette suspended in midair, composed of pure starlight. The silhouette bore no distinct features, but radiated wisdom and majesty as vast as the ocean. It is the guide of the Starlight Sanctuary, a being that transcends the ordinary concept of NPCs, tasked with leading those deemed worthy onto a higher vocational path. As Lin Feng approached, the guide, composed of condensed starlight, subtly turned, as if its gaze fell upon him. A moment of silence ensued. Then, a voice resonated not through the air, but directly within Lin Feng's consciousness. Imbued with a hint of astonishment, a touch of understanding, and a measure of respectful equality. What a remarkable soul, a lineage of titans, an imprint of the abyss, and the favor of fate. In you, I perceive an abundance of firsts and uniques. The new master of the Undercity, the first ascender to tread this ground. Welcome to the Starlight Sanctuary. Its demeanor starkly contrasted with how it would later address other adventurers, for it could sense the essence of the powers within Lin Feng, each representing potential enough to rival the gods, perhaps even surpass them. Lin Feng offered no response to its musings, simply stating, "I wish to change my class." The starlight surrounding the guide flickered gently, as if it were deciphering Lin Feng's information. The Fate Weaver, a clandestine legacy long lost to the sands of time. A mere mortal, daring to glimpse and manipulate the strings of destiny. Its voice carried a note of nostalgia for an ordinary Fate Weaver. Reaching your current stature would be the pinnacle. Yet you're different. The essence of your soul, the root of your power, ultimately enables you to embark on a path that is even more taboo, even more exalted. The guide's gaze deepened. The culmination of the Fate Weaver is not merely to serve the goddess of fate, nor to become a mere envoy of the deities. Its true apex is to embody a part of fate itself, to become a legislator and executor of the rules. The Arbiter. Lin Feng's pupils constricted sharply. The Arbiter? The Arbiter does not belong to any pantheon nor lean towards any faction. Light or darkness, order or chaos, justice or evil, all fall within its purview. With its own will as law, wielding its power as authority, it governs the threads of destiny, judging all sins in the world, to adjudicate the gods, to adjudicate all things. This, indeed, is the essence of the Arbiter. A profound and transcendent quality resonated in the guide's voice. The designation of Arbiter evidently surpasses all known vocational systems. Lin Feng's gaze stirred with a subtle ripple. Although this outcome lingered in the shadows of his expectations, it nonetheless invigorated him. System notification. Special conditions detected. You have triggered the hidden vocational advancement path of the Fate Weaver. Do you accept the level 40 class transition quest chain? Accept. Lin Feng did not hesitate. The guide regarded the young man with a knowing look, gently raising an arm formed of starlight, revealing a task stone tablet before him. System notification. Do you accept the vocational advancement quest? Judgment. Task level, difficult. Objective 1. Journey to the village of confusion and eradicate 100 soul-eating mice that have harmed innocent travelers and acquire the task item. The bamboo flute of the mouse people. Objective 2. Proceed to the Wailing Bay and eliminate the pirate chief who has taken residence there. As they continue to plunder the nearby villages and obtain the task item, the Shattered Rum Cup. Task reward. Unlock the class advancement. Arbiter of Judgment. Arbiter of Judgment? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. The task merely involved eliminating low-level monsters that posed a threat to the village of confusion and dealing with a band of pirates in Wailing Bay. He lifted his gaze, his cold eyes locking with those of the guide. This was not the ultimate class transition task. Chapter 71. Career Advancement Judgment? The guide gazed silently at him. Would he willingly accept the arrangement, becoming a methodical adjudicator? Or would he possess the audacity and capability to challenge the thorny path that truly belongs to the judge? The path of the judge. It is destined to be solitary, arduous, and fraught with controversy. It may even place him at odds with the divine. This journey does not require a mere executor who blindly follows orders. It demands a bold strategist, one who dares to question the rules, rewrite fate, and bear all consequences. If he cannot challenge the fate laid before him, how can he ever hope to render judgment? Lin Feng's gaze grew gravely intense and profound. He looked at the words judgment inscribed on the task slate, and his thoughts delved deep into his soul. The innate talent of fate, which governs all variables, quietly activated once more. Objective, advancement task, judgment. Modification, advancement task, verdict. Buzz. The words judgment on the task slate were forcibly erased by an invisible force, and then two deeper, heavier, and more majestic ancient characters coalesced anew. The ancient slate, which recorded the task, trembled violently, radiating brilliance. Instantly, the task level and content underwent a dramatic transformation. Career advancement task, unique verdict, task level, mythical, extremely dangerous, task background, all things bear sin. Even the divine is not without flaw. Some transgressions are veiled by time, misjudged by power, yet the threads of fate will ultimately unravel the truth. Task requirements. Acquire the shattered oath slate. Task description. Journey to the farthest western realm, to the coastline where the chaos sea meets the continent. To seek the forbidden artifact pertaining to the fall of deities and the usurpation of faith. This relic is connected to a colossal sin judged by the radiant city of Ascalo. It will serve as the initial proof of your authority to render verdicts. Task reward. Upon completion of all tasks, unlock career advancement. Judge. Mythical level. Unique task. The task's objective directly targets the core stronghold of the holy divine forces, the radiant city of Ascalo, and references the fall of deities and the usurpation of faith. This is no longer a mere monster-slaying endeavor, but will directly confront the most profound contradictions and secrets of this land. Observing the changes on the task panel, the guide's silhouette flickered slightly, producing a resonant hum, emanating a sound filled with admiration and astonishment. Indeed, it is so. Unknown entity. Judgment is easy, adhering to convention. The path ahead is clear, yet remains mundane. Verdict is difficult, defying the heavens, standing against the world. That is the essence of transcendence. Go forth, favored strategist of fate. Wield your power to unveil the obscured truth, to render judgment upon the sins that must be addressed. Yet, please remember, the path that lies ahead will be forged by your own hands. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Would subsequent choices still influence his path of career advancement? He said little, merely nodding slightly to the increasingly blurred figure of the guide, as a form of acknowledgement. Chao Coast, City of Radiance. The fall of deities and the perversion of faith. The monumental sins that await judgment. Is this the path of the arbiter? His gaze grew increasingly profound and frigid. In the far western realm, the Chao Coast lies at the very edge of the continent, bordered by the tumultuous sea imbued with a dense aura of chaos. According to the myths recounted by the NPCs in the eternal divine domain, this land has been enveloped by the Chao Sea since the dawn of creation. The shore is littered with grotesque stones and twisted vegetation corroded by chaotic energy, and the air is thick with unsettling whispers. Lin Feng's figure appeared like a specter upon this desolate, lifeless beach. His eyes scanned the monstrosities that roamed the sands, exuding an aura of decadence. Once perhaps possessing form, these beings had now been grotesquely warped by chaotic forces, reduced to mere bloodthirsty instincts and endless wails. The monumental sins awaiting judgment. Lin Feng recalled the description of the judgment task. The guide had alluded to the fall of deities and the perversion of faith. Perhaps these so-called fallen monstrosities had once been followers or kin of a neutral or even benevolent deity on this continent, branded with the name of decadence due to some unfathomable calamity, subsequently suppressed and forgotten by the prevailing beliefs of the present. He noticed that some of the larger fallen creatures bore faint traces of ancient totemic markings, once discernible but now blurred, which starkly contrasted with the contemporary dominant faith of the Radiant Church and even the necromantic belief system of the Dark City. Intriguing. Instead of immediately vanquishing these creatures, he began to search the vast expanse of the Chao Coast for the so-called token, as per the task's instructions. After some exploration, he finally uncovered a fragment of a shattered stone tablet, buried deep beneath chaotic sludge, which, despite being cracked, still emanated a faint sacred aura. Quest item, fragment of the Oath Tablet. Description: this fragment seems to bear the weight of an ancient and solemn oath, with traces of forceful erasure and alteration, as well as a hint of a mournful lament. It points towards the City of Radiance, Ascalo. Securing the token, Lin Feng did not linger, and his figure vanished once more. The next destination, City of Radiance, Ascalo, the very heart of the Holy Light's dominion. The City of Radiance rests in the fertile central plains of the continent, representing the most magnificent and sacred city accessible to players at present. In stark contrast to the eerie and sinister Dark City, everything here is bathed in an everlasting, unquenchable holy light. Towering white walls soar into the clouds, adorned with countless bas-reliefs of angels and saints, radiating a soft yet commanding glow. The architecture within the city predominantly features white marble accented with gold, and the streets are wide and immaculate, frequented by priests clad in pristine white vestments and paladins donning silver armor. The air is suffused with tranquil hymns that seem to cleanse all sins. Yet beneath this pinnacle of light and sanctity, Lin Feng perceptibly sensed an undercurrent of hypocritical oppression. Outside the city, along the patrol routes, the holy knights, despite their devout expressions, bore an unmistakable rigidity in their brows. The priests, while singing hymns with gentle smiles, lacked genuine warmth. The entire city resembled a meticulously crafted, flawless grand stage, where each individual diligently played their part, yet the atmosphere was devoid of vitality. When Lin Feng, cloaked in the dark mantle signifying the Lord of the Shadow City, exuding a faint aura of the abyss, appeared before the towering gates of the City of Holy Radiance. It was akin to a drop of dark ink falling onto a pristine white canvas, instantly stirring a profound commotion and alertness. Chapter 72. The enormous sin is that. The Night Monarch. What brings him to the City of Radiance? This is the domain of the Church of Light. Goodness. The Lord of the Shadow City has ventured into the capital of the light? Are we on the brink of war? This is madness. Surely, the Night Monarch's malevolence has surpassed all bounds. Why aren't the guards taking action against him? The grave of the Bone King has yet to sprout grass. And I wager 5 coins that the guards dare not lay a finger on him. The players from the light camp at the city gate erupted in chaos. They retreated, bewildered, casting uncertain glances at the solitary figure approaching. Even more astonishing was the reaction of the paladins atop the city walls and the gate guards upon seeing Lin Feng. Though they appeared tense and gripped their weapons tightly, they refrained from attacking him as they would with other players of high malevolence. Instead, an NPC who was evidently a high-ranking cleric hurriedly emerged from within the city upon receiving orders, flanked by 2 squads of fully armed temple knights. Esteemed Night Monarch. The high-ranking cleric paused before Lin Feng, bowing slightly. Though his tone remained courteous, the wariness and scrutiny in his gaze were unmistakable. We are honored by your presence in the City of Radiance. If you are here for a visit, the church shall extend its utmost hospitality. They certainly did not dare to act rashly. This individual had obliterated the Bone King Victor and led his forces to conquer the City of the Dead. Such monumental deeds had spread across the continent through various channels. Even the lord of a rival capital had been effortlessly extinguished by his hand. While the City of Radiance was powerful, it had no desire to provoke such a formidable entity lightly. This scene left the surrounding players utterly dumbfounded, sparking a flurry of discussions. Wow, is he really being treated with such courtesy? Who understands this? Last time I accidentally turned red. With a sin value of just over 10, I was immediately slaughtered by the paladins at the gate. The Night Monarch must possess a sin value exceeding 1 million by now, yet he is treated like a VIP. This game is far too realistic. The thief is executed, while the usurper is honored. Killing one is a crime, yet slaying thousands makes one a hero. The Night Monarch has ascended to unparalleled heights. Indeed, strength is the ultimate truth. Ma makes right. Let me tell you, NPCs cannot be revived for a fee. I'd be terrified too. Lin Feng, seemingly oblivious to the murmurs and the high-ranking cleric's cautious demeanor, spoke with a calm yet undeniable authority. I wish to see your Grand Archbishop. The high-ranking cleric's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained respectful. Your Majesty, please follow me. The Grand Archbishop awaits you in the cathedral. Amidst the astonishment and envy of countless players, Lin Feng, escorted by the high-ranking cleric and 2 squads of temple knights, boldly entered the City of Radiance. As if traversing a realm devoid of obstacles, navigating through the resplendent streets, he ultimately arrived at the city's most magnificent and sacred structure, the Cathedral of Holy Light. Inside the cathedral, the lofty dome soared overhead, with enormous stained glass windows depicting the epic tale of the arrival of the light god, banishing darkness. A venerable elder clad in a resplendent golden priestly robe, wielding a staff, stood beneath the statue. His face aged, yet his gaze sharp. He was none other than the supreme ruler of the city of radiant glory, Archbishop Angster. Your Majesty, the Knight Emperor, it is an honor to finally meet you. His voice resonated with an air of authority, though his eyes betrayed a hint of trepidation. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the surrounding priests and knights, leaving only himself and Lin Feng within the expansive sanctum, thus shielding them from the scrutiny of all players. Lin Feng wasted no time on pleasantries, diving straight into the matter at hand, revealing the clues inscribed on the shattered oath stone tablet. His demeanor was cold and direct, entirely disregarding any potential probing or attempts at persuasion from the Archbishop. Archbishop Angster's pupils dilated in shock, his expression shifting tumultuously. "How did you come by this information?" he inquired, his voice somewhat hoarse. "That is of no consequence," Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. "What I require is comprehensive knowledge regarding the great sin." A brief silence enveloped the sanctum as Archbishop Angster weighed his options. The Knight Emperor's strength was unfathomable, and his intentions were shrouded in mystery. Any reckless concealment or deception could yield dire repercussions. Ultimately, it seemed he resolved to divulge some truth, speaking slowly. "What your Majesty refers to is indeed connected to an ancient sin. Within the Chaos Coast lies a legend of a formidable fallen creature, the Wailing Void, sealed by our Lord, the God of Light, who branded it with a mark of eternal sin. It was once the bane of this continent, beguiling beings and spreading pestilence and despair. Only through divine retribution could it be begrudgingly subdued. Yet, over the centuries, its power appears to be gradually reviving. The anomalies of the Chaos Coast may very well be linked to it." The Archbishop recounted an epic tale of the God of Light. "Our order has dispatched the Knights of Holy Light on numerous occasions to eradicate it, but to little avail, suffering considerable losses instead." He glanced at Lin Feng with a subtle glint in his eye. "Your Majesty possesses unparalleled power. Should you choose to intervene and eradicate this source of calamity, not only would you rid the continent of a great scourge, but the City of Radiant Glory shall also offer its profound gratitude." Lin Feng scoffed inwardly. The Archbishop's grandiloquent rhetoric was merely a guise to employ him in dealing with a dilemma they could not resolve themselves. As for the so-called fallen creature, whether it was indeed the true source of disaster or merely a forced erasure and alteration of the oath, as hinted at on the tablet, could only be discerned through direct engagement. However, this aligned perfectly with his mission objectives, the precise location of the Wailing Void and its vulnerabilities. As for the promised gratitude, Lin Feng declined to indulge in the Archbishop's enticing proposition. Instead, he sought information directly. Seeing Lin Feng seemingly receptive, Archbishop Angster felt a surge of delight and promptly presented a map marked with the coordinates of a sealing site deep within the Chaos Coast, along with various tidbits of dubious intelligence regarding the Wailing Void. "Your Majesty, the Wailing Void is not to be underestimated. Please exercise utmost caution." He feigned concern as he advised. Lin Feng folded the map and the intelligence, turning away without a hint of hesitation, not even casting a glance at the Archbishop. It was as though this heavily guarded, sacred bright sanctuary was nothing more than a garden he could wander in at will. As he observed Lin Feng's retreating figure, the smile on Archbishop Angus's face gradually faded, replaced by a somber and grave expression. "I hope you succeed," he murmured softly, uncertain whether he was speaking to Lin Feng or to himself. Once again, Lin Feng arrived at the chaotic coast, guided by the map provided by Archbishop Angus. He ventured deep into the core region of the coastline. The sights here were even more terrifying than those on the periphery, as if the very fabric of space had been torn apart by an unseen force. with unstable rifts flickering ominously everywhere. The dense, chaotic energy surged like a tangible tide, potent enough to erode the flesh and soul of any ordinary being in an instant. Yet, Lin Feng traversed this treacherous terrain as if walking on solid ground. The Titan's physique emanated a faint, dark, golden, divine aura, shielding him from all the violent, chaotic energy and the slicing power of the spatial rifts, rendering him impervious to harm. Navigating through a labyrinth of twisted crystals, Lin Feng finally arrived at the location marked on the map as the site of the seal. The scene before him stirred even the calm depths of his gaze, causing ripples of emotion to surface. Chapter 73. The crossroads of no choice. In the heart of a vast, charred black basin lay an indescribable colossal figure, bound tightly by countless robust chains that glimmered with blinding divine light. These chains dug deeply into its flesh, assuming that it could still be referred to as flesh. Each chain bore an intricate array of sacred runes, radiating an intense and scorching aura. Divine light, which should symbolize warmth and healing, emanated from these chains and runes. Yet now it was infused with connotations of judgment, punishment, and ceaseless torment. This immense figure was none other than the Wailer of the Void. No longer possessing the majesty of a deity, it resembled a grotesque amalgamation of twisted flesh and energy. Its body was marred by burn marks from the divine light, with dark, chaotic liquid perpetually dripping from its wounds, corroding the ground beneath with a hissing sound. Its head was a blur, revealing only hollow eye sockets that seemed to weep silently. Despite its disheveled state, Lin Feng could still sense a trace of ancient, neutral, and even compassionate essence emanating from it, starkly contrasting with the calamity described by the Light Church, which portrayed it as the source of all misfortune and deception. At this moment, the Wailer of the Void was exceedingly feeble, its divinity shattered, struggling to maintain a coherent consciousness. As Lin Feng approached, the vast form of the Wailer trembled slightly, as if it had detected the unique aura that enveloped Lin Feng, an amalgamation of Titan's weight, abyssal depth, and a strand of supreme rule it could hardly comprehend. Most crucially, there was no repugnant light radiating from him. A fragmented thought, rife with pain and resentment, entered Lin Feng's consciousness like a lament. Not, I. Lies, betrayal, plunder, faith, kill, free. Accompanying these shattered thoughts were blurred images, akin to brands, flooding Lin Feng's mind. They were fragments of memories from a distant past. In these visions, the Wailer of the Void was not the terrifying entity it had become, but rather a neutral deity, ethereal and suffused with gentle starlight. It safeguarded the primordial balance of this continent, protecting the frail beings and primal tribes unwilling to be embroiled in the conflict between light and darkness. Its followers were few, yet devout and simple, venerating nature, revering life, and remaining indifferent to worldly strife. However, disaster struck. The emerging Light Church, led by a powerful will that claimed to be the God of Light, embarked on a frenzied expansion. This God of Light was not a native deity, but a formidable existence from a higher dimension, projecting its will into this realm, seeking to encompass the entire continent within its sphere of faith. The territory that the Wailer of the Void protected, along with its neutral belief, became an anomaly and an obstacle on the path of the Light Church's expansion. In the beginning, the Church of the Light sought to reform and recruit, promising him a place within the new pantheon, yet demanding that he renounce his original doctrines and utterly submit to the will of light. He refused. He believed that the freedom of faith and the coexistence of all beings should not be forcibly unified. This rejection was deemed obstinacy and blasphemy against divine grace. Thus, a conspiracy against the Wailing Void and its followers commenced. The Church of the Light began to secretly disseminate rumors, vilifying the Wailing Void as a malevolent deity, a harbinger of chaos and pestilence. They instigated incidents, framing the followers of the Wailing Void, inciting hostility from other factions across the continent. Ultimately, during a meticulously orchestrated divine judgment, the God of Light unleashed a profoundly suppressive projection of will, casting unfounded accusations of disaster upon the Wailing Void, and forcibly condemned it to eternal sin. The disparity of power was staggering. The Wailing Void was merely an ancient deity of this realm, not among the most powerful. How could it contend with a formidable being from a higher dimension? The God of Light, wielding absolute power, crushed the Wailing Void's resistance, stripping it of its diminished divinity and most of its strength, imprisoning it with divine chains, and invoking the power of holy light to burn day and night, subjecting it to never-ending agony. This was not merely punishment. It was a calculated deterrent against any potential heresy, solidifying the Church of the Light's dominion and sustaining the struggle against the forces of darkness. The loyal followers were denounced as fallen, mercilessly hunted and exiled. Amidst this endless torment and despair, the remnants of the Wailing Void's power entwined with the surrounding chaotic energy, uncontrollably influencing its former adherents and the beings of this region, twisting them into corruption, giving rise to the monsters that now inhabit the chaotic coast. This is the true great sin, not the fall of the Wailing Void, but the God of Light's egregious abuse of divine authority, distorting truth and enacting unjust judgment in the name of expanding faith and eliminating dissent. It is that exalted God of Light whose will has directly crafted this tragedy. The repercussions of this misjudgment and punishment have become an inextricable burden, entwined like maggots in the flesh, marking the God of Light with an indelible stain upon its divinity, albeit temporarily suppressed and concealed by its immense power. The truth has become apparent. Lin Feng stood silently, gazing at the Wailing Void. Its thoughts flickered intermittently, imbued with endless fatigue and a yearning for release. Suffering too long. I beseech you, end it. It had lost all will to resist and any hope for the future. Countless years of imprisonment and torment had worn it down, and though its power surpassed that of mortals, its divinity had nearly been extinguished. Lin Feng regarded this former deity, now a prisoner, and remained silent for a moment. Then, he slowly raised his revolver. As you wish. The cold voice fell, and the bullet, imbued with the essence of death, struck the already shattered core of the Wailing Void's soul with precision. No cataclysmic explosion nor release of energy ensued. The colossal form of the Void Wailer, already teetering on the brink of collapse, disintegrated like a weathered sand sculpture, gradually vanishing into specks of starlight, ultimately merging completely with the void. The sacred chains that bound it lost their purpose, falling powerless and dimming in brilliance. In the place of its dissolution, a faint golden light, exuding the essence of pure origin, and a black crystal, imbued with the dual auras of the void and holy light, quietly hovered. System notification. You have slain the Void Wailer. You have obtained a fragment of divine essence. System notification. You have acquired a quest item, Proof of the Fallen. Proof of the Fallen, quest item. Description. This crystal records the cruel aberration and distortion inflicted by the Void Wailer upon its followers and the beings of the coast. It stands as an irrefutable testament of guilt, presented to the Archbishop of the City of Radiance to complete the judgment quest and ascend to the role of arbiter. The system notification clearly conveyed to Lin Feng that by delivering this proof of the fallen to the Archbishop, he would successfully transition his vocation. Thus, the mythic quest would reach its conclusion. Chapter 74. I shall confront the divine. After all, the essence of a mythical level task, judgment, lies in the obliteration of an ancient deity. Although this god is merely an ancient entity of this realm and has been rendered exceedingly feeble under the torment of holy light, its rank far surpasses that of mere mortals. The Light Church has dispatched numerous knightly orders, yet none have succeeded in eradicating it completely. Now, Lin Feng has achieved what the Archbishop has long yearned for, to erase this blemish entirely, burying the truth and allowing the doctrine of the God of Light to permeate the entire continent. However, Lin Feng gazed at the task item in his hand, the evidence of corruption, feeling the boundless grievances and unresolved bitterness contained within, a chilling and mocking smile gracing his lips. Hand it over to the Archbishop, complete the task, then become a so-called adjudicator, merely a tool for the hypocrites? No. True judgment should not unfold this way. Those who err must be judged. Lin Feng's gaze suddenly transformed. resembling ancient ice, yet also burning like the stars. In that moment, he made a groundbreaking decision. The target of judgment is not the long-liberated wailing void, but the lofty one who abuses divine authority and distorts truth, the God of light. Cloaked in sin, with raven-black hair, Lin Feng's form reappeared in the city of holy radiance. With his growing power, the hood he once used to conceal his appearance had long been discarded. Increasingly, players from the Light faction gathered around him like sharks sensing blood. The Night Monarch has returned. What is happening? Why has the Lord of the Dark City remained in the Light Church? I have a feeling the Night Monarch is about to unleash something monumental. Whispers of curiosity, speculation, and an inexplicable anticipation filled the air. Within the Holy Light Cathedral, Archbishop Angustur had been awaiting his arrival for quite some time. His smile was more sincere and warm than before. "Your Majesty, the Night Monarch, welcome back." Archbishop Angustur approached him, undoubtedly believing that the sin of Chaos Coast had been thoroughly eradicated by him. Although no emotion was discernible on Lin Feng's face, the Archbishop had already confirmed the complete disappearance of the Wailing Void's aura. This was undoubtedly a monumental victory. The historical issue of the Wailing Void, a blemish upon the Church of Light, had finally been completely erased and through the hands of the Lord of the Dark City. For thousands of years, the forces of light and darkness had battled on this continent, maintaining a delicate balance. Now, the newly ascended Lord of the Dark City, a co-ruler with limitless potential, had been so easily utilized by the Light Church, filling Archbishop Angustur's heart with uncontainable joy. He even considered that while the Night Monarch's actions were eccentric, there might still be a possibility for collaboration. After all, he was merely an ascendant, with the right incentives. Why could he not become the most devout follower of their Lord? As long as he was willing to embrace the light, even relinquishing the position of Archbishop would pose no obstacle. Everything was for the glory of the great God of Light. "Your Majesty, the Night Emperor, you have eradicated a significant threat to the continent, and the God of Light has bestowed a divine decree, promising to commend your merits." The High Priest, already informed of the divine oracle, gazes with fervent intensity, his plump visage radiating a celestial glow. "Our Lord has left behind a sacred baptismal altar here, accessible only to saints who have made monumental contributions to the Church. Today, it shall be opened for you as an exception. This is the divine reward for the Lord of Shadows, a sacred baptism indeed." Lin Feng pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. The High Priest guided him to a concealed chamber at the rear of the temple, safeguarded by layers of magical barriers. In the center of this chamber stood a circular pool sculpted from pure moonstone, filled with liquid that emanated a gentle holy light, reminiscent of melted stars. The air was suffused with a refreshing, sacred aura. This was the sacred baptismal altar. "Your Majesty, agility is undoubtedly your core attribute," the High Priest elucidated. "But the mental attribute is equally vital. It not only influences your mana limit and magical resistance, but also pertains to healing efficacy and the activation and potency of various special skills. The mental attribute is the most versatile among all fundamental attributes, truly reflecting the strength of the soul. The sacred baptismal altar has the power to synchronize the user's mental attribute with any specified fundamental attribute. In other words, should your agility reach an astounding 10,000 points after the baptism, your mental attribute could also be elevated to 10,000 points. Praise be to the God of Light. To synchronize the mind with the highest fundamental attribute, the God of Light certainly plays a clever game, using such a blessing to win hearts. Yet, the High Priest's words hold truth. The mental attribute is indeed a remarkable asset. However, should one seek merely to enhance their attributes, the baptism will inevitably imprint the divine power of the God of Light upon their soul. Yet Lin Feng was unconcerned. Instead, a rare expression of amusement graced his features as he replied coolly, "It sounds promising, but I fear he may not withstand it." "Who?" The High Priest, momentarily perplexed, faltered. Lin Feng had already approached the sacred baptismal altar. Sacred baptismal altar, a holy artifact bestowed by the God of Light, imbued with immense divinity and power. It can synchronize the mental attribute of the baptized with other fundamental attributes. His thoughts once more delved deep into his soul, connecting with the omnipotent fate talent. Buzz, deep within the soul, the force of destiny reverberated with tumultuous resonance. This time, it was the divine will that was altered. Modification can synchronize the mental attribute of the baptized with any attribute. Boom! A force perceptible only to Lin Feng enveloped the entire sacred baptismal altar in an instant. The patterns inscribed with sacred runes at the bottom of the baptismal pool began to twist and reorganize frantically under the might of the rules of destiny. Surrounding him, the high priest sensed that the light emanating from the altar appeared even more resplendent than usual, yet remained oblivious to the fact that its essence had been irrevocably transformed. Lin Feng extended his hand, gently touching the pool of water that radiated with divine light. In the next moment, the effects of a sacred baptism altar were activated. Chapter 75. The power of plundering light on his attribute panel. The limit of his life force had long surpassed the boundaries of conventional understanding, reaching a terrifying level of 1 trillion. Now his mental attributes would synchronize with this formidable power. Boom! An indescribable surge of terrifying energy erupted from the holy baptismal altar, wildly flooding into Lin Feng's body. His mental attribute values began to ascend at an astonishingly frenzied pace. 100 million, 1 billion, 100 billion, 1 trillion, 10 trillion. Ultimately, it stabilized at a breath-stealing figure that matched his life limit. Also 10 trillion. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed. The altar, sculpted from pure moonstone and infused with the divine power and blessings of the God of Light, began to show cracks on its surface. What? The smile on the archbishop's face instantly froze, replaced by an overwhelming horror. He sensed the sacred energy within the holy baptismal altar dissipating at an unprecedented rate, collapsing. It is crucial to understand that this altar is a relic left by the God of Light, containing a fragment of his source divine power. Even the most meritorious archbishops or legendary paladins consume only an insignificant amount of energy during baptism, compared to the sacred energy bestowed by the deities. It is but a drop in the ocean. Yet now, it seemed as if it were being voraciously siphoned by an unfathomable black hole. Crack! 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 The fissures multiplied, spreading across the altar like a spider's web. The holy light began to grow violent and chaotic. No! Impossible! The archbishop, gripped by terror, screamed in disbelief, desperate to intervene, yet unable to approach the eye of the storm of holy energy. Then a thunderous explosion reverberated. The holy baptismal altar shattered completely. Countless fragments of moonstone mixed with raging holy energy shot outward, turning the entire chamber into chaos, while the magical barrier protecting the sanctum crumbled as if made of paper. The shockwave of the explosion resonated throughout the entire cathedral of holy light, causing the grand structure to tremble violently, with countless statues toppling and glass shattering. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? Is the temple about to explode? Inside and outside the cathedral, numerous clergy, knights, and onlookers found themselves engulfed in overwhelming panic and chaos. And at the center of the explosion, Lin Feng stood quietly. His eyes were tightly shut, feeling the surge of mental power within him, swelling to a near tangible form. 10 trillion in mental attributes. What a terrifying concept. His mental force had now transcended the limits of the mundane, even surpassing the so-called deities of this realm. It was no longer formless and intangible, but rather akin to a viscous liquid, rapidly extending and diffusing in all directions. In that moment, his perception expanded infinitely, and he vaguely heard a faint voice emanating from a distant, higher-dimensional divine realm, filled with rage and anguish. That was the will of the God of Light. The holy baptismal altar is intricately connected to its divine origin, and Lin Feng's almost predatory synchronization has directly siphoned an enormous amount of divine power from this source, causing even the God of Light, far removed in the divine realm, to pay a hefty price. What ecstasy! What sheer delight! Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes wide, his gaze radiating brilliance, as if stars were flickering within. Unbeknownst to everyone at that moment, his ascent to divinity officially took its first step due to the overwhelming infusion of spiritual energy. The archbishop and the other high-ranking priests who had rushed to the scene stood in stunned silence, gazing at the chaotic aftermath and the figure cloaked in black, unscathed yet emanating an aura of unfathomable depth. They were utterly dumbfounded, their cherished sacred artifact reduced to nothing. What manner of monster is this? At that moment, amidst the ruins of the Cathedral of Holy Light, dust and smoke filled the air. Archbishop Angustur and the upper echelons of the Church of Light felt as though their hearts were bleeding, their faces etched with disbelief and endless astonishment. Who, other than a deity's full-force assault, could possibly obliterate the holy baptismal altar? It is imperative to note that, constrained by the rules of the planes, high-ranking deities are fundamentally incapable of descending here. Yet, what astonished them even more was yet to come. As Lin Feng sensed the vast ocean of spiritual power within him, a slight frown formed on his brow. Indeed, after the baptism at the holy altar, his soul had become tainted by the divine imprint of the God of Light. It was extremely faint, yet imbued with a sacred majesty. This imprint, while typically harmless, could facilitate a greater affinity for sacred light in the baptized. However, for Lin Feng, it was undoubtedly a form of bondage, a latent hazard. He would never accept gifts from anyone, especially not from a hypocritical deity. With a barely audible cold snort, Lin Feng unleashed his colossal spiritual power, akin to an ancient behemoth awakening, coalescing into an invisible yet razor-sharp blade of will that struck fiercely at the divine imprint of light embedded deep within his soul. A muffled sound, resonating from the very depths of the soul, reverberated through the air. All the high-ranking members of the Church of Light present, including Archbishop Angustur, felt as though their souls had been violently struck by a heavy hammer. Their faces turned pale, with some even spitting blood, their spirits utterly depleted. The high-ranking members of the Church of Light clearly perceived the divine imprint representing the God of Light's majesty dissolving, shattering, and ultimately vanishing under the overwhelming assault of Lin Feng's terrifying spiritual power, much like snow melting under the scorching sun. Archbishop Angustur, in disbelief, pointed at Lin Feng, his voice trembling violently with fear and rage. You actually erased the mark bestowed by the Lord? How is this possible? The divine imprint symbolizes the power of the deities, a realm beyond the grasp of mortals. No one can do anything but passively accept or attempt to suppress it. To actively erase it is sheer folly. Yet this Knight Emperor before me not only accomplished this feat, but did so with such nonchalance, as if merely brushing away a speck of dust. What level of terrifying mental fortitude has he achieved? His actions transcend mere utilization of sacred artifacts. They embody the most brazen provocation and desecration of the God of Light. The clamor was deafening. Lin Feng's gaze remained icy, indifferent to the astonishment and fury of the archbishop and others. With a single step, he materialized in the square before the now partially collapsed entrance of the Cathedral of Holy Light. At this moment, the square was already teeming with players and NPCs from the city of Holy Radiance, drawn by the cataclysmic explosion that had just occurred. They were fervently discussing the catastrophic scene before them, speculating on the events that had transpired within, when they beheld Lin Feng emerging from the ruins. Flanked by a cadre of pale-faced, rage-filled high-ranking members of the Church of Light, all were rendered speechless. The Knight Emperor has emerged. He has obliterated the sanctuary. My heavens, what on earth is happening? Chapter 76, The Verdict. A disturbance in the mission. The cathedral's bell tolled frantically, its piercing sound echoing through every corner of the radiant city. Countless paladins and priests rushed towards the sanctum's rear, gasping in horror as they beheld the chaotic chamber, along with the pale and distraught archbishop and several exalted priests who usually stood aloof. That was the legendary holy baptismal altar, a sacred relic bestowed by the God of Light, one of the most significant foundations of their radiant city. Now it lay in ruins, shattered into fragments. And at the heart of this devastation stood the Dark Lord of the Shadow City, Knight Emperor, calmly surveying the wreckage. Heresy, what have you done to the Holy Spring? A hot-tempered, high-ranking paladin could not restrain himself from pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Feng, though his voice trembled slightly with an underlying fear. He sensed the immense terror emanating from the Dark Lord before him, an intangible psychological pressure that nearly suffocated him. Lin Feng did not even cast a glance in his direction. His gaze instead fixed calmly on Archbishop Angus. The tone in his voice was so indifferent. It was as if he were commenting on the weather. The altar performed admirably. I appreciate the hospitality. Gasp! The Archbishop felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, nearly choking him. Performed admirably. Appreciate the hospitality. Knight Emperor. Angus's voice was hoarse, filled with boundless rage, fear, and regret. Do you understand what you have destroyed? That was a relic of the Church of Light, a divine grace from the Lord. You have even erased the Lord's mark from his soul. You are desecrating the divine. Desecrating? Lin Feng replied with a cold mockery. It was merely its own incompetence that could not withstand it. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. The surrounding paladins and priests could scarcely believe their ears. They had never witnessed such audacity, such blatant disregard for the divine. Yet, they dared not take action. The Knight Emperor had annihilated the Bone King and leveled the city of the dead, and now his aura was even more unfathomable. Who would dare approach him and seek death? Even the Archbishop could only seethe in impotent fury. Your purpose here, is it not to judge and condemn? Angus suppressed his inner turmoil of anger and fear, desperately wishing to expel this harbinger of doom and then pray to their Lord, reporting this unprecedented disaster. He trembled as he extended a hand, his tone somewhat blusterous. Where is the evidence of your crimes? Surrender it, and in the name of the divine, I can declare that you have fulfilled this judgment and condemnation. The destruction of the relic was one matter, but the merit of slaying the wailing void and erasing the stain of the divine was equally crucial. Otherwise, he could not account to the entire church, nor could he justify himself to the God of Light. The onlookers, initially stunned, gradually regained their composure, peering curiously from a distance. The gaming channel erupted with excitement. What the heck? It seems the Cathedral of Radiant City has been blown apart by the Knight Emperor. What happened? I think I just saw a beam of holy light shooting into the sky, followed by a deafening roar. The Knight Emperor is truly formidable. Has he come to the City of Light to wreak havoc? I overheard an NPC mention that the Knight Emperor is here to undertake the level 40 job change quest. But what has caused such commotion? Is the reward for this quest the destruction of a holy artifact? Nonsense. Which game requires a job change quest to venture into an opposing faction? The Grand Bishop's face turned pale, sensing an impending conflict. For those intrigued, come to St. Radiant City to witness the spectacle. Meanwhile, atop the ruins of the temple, Lin Feng observed the Grand Bishop's outstretched hand and his force-calm demeanor, offering a faint smile. Slowly, he retrieved the evidence of corruption from his storage pouch. A flicker of hope glimmered in the Grand Bishop's eyes. Acquiring this would at least put an end to the secrets of the Church of Light. However, Lin Feng did not hand over the incriminating evidence. Ignoring the gazes of all present, he raised the evidence high. Today, I shall proclaim a sin long obscured. His voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable authority, reaching the ears of everyone present and swiftly spreading through countless player live streams, echoing throughout the eternal divine realm and into the real world. All beings harbor sin. Even the divine is not without blemish. In days of yore, the deity worshipped in this land, the God of Light, in a bid to expand faith and eliminate dissent, abused divine power, turned truth into falsehood, unjustly condemned an innocent ancient neutral deity, the wailing void, stripping it of divinity, subjecting it to eternal torment, and vilifying its followers as fallen, ultimately seeking their annihilation. As he spoke, the evidence of corruption erupted in a blinding radiance. Within that light, vivid images unfolded like a holographic projection before all eyes. They depicted the serene realm once safeguarded by the wailing void, the duplicitous enticements and coercions of the church's emissaries, the wrath and despair of the wailing void upon refusing subjugation, the divine judgment imposed by the God of Light under baseless accusations, the wailing void bound by divine chains, enduring the searing agony of holy light. the persecution of its followers, their exile, culminating in their tragic corruption by chaos and utter despair. Each scene, each word, struck like the sharpest blade, piercing the hearts of every onlooker. The truth, unveiled in such a visceral and shocking manner, was utterly exposed. No, this is a lie. This is blasphemy. The Grand Bishop Angus bellowed in a fit of hysteria, attempting to rush forward to intervene. But he found himself paralyzed under the invisible pressure emanating from Lin Feng. The city erupted in chaos. The world was taken aback. Incredible. Is this real? Our faction's god of light. Could it be this way? The plight of the Wailing Void is truly tragic. Wait, is the Night Emperor about to confront the Church of Light head-on? Madness. Absolute madness. While we are still grinding for levels, the Night Emperor has already taken a stand against such a formidable force. Do not forget, those above, that the Night Emperor himself is a sovereign of a formidable force. Let us, the garlic birds, engage in our own pursuits, for we cannot hope to compare with a being as monstrous as the Night Emperor. Lin Feng slowly retracted the evidence of his fall from grace, his gaze sweeping over the array of horrified high-ranking members of the Radiant Church. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of each present. True, sin has never belonged to the wrongly judged. His eyes, cold and profound, seemed to declare something ominous. It is the judges who deserve the reckoning. At that moment, Cardinal Angus and all the high-ranking clergy present, along with every paladin and priest of Radiant City, felt a simultaneous jolt in their hearts, as if something was forcefully tugging at their very cores. For they suddenly realized that the wrongly judged referred to by the Night Emperor was perhaps not them, but rather that exalted being who established the rules and personally orchestrated the tragedy of the Void Wailer, the God of Light. This realization struck them like a bolt from the blue, sending chills down their spines. System notification. Your actions have severely undermined the foundational authority of Radiant City. Your standing with the Church of Light has plummeted to that of mortal enemies. System notification. As you have discerned part of the truth behind the judgment task and made a choice to challenge divine authority, your advancement task for the role of adjudicator has transformed. New task objective. Make the truth of the wrongful judgments starkly evident. Let those who impose sin taste the bitter fruit of their deeds. Task difficulty. Task reward. Chapter 77. The Seraph's Projection Madness. This Night Monarch has utterly lost his senses. To challenge the divine, this transcends arrogance. It is sheer insanity. The Grand Archbishop Angus struggled to rise from the ground, pointing at Lin Feng with a twisted visage, his voice sharp as a night owl's cry. At any cost, purify this heretic who dares to blaspheme the divine. The brilliance of our Lord must not be sullied. Kill him, in the name of the divine. Though the paladins and priests were gripped by fear, the fervor of their faith spurred them to muster their courage and attempt to form a defensive line. Yet, at that very moment, boom, a surge of holy light, more terrifying, more pure, and more majestic than the explosion of the Holy Grace baptismal altar, erupted from the deepest sanctum of the Cathedral of Holy Light, soaring into the heavens. The radiance was so blinding that the entire city of sacred radiance was enveloped in a dazzling golden hue. Above, the clouds swirled, forming a colossal vortex, at the center of which appeared to be a gateway to the divine realm slowly opening. What is that? Such a terrifying pressure. I can hardly breathe. Has a divine miracle descended upon us? Goodness, I have seen the divine. Players gasped in astonishment, with many of the weaker ones collapsing to their knees under the weight of this sacred aura. Upon witnessing this, Grand Archbishop Angus' face contorted into a frenzied and grim smile. Ha! The power of the Lord. It is the Lord's divine strength responding to our prayers. Heretic, your doom is sealed. The Apostle of God shall personally pass judgment upon you. At the apex of the soaring holy light, a figure gradually coalesced. It possessed a flawless human form, adorned in resplendent armor woven from luminescence, with 3 pairs of wings ablaze, with white holy flames extending from its back. Its visage remained indistinct, shrouded in a divine halo, yet its eyes shone like 2 burning suns, brimming with judgment and majesty. Sarah's projection. Holy Judge Uriel. Level, Apostle of God, mortal form. All who dare to profane the glory of the Lord shall be purified. A grand, authoritative voice resonated through the skies like a divine oracle. Sarah's projection. Holy Judge Uriel, one of the 7 seraphim under the God of Light, infused with a portion of divine power, has officially descended as the embodiment of divine will. Apostle of God, far surpassing any Lord-level boss. Even more formidable than the echoing wailer of the fallen old gods from the chaotic coast, in terms of pure combat prowess. My heavens, is that an angel? A Sarah's projection. There are indeed angels in this game. The Night Monarch is in serious trouble. This is a messenger sent by the divine. Wait, we are still in a novice village battling goblins, and the Night Monarch has already engaged the Apostle of God? Will the game's balance? Forget about balance. Quick, record this. This is undoubtedly the most explosive scene since the launch of Eternal Divine Realm. Players have gone completely wild. The boundary between the realms of gaming and reality appears to have become obscured at this very moment. What stands before us is not merely a game boss, but the fabled divine messenger. Night Monarch, does this signify a rebellion against the gods? The holy arbiter Uriel fixed his gaze upon Lin Feng, foregoing any superfluous dialogue as he raised his hand. A spear of judgment, entirely composed of holy light, instantaneously materialized, exuding a terrifying power capable of rending the fabric of space itself, and shot forth towards Lin Feng. Its velocity was unparalleled, its might sufficient to pierce through mountains. The spear was imbued with the divine laws, rendering it impossible for any mortal to evade. The tip of the spear was enveloped in the aura of divine retribution, ensuring that any impact would be accompanied by effects such as electric shock, dizziness, and diminished visibility. Lin Feng's expression sharpened, the dark golden halo of his titan form swirling around him as he braced himself to receive the strike. Boom! The holy light exploded, and the shockwave obliterated the surrounding ruins into mere rubble. Lin Feng's figure flickered within the holy radiance, unharmed. The crowd was taken aback. Huh? A hint of fluctuation appeared for the first time on Uriel's indistinct visage. Even as a being of the mortal realm, could his attack truly be withstood by a mere human? Unbeknownst to all, the Titan form rendered Lin Feng immune to all forms of control. And with an astronomical health pool of 1 trillion, he was utterly unfazed by such a cataclysmic assault. A smile, previously absent, now crept across Lin Feng's lips, revealing an enigmatic expression. You cannot harm me. His voice remained unperturbed, merely stating a fact. Uriel did not respond. Instead, the 6 wings behind him suddenly flared. Countless slender blades of holy light rained down like a torrential storm, each shard carrying the intent to purify all malevolence. Simultaneously, an invisible shockwave, aimed at the very essence of the soul, surged towards Lin Feng, the soul judgment. This was Uriel's signature move, capable of shattering the souls of the weak-willed, rendering them mere husks. A soul attack? Before me? His mental prowess, towering at 1 trillion, erupted in that instant. The intangible and formless mental force transformed into a tangible golden ocean, surging violently around him. Boom! The shockwave of the soul judgment collided with this mental ocean, dissipating into nothingness as if a clay ox had plunged into the sea. Not only that, Lin Feng's mental force surged forth like an enraged dragon, crashing against the will projection of the seraphim. Ugh! The sacred form of Uriel trembled suddenly, emitting a muffled groan. A ripple of instability appeared on the projection forged from divine power. His will was being rebuffed. How could this be? How could a mere mortal possess such terrifying mental strength? And those holy light blades that struck Lin Feng barely made a dent in his health. Oh, wait. Why isn't the Night Monarch's health bar moving at all? Is there any damage? I must ask if this angel can even deal damage. This attack feels like a mere tickle. I believe I could withstand it as well. The onlooking players were left speechless as the chat channel scrolled rapidly with excited commentary. The arbiter Uriel was evidently taken aback. It was my turn. Lin Feng's gaze shifted subtly, In the next moment, he raised the revolver in his hand. Bang! A bullet infused with 600,000 times critical damage shot forth, striking Uriel with pinpoint accuracy. -100,000,000. An astounding 100 million damage. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, he seemed distinctly dissatisfied with such an exaggerated figure. Is it a bloodlock? Chapter 78. The brief calm before the storm. Uriel's health diminished by a tenth. Yet in an instant, a radiant light enveloped him, and the surrounding sacred energy surged towards him, visibly restoring his vitality at an astonishing pace. Ha! Knight Monarch, it is futile. Under the divine grace of the Lord, the Apostle of God is immortal. The Archbishop, witnessing this, erupted into another fit of maniacal laughter. As long as he stood in this hallowed ground, he could continuously absorb the surrounding holy energy. This was the mercy of the divine. Praise the Lord! Praise the Lord! Praise the Lord! The faithful of the Radiant Church fervently knelt in adoration. Lin Feng paid him no heed, calmly observing the holy executor Uriel. Deep within his left eye, a glimmering crimson light began to coalesce and swirl, resembling a sanguine vortex poised to consume. Eye of the Reaper, activate. Pause. In an instant, the entire world seemed to be paused. The wind, the hymns, the gasps of players. Everything fell into an abrupt silence. Except for Lin Feng. All around him was ensnared in absolute stillness. The holy executor Uriel, arms raised in communion with the holy light, froze mid-air like a masterfully crafted sculpture. Within the vision of Lin Feng's Eye of the Reaper, the world transformed into shades of gray. Only upon Uriel's form did 7 varying-sized, faintly glowing red points of lethal energy emerge. 1 at the center of his forehead, 2 at the heart, 1 on each shoulder, and 1 where his wings connected. These were the critical points of this divine projection of Uriel. Lin Feng's movements remained unhurried, yet his speed reached an unparalleled peak. The barrel of the Duskbringer pointed with deadly precision at the first fatal point, his forehead. Bang! There was no sound, only the subtle vibration of the bullet's discharge. The second lethal point, the left heart core. Bang! The third. Bang! 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 7 nearly simultaneous soft sounds. 7 bullets, moving faster than the eye could perceive, accurately struck the 7 fatal points on Uriel. Having completed this, Lin Feng slowly lowered the Duskbringer. The effect of the Eye of the Reaper dissipated. Time resumed its flow. Knight Monarch, surrender. You. The Archbishop's maniacal laughter abruptly halted, like a duck caught by the throat, for he beheld a scene that would be etched in his memory for eternity. Before him, the exalted and formidable holy executor Uriel, with his 6 wings ablaze in holy fire, suddenly stiffened. Almost immediately, from the spot where he was struck on the forehead, fine cracks began to spread rapidly, resembling a spider's web. Crack, crack, crack. The fissures spread across the entirety of the sacred projection. No, it cannot be. A look of unmistakable, incredulous horror emerged on Uriel's once indistinct visage for the first time. He sensed that this projection, constructed of divine power, was crumbling from its very foundation. The 7 bullets seemed to embody an incomprehensible force of law, shattering the stable structure of its projection. A thunderous roar erupted. The projection of the Archangel, the holy arbiter Uriel, an apostle sent by the God of Light, was obliterated under the gaze of countless astonished, terrified, and incredulous spectators. It burst apart, transforming into a cascade of golden specks, akin to a grand shower of light, gradually dissipating into the air, leaving behind a faint, anguished hiss of defiance and fury, echoing from the distant realm of the divine. Silence. A deathly silence. All were petrified. Players gaped, nearly forgetting to breathe. The live broadcast from around the globe experienced a sudden blackout of comments. Members of the Holy See, from Archbishop Angust to every temple knight and holy priest, appeared ashen, their eyes filled with despair and terror. The Apostle of God was annihilated in an instant. The Knight Emperor, he had not even lifted a finger, Or was his action so swift that it eluded perception? It was no wonder they thought this way, for no one present sensed the halt of time, nor did they realize that this was a manifestation of a temporal law far exceeding that of the light. Thus, to everyone's astonishment, it appeared that the Knight Emperor had effortlessly dispatched a divine apostle's projection in a mere moment. What in the world have I witnessed? Annihilating a divine apostle, the Knight Emperor, the eternal deity. From this day forth, I shall be an unwavering devotee of the Knight Emperor. Who dares to utter a word against him? I shall stand with him in defiance. The forces of light are doomed. May I inquire if the City of Shadows is recruiting? I am level 40 and can transition to a Shadow Priest. A fervor akin to a tidal wave erupted among the player community. In the place where the Holy Arbiter Uriel had vanished, an object emanating an eerie aura floated quietly. It was a shattered ring, crafted from an unknown black metallic substance, upon which countless tormented faces could faintly be discerned, wailing in agony, exuding a potent aura of resentment and a faint glimmer of holy light. An immortal grade accessory. Hypocrite's soul ring, red, type, ring, attributes, spirit 5000. All resistances 30. Special effect, rates protection. Within your mental reach, it attracts all non-natural death souls. It can consume all stored souls, at least 1 million, to withstand fatal damage and effects. Subsequently, this equipment becomes ineffective. Current soul storage, 53 1 million. Description, a ring transformed from fragments of soul banners from another plane, seemingly absorbing countless vengeful souls that perished under the radiance of holy light. It is both a condensation of their suffering and a testament to the hypocrisy of certain beings. Though usable only once, it is undoubtedly a powerful life-preserving artifact. Should the soul storage exceed 1 million, the Holy Arbiter Uriel could have evaded demise beneath the gaze of the Grim Reaper. Lin Feng extended his hand and summoned the ring of the hypocrite, which fell into his grasp. Utilizing his fate affinity, he modified its effects to ensure it would never falter. As he sensed the dense aura of resentment intertwined with a faint glimmer of sanctity, a flicker of understanding illuminated his eyes. The apostle of the God of Light had, astonishingly, yielded such an item, an amalgamation of malevolence and pretense. It appeared that the exalted God of Light and his celestial messengers were not as immaculate as the Light Church proclaimed. At the moment this sinister and enigmatic ring revealed itself, the entire congregation of the Light Church was rendered utterly speechless. Their faith, in that instant, endured an unprecedented and profound blow. The shattering of the Seraph's projection signified the complete obliteration of the Light Church's remaining dignity. Lin Feng's actions had escalated beyond mere desecration. They had transformed into an unabashed challenge and ruthless trampling of divinity itself. The apostles of the gods lay slain at his hands, leaving no room for retreat. The heavens above the city of holy radiance appeared to be stained with an ominous crimson, as if the dissipating holy light had been tainted by blood. Archbishop Angus was ashen-faced, acutely aware that matters had deteriorated to their most dire state. Conventional methods, even the earthly embodiments of the apostles, were incapable of restraining this terrifying night monarch. In that moment, a fleeting yet profoundly eerie silence enveloped the ruins of the entire temple.